A workplace elite reincarnates into their high school days, only to find themselves in an interstellar era where gods and demons coexist. In the 10,126th year of the celestial calendar, in the classroom of grade 12, class 6 at Hangxing First High School, the history teacher, Sima Yin, was expounding on a harsh truth. Survival is the primary necessity of any civilization. The total amount of matter in the universe is constant. The only thing we can do is strike first. Just like the dark forest theory states, the universe is a dark jungle, and every civilization is a hunter with a gun. A student's response earned Sima Yan's approving nod. Exactly. This is the lesson our human race has learned through millennia of interstellar warfare, paid for with blood and fire. Yang Chun sat at his desk, staring at the familiar yet foreign surroundings, his emotions churning. Just half a year ago, he was a career professional who had passed out drunk at a promotion party. After being escorted home by a robot, he woke up to find himself an 18-year-old high school student. What shocked him even more was the history written in the textbooks. Humanity had progressed through the eras of prehistoric, ancient, classical, agrarian, and technological, followed by the revival of spiritual energy, and finally entered the interstellar epoch. In a mere 10,000 years, humanity not only conquered the Milky Way but, under the leadership of sages, established dominance over the celestial blue star region, becoming one of the 6 major ruling civilizations. With the college entrance exams approaching, especially for those planning to apply to military academies, be mindful of your capabilities. Additionally, the Bloodline Awakening ceremony has begun, and you can make appointments on the campus network. As the dismissal bell rang, Sima Yan's announcement caused a stir in the classroom. This awakening ceremony, derived from the spiritual cultivation civilization's heavenly Dao blessing disc, allowed every adult citizen to awaken a unique talent. Some gained the gluttonous talent, enhancing their cultivation through eating. Others awakened the light talent, becoming nemesis of demons and evils, while a few unlocked extraordinary intellect, advancing scientific research. Yang Chun, which academy are you planning to apply to? His deskmate, Zhang Ming, asked suddenly. I've already awakened a clever brute force talent. My family even spent 100,000 credits on gene-enhancing elixirs, and now I'm at the 7th stage of body refinement. I'm determined to get into a military academy and earn glory on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Yang Chun, only at the 3rd stage of body refinement, looked at his prodigious deskmate and replied softly, I think I'm more suited for a civilization academy. He had already made up his mind. Focus on scientific research, make groundbreaking contributions to the Blue Star civilization, and perhaps even gain the support of the Celestial Court to unlock the 6th level primordial spirit seal, achieving immortality. Great, Zhang Ming said enthusiastically. Let's work hard together. I'll charge into battle at the front lines, and you'll innovate in the labs at the reroll for the glory of the Blue Star civilization. Yang Chun had already booked a slot for the awakening ceremony on the campus network yesterday. Checking it now, the queue showed 50 people ahead of him, and it was estimated that he would head to laboratory number 2 in about half an hour. Zhang Ming, I'm going to laboratory number 2 for the awakening ceremony. If the teacher asks, let them know for me. Yang Chun instructed his deskmate before getting up and leaving the classroom. The estimated time was just a rough calculation, so he needed to arrive at the designated location early to wait. Missing the timing would mean having to rebook. The walk from the teaching building to laboratory number 2 took 10 minutes, so Yang Chun quickened his pace, walking through the corridor and heading toward the stairwell. Hey, Yang Chun, are you also going to the awakening ceremony? A hurried female voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Yang Chun saw a girl in a neatly pressed school uniform jogging to catch up to him. She was out of breath, her fair face flushed from running, and fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Su Xiaoyu, are you being chased by a tiger or something, running so fast? Yang Chun couldn't help but tease her as he looked at the panting girl. Hee, I just happened to see you, Su Xiaoyu replied, catching her breath. Her bright, watery eyes showed a hint of shyness. I lost my meal card in the cafeteria a few days ago, and you treated me to lunch. I haven't properly thanked you yet. It was nothing. I've already forgotten about it. You've got your meal card replaced, right? Yang Chun waved it off casually. The girl in front of him had been his classmate in their first year of high school. After the science and humanities split in their second year, they had rarely interacted. Compared to his memories, she seemed much prettier now. When they ran into each other in the cafeteria a few days ago, he almost didn't recognize her. Yeah, I've got it replaced. When do you have time? They'll treat you back, Su Xiaoyu said earnestly. No need, we're classmates. It's no big deal. Yang Chun dismissed her offer with a wave of his hand. Glancing at his watch, he added, I'm heading to laboratory number 2 for the awakening ceremony. Which lab are you assigned to? Based on his memory, Su Xiaoyu had always been a top student, so she was likely to awaken an intelligence-based talent. I'm assigned to laboratory number 1, right next to yours, Su Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Well, that's convenient, Yang Chun nodded. Many of the school's laboratories had been repurposed for the awakening ceremonies. Let's hurry. If we're late, we'll have to reschedule. The two walked briskly side by side toward the laboratory building, taking a shortcut through the central garden. By the way, young Chen, which academy are you planning to apply to? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously as they walked. Why? Do I not look like someone cut out for a military academy? Yang Chen joked, though he had already decided in his heart to apply to the Civilization Academy. No, it's not that. Su Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, her bright eyes blinking. I just think you don't seem like the kind of person who enjoys fighting. You look more scholarly. You have a good eye? I'm planning to apply to Jiangnan Civilization Academy. Yang Chen admitted straightforwardly. Jiangnan Civilization Academy? Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. That's a top-tier academy. You must be pretty confident. Of course. You know how good I am with languages, Yang Chen said with a confident smile. Hearing his confident tone, Su Xiaoyu instinctively nodded. Yang Chen did indeed have a natural talent for learning languages. When applying to top-tier civilization academies, not only did applicants need to meet the basic requirements, but mastering additional foreign languages provided significant bonus points. After all, the Academy of Civilizations was established with multiple disciplines to explore the mysteries of different civilizations. If one couldn't even master the language of the other party, how could they conduct in-depth research? The two exchanged a few words as they walked, and soon they arrived at laboratory number 2. I'll go line up over there. Good luck awakening and S-level talent. You got this, Yang Chen. All right. I wish you the same. May you awaken and S-level talent too. Yang Chen replied with a slight smile, watching as the other person headed toward laboratory number 1. He then turned and stepped into laboratory number 2. As soon as Yang Chen entered, he saw rows of students standing in line. The hall was spacious and open, with plenty of room to move around. Occasionally, service robots moved through the area, assisting students with their questions. In the center of the hall floated a semi-transparent, light blue cubic display screen, with its 4 sides showing the latest awakening results. One side prominently displayed the talent rankings of this year's high school graduates in Jiangnan Province. Yang Chen's eyes instinctively fell on it. Jiangnan Province, Hangqing number 1 High School, Su Nua. Awakening talent, S-level. Jiangnan Province, Ningtao number 2 High School, Zhanghan. Awakening talent, Immortal Body, a level. Jiangnan Province, Ningtao number 1 High School, Fong Outyan. Awakening talent, Dragon Soul, a level. Jiangnan Province, Hangqing number 3 High School, Hanbing. Awakening talent, Ice Radiance, a level. Jiangnan Province, Liangzhou number 1 High School, Shenjixing. Awakening talent, Spatial Folding, a level. Among the top 5, only Su Nua had awakened in S-level talent, while the other 4 were a level. Most others ranked below were B-level. Su Nua, Yang Chen murmured softly, surprised that in the entire Jiangnan province, only 1 high school graduate had awakened in S-level talent. Ping. Student number 686, Yang Chen, please proceed to room 16 for your awakening ceremony. The loud announcement interrupted Yang Chen's thoughts. A service robot approached him politely and guided him toward room 16. The room had a similarly spacious layout. In the center stood a table with 2 chairs on either side, and the table was covered with various intricate instruments. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man dressed in a silver robe. He smiled warmly at Yang Chen and gestured toward the empty chair. Take a seat, student. Don't be nervous, just stay calm. The soothing tone and smile seemed to carry a calming effect, easing the tension in Yang Chen's mind. Thank you, sir. Yang Chen responded politely and took his seat. The man nodded slightly and pointed to a circular glass container on the table. Just place your hand inside. Following the man's direction, Yang Chen saw that the container's opening was just the right size for an adult hand. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen carefully placed his hand into the glass container. Immediately, the instruments on the table whirred to life, and blue indicator lights began to flash. In that instant, an excruciating pain shot through his palm, sharp and relentless. Instinctively, Yang Chen tried to pull his hand back, but a firm grip stopped him. You only get 1 free chance. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious as he slowly released Yang Chen's wrist. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chen nodded silently. The pain felt like nails being driven in and out of his palm, fluctuating in intensity. Gradually, the agony spread throughout his body. His back became drenched in sweat, and cold beads of perspiration rolled down his face. The torment seemed to last an eternity before it finally subsided. Trembling, Yang Chen withdrew his hand, lowering his head as he gasped for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. Sir, is it over? He asked cautiously, but there was no response. The air grew eerily silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yang Chen looked up, only to find that the middle-aged man and all the equipment on the table had vanished without a trace. In the room, only a single lamp remained on the table. The lamp, about 9 inches tall, was entirely jade green and shaped like a lotus flower, but its wick was missing. As the lamp became visible, the surrounding space plunged into darkness. The lone green glow from the lotus lamp emitted a faint light, but the hollow center made the scene even more mysterious and profound. What is this? Yang Chen frowned. his gaze fixated on the mysterious lamp. Before he could make out the details, a sudden, intense pain surged through him, as if countless steel needles simultaneously pierced his eyes. His brain throbbed with excruciating agony, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the world seemed entirely different. Everything around him became incredibly vivid, and even the tiniest details in the distance were crystal clear. His vision had improved several times over. A class talent, not bad at all, young man. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. A class talent is still 1 in 1,000. Hearing that his talent was only class, Yang Chun, who hadn't expected a high-level talent to begin with, still couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Oh, thank you, teacher. Noticing his mood, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, young man, when I was your age, I also thought the world revolved around me. But how many prodigies can there really be in this world? Besides, a class Spirit Eye is already excellent, far surpassing many others. Spirit Eye, Yang Chun, who had been about to leave, paused in his tracks and turned back in confusion. The Spirit Eye is a psychic talent that significantly enhances vision. As your genetic lock continues to unlock, it can evolve further, allowing you to see even thousands of miles away. So Spirit Eye is my talent. Exactly. The middle-aged man sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Young people these days getting on 9,000 talent and still acting like it's a blow. But I clearly saw a lamp. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Chun with surprise. Everyone's experience is different. If you're worried, I suggest going for an independent test outside. It's also possible that your talent hasn't fully awakened yet. You can observe it for a while longer. Yang Chen nodded in thanks. As he walked out of the lab, he coincidentally ran into Su Xiaoyu, who had just completed her awakening in Lab 1. Her eyes lit up as she excitedly ran over. Yang Chun, guess what talent I awakened? Did you awaken the talent of beauty? What? No. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly. I awakened a class fire pill talent. I can become a medical student in the future. A medical student? Yang Chen glanced at her hair and chuckled. Didn't expect you to have that kind of ambition. Why not? It's great saving lives and curing illnesses. Su Xiaoyu beamed sweetly, clearly satisfied with her talent. What about you? What did you awaken? Class talent, Spirit Eye. Wow, that's pretty impressive too. You won't even need a microscope for experiments in the future. Yang Chen's mouth twitched as he pointed to his face. Do I look happy to you? The two walked toward the teaching building, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Hey, Yang Chen, I'm not very good with words. Don't take it personally, okay? Su Xiaoyu peeked at Yang Chen cautiously. It's fine. Yang Chen waved it off. I'm pretty laid back. A bit disappointed, but not much. Seeing that his expression seemed genuine, Su Xiaoyu finally let out a smile. Just as she was about to speak, 3 deafening chimes suddenly echoed across the entire campus. The same sound reverberated simultaneously through all the human academies. In the center of the field, a massive electronic screen suddenly flashed with breaking news about the human race. Following this came 3 chimes, a signal signifying a major event for humanity. Yang Chun, let's go check it out. All right. Major events like this only happened once every few years, and Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. When the two arrived at the field, they found it already packed with a throng of people. The crowd was so dense that they felt like grains of sand pushed to the shore, leaving them no choice but to watch from the distant bleachers. Yang Chun, what does it say? Su Xiaoyu squinted at the screen, struggling to make out the blurry text from afar. By now, Yang Chun, with his sharp eyesight, could clearly see the words on the screen. He read aloud softly. The Heavenly Court will deploy the Southern Gate Guard Legion, a force of 100,000 celestial soldiers, led by King Li Jing and General Li Jia. Accompanied by the 4 generals of the Mo family, they vow to bring down the newly risen great sage of the demon clan. What? Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, her expression incredulous as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. The human race is going to war with the demon clan? Her face turned pale, and she froze, standing motionless. However, Yang Chen didn't notice her reaction. His gaze remained locked on the enormous screen, his mind swirling with the familiar, yet distant names displayed. Since his rebirth, he had become an avid fan of watching live war streams, closely following the Heavenly Court's battles. Yet, he had never witnessed a conflict of this magnitude before. How amazing it would be to see such a war with his own eyes. As that thought crossed his mind, the world around Yang Chen seemed to shift in a subtle, yet profound way. With his eyes fixed intently on the screen, he felt as though he had entered another dimension. The reality around him grew distant and blurred, while the words on the screen transformed into vivid, living images. Scenes that had only existed in his imagination unfolded before him like a painting come to life. An endless army of Heavenly Court soldiers spread across the skies, blotting out the sun. A colossal bronze mirror hovered in the heavens, radiating dazzling brilliance. Golden towers shimmered with radiant light, and crimson banners stretched across the sky like flames. The air was thick with the suffocating stench of blood. In the distance, Waves of heavenly court warriors clashed fiercely with the demon army. The deafening sounds of battle filled the air. The sky was drenched in blood rain, and the ground had turned into a sea of crimson. Moo! Suddenly, a deafening bellow of a bull echoed in Yang Chen's ears. A massive, pitch-black bull charged forward like a mountain, wreaking havoc among the ranks of the heavenly court. Celestial soldiers fell from the skies one after another, their bodies raining down like bloodied petals. At that moment, a giant pillar erupted from the ground, shooting straight into the heavens as if to pierce the very sky. It came crashing down toward the enormous bronze mirror that loomed like a celestial canopy. But suddenly, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms descended from the sky, catching the pillar in a display of overwhelming strength. Yang Chen's gaze was riveted to the screen, as though drawn by an invisible force. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Detected observation of a divine battle. Collecting martial techniques. You witnessed the true Samadhi fire. Collection failed. You witnessed the 8-9 mystical arts. Collection failed. You witnessed the 72 earthly transformations. Collection failed. You witnessed the cold star spear technique. Collection successful. Yang Chen's eyes followed the movements of a celestial soldier clad in silver armor, wielding a long spear. The soldier was locked in battle with a monkey demon, his spear dancing in swift, precise arcs. Each glint of the weapon resembled a cold star streaking across the heavens. As the vivid scene dissolved, it was replaced by a faint blue screen in front of Yang Chen. His cultivation information appeared on it. Yang Chen, Body Refinement Stage 3. 100 Weave Breathing Technique Drank Proficiency. Beginner, 29. Cold Star Spear Technique Crank Proficiency. Novice 5. Am I imagining things? Yang Chen murmured to himself, his vision growing hazy. The metallic tang of blood seemed to linger in the air, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Just then, the mysterious voice spoke again. Innate ability, Dao Eyes. Level, Conceptual. Evaluation, you can see everything. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if stepping into an entirely new realm. A strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to shut them tightly again as a sharp, burning pain overwhelmed him. Doctor, come quickly. Yang Chen is awake. Su Xiaoyu's anxious voice rang out beside him. Hurried footsteps approached, and the school infirmary doctor quickly arrived at his bedside. Don't move, young man, the doctor instructed. A cool solution was injected into his right arm, and the soothing chill spread throughout his body. As the medication took effect, the searing pain in his eyes gradually subsided. With practiced hands, the doctor carefully wrapped his eyes with gauze. Rest for half an hour, and I'll come back to remove the bandages. Thank you, Yang Chen murmured, his voice weak. He felt utterly drained, as though every ounce of strength had been sapped from his body. You're finally awake. Su Xiaoyu's voice was still shaken. You scared me half to death. What happened? Yang Chen turned his head toward the sound of her voice. He vaguely remembered seeing a faint blue light screen before losing consciousness. You were staring at the big screen on the field like you were frozen in place. No matter how much I called you, you didn't respond. Then, all of a sudden, you started bleeding from your eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It was terrifying. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled as she recounted the events. Yang Chen recalled the green lotus lamp he had seen when he first awakened. He hadn't had a chance to examine it before the pain had knocked him out. Now, after seeing the battle scenes of the human race on the screen and experiencing another episode of bleeding, he was certain his eyes were far from ordinary. How long was I unconscious? He asked. 5 hours. But don't worry, I've already arranged for you to be excused from class. And your classes? You collapsed right next to me. Of course, I had to stay with you, she replied firmly. Lying back on the bed, Yang Chen began to piece together the day's events. He focused his mind, and sure enough, the green lotus lamp reappeared. Before him, a faint blue light screen materialized. Yang Chen's Cultivation, Body Refinement, Level 3. Breadth of 100 Convergences, Grade D, Proficiency, Novice 29. Cold Star Spear Technique, Grade C, Proficiency, Beginner 5. Merit Points, 0. Talent, Dao Eyes. Rank, Conceptual Level. Evaluation, you can see everything. Conceptual Level? He had never seen this rank mentioned online. Yet, merely watching the battlefield footage of celestial soldiers wielding spears had granted him a Grade C combat technique worth millions. If it were a treasure from the heavenly court, its value would be incalculable. As he pondered the significance of merit points, the green lotus lamp suddenly flared with dazzling light, radiating an urgent sense of longing. Half an hour later, as the doctor carefully removed the bandages, Yang Chen slowly attempted to open his eyes. A faint beam of light pierced through his vision, causing a slight sting, but overall, it wasn't too bothersome. However, when he lowered his gaze to the densely packed bill in his hand, it felt as though his heart had been stabbed. The glaring number on the bill made him gasp. 1 vial of genetic essence had been used during the treatment, costing a whopping 100,000 yuan. His savings had taken a devastating hit. almost entirely drained. Well, it's not a total loss, Yang Chen consoled himself. At least I got a crank combat technique with 5 proficiency. Let's call it paying for top-notch tutoring. In that sense, I actually came out ahead. Right now, the most pressing matter was to head home and report the situation to his uncle. His uncle, a retired heavenly soldier with a wealth of experience, might have some valuable advice. Should we go to a larger hospital for another checkup? Su Xiaoyu, standing nearby with a slight frown, asked with concern. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. No need. Yang Chun waved his hand casually, a relaxed expression on his face. I just looked it up on the official website of the Nua Life Science Academy. My condition is just a minor issue. Nua Life Science Academy? Su Xiaoyu murmured under her breath. Isn't that the place where even losing your head is considered a minor issue? Yang Chen's home was in the upper district of Hang City, just a 20-minute bus ride from school. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was a boarding student whose family lived out of town, meaning she needed to head back to school later. It was rush hour, and the buses at the station were already packed with people. Crowds of passengers were still trying to squeeze in through the doors. Despite the bus capacity of 100, it was crammed with over 200 or 300 people, creating a chaotic scene. Yang Chun, should we try squeezing in too? Su Xiaoyu suggested helplessly as she observed the situation. The next bus might be even more crowded, and it's almost impossible to hail a cab right now. Yang Chen's gaze shifted between the crowded bus in front of them and the traffic in the distance. Suddenly, he felt a strange warmth in his eyes. The next instant, a line of information appeared in his vision out of nowhere. Next bus will arrive in 17 minutes and 56 seconds. Passenger count, 106. I can even see this? Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the assessment was accurate. He really could see everything. Could these eyes actually be the legendary causality type ability? Yang Chen, what are you staring at? Su Xiaoyu's confused voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Oh, nothing. Yang Chen quickly recovered. Let's wait for the next bus. It'll definitely be less crowded than this one. How can you be so sure? Su Xiaoyu looked at him, puzzled, her expression adorably naive. You just have to trust a man's sixth sense, it's always spot on, Yang Chen said confidently. Su Xiaoyu nodded hesitantly, inexplicably trusting his words. Soon, the next bus arrived. Just as Yang Chen had said, the number of passengers matched exactly what he had seen. While there were no seats available, the bus was spacious enough, and even with the remaining passengers boarding, it wasn't overly crowded. Yang Chen, your sixth sense is amazing, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered something extraordinary. This bus really is much less crowded. Yang Chen simply smiled and nodded, though his mind was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. To test whether his eyes truly possessed the legendary causality type ability, he slowly lifted his gaze and focused on the driver at the front of the bus. In an instant, information appeared before his eyes. Zhang Lin, human, cultivation level, body refinement stage 2, age, 37, occupation, city bus driver. For reference only. As expected, anything he wanted to see, he could see. Yang Chun suppressed the excitement surging within him and directed his gaze toward a young girl sitting inside the train carriage. Information immediately surfaced in his mind. Shen Ming, human, 20 years old, music student at Jiangnan Conservatory of Music, body refinement stage 2. Perhaps because the surrounding passengers were all ordinary people, his eyes didn't feel strained or painful at the moment. Just as he continued scanning the carriage, a sudden sharp sting made him instinctively avert his gaze. This fleeting sensation of discomfort was accompanied by a faint tremor from the emerald green lotus lamp in his sea of consciousness. Driven by curiosity, he turned his gaze back toward the direction he had just avoided. There sat an alluring woman dressed in black stockings, exuding a mature charm. Most of the passengers in the carriage were subtly observing one another, and Yang Chun seized the opportunity to carefully study this unique passenger. New information flooded his mind. Li Na, 23 years old, model, status, possessed by Anomaly, Anomaly Cultivation Stage 2, Stealth Specialist, Dark Scout of the Anomaly Clan. Anomaly Clan? The term sent a jolt through Yang Chen's heart. How could there be a Dark Scout from the Anomaly Clan on Blue Star, a world governed by the human race? The answer quickly surfaced. Anomaly Clan Stealth Specialists are not adept at combat, but excel at concealment. They infiltrate Blue Star through human traitors. Just as he attempted to probe deeper into the identity of the internal traitor, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his eyes. He barely managed to catch a blurry glimpse of the name, Feng Shan, before groaning in pain and instinctively closing his eyes. Yang Chen, are you okay? Su Xiaoyu, seated beside him, hurriedly pulled out a tissue and gently helped him wipe his face. It's nothing, just some dust in my eyes. He took the tissue and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. This experience confirmed his suspicion. He possessed a causality-based talent, but the cost of accessing certain pieces of information was evidently too steep. Lina glanced briefly in his direction before shifting her gaze, her nonchalant demeanor making Yang Chen's heart race. Though she wasn't skilled in combat, Her stage 2 power was more than enough to massacre everyone in the carriage. The journey home had never felt so interminable. Yang Chen's palms grew damp with cold sweat, as if he were sitting in a carriage rigged with a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Ding, next stop, Renmin Road. Passengers disembarking, please exit in an orderly manner. Allow others to board after you alight. As the announcement played, Yang Chun let out a small sigh of relief. However, just then, the alluring woman, Li Na, stood up as well, making it clear she was getting off at the same stop as him. Yang Chun didn't pay special attention to her, but as they brushed past each other, an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. The emerald green lotus lamp in his mind trembled slightly. Suddenly, a nearly imperceptible thought arose from deep within. Follow her. Kill her. Yang Chen froze for a moment and shook his head violently. Why would such a thought suddenly appear? It wasn't until all the passengers got off at the next stop that he pulled Su Xiaoyu off the bus and headed in another direction. Yang Chen, look over there. Just when Yang Chen thought everything was fine, Su Xiaoyu suddenly whispered nervously. Startled, Yang Chen turned his head in the direction she pointed. In the distance, two blonde young men were following the woman. These two seemed to have been passengers on the bus earlier as well. Li Ming, 23 years old, unemployed, with basic physical training. Lu Chang, 24 years old, also unemployed, with advanced physical training. The two were sneakily trailing behind a beautiful woman. Just based on intuition, Yang Chun could tell these two were up to no good. But he knew this woman was no ordinary person. Yang Chun had once heard his teacher explain in class that if someone was possessed by a member of the Wraith clan, their soul would be devoured, and they would ultimately become a puppet. Only those who had signed a contract, the so-called symbiotic Wraith controllers, could retain their consciousness. Li Na was clearly someone who had been possessed. Yang Chen glanced at the two blonde men and thought to himself, if they dare cause trouble, they'll deserve whatever happens. He took out his phone and called the security bureau. That was all he could do. Yang Chen, do you think that lady might be in danger? Su Xiaoyu asked, her tone tinged with worry as she watched the disappearing figure ahead. She won't be. I've already reported it, and the security bureau should arrive soon, Yang Chen replied calmly. But it'll take some time for them to get here. Yang Chen nodded towards Su Xiaoyu. Don't worry. A man's intuition never lies. He didn't tell Su Xiaoyu that the woman was a wraith or reveal anything about his own eyes. After all, his ranking only displayed N's grade talent without any specifics, which meant grade abilities needed to remain confidential. Although Yang Chun didn't fully understand why, today's events gave him some clues. Blue Star might not be as peaceful as it seemed. He patted Su Xiaoyu on the shoulder, shaking his head with a smile. Come on, stop overthinking it. However, Su Xiaoyu suddenly turned and ran toward Li Na, her hurried steps carrying a sense of determination. Yang Chun, if you stand by idly today, when disaster strikes you, no one will cheer for you either. Yang Chun smiled wryly, knowing full well that high schoolers at this age were always brimming with passion. It was hard for anyone to simply turn a blind eye. People who talked about respecting others' fates would still hope someone would step in if they were in danger. After all, no one would say, respect my fate, let me die. Watching Su Xiaoyu's hurried figure, Yang Chun felt conflicted. If he turned and left now, he probably wouldn't be able to hold his head high for the rest of his life. But if he followed, there was no telling what might happen. He hesitated for a moment, and suddenly, a faint thought crossed his mind. Follow her. The thought was faint yet unyielding. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. The emerald green lotus lamp in his mind was definitely no ordinary object. If he had some mysterious backing, what was there to fear? Still, to be cautious, Yang Chun dialed the Hangzhou Security Bureau once again. Hello? Sir, I've already dispatched someone. Please. Before the operator could finish, Yang Chun interrupted anxiously. The person seems to be possessed by something strange, not a normal human. What? Are you sure? The operator's voice rose sharply, clearly shaken by the sudden revelation. Yang Chen got straight to the point. Of course. I'm a student at Hangxing No. 1 High School. Our teacher talked about this in class. As soon as I got close to that person, I noticed. He began listing the signs of possession, his voice slightly breathless from running. Listening to Yang Chen's description, the operator silently pondered. Low-level possessions do indeed cause subtle changes in humans, but this doesn't apply to stealth entities. None of the signs were present in Li Na. But still, what if? According to Blue Star laws, Yang Chen claims to be a student. If he's lying, at most he'll get a reprimand. And what if he's telling the truth? Please head to the nearest safe location and wait. Our team will get there as quickly as possible, the operator said, his tone turning serious. The possibility of possession wasn't something to take lightly. I can't wait. Yang Chen panted. I have to save my classmate now. You guys better hurry up. If I don't make it, please tell my uncle that Yang Chen isn't a coward. Wait, young man. Yang Chen didn't wait for the operator to finish. He ended the call and sprinted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Passing a weapons shop, his sharp eyes spotted a long spear. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and tossed 200 yuan to the shopkeeper from his pocket. Just renting it for 2 hours, boss, he shouted without looking back. gripping the low-grade E-class weapon tightly. Though it wasn't high quality, it gave him a sliver of confidence. The shopkeeper, a burly man in his 30s, watched Yang Chen's rabbit-like dash into the distance. Glancing down at the 200 yuan in his hand, he shook his head with a sigh. Hey, kid, I'm about to close up. My wife's waiting for me to come home for dinner. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley. So, what do you two gentlemen want after following me for so long? Li Na asked with a smile, her tongue lightly brushing her soft red lips. The seductive gesture left the two blonde-haired men across from her staring, their eyes glazed. The sound of someone swallowing hard was uncomfortably loud in the silent alley. Just wanted to make friends with you, sweetheart, Li Ming said with a lecherous grin, his eyes roaming shamelessly over Li Na's long black-stockinged legs. It wasn't convenient on the bus earlier, but now that we're off, how about coming with us for some fun? Beside him, Zhang Chong was similarly transfixed by her legs, practically drooling. The two usually stuck to petty crimes, but something about this woman on the bus had ignited an unbearable heat within them. They'd followed her to this secluded alley, convinced she'd practically delivered herself to them. Zhang Chong wiped his mouth and shot a glance at Li Ming. Come on, babe, let's have some fun. We'll treat you to something nice. Li Ming stepped closer, his grin growing even more obscene. Dressed like that at night, you must be looking for some action. Let's find a quiet place to chat. Despite their vulgar words, Li Na showed no fear. Instead, she swallowed hard, her breathing growing heavier. No need. Hey, race fine, she said, her eyes faintly glowing red. Her swallowing became more pronounced, and a glistening strand of saliva slid down the corner of her lips. It's been far too long since I've had a good meal. All her efforts had finally paid off. Two prime pieces of meat had walked right into her trap. Li Ming's eyes also began to glow faintly red as he shakily approached Li Na. Splat! In the next instant, a sharp, agile tongue pierced straight through Li Ming's throat. Blood sprayed out, splattering all over Zhang Chong's face. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, but with his throat destroyed, he couldn't make a sound. Human blood, such a long-lost delicacy. With a heavy thud, Huangmao Li Ming's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground. His features withered at an alarming pace, his hair turned gray, and his body shriveled as his blood drained away. Within seconds, he was reduced to a dried corpse, emitting a nauseating stench. Zhang Chong witnessed the scene, his face contorted in sheer terror. His legs gave out, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His pants were soaked, and an unpleasant odor wafted from his lower body. You, what are you? Zhang Chong stammered, his lips trembling. He wanted to run, but his legs were paralyzed with fear, and his entire body shook uncontrollably. He couldn't even form a coherent sentence. Li Na, the commanding woman, approached him slowly. Her eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as she regarded the trembling man with disdain. Such a waste of a perfectly good meal, she said, her voice cold yet eerily sweet. She grabbed his hair with one hand and raised the other like a blade. In the next instant, Li Na's hand sliced cleanly through, severing Huang Mao's head. Blood gushed out like a fountain. At the entrance of the alley, Su Xiaoyu arrived just in time to witness the gruesome scene. She froze in place, her pupils contracting. So it's a monster. Hiding quite well, I see. Are you kidding me? Stop standing there and run. Yang Chen's urgent voice came from behind her. Suppressing the queasy feeling in his stomach, Yang Chen grabbed the stunned Su Xiaoyu and turned to flee. The horrifying sight they had just witnessed was unlike anything he had ever encountered in either of his lifetimes. They sprinted towards the bustling city streets. The maze-like alleys in this area were their only chance to escape. No matter how savage the creature, it wouldn't dare act openly in a crowded area. After all, the human race had its own powerful defenders. Cold sweat drenched Yang Chen's back as the distant glimmers of city lights became his only hope. Faster, just a little faster, he urged himself silently. Where do you think you're taking me, little one? A playful voice suddenly whispered in his ear, stopping Yang Chen in his tracks. His hair stood on end. Wasn't he holding Su Xiaoyu's hand? The thought struck him, and his legs felt like they were weighed down with lead. He slowed to a halt, his entire body frozen as if turned to stone. His instincts screamed at him not to look back, to keep running forward, but his feet felt rooted to the ground, utterly immovable. What an adorable little one. The teasing voice came again, sending an invisible wave of fear rippling through the air. Every hair on Yang Chen's body stood on end. Yang Chen moved. Su Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out next to him, jolting him into action. He instinctively thrust his spear toward the direction of the voice. The spearhead embedded itself deeply into the wall, and to his horror, faint traces of blood seeped out. Yang Chen's body shook violently, his right arm trembling as he gripped the spear, gasping for air. It all happened in an instant. When Yang Chen came back to his senses, Su Xiaoyu was still by his side, and the wall he had pierced had inexplicably transformed into Li Ming's corpse. Behind them stood Li Na, her face adorned with a seductive smile. She held a large, severed head in her hand as she slowly approached. Her soft, honeyed voice echoed through the alley. What interesting little ones you are. I quite like you. Her tongue flicked across her blood-red lips as her greedy gaze swept over the two of them. The entire alley seemed eerily isolated from the outside world. Yang Chen could even see passers-by occasionally walking past the entrance, so close yet impossibly distant, as if separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Yang Chen, this is the work of a second-tier monster using a wall trap and illusion spell. Stay alert, Su Xiaoyu warned in a low voice. Su Xiaoyu reluctantly stepped forward. Her current predicament left her feeling particularly conflicted. Beside her stood Yang Chen, while she couldn't reveal her true demon form at this moment. Despite her unique identity, in this war between immortals and demons, exposing herself would lead to consequences far graver than merely being sent back as before. She raised her fair right hand, which was instantly enveloped by a cluster of milky white flames. Though the raging alchemical fire caused her no harm, its intense heat quickly dispelled the chilling atmosphere in the alley. Yang Chen, run, Su Xiaoyu said firmly. My alchemical fire isn't suited for combat, but it can suppress lower-tier wraiths for a while, enough to buy some time. As the flames surged, the lamp in her mind flickered slightly. Don't be ridiculous, Yang Chen retorted decisively. I don't have the habit of hiding behind a woman when my life's at stake. Su Xiaoyu turned around in surprise at his words. Since her arrival on Blue Star, she had encountered countless indifferent people, selfish individuals, and even those who mocked and scorned the brave. But this was the first time she had met someone like Yang Chen. She scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, wondering if he was putting on a performance, with some ulterior motive, or if he genuinely possessed such a strong sense of justice. Back on Demon Star, many demons had attempted to play the hero saving the beauty, but she only saw them as jokes. Yet here on Blue Star, her mother's seal was so powerful that even a demon-revealing mirror couldn't detect her true form. Yang Chen took a deep breath, silently reasoning. Since the cheat system guided me here, there must be some opportunity awaiting me, and at least my life should be safe. He gripped his spear tightly, his eyes locking onto the wraiths ahead, his demeanor now calm. Can you enchant my spear with your alchemical fire? He asked, as a sharp pain in his eyes revealed the enemy's weak points. Su Xiaoyu stared at him in astonishment, wondering if he truly intended to fight the strange entity. She decided to observe further. If Yang Chen turned out to be some pretentious aristocrat putting on a show, she wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson with a dose of mother and child river water. She pushed her alchemical fire to its limits, the milky white flames in her palm burning fiercely before gradually wrapping around the tip of Yang Chen's spear. Lina watched the scene with great interest. A little girl at the 5th level of body refinement can see through my illusions, and a boy at the 3rd level dares to challenge me, she said with a soft laugh. Humans are truly extreme. Those who are brave are astonishingly bold, while the cowards are utterly pathetic. Little boy, you've piqued my appetite. I'll savor you slowly, bit by bit, until I grind you down. Her face flushed with a sickly red as she crushed a sphere in her hand, greedily licking her fingers. Su Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged as she focused all her energy on intensifying the alchemical fire. This time, Yang Chen clearly felt the lamp in his Minda green lotus tremble, as if it regarded the alchemical fire as a nourishing treasure. But there was no time for distraction. His gaze remained fixed on the enemy's weak points, his mind entering an unusual state of single-minded focus. Yang Chen struck first, stomping his left foot against the ground and leaping forward with agility. His spear thrust straight ahead, its tip engulfed in alchemical fire that swirled like a white dragon, creating waves of heat in the cold alley as it aimed directly for Lina's vital spot. Lina smiled serenely, standing motionless. Just as the spear tip was about to land, the flames abruptly extinguished, and Yang Chen's attack was halted by an invisible force, the spear stopping mere inches from Lina's forehead, unable to advance further. Damn it! Yang Chen cursed angrily. The weak point he had seen was now gone, or perhaps it had shifted during his attack. He realized with frustration that he had been too slow. The 3rd tier of body cultivation was as fragile as a newborn in front of a 2nd tier anomaly. No matter how Yang Chen struggled, he couldn't stir even the slightest ripple. His arms pushed forward with all his strength, yet it felt as though he was trapped in an invisible quagmire. Every ounce of power dissipated effortlessly. Lina stood before him, her crimson lips slightly parted, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of a predator closing in on its prey. She extended her tongue, slowly licking her lips. The tongue grew visibly longer, pale and serpentine, slithering toward Yang Chen's throat. In a split second, a milky white flame suddenly flared to life. The scorching fireball instinctively forced Lina to dodge to the right. In that brief opening, Su Xiaoyu grabbed Yang Chen's collar from behind and yanked him back with all her strength, narrowly avoiding the deadly tongue. Bang! The sound of a spear hitting the ground echoed clearly in the alley. The two quickly retreated, putting some distance between themselves and Lina. Once steady, Su Xiaoyu's complex gaze landed on Yang Chen, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. He doesn't seem like an actor. Yang Chen, run. Don't worry about me, Su Xiaoyu urged anxiously. Alarm bells rang in Yang Chen's mind. A normal girl would have been paralyzed with fear in such a situation, yet Su Xiaoyu was relentlessly urging him to escape alone. Was she simply bold, or was she unafraid of the anomaly before them? That life-saving pull just now, was it really just a coincidence? But there was no time to dwell on it. Lina was already approaching with a smile, her steps accompanied by a chilling breeze that seemed to seep into their very bones. In my past life, I wasted my youth and regretted it in old age. In this life, if I don't cultivate diligently, I'll end up as a nameless soul devoured by an anomaly, Yang Chen thought bitterly. If consumed by this creature, even his soul might not survive. Seeing Yang Chen frozen in place, seemingly prepared to face death alongside her, Su Xiaoyu's expression shifted entirely. Just as she was about to act, a car suddenly fell from the sky, crashing directly onto Lina. Boom! The deafening crash of the car hitting the ground reverberated through the alley, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Yang Chen and Su Xiaoyu instinctively stepped back in shock. As the dust settled, the wreckage of a totaled car became visible, its parts scattered across the ground. Lina's body had been violently crushed into the deformed vehicle, her long legs and black stockings bent at unnatural angles. Such injuries would have been fatal for any ordinary person. From the alleyway's entrance, a tall girl with long hair strolled in casually. She wore a black and white baseball jacket, blue jeans, and had a lollipop in her mouth. A Bluetooth earpiece was clipped to her left ear, and she occasionally hummed along to the music she seemed to be enjoying. A second-tier anomaly, huh? Not bad with the illusions. But getting flattened by a single car? Looks like you're just a sneaky little infiltrator, the girl remarked nonchalantly. Yang Chen and Su Xiaoyu stood frozen, clearly realizing the mysterious girl was the one responsible for the car's sudden descent. Cough, cough, cough. Lina tore through the twisted metal, forcing her mangled body to rise slowly. Shards of glass had pierced her windpipe, making it difficult for her to breathe. Just a little girl who's unlocked the first-tier genetic lock, yet possessing such power, Lina said coldly, pulling the glass shards from her neck as she fixed her icy gaze on the girl before her. A high-level talent's blood must taste divine. Too bad you won't get the chance to find out. The girl let out a light chuckle and retrieved a pitch-black sphere from her chest. With a slight flick of her finger, the sphere shot out instantly, tearing through the air with a sharp sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the alleyway erupted with a deafening explosion, and under the terrifying impact, Lina's head burst apart in an instant. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding walls a gruesome red. Even with its head obliterated, the headless body continued to move in an eerie manner. The girl's eyes narrowed sharply, and with a powerful push off the ground, she lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Her steel-like hand gripped the body tightly, lifting it high as though it were a weapon, before slamming it down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the ground caved in, forming a deep crater. Under the ferocious impact, Lina's body was reduced to a grotesque, indistinguishable mass of flesh and blood. The scene was so gruesome that it could make anyone watching feel nauseous. Despite her youthful appearance, resembling someone around Yang Chen's age, the girl displayed an exceptionally brutal combat style. Both of you, stay back, she commanded, swiftly moving in front of them, her expression more serious than ever. Just then, a dark shadow emerged from the mangled corpse, its blood-red eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Little girl, you've succeeded in angering me, a chilling voice echoed, filled with a malevolent intent that seemed capable of devouring everything. The shadow opened its mouth wide, unleashing a bone-chilling black wind. The girl reacted instantly, grabbing Yang Chen with one hand and Su Xiaoyu with the other, narrowly evading the deadly attack. The walls and ground where they had stood were now riddled with countless corroded holes, a horrifying sight. At that moment, Yang Chen finally realized how fortunate he had been before. Like a kitten provoking a tiger, survival depended entirely on the tiger's mood. When the power gap was so vast, being toyed with might actually offer a slim chance of survival. After setting the two of them down, the girl's eyes emitted a faint blue glow. In an instant, countless blue needles, crackling with arcs of electricity, materialized around her, floating like serpents through the air. The shadow seemed wary of these needles, continuously dodging and maneuvering to avoid them. A first-tier soul lock, such a delicious treat, the icy voice oozed with greed. In the distance, the sound of sirens began to grow louder. Realizing time was running out, the shadow's form suddenly split into countless afterimages, bringing with it a chilling wind that sent shivers down Yang Chen's spine, even from afar. Northeast, 45 degrees quick. Yang Chen suddenly shouted. The girl, though surprised, directed the blue electric needles toward the indicated direction. A piercing scream tore through the night as the shadow plummeted from the sky, struck by the relentless barrage of blue needles. Each strike left a glowing blue mark on the shadow, accompanied by crackling electricity and agonized wails. You dare challenge me? The shadow roared in a frenzy, unleashing a beam of pitch-black light aimed directly at Yang Chen's forehead. The sudden attack was so swift that even the girl couldn't react in time. Clearly, the shadow was enraged that the once insignificant ant it had toyed with had now become a genuine threat. Watch out, Yang Chun. Before the warnings could finish, the dark beam struck Yang Chun squarely in the forehead. At that critical moment, a vibrant green lotus lamp within his sea of consciousness suddenly emitted a wave of intense, excited energy. Yang Chen's vision went black, and he was instantly enveloped in complete darkness. The green lotus lamp he had seen during his awakening reappeared before him. However, this time, it was slightly different. Above the lamp's wick floated a tiny white light. The light was so minuscule that, if not for the boundless darkness surrounding it, Yang Chun might not have noticed it at all. Remembering the lesson from his last encounter, Yang Chun dared not look directly at the lamp again. Instead, he focused his attention on the small white light. Killed a second-tier specter. Reward, 100 merit points. Second-tier specter? Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could that black light have been trying to possess him, only to be suppressed by the lamp in his mind? He let out a chuckle. If that were the case, the specter must have met its end in confusion, unable to fathom how it could die at the hands of someone who seemed so unassuming. But soon, Yang Chen's thoughts shifted to the merit points. What were they for? If the specter had essentially delivered itself to him, he figured he couldn't just let this opportunity go to waste. Resolving to uncover the mystery, he continued to stare at the tiny white light. As he concentrated, a familiar pale blue screen appeared before him. Yang Chen's cultivation level, body refinement stage 3, by Na breathing technique proficiency, D level, 29, cold star spear technique proficiency, C level, 5, merit points, 100. Then, a line of text appeared at the top of the screen. Merit points can be infused into entries to improve their progress. Cultivation time is measured in the mortal realm. No matter how long you cultivate, only a few seconds pass on the ancestral star. A cheat for cultivation? The term involuntarily surfaced in Yang Chen's mind. This newfound information only strengthened Yang Chen's resolve to enhance his abilities. With his current situation, he knew his future would be far from peaceful. He needed to develop sufficient strength to protect himself. Fixing his gaze on the information before him, he decided to allocate the 100 merit points to improve his by Na breathing technique. Infuse merit points. Yang Chun muttered under his breath, and the blue screen before him flickered brightly. He began practicing the by Na breathing technique. The first step involved sensing the presence of energy, drawing in the spiritual essence of the world to nourish his body, fortify his flesh, and strengthen his internal organs. With the aid of medicinal resources, this process could be significantly accelerated. Unfortunately, Yang Chun had no such resources at his disposal. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and train diligently. Though the technique was of a lower grade, making progress painstakingly slow, he persevered. Yang Chun refused to back down. Day after day, year after year, he trained with unwavering determination. After 10 years, he broke through to the 7th level of body refinement. 20 years later, he reached the 8th level. After 40 years of relentless effort, he finally achieved the 9th level, and the by Na breathing technique reached perfection, with its proficiency reaching 100. Initially, he intended to continue cultivating, but a new choice appeared before him. To break through the first stage of the gene lock, he would have to confront a life and death trial. He now faced two options. 1. Continue practicing the by Na breathing technique to further enhance his physical constitution. 2. Risk his life in an attempt to unlock the gene lock. Damn it. No wonder Zhang Ming was so desperate to buy gene elixirs. Yang Chun cursed under his breath, feeling a surge of frustration. Without money, one wasn't even qualified to cultivate. Recalling the information he had seen online, Yang Chun couldn't help but sigh. With enough wealth, even seemingly insurmountable barriers like the gene lock or soul lock could be overcome by sheer financial power. For instance, spending $1 billion could secure the assistance of a powerhouse who had unlocked the 5th stage of the soul lock. Such a person could provide enlightenment during breakthroughs or guard against danger when unlocking the gene lock. Though the cost was astronomical, the success rate and survival odds were significantly improved. The greatest fairness in this world, it seemed, was that it was unfair to everyone. Compared to ancient times, the battles between mythical beasts have long been replaced by the advancements of civilization on Blue Star. The monopolies of sects and the hereditary bloodlines of royal dynasties once ruled this land. But now, it has become a realm of cultivation, where all beings can draw power from Ida, true golden age. In the past, commoners were as insignificant as grass, their lives fragile and unpredictable. But now, everyone is protected by spells, no longer haunted by the fear of life and death. Techniques and combat skills are updated daily, no longer strictly restricted as they were in ancient times. New sources of power constantly emerge, making cultivators less inclined to hoard their knowledge. Divine weapons and tools have been industrialized, their quantity and quality far surpassing those of 10,000 years ago. Spiritual herbs and beasts are now systematically cultivated, following a path of sustainable development, eliminating the need to risk one's life in perilous secret realms to obtain a single rare item. The rise of powerful individuals has made the world increasingly complex. Some have already left Blue Star, venturing into outer space to explore, expand territories, and seek resources. The era changes rapidly, civilization progresses continuously, and the younger generation's cultivation levels are gradually surpassing those of their predecessors. Living in this flourishing age, Chen couldn't help but marvel. What more could you ask for? His heart was filled with both gratitude and helplessness towards this era. Such a scene was a perfection he could not fully grasp. No matter how far he traveled, he could not help but look back at the brilliance of this history. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen suddenly encountered a hidden member of the strange tribe on the street. Without warning, the aura of a third-tier powerhouse overwhelmed him, and he died at their hands. This cultivation session consumed 63 merit points, 37 merit points refunded. Seriously? That's how it works? Chen shook his head helplessly. He knew it was just an attempt, but the feeling of death still made him mutter to himself. Although he couldn't fully comprehend whether this life and death trial would truly enhance his cultivation, he had no choice but to continue training. This time, he channeled the remaining 37 merit points into the Cold Star Spear technique. Merit points infused. Chen's body trembled as he sensed the power of the Cold Star Spear technique gradually emerging. Without a mentor to guide him or prior experience to draw from, he could only train behind closed doors, exploring the technique alone. Thankfully, with 5 points of proficiency already under his belt, he wasn't entirely clueless. Through freezing winters and scorching summers, as time flowed, Chen tirelessly practiced with his spear. In those silent nights, he gazed at the starry sky, silently wishing, when would he finally be able to transform this spear into starlight? With persistent practice day after day, the Cold Star Spear technique began to show some results. 10 years passed, and the technique finally reached a minor level of mastery, achieving 40 proficiency. However, the sense of enlightenment remained elusive. The understanding in his mind grew clearer, but it lacked that moment of breakthrough. Another 10 years went by. One evening, after finishing his training, Chen looked up at the vast starry sky. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. His spear moved like a dragon, piercing through the heavens. The Cold Star Spear technique reached a major level of mastery, with proficiency at 60. At that moment, Chen froze. A sensation he had never experienced before surged within him, as if an invisible force was being completely unleashed from his body. Time flew by, and 7 years later, the Cold Star Spear technique reached a proficiency of 71. His cultivation continued to progress, yet he still felt as though something was missing. This spear, even now, could not pierce through to the starry sky that truly belonged to him. Although he experienced new inspirations and breakthroughs daily, he remained unable to surpass that bottleneck. Training complete. Cold Star Spear Technique Mastery, 71. Chen's cultivation had also improved, reaching the 9th stage of body refinement. His 100 breaths technique had achieved perfect level proficiency, and the Cold Star Spear technique had reached a major level at level proficiency, a significant advancement in his cultivation journey. Looking at his now depleted merit points, Chen smiled faintly. He finally understood that merit points were not just a measure of time in cultivation. They symbolized all the effort invested over countless years. These words had become a testament to his long journey of training. Though only a few seconds had passed, Chen had personally experienced a century of cultivation. This was true, earnest training, not something that could be easily compared to flowers grown in a greenhouse. However, the experience of death lingered heavily in his heart. Despite the screen clearly stating that he had died, something about it felt off. Chen stared into the void, trying to find answers in the endless night sky. Have you ever died? Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the void before him. In that moment, it seemed he finally saw the answer. Death during training. 5 years of lifespan deducted. Current lifespan, 55. As Chen hesitated, a wave of coolness swept over him, and his consciousness gradually faded. The outside world began to come into focus. Chen lay on the ground, his expression dazed. Nearby, Su Xiaoyu, her eyes red with worry, crouched anxiously, searching for something. Scattered around were various bottles and jars nourishing chi pills, returning essence elixirs, gathering chi powder, all discarded as if they were worthless junk, causing the girl's heart to tighten. Her fair hand, adorned with a space ring that shimmered with a silvery glow, produced yet another bottle of spiritual medicine. I found it. This is the one, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, hurriedly opening the bottle. Instantly, a rich medicinal aroma filled the air. Hiss! The breaking evil pill? The girl beside her took a light sniff and gasped in shock, looking at Su Xiaoyu in disbelief. Under the astonished gaze of the other girl, Su Xiaoyu placed the pill into Chen's mouth, where it dissolved instantly. Her face was filled with guilt as she looked at the unconscious Chen, silently praying that the pill would take effect. Meanwhile, outside the alley, personnel from the security bureau had already cordoned off the area. 2 men in black cloaks, their faces obscured, entered the scene. Upon hearing that Yang Chen's sea of consciousness had been invaded by the eerie clan, one of the men instinctively gripped the long blade at his waist. However, the voice of the other man caused him to relax slightly, turning his head to glance at his companion. Greetings, Demon Suppression Guard Luo Tian. May I ask who you are? The second man's voice was raspy, his gaze fixed on the young girl in front of him. The red bracelet on her wrist caught his attention, prompting him to subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief before shifting his focus to Yang Chen. We need to wait for him to wake up, he said calmly. Suit yourself, the first man replied with a nod, then turned his gaze to Su Xiaoyu. Your friend's condition is highly unusual. He will need to be placed under our care. At that moment, in the silent alley, all four pairs of eyes were trained on Yang Chen. Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips, clearly aware of the Demon Suppression Guard's reputation. As the ancestral planet of humanity, Blue Star was governed by strict laws, and the Demon Suppression Guard was the most formidable enforcement agency. On the ancestral planet, even unprovoked murder was punishable by death, ensuring a certain level of equality for all beings. Non-human entities were strictly forbidden from entering. If discovered, allied species of humanity might have a chance at deportation, but for malevolent or sinister beings, execution on the spot was the standard practice. If Yang Chen woke up no longer himself, the two cloaked men before her would undoubtedly carry out the execution of the malevolent force that had possessed him. Su Xiaoyu's heart pounded with anxiety as she silently prayed, hoping that the breaking evil pill would take effect in time. Su Xiaoyu stepped aside, her eyes fixed intently on Yang Chen, her palms slick with nervous sweat. She hesitated, her voice barely squeezing out through clenched teeth. Master, do you think he will? Two men in black cloaks silently flanked Yang Chen, one on each side, trapping him in the middle. Luo Tian, who had overheard his apprentice's words, responded in a calm, almost indifferent tone. Lin San, in our line of work, if you haven't learned to see past life and death, I suggest you find another profession. The man addressed as Lin San realized he might have said something wrong and instinctively lowered his head. Life and death, huh? Hidden beneath his oversized cloak, his eyes studied Yang Chen with a complex expression. The school uniform of Hangxing No. 1 High supposed he could call himself the boy senior. His hand tightened around the hilt of his blade, then loosened, then tightened again. Damn these cursed entities, he cursed silently. A cool sensation rippled through Yang Chen's mind, washing over his consciousness again and again until it gradually faded away. Slowly, he regained consciousness, his dazed eyes fluttering open. The first thing he saw were two men in black cloaks. What truly sent a chill down his spine, however, was the gleaming blade of a long knife pressed against his neck. Its edge radiated an icy menace, seemingly sharper than a surgical scalpel's slight movement, and his head would surely roll. Yang Chen swallowed instinctively. What's going on here? Young man, we need you to cooperate, Luo Tian said, his expression somber as he retrieved an ancient-looking bronze mirror from his robe. At the same time, he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. Any sudden movement from Yang Chen, and he was prepared to strike without hesitation. Look into this mirror. Yang Chen's gaze shifted to the antique bronze mirror in Luo Tian's left hand. Something about it seemed vaguely familiar. Catching sight of his reflection, he inwardly thought he looked rather handsome. Playfully, he made a peace sign at the mirror and asked, like this. He then offered Luo Tian an awkward smile. That single gesture instantly broke the tension in the alley. Everyone visibly relaxed. Lin San sheathed his blade, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Even Luo Tian's tone lightened considerably. All right, young man, you're free to go. Yang Chen, Su Xiaoyu cried out, rushing toward him with a mix of relief and excitement. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to be devoured by that entity. Yang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself that it was probably more accurate to say he devoured the entity. But he still comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. Everything's fine now. A girl who had been watching the entire scene from the sidelines also let out a sigh of relief. She stepped forward and tossed Yang Chen a lollipop. Hey, classmate. I'm Su Nua. Congrats on making it out alive. Su Nua. Yang Chen looked at her in surprise. This girl was none other than the Su Nua he had seen on the Talent Awakening leaderboard, the top-ranked individual in Jiangnan province, and the only one with its class talent. Su Nua shrugged casually. Looks like we're schoolmates. By the way, can I ask how you managed to locate that entity's hiding spot? Luo Tian and Lin San left the alley. Just as they were about to get into their car, Luo Tian instinctively glanced back at Yang Chen and the others, his gaze lingering on Yang Chen for a moment. Master, are you still worried? Lin San asked, puzzled. Didn't we already check him with the mirror? I just find it unsettling that a kid at the body tempering stage managed to survive possession by a second-tier entity, Luo Tian admitted. It's hard not to feel uneasy. Come on. That little girl with the divine fate already said her friend gave him a break curse pill. I've never even caught a whiff of one of those rare things. If it has that kind of effect, it's not surprising, Lin San said, clearly thinking his master was overthinking things. Besides, didn't you use the imitation demon revealing mirror on him? Our department's mirror is the 2.0 version. No entity below the 5th tier can escape its detection. This one was only 2nd tier. If it could strike a pose in front of the 2.0 mirror, the researchers back at the Institute would all deserve to be executed live at Nantion Gate. Hara, you rascal, you've got a point there, Luo Tian said with a laugh, patting Lin San on the shoulder. Yeah, let's get moving, master. We've got another mission to handle. Luo Tian nodded, motioning for Lin San to get in the car first. He then turned back to look at Yangchen one last time. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head slightly. As long as the boy was confirmed to be human, the rest wasn't his concern. Still, these young people today sure were rich. Even he had never smelled a break curse pill before. They said it could even kill 5th-tier entities, though who knew if that was true. Using his Lingtong ability, Yangchen easily saw through the eerie concealment. This left Su Nua visibly stunned. Drank Lingtong, being able to see through the stealth of a 2nd-tier anomaly was entirely beyond reason. However, everyone has their secrets, and Su Nua tactfully refrained from asking further questions. Mind if I add you as a friend on Tianwang? Su Nua asked with a smile. After all, we did fight side by side today. Tianwang is a communication platform built by the Universal Research Institute, based on the Lingxiao Big Data Center and the Reincarnation Supercomputing Platform. As the intranet for the solar system, it not only serves the people of the ancestral planet with near impenetrable security, but also allows users to connect to the galactic Tianwang for interstellar communication once they leave Blue Star. Yang Chen nodded, pulled out his phone, opened the Tianwang app, and added Su Nua. Su Nua's Tianwang username, Monster Slayer Extraordinaire, reminded Yang Chen of the earlier scene with the falling car and Su Nua's finger-flicking strength that rivaled a heavy sniper rifle. Driven by curiosity, Yang Chen focused on Su Nua's profile. Su Nua, human, 18 years old, strength talent divine strength. This immediately made him think of his deskmate Zhang Ming, whose crank talent, brute strength, had given him 10 times the strength of an average person upon awakening. The gap between Shrank and Crank truly felt like heaven and earth. No wonder Su Nua could effortlessly toss a car. If you run into similar situations in the future, feel free to contact me, Su Nua said, showing the red band on her wrist. Of course, you could call the exorcist guard, but if you reach out to me, I can even offer you cash back. What do you mean? Weren't you just passing by? Yangchen asked, surprised. Su Nua chuckled. How could it be such a coincidence? I came because I was assigned the task. She explained that alien races infiltrating Blue Star were either spies or 2nd-generation stowaways from allied or non-hostile civilizations, all highly adept at hiding. With many sealed locations requiring protection on Blue Star and the Exorcist Guard being short-staffed, destined ones, like Su Nua, were called upon to assist. Essentially, they were temporary workers for the Celestial Court. Temporary workers for the Celestial Court? Do you guys get full benefits? Yangchen joked. It's a partnership, Su Nua replied, waving her hand dismissively. I'm still relatively weak, so I can only help catch spies or stowaways. Then that 2nd-tier anomaly we just dealt with, was it worth a lot? Yangchen asked. Su Nua held up one finger. 10 million. Normally, it wouldn't be that much, but he was a spy, so the price was higher. Hearing this number, Yang Chen's face flushed red, and his breathing became noticeably quicker. But cases like this are rare, Su Nua added. Spying is a high-risk game, and it's not easy to catch them. Instead of going after those small fry, it's better to target the 2nd-generation elites. They may have treasures hidden, but their lack of discipline gives them away easily, Su Nua said with a knowing look, his eyes glinting with the wisdom of experience. Yang Chen listened, already calculating in his mind. With his eyes capable of seeing through everything, catching people in the future would be a breeze. He could almost envision wealth flooding in like a tidal wave. When encountering spies, a swift strike would suffice, cutting them down as easily as slicing through vegetables. Not only could he earn virtue points, but he could also use the rewards to buy spiritual elixirs to enhance his cultivation. A dazzling golden path seemed to unfold before his eyes, shimmering brilliantly. Yangchen couldn't help but glance at Su Nua, considering the possibility of collaborating with him in the future. After all, with his current strength, acting alone was still a bit challenging. All right, I'm heading home now. You two be careful on your way, Su Nua said, waving casually before turning to leave. His hands stuffed in his pockets, his retreating figure exuded a carefree charm. Leaving without a trace, hiding one's merits and fame, Yangchen thought as he watched Su Nua's figure fade into the distance. For the first time, he felt that staying behind as a researcher might not be as appealing as he once thought. Stop staring, Su Xiaoyu pouted, noticing Yang Chen's gaze lingering on Su Nua. Even though today's events were because of me, I could have protected you just fine without her help. After speaking, a hint of guilt appeared on Su Xiaoyu's face. She bent down to pick up the scattered bottles and jars on the ground, then retrieved a vial of high-grade genetic elixir from her spatial ring and handed it to Yang Chen. I'm really sorry about today, Yang Chen. Next time something like this happens, they'll call for help right away instead of foolishly chasing after someone alone. Consider this my apology gift. Yang Chun stared blankly at the elixir in his hand, its label clearly bearing the logo of Doa Biopharmaceuticals. This was a high-grade genetic elixir produced by Doa Biopharmaceuticals, worth millions per vial on the market and often in short supply. On the black market, it could fetch as much as 20 million. It was said that for cultivators below the 5th gene lock, taking one before a breakthrough could significantly increase their chances of success. Su Xiaoyu's family was this wealthy? This vial alone was worth more than the life of the second-tier aberration they had just dealt with. No wonder she claimed she could hold her own. Who knew what treasures she had hidden in her spatial ring. Ever since trade with cultivation civilizations began, spatial rings were no longer exclusive to the elite, but were still far from common possessions. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it, Yang Chen said, shaking his head. Since the situation had resolved without any real harm, it felt inappropriate to accept such an expensive gift. Yang Chen, aren't we friends? Su Xiaoyu's large, watery eyes began to glisten, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Of course we are, but… Fine, they'll take it. Yang Chen relented with a wry smile, seeing her emotions about to boil over. Why hadn't he noticed this side of her personality in his past life? As soon as Yang Chen accepted the elixir, Su Xiaoyu's mood brightened instantly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Her delicate features, unintentionally tinged with a hint of charm, left Yang Chen momentarily dazed. Just then, his phone vibrated. Snapping out of his trance, Yang Chen picked it up to see a message from Su Nua. While you were unconscious, your friend gave you a pasha pill. You should try meditating in the next couple of days to make use of its effects. A pasha pill. Yang Chen froze, staring at Su Xiaoyu in disbelief. You gave me a pasha pill while I was unconscious. Yeah, why? Is something wrong? Su Xiaoyu looked confused. That thing's usage is pretty specific. I had to dig around for a while to find it. I was so anxious at the time, but luckily, it worked. Yang Chen swallowed hard. The cost of that pill alone could have hired a powerful cultivator to grant him an enlightenment session. Su Xiaoyu was, without a doubt, a bona fide rich lady. Although the aberration in his mind had already been subdued by the small lamp in his sea of consciousness, the pill's effects would now serve to nourish his soul, making it a bit of a waste. Even so, Yang Chen still benefited immensely. It seemed that no matter how the world changed, wealthy benefactors would always be invaluable. Yang Chen's eyes lingered curiously on Su Xiaoyu. After a brief hesitation, his gaze began to focus. Yang Chen, what's going on with you? Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled with urgency as she quickly pulled a tissue from her pocket and instinctively dabbed at the corner of Yang Chen's eye. Blood was slowly trickling down from there, forming a striking crimson streak that was impossible to ignore. Yang Chen kept his eyes tightly shut, his pale face glistening with beads of sweat, making him appear unusually frail. If this continued, he thought to himself with a silent grimace, he'd lose his sight before long. That second-tier specter only caused a slight stinging sensation in his eyes, yet Su Xiaoyu, merely at the body refining stage, had inflicted a pain as sharp as a blade, causing blood to stream from his eyes. Su Xiaoyu was growing increasingly anxious, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at him. Yang Chen realized he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Gritting his teeth to endure the discomfort, he spoke in a calm, low voice. It's fine. Let's just go home. Are you sure you don't want to see a doctor? Her voice was still thick with worry. Yang Chen shook his head slightly, his eyes drifting past her to the distant sky, though his thoughts were far away. The education system of Blue Star ranked among the top 3 in the entire universe, with Blue Star and Wenxiu Star being the most prestigious. And she, the eldest princess of the Wansui group, was undoubtedly here in search of better learning opportunities. Though Yang Chen had his suspicions, he chose to keep them to himself. Throughout the journey, Yang Chen seemed distracted, far from his usual self who would casually chat with Su Xiaoyu. She didn't think much of it, assuming the day's events had been overwhelming for him. She occasionally offered him a few comforting words, her tone gentle and caring. Finally, they arrived at Xingfu Garden Community. As Su Xiaoyu walked Yang Chen to his door, she turned to say, "They'll head off now. Get some rest, Yang Chen, and don't stay up late if your eyes are bothering you." She lowered her head slightly, her gaze flickering with an emotion that was hard to put into words. Yang Chen nodded tiredly and replied, "All right, let me know when you get home. It's not safe outside, careful." Her eyes lingered on his face for a moment, a mix of reluctance and unspoken concern in her expression. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. They'll be heading to the White Horse Galaxy in the next couple of days to take the medical exam on Huatua Star. Let's hope we both achieve what we're aiming for. Huatua Star. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. I've heard spaceship tickets to that place are ridiculously expensive. Guess you really are the classic rich and beautiful type. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at his sudden remark, playfully glaring at him. You're so annoying. Stop teasing me. Of course, if I could pass the college entrance exam here on Blue Star, the medical school degree would hold much more weight. But this is the only path I can take right now. Her voice softened as she spoke, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Yang Chen stood at the door, watching Su Xiaoyu as she disappeared into the subway station, swallowed by the crowd. Only then did he let out a long sigh. This day had been anything but ordinary. Rubbing his eyes, he couldn't help but think to himself, the pain in my eyes is getting worse. If this keeps up, I really might go blind. When he stepped into his home, the familiar aroma of food greeted him. Bounding toward him was a large black dog, leaping excitedly and wagging its tail as if its long-lost owner had finally returned. Hey, help me toss my clothes in the washing machine, will you? Yang Chun reached out to pat the dog's head, his gaze still somewhat distant. Though exhausted, an undercurrent of subtle resignation lingered in his expression. Taking off his filthy school uniform, Yang Chun casually handed it to the big black dog. The dog immediately grabbed the clothing in its mouth and trotted over to the washing machine, moving with such ease and familiarity that it seemed like this chore was second nature. Yang Chen stepped toward the dining table, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of steaming twice-cooked pork, popping it into his mouth. Not bad. He squinted with satisfaction, chewing as his gaze shifted to the busy figure in the kitchen. Smiling, he called out, Uncle Yanggu, how about something vegetarian tomorrow? Eating meat every day is making me sick of it. From the kitchen came the sound of the spatula clanging against the pot, followed by Yang Gu's mildly exasperated voice. You're lucky you have food to eat, and yet you're still picky. You're 18, now when are you going to learn to take care of yourself? All these years, I've been playing both mom and dad to you. Do you think it's been easy? Yang Chun kept chewing on the twice-cooked pork, his cheeks puffed out, but a grin lingered on his face. Uncle, your cooking skills are almost on par with a 5-star chef. You've spoiled me. Honestly, even Dahe wouldn't touch the food I make, right, Dahe? Woof woof. The big black dog barked as if it understood, enthusiastically chiming in. Yang Chun laughed even harder, grabbing a few more pieces of twice-cooked pork and placing them in Dahe's bowl, thoughtfully adding some vegetables as well. From the kitchen came a playful huff. Yang shook his head and sighed. Though deep down he knew when it came to cooking, his nephew was hopelessly untalented. Before long, Yang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large pot of steaming fish soup. His towering frame over 6 feet talon-solid build exuded a commanding presence. Paired with his mature and handsome features, it wasn't hard to see why he might be called a rich lady killer. The moment Yang Chen saw him, he quipped, Uncle, with your looks and charm, not finding yourself a wealthy Annie for me is a real waste. Woof woof. Dahe barked again in agreement, as if fully supporting this idea. This wasn't the first time Yang Chun had brought up the topic. His uncle, now in his 40s, was still a bachelor. Yang Chen always figured it was either because his uncle's standards were too high or he simply wasn't interested in romance. Yang didn't bother arguing, chuckling as he retorted, You brat, if I really found myself an auntie for you, could cook for you every day? Do you think anyone would willingly take on a middle-aged man with a freeloading nephew? As the fish soup was placed on the table, its rich aroma filled the room, making Yang Chen's mouth water. Yang ladled out a bowl for both Yang Chun and Dahe while grumbling, You little foodie, you're always talking about showing your gratitude, but I've yet to see you cut back on your big promises. Yang Chun clasped his hands together in mock reverence, his face full of gratitude as he accepted the soup. Thank you, uncle. I'm eternally grateful. When I make it big, I promise I'll make sure you live a life of leisure. He blew on the soup to cool it, took a sip, and let the rich, savory flavor dance on his tongue. His eyes widened in surprise as he muttered, I don't know where you get your fish from, but there's not a single fine bone in it. Yang smirked, but didn't reply, instead serving himself a bowl of soup and devouring it with the urgency of someone in a race. Yang Chun was long accustomed to his uncle's eating habits and continued wolfing down his food. With his mouth half full, he mumbled, It won't be long now. I went to the awakening ceremony today, you know. The teacher said I awakened a level spirit eye, but I don't think that's quite right. Yang paused mid-bite, a faint, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He looked up at Yang Chun. Well, look who's got some guts now, questioning the results of the awakening ceremony. Not bad, not bad. It's good not to blindly follow. Doubt shows your thinking. So tell me, what seems off? Yang Chun swallowed his food, took another sip of soup, and his expression grew serious. When I awakened, I saw a lamp, he said, gesturing in the air. About 9 inches tall, jade green, shaped like a lotus flower. Yang Chun kept talking to himself, completely oblivious to the unusual silence that had fallen over the living room. Yang listened quietly, his meal long forgotten. At that moment, he caught sight of a divine battle on the big screen at the sports field. The scene was so breathtakingly intense that it felt suffocating. Heaven and earth seemed to collapse, and a torrential rain of blood poured down from the sky. As Yang Chun grew more animated, his gestures became increasingly exaggerated. That colossal pillar back then was taller than the Jianghe Tower where you work. It smashed straight toward a bronze ancient mirror as vast as the sky. Then, out of nowhere, a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared and caught it with one hand. He couldn't look at the scene for too long, and his gaze eventually settled on a celestial soldier. At this point, Chen seemed to recall something and turned to his uncle. Uncle, didn't you say you used to be a retired celestial soldier? Did you take part in scenes as grand as this? I've really underestimated you. Gu, his expression unchanged, responded with a disdainful tone. Don't act like you've never seen the world. Go watch more live war broadcasts online when you have time. Chen muttered under his breath. I've seen more broadcasts, but nothing comes close to the scene I just witnessed. By now, Gu had lost interest in his meal. He stood up and walked toward Chen. Towering at nearly 6'3", his presence was imposing. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he said, "Let me take a look at your eyes." Chen raised his head and widened his eyes, secretly speculating. If his uncle was a retired celestial soldier, he must at least possess third-level genetic lock strength, right? Plus, having seen so much in the celestial court, maybe he could provide some clues. Yang Ji's gaze slowly focused on Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a faint wave of dizziness washed over Chen, and he instantly felt drowsy, as if about to fall into a deep slumber. In his hazy consciousness, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint silver glow flashing across his uncle's forehead. After a while, Chen gradually regained clarity. Shaking his head to alleviate the headache, he glanced around the room and noticed that Gu had quietly returned to his seat. Concerned, Chen asked, "What's wrong, uncle?" His understanding of his uncle made him sense that something was off. Yang Ji's face was clouded with worry. "Your eyes are severely injured. If nothing changes, you'll lose your eyesight in about half a month." What? Chen was shocked, his heart tightening. Is it that serious? But the doctor at the medical office already treated me and said it wasn't a big deal. Gu shook his head helplessly. This is a Dao injury, and it's not the first time you've been hurt. The fact that you're not already blind is sheer luck. He rubbed his temples, looking troubled. Does that mean I'll be blind for the rest of my life? Chen's face turned bitter. Having only just begun to see the world clearly, the thought of losing his vision again left him despairing about his future plans to make money and become stronger. When I was in the celestial court, I acquired several secret remedies for healing injuries. I can try to save your eyesight, Gu said with a tone of resignation. But to prevent you from recklessly looking at things and getting hurt again, some necessary precautions need to be taken. He exhaled in relief, thankful that he had caught it in time. Any later, and Chen might not have survived. Hearing the news that there was still hope, Chen immediately perked up and eagerly pressed on. Uncle, stop keeping me in suspense. What's going on? Looking at his nephew's anxious expression, Gu slowly revealed the truth. These days have been turbulent. The war between humans and demons has begun. Recently, the celestial court started summoning retired soldiers. As a former celestial soldier, I am naturally on the list. Before he could finish, Chen's face had already turned pale. Uncle, no matter how many imperial summons they send, you're retired now. According to the celestial laws, you don't have to go. Gu gazed at the nephew he had watched grow up, a comforting smile tugging at his lips. At least you've got a conscience, kid. All these years of looking after you weren't in vain. But that's exactly why I must go. Beneath the bustling lights of countless homes, there must always be someone bearing the weight behind the scenes. He stood up and patted Chen on the shoulder. Don't act like a child. If you truly care, come find me on the battlefield beyond the heavens one day. The men of the Yang family, if we are to die, it should be on the battlefield, not on a sickbed. Chen was about to use his celestial sight to glimpse his uncle's fate, but Gu swiftly covered his eyes. I told you not to snoop around. Do you think you're some kind of fortune teller? He flicked Chen on the forehead playfully. Realizing his intentions had been seen through, Chen shifted the topic. But you've been retired for so long, and you're not young anymore. What use will you be on the battlefield now? Oh, listen to this. A high schooler at the 9th level of body refinement dares to look down on me. A celestial soldier. Gu teased, pulling out a small golden gourd engraved with intricate patterns from his robe. This treasure was my reward for meritorious service back in the day. I've kept it close ever since, but today, it's your lucky day. He took out a golden pill from the gourd and handed it to Chen. Swallow this, and your eyesight will mostly recover. I'll use my soul force to aid the healing process, and after some rest, you'll be fine. Soul force? Chen asked in astonishment, staring at his uncle. You've unlocked the soul lock as well. Your uncle here walks the path of immortality, Gu said proudly as he popped the pill into Chen's mouth. Witnessing his uncle's display of power, Chen silently reflected. A celestial soldier at the 3rd tier of the immortal path. This is far stronger than what the internet claims. It looks like I need to speed up my collaboration with Su Nua. Only by amassing enough virtue and cultivating diligently can I one day fight alongside my uncle. In the depths of his mind, a golden ocean surged endlessly toward his vision. The warm, comforting sensation made Chen feel slightly intoxicated. A silvery white moon slowly rose from the golden ocean, its moonlight cascading like a silken ribbon. Just as he was about to succumb to unconsciousness, A dark, golden vertical pupil emerged within the silvery moon. The next morning, Chen woke up and groggily yawned as he made his way to the living room. The familiar aroma of buns and soy milk wafted over from the dining table. "Uncle," he called out, but there was no response. His eyes fell on the dining table, where he noticed a note tucked under a plate. He unfolded it and read the message his uncle had left. "Dear nephew, breakfast is ready. If you don't feel like washing the dishes, you can get a household robot. I've transferred some money into your savings account. You can choose to live as a wealthy man or pursue a career as a researcher. While I've always believed that a man's duty is to face 100 battles, that was my choice, not yours. You're grown now and should follow your own path. No matter what you decide, I will support you. Life beyond Blue Star is not easy, and if possible, I hope you can live a happy life here on Blue Star." TCH, leaving and still trying to pull this emotional stunt, Chen muttered as he headed to the bathroom. Rubbing his reddened eyes, he mocked himself. Uncle's medical skills must be lacking me. Eyes are tearing up first thing in the morning. After freshening up, Chen quickly ate breakfast and rushed to school to register for the college entrance exams. The campus was bustling with activity. On the large screens, promotional videos from major universities played on loop, while students gathered in small groups, chatting about their dream schools and future plans. When the promotional video for Jiangnan Civilization Academy appeared, Chen was about to check the minimum admission score when a line of text popped up before his eyes. "This action may cause damage. Do you wish to proceed?" This must be the protective measure his uncle mentioned. After what had happened the day before, Chen's interest in military academies had grown, and this glance was merely out of curiosity. There was no need to continue. He took out his phone to check his savings account, curious about how much money his uncle had deposited. Cultivation was an expensive endeavor, and although his uncle was a third-tier celestial cultivator, even with a salary from the heavenly court, he likely struggled to make ends meet. However, when Chen saw the balance, he couldn't help but gasp. 5 billion Blue Star coins. Could uncle have embezzled funds? Chen thought in shock. The scene before Chen left him utterly astonished. Standing there, he couldn't help but recall how he used to tease his uncle about cozying up to rich women, only to be met with disdainful looks. Now, he finally understood why. Turns out his uncle had been a hidden wealthy man all along. "Chen, what are you staring at?" Zhang Ming's voice came from behind, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "If we're any later, the line at Civilization Academy will be halfway across the street. Registration has already started. What are you even thinking about?" Chen turned around, frowning slightly. "I'm debating whether to apply to the Blue Star Military Academy or the Modu Military Academy." "What?" Zhang Ming froze in place, instinctively reaching out to feel Chen's forehead. "You're not running a fever, are you? What nonsense are you spouting? This isn't something to joke about." Zhang Ming quickly explained. "The Blue Star Military Academy and the Modu Military Academy are the two strongest military academies on Blue Star. They're practically synonymous with Blue Star's military bases. Getting admitted means enlisting in the military. After your first year, you'll be sent to the extraterrestrial battlefields for training, and the annual casualty rate isn't low." He paused before adding, "That said, these two academies are indeed cradles for the elite. Take the legendary Lie Xian, for example. He graduated from the Tai division of the Modu Military Academy and conquered the world with his Shrank ability, the Samadhi True Fire." "I'm not joking," Chen said firmly, his expression serious. Zhang Ming could only shake his head with a resigned smile. "All right, if you're that determined. But you can't just apply to these academies on a whim. You need to have at least reached the 9th level of body refinement." With that, he turned and headed toward the registration area for the Hangqing Military Academy. Watching Zhang Ming's retreating figure, Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had just barely reached the 9th level of body refinement. So the real question now was how to choose between the two prestigious academies. The Modu Military Academy was divided into 12 divisions and was renowned for its elite training. Their admissions process was notoriously strict, delving as far back as 18 generations of an applicant's ancestry. They also upheld the 4 no admissions rule. No admittance for those lacking talent, those of mundane origins, those with unclear backgrounds, or those close to non-human races. Even allied human races were included in this exclusion. Such stringent standards stemmed from their unparalleled prestige. Rumor had it that the Academy's founding principal had been involved in the creation of the legendary investiture of the gods, and later, the prodigy Jiang Shang from the Primal Division presided over the grand ceremony of deification. In contrast, the Blue Star Military Academy was far more inclusive. Adhering to the principle of education for all, anyone who passed the exams and admissions process could enroll. The Academy even welcomed exchange students and departments for non-human races, though their activities were restricted to the vicinity of the school. Despite their vastly different philosophies, both academies were titans in the field, revered as sacred grounds for Blue Star cultivators. Suddenly, Chen remembered that he had forgotten to ask his uncle yesterday which academy he had graduated from. However, given that Modu graduates were typically household names, it was clear his uncle wasn't one of them. The choice became obvious: Blue Star Military Academy. This academy, bearing the name of the planet itself, stood alongside the Blue Star Civilization Academy as the twin pillars of Blue Star's cultural and martial legacy. With his current abilities, applying to the Civilization Academy was out of the question, but the Military Academy was within reach. Having clarified his goal, Yang Chun headed decisively toward the Blue Star Military Academy's registration area. Compared to the bustling crowd at the admissions office of the Academy of Civilization, the War Academy, though equally packed, showed a clear decrease in numbers as the level of the military school increased. Yang Chun stood outside the registration area, his gaze sweeping over the candidates coming and going, silently contemplating. The old saying, the poor pursue literature, the rich pursue martial arts, was vividly reflected here. Cultivators in the body refinement stage required a large amount of spiritual food daily to temper their muscles and nurture their vitality. These spiritually infused foods were expensive and beyond the reach of ordinary families. Thinking back to his meals since his rebirth, which always included some amount of spiritual energy just as they had in his previous life, he couldn't help but wonder. Even with such resources, he had only reached the third level of body refinement by his senior year in high school. Was his awakening talent too strong, or was his cultivation talent just too weak? Shaking his head, Yang Chun dismissed the thought. Others had to rely on rare treasures and arduous effort to break through each stage, while he could achieve breakthroughs in mere seconds. There was no point in comparing himself to them. Arriving at the registration point for the Blue Star War Academy, Yang Chun retrieved a spear from the armory. The teacher at the admissions desk took his documents and scanned them briefly. Yang Chun, senior year class 6, 18 years old, cultivation level, body refinement stage 9, martial technique, frost. The teacher's voice faltered, eyes widening in surprise. Crank martial technique, mastery level. The teacher looked up, scrutinizing the seemingly frail young man in front of him. Student, would you mind demonstrating? Not interested. Yang Chun replied coldly, his demeanor calm and composed as befitted someone at the 9th level of body refinement. My spear is for combat, not for show. He was no longer the weakling stuck at the 3rd level of body refinement needed to establish the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Oh really? The teacher raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He gestured toward a boy in a samurai uniform, standing behind Yang Chun. You seem like soldier material, but let's see if your strength matches your arrogance. You there, hand me your documents. The boy looked surprised but obediently handed over his registration form. The teacher skimmed it quickly. Wei Ping, senior year class 1, cultivation level, body refinement stage 9, martial technique, drank gale blade technique, mastery level. Not bad. You two, have a sparring match. Let's see your actual combat ability. The candidates waiting in line nearby immediately stepped aside, their faces lighting up with eager anticipation. The teacher turned to scold them. Stop smirking. You'll all have to fight when you register too. Anyone caught falsifying their records will never set foot in this academy. Rather than being intimidated, the crowd grew even more excited, their eyes scanning for potential opponents among themselves. Pleased with their enthusiasm, the teacher nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. Fight freely, don't worry about injuries. The academy will cover all medical expenses. Even if you break an arm or a leg, we'll fix you up. For the first time, Yang Chun truly understood the hardcore nature of the War Academy. No wonder Zhang Ming had been so anxious earlier. Just registering could draw blood. The boy in the samurai uniform selected his weapon and was about to clasp his fists in a formal salute. Wei Ping, seeking to learn from, before he could finish his sentence, a chilling gleam of light was already upon him. Yang Chun unleashed his full strength, lightly tapping his left foot on the ground as his body lunged forward in an instant. Gripping the spear tightly in his right hand, with his left hand reinforcing the shaft, the spearhead shot forward like a falling star, aiming directly at his opponent's upper torso. In a fluster, Wei Ping raised his blade to block. A fierce clash of metal rang out, sending sparks flying. Yang Chen's attacks were relentless, giving Wei Ping no chance to catch his breath. The spear's tip streaked through the air like countless starlights, continuous and unyielding. Suddenly, seizing the perfect moment, Yang Chun gathered 36 flashes of cold light into a single point and struck with immense force, shattering Wei Ping's blade. With a sweeping motion of the spear, Wei Ping was sent flying. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a dusty halt. As the dust settled, Wei Ping struggled to his feet, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He coughed violently, gasping for air, and stammered. You fight without honor. Before Yang Chun could respond, the instructor at the registration desk chuckled. Kid, been in the martial arts hall too long, haven't you? Never seen anything like this, huh? Consider this a lesson for today. Before you fight, think about the consequences. On the battlefield, no one's going to wait for you to announce your name. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding students burst into laughter. None of them found Yang Chen's actions inappropriate. After all, battlefields are places of life and death. Victory belongs to the one who defeats their opponent by any means necessary. Without such an understanding, one wouldn't even qualify for admission to a military academy. Wei Ping's face darkened with anger. Gritting his teeth, he finally conceded with a reluctant bow to Yang Chun. I've learned my lesson. You've passed, the instructor said casually, continuing, the martial exam for the Blue Star Military Academy will take place on the 1st of next month. The academic portion coincides with the standard exams, and your homeroom teacher will notify you about the details. Other schools may not require this kind of certification, but at Blue Star Military Academy, we do. Just meeting the eligibility criteria doesn't guarantee acceptance. Yang Chen blinked, slightly surprised. The instructor then picked up a gold and crimson card from the table and handed it to him. The card was intricately engraved with ornate patterns, with 4 sword-shaped totems framing its edges. It was his admission ticket, containing his personal information and granting him the right to participate in the martial exam. Yang Chen took the card and was about to examine it when his phone suddenly vibrated. Picking it up, he saw a message from Su Nua. Which school did you register for? Yang Chen snapped a picture of the admission card and sent it over. Blue Star Military Academy. About 2 minutes later, Su Nua finally replied. Interested in joining the Tion Ming Ren? Tion Ming Ren. Yang Chen's thoughts stirred as he recalled Su Nua mentioning an organization that collaborated with the Celestial Court. Feeling a bit puzzled, he quickly typed back, if I join Tion Ming Ren, can I still join the Celestial Court? For a while, there was no response from Su Nua. Thinking the conversation was over, Yang Chen was about to put down his phone when it vibrated again. Picking it up, he saw a brief reply from Su Nua. In principle, it's not opposed, but specifics depend on the situation. Yang Chen's gaze lingered on the screen, his mind turning over the possibilities. Tion Ming Ren might not object, but the Celestial Court, they might not agree so easily. City folks really do have a way with words, huh? The way they twist language is quite impressive, Yang Chen thought to himself, lightly tapping his phone screen. Joining the Tion Ming Ren indeed came with numerous benefits. Not only could he independently take on tasks to earn merit points and rewards, but more importantly, this identity would allow him to exercise his right to redemption openly. The Lotus lamp in his sea of consciousness was adamant about making him a redeemer for other races, and having a legitimate identity for this role was undoubtedly ideal. He quickly replied to Su Nua. Other than taking on tasks, what other benefits are there to joining the Tion Ming Ren? The response came almost instantly. Have you heard of the Red Dust Immortal? Red Dust Immortal? What's that? Yang Chen asked, puzzled. Meet me on the rooftop after school, and I'll explain everything. Yang Chen stared at Su Nua's reply, furrowing his brows slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was indeed necessary to have a deeper conversation with Su Nua, given his unique situation. All right. He replied briefly, then turned off his phone and prepared to head back to class. With just 1 month left until the college entrance exams, the atmosphere within the school had clearly diverged. Academic students were still buried in their textbooks, while martial arts students were mostly in seclusion, making their final push for the upcoming martial exams. While the content of martial exams at most military academies was similar, the exams for top-tier schools among which the Blue Star Military Academy was a standout varied significantly each year. According to online information, last year's Blue Star Military Academy martial exam took place in the ancient forest secret realm. Candidates were randomly grouped into teams of 5 and had to hunt down 5 exotic beasts to pass. This secret realm, a pocket dimension created by a powerful being, housed ferocious beasts captured from the battlefield beyond the stars, their brutality enough to instill fear. Out of the 10,000 candidates who participated last year, only 1,000 passed. Among the 9,000 who failed, over 5,000 were seriously injured, more than 3,000 suffered fatal wounds, and the remainder never returned from the secret realm. Despite the advanced medical technology of modern Blue Star, which could even revive someone after decapitation, the martial exams still resulted in numerous deaths each year, highlighting their brutal nature. As Yang Chun returned to the classroom and sat down, barely settling into his seat, Zhang Ming burst in like a whirlwind, his face brimming with excitement. Yang Chun, Yang Chun. Zhang Ming rushed over to him, his eyes practically glowing. Is it true you defeated Wei Ping? I heard from a lot of people that our class has a legend now. They're saying you took down that so-called genius swordsman Wei Ping with just a few moves. You've been hiding your skills way too well. Who told you that? That's such an exaggeration, Yang Chun said, his lips twitching as he covered his face in exasperation. Why not just say I sneezed and sent him flying? That's not the point. Come on, tell me what happened. Zhang Ming pressed eagerly. There's nothing much to say. I just played around with a gun and taught him a bit about combat techniques. Yang Chun waved it off, indicating it wasn't a big deal. Well, you're officially enrolled in the Blue Star Military Academy now. Among all the martial arts students at our school, you're practically a celebrity, Zhang Ming said, full of admiration. But then his tone shifted, his expression turning serious. The injury and death rates at Blue Star Military Academy have always been the highest among all the academies. Yang Chen, I think you should seriously consider taking some advanced training classes and focus on your preparation. Don't worry, I will. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. Yang Chen flipped through a foreign language book and discovered that the demon clan's language wasn't particularly complicated. Zhang Ming noticed Yang Chen's casual expression and grew anxious. Do you realize what time it is? The college entrance exams are right around the corner, and you're still reading these books? What good will this do? When it counts, it's your strength that'll save you. He clenched his fist for emphasis and added, a month from now, you better come back alive. They'll throw you a celebration feast, brother. In Zhang Ming's eyes, warriors were often more straightforward than scholars' strength commanded respect. He didn't feel jealousy over Yang Chen's sudden display of power. Instead, he admired him. Their status as desk mates only made Zhang Ming feel proud, though he couldn't help but worry about Yang Chen's upcoming martial arts exam. Don't worry. Starting tomorrow, he'll sign up for a class and go into secluded training. I probably won't be coming back to school much, so call me if anything comes up. Yang Chen patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder, signaling his determination to prepare. All right, then I hope you unlock your first genetic gate before the exam. Zhang Ming replied enthusiastically. It was common knowledge in all high schools that martial arts exam candidates often didn't attend classes in the month leading up to the test. Yang Chen had plenty of time to focus on intense training and make the most of it. On the rooftop after school, Su Nua maintained her usual nonchalant demeanor. With her hands in her pockets and a lollipop in her mouth, she sported the black and white striped uniform of the elite class, marking her as a top student destined for prestigious schools. She looked Yang Chen up and down before speaking. Yang Chen, your talent isn't just a level spirit eye, is it? I had my doubts last time, and now you're showing 9-layer body refinement strength. Is it delayed awakening? Her tone carried a hint of uncertainty, but such cases weren't unheard of. Sometimes, during the awakening ceremony, only a fraction of one's talent would manifest, with the rest unfolding later. This often indicated a high-level talent, possibly even S-level. Did you call me here just to say that? Yang Chen spread his hands, looking a little impatient. If that's all, I'll be on my way. Hey, don't leave. Su Nua quickly stopped him as he turned to go. We've fought side by side, haven't we? Isn't it fair to talk about our talents? Besides, I already have a pretty good guess about yours. You've guessed? Yang Chen looked at her, surprised. Seeing his reaction, Su Nua became even more confident in her deduction and smiled smugly. It's the S-level talent, the eye of truth, right? Not only can it see through all disguises, but it can also spot an opponent's weaknesses during battle. Yang Chen stared at Su Nua in astonishment, thinking to himself, you're really sharp, but unfortunately, you're wrong. You've only figured out 2 of my eye's abilities. Still, her words gave him new insights into his own powers. If just 2 functions of his eyes could qualify as S-level, he needed to keep the full extent of his abilities a tightly guarded secret. For now, Su Nua's assumption might actually serve as a convenient cover. Ahem, so you figured it out. Yang Chen gave a sheepish laugh, putting on a look of reluctant admission. Seeing his expression, Su Nua's lips curled into a slight smirk. Well then, do you want to know what my talent is? I don't. Yang Chen responded without hesitation. What? Su Nua's smile froze, and she quickly followed up. Aren't you even a little curious? Su Nua looked at Yang Chen with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Do you know how one joins the celestial court? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly not expecting the conversation to shift to the celestial court. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, amnesty, external recruitment, or special appointments? That's right, those are the methods. But you must understand, all 3 require taking a true soul oath before the investiture of the gods, or entrusting a strand of your true soul to it. By doing so, you'll be under the control of the investiture of the gods, restricting your freedom. Su Nua paused, her expression growing more serious. Of course, organizations like Heavenly Mandate are an exception. Strictly speaking, even demon suppression guards aren't fully involved with the investiture of the gods, except for a few top-ranking members. Yang Chen's expression changed instantly. This was something he hadn't known. Su Nua glanced at him and continued. These methods are primarily for cultivators below the 6th stage. As for ascension, her tone suddenly became notably grave, as if the topic carried an intangible sense of intimidation. The 6th stage of the celestial path is called immortal. Ascension is the exclusive path for strong individuals at the immortal stage. Those who can ascend and join the celestial court will not be bound by any restrictions and will enjoy immense privileges. If they feel their cultivation can no longer progress, they can also choose to entrust their true soul to the investiture of the gods in exchange for eternal life. However, doing so would mean giving up any chance of further breakthroughs. Yang Chen fell silent for a moment, silently repeating the word ascension in his mind. Yet, he felt a trace of unease. He didn't want to be bound by any force. Even if he joined the celestial court, he had to remain free and unrestrained. Noticing his thoughts, Su Nua continued. Remember when I mentioned mortal immortals before? Yang Chen nodded, indicating he remembered. Su Nua smiled faintly and explained. Not all immortal stage cultivators wish to join the celestial court. Those who don't become known as mortal immortals. They formed the Heavenly Mandate organization, which is tasked with suppressing the Forbidden Zones. Forbidden Zones? Yang Chen asked curiously. What exactly are these places? Su Nua shook her head, her gaze deep. No one knows for sure. Some say they're ancient battlefields where our ancestors clashed with foreign civilizations. Others speculate they're prisons for beings from other realms. Whatever the truth is, with the current power of Blue Star civilization, it's nearly impossible to eradicate the Forbidden Zones entirely, especially since countless enemies are still watching us from the outside. As he listened, Yang Chen felt a subtle stir within him. Su Nua's words carried a heavy sense of complexity, giving him a deeper understanding of the world's precarious state. What if someone in the organization reaches the level of ascension and chooses to ascend? Yang Chen asked, his gaze contemplative. The Heavenly Mandate organization is so vast. Surely not everyone wants to remain mortal immortals? Then they ascend, Su Nua replied casually. As long as an immortal stage cultivator doesn't act against Blue Star civilization, they are granted tremendous freedom. Whether they choose to be a mortal immortal or accept a title from the celestial court and become a powerful figure, it's entirely up to them. Yang Chen stared into the void, lost in thought. Was it truly that simple? If so, it meant he had the freedom to choose as well. He couldn't help but speak up. Then I've decided to join. Su Nua smiled faintly and took out a red circular ring from her storage pouch, handing it to Yang Chen. This is the symbol of a Heavenly Mandate member and also our internal communication tool. It contains 10 cubic meters of storage space. Once bound, you can activate it with your consciousness. If you die, the ring will display your last known location, and the organization's powerful members will investigate the cause of your death. Yang Chen accepted the ring, briefly sensing its properties, then shook his head. Thank you, but I doubt it'll need such benefits. Su Nua gave a faint smile, though her gaze carried a trace of complexity. If you truly die, that's when the ring's function will be most useful. Either way, I wish you the best of luck. Yang Chen muttered a complaint and slipped the ring, resembling a fitness tracker, onto his wrist. As the cold sensation touched his skin, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Destiny Ring has detected the host. Would you like to bind it? Pretty advanced, an artifact capable of binding to the soul. The security must be top-notch, Yang Chen thought to himself. With a mere flicker of his consciousness, he confirmed the binding option. In an instant, a strange yet intimate connection surged through him. He attempted to communicate with the Destiny Ring using his consciousness, and immediately, semi-transparent interfaces unfolded before his eyes one after another. Task Zone, Communication Hall, Destiny Mall, Destiny Points, and Friend List. Everything was laid out. A system notification soon appeared. You are currently a level 1 Destiny user. Once your Destiny points reach 1 million, you will advance to level 2 Destiny user and unlock level 2 permissions. How do I earn Destiny points? Is it through the Task Zone? With curiosity, Yang Chen opened the Task Zone interface. What met his eyes was a densely packed list of tasks, eerily resembling the layout of Ibis games. The Task Zone included not only critical missions issued directly by the Heavenly Court, but also routine tasks within the organization. Completing tasks would earn Destiny points, which could be used to shop in the mall or be converted into Blue Star currency at a rate of 1:10,000. However, converting Blue Star currency back into Destiny points required 20,000 Blue Star currency for 1 Destiny point. Scanning the task list, Yang Chen saw tasks of varying difficulties. Suppress the Forbidden Zone's Undying Mountain, deadline, 1 month, difficulty, 3.5 stars. Slay the Blood-Winged Rock in the Forbidden Zone's Shurtua Ridge, no deadline, difficulty, 5 stars. Join the battle on the outer battlefield to attack the Demon Clan's Flower Fruit Mountain, deadline, 6 months, difficulty, 3 stars. Infiltrate the Abyssal Civilization to gather intelligence, deadline, 2 years, difficulty, 2 stars, reward, 2,000 Destiny points. Capture a Blue Star Spy, no deadline, difficulty, 1 star, reward, 1,000 Destiny points. Track down Blue Star Stowaways, no deadline, difficulty, 0.5 stars, reward, 500 Destiny points. Su Nua offered timely advice. For complex tasks, you can post team-up requests in the communication hall and agree on a distribution plan in advance. Teaming up significantly boosts survival rates and task completion rates. It really does feel like a game, Yang Chen remarked with a smile. You can think of it as a game, but don't forget you only have 1 life, Su Nua replied with a roll of his eyes. A special reminder, never take on spy missions for other civilizations. Even though these tasks are rated only 2 stars, they are notoriously fatal. Once exposed, survival is nearly impossible. Like that stealthy infiltrator we encountered? Yang Chen asked. Su Nua nodded in agreement. Exactly. That guy relied on his stealth talent as an infiltrator to ambush us. Luckily, he ran into you. Otherwise, he might have escaped. He glanced up at the sky, his tone turning somber. But even if he had escaped, he wouldn't have left Blue Star alive. Most spies sent to our ancestral star are prepared to die. A death warrior? That truly is the dead among the dead. Yang Chen's eyes flickered, his tone carrying a trace of complexity. He paused briefly, then went straight to the heart of the matter. But the Tion Ming organization is massive. Why, out of everyone, would they invite me? After all, not just anyone can join Tion Ming. Su Nua gently shook her head, a glimmer of reminiscence in her eyes. Back then, the Red Dust Immortals who founded Tion Ming did so with the goal of nurturing more people like themselves. We hope that one day, relying solely on the power of Tion Ming, we'll be able to eliminate all forbidden zones. She looked directly at Yang Chun, her tone resolute. Your talent and character meet the standards. That's why I invited you. As she spoke, a hint of pride flickered in her gaze. Of course, being a genius is just the entry-level requirement. If Tion Ming is composed of experts cultivating the Tao of immortality, then it truly is a gathering place for prodigies, Yang Chun said with a smile as he opened the Tion Ming store. His eyes quickly scanned the extensive list of items on display. The store had everything one could imagine, from pills and techniques to divine weapons and martial arts skills, all priced significantly lower than in the outside world. There were even rare treasures and artifacts from other races' dimensional suppression invitations, eternal spring water, Sklas nano battle armor, the 100 Ghosts Night Parade scroll, transformation grass, and more. Prices range from 10,000 to 200,000 Tianming points, with each item being a priceless treasure. Yang Chen's heartbeat quickened as he browsed, his excitement barely contained. Suppressing his enthusiasm, he feigned calmness and asked, Su Nua, which military academy have you applied to? Have you joined any prep courses? Blue Star Warfare Academy. Su Nua replied with a hint of disdain. Prep courses? No need. I don't require them. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. That's great. So you should have some free time this month, right? Su Nua instinctively stepped back 2 paces, her brows furrowing slightly. As the school beauty of Hangqing First High School, she had been surrounded by admirers since her freshman year, to the point of considering dropping out due to the constant harassment. It wasn't until her talent awakened at age 16 that, through sheer strength, she managed to deter those persistent suitors and finally restore some peace to her life. Now, seeing Yang Chen's behavior, she was already preparing herself to land a punch if necessary. Yang Chen glanced at the time on his phone, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Tonight, is it okay if you go home a little later? The city was gradually enveloped in twilight, neon lights flickering on one by one, casting a dazzling and intoxicating glow across the sky. Buzz! The deep roar of an engine echoed down the wide road. A sleek sports car sped forward like an arrow shot from a bow, forcing other vehicles to swerve aside, while pedestrians on the sidewalk pulled out their phones to capture the luxurious scene. Inside the car, Lie Xian leisurely blew out a ring of smoke, his right hand restlessly brushing against the black-stockinged leg of the Music Academy's campus beauty in the passenger seat. She asked coyly, Where are we going, big brother? The Bulgari Hotel. Is that okay, babe? Lie Xian pressed harder on the accelerator, and the car let out a feral roar. His hand grew bolder, eliciting playful squeals from the young woman. Damn, now this is living. My old life was worse than a dog's. Lie Xian suddenly exclaimed. What are you talking about, big brother? Nothing. He'll treat you to something delicious tonight, he deflected, then added with a grin. By the way, don't you have a friend at Jiangnan Civilization School? Let's invite her to hang out sometime. Oomph, you're so annoying. Big brother always looking for more while you're already eating. Come on, I just want to experience the world of a straight-A student. Yeah, right. I don't believe you. As the two bantered flirtatiously, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. By the time Lie Xian noticed, it was too late. SHD. Ah. With a scream from the passenger seat, Lie Xian instinctively slammed the brakes and jerked the steering wheel to the right. The tires screeched against the asphalt in a deafening cry. Don't run around anymore, a calm voice said. In the next moment, the million-dollar road beast was stopped dead in its tracks by a pair of human hands. And Sklas super strength talent lives up to its name. Yang Chun, standing behind with a gun, marveled. He glanced at the class weapon he had purchased at great expense from Wujin Armory, silently wondering if it could withstand Su Nua's strength. Inside the car, the two were paralyzed with fear. After a moment, Lie Xian shakily stepped out of the vehicle. Sirs, my cousin is a professor at the Hangzhou Military Academy. If I've offended you in any way, could you? There's something unnatural in your car. We're here to deal with it. Step back, Su Nua interrupted. Unnatural? Lie Xian started to turn around, but before he could fully process the situation, a sharp crash came from the car. A blood-red tongue shot out through the broken window. In the nick of time, Su Nua yanked Lie Xian out of harm's way. Couldn't wait any longer, huh? I thought you'd try to talk your way out of this, Yang Chen remarked as his spear flashed like lightning, thrusting into the car. Bang! The car's roof was pierced instantly. The campus beauty darted out with inhuman agility, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Her fingers had morphed into razor-sharp blades, and her blood-red tongue slithered half a meter out of her mouth like a serpent. Under the moonlight, her claws gleamed with an icy glint that sent chills down the spine. What the hell? 10 meters away, Lie Xian scrambled backward in a panic, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were locked onto the creature perched on the car roof. That once familiar face now sent chills down his spine, and his leaden legs refused to lift him off the ground. Yang Chen frowned deeply, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze on the car roof. This second-tier anomaly was incredibly fast while it was the same tier as the one they encountered last time. The oppressive aura of confronting it hidden was markedly stronger. He quickly analyzed its traits, a hunter, skilled in combat, with its only weakness being a relatively low spiritual strength. Suddenly, a foul wind rushed toward him, followed by a flash of a blade aimed straight at Yang Chen's face. At the critical moment, a deafening boom resounded as an iron sphere shot through the air, slamming into the shadowy figure and sending it flying. The adrenaline of the life-or-death moment seemed to unlock something inside Yang Chen. A surge of immense power coursed through his body, making his muscles convulse and his face flush red. Thankfully, his century of rigorous training and his foundation far surpassing the typical 9th-level body refinement practitioner prevented him from exploding upon unlocking his genetic potential. He quickly adapted to the newfound strength, his blood surging and his eyes blazing like torches had finally broken through to the first stage of the genetic lock. Su Nua, noticing Yang Chen's transformation, rolled his eyes in exasperation. He darted forward to intercept the hunter, the destiny ring in his hand glowing as another iron sphere materialized. Your opponent is me. The iron sphere shot through the air with a piercing whistle. Despite the hunter's formidable physique, Su Nua's divine strength proved overwhelming. With a sickening crunch of bones, the creature was sent flying several meters, blood splattering everywhere. Pathetic, Su Nua muttered under his breath. The comment clearly enraged the hunter, who had just struggled to its feet. Half of its face was smashed in, exposing ghastly white bone, and its eyes burned with a crimson fury. With a furious roar, countless bone spikes erupted from its body, turning it into a grotesque, spiked monstrosity. It lunged at Su Nua with razor-sharp claws, aiming for his throat. Su Nua activated his A-class movement technique, Phantom Step, his figure dissolving into a blur of afterimages. He narrowly evaded the deadly strike before delivering a devastating punch that sent the hunter crashing into the distant road, creating a massive crater. In the air above, countless needles crackling with blue lightning suddenly appeared, raining down like a tempest and piercing through the hunter's body. The spiritual attack inflicted damage far worse than any physical wound, causing the hunter to howl in agony as its eyes began to roll back. At that moment, a silver-white spear streaked through the air, pinning the staggering hunter to a streetlight with precision. Second-tier anomaly eliminated. Merit points increased by 100. You really treat combat like a game, don't you? Even now, you couldn't resist stealing the kill. Su Nua spread her hands and shrugged. Although she was somewhat puzzled by Yang Chen's actions, she didn't seem to mind. As the long spear left his hand, Yang Chen appeared as if he had just climbed out of water, drenched in sweat, with his right arm trembling slightly. The surging power that had rampaged through his body moments ago made him feel like a volcano on the verge of eruption, yet with no outlet to release. That single spear thrust allowed him to vent completely, and the resulting sense of relief shot straight through him like a euphoric rush. However, it was quickly followed by a profound sense of emptiness. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Whether it was the gene lock or the primordial spirit lock, every breakthrough was a gamble with life and death, with the odds stacked against success. Throughout the history of the Blue Star civilization, countless individuals had perished attempting such breakthroughs. The saying, to know the way in the morning and die in the evening, resonated deeply with him. He had taken his very first step on the path of cultivation. Looking at Su Nua, he felt a surge of gratitude. Without her safeguarding him during this critical moment, not only would he have failed to break through, but he might have lost his life as well. As per their agreement, he said, if you help me break through the first tier, this strange destiny value will be entirely yours. Here's to a successful partnership. To a successful partnership, Su Nua replied with a faint smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Someone will come to clean up here soon. If you recover quickly, we can go on another operation tonight. The Eye of Truth had indeed lived up to its reputation. Even before breaking through the first-tier gene lock, Yang Chen was able to see through the disguises of second-tier anomalies. Now that he had advanced to the first tier, his strength had grown exponentially. Once he became even stronger, the two of them might be able to attempt hunting a third-tier anomaly together. Yang Chen nodded, his gaze falling on the text displayed before him. Cultivation level, Gene Lock, Tier 1, Early Stage 20. Binaural Breathing Technique, Grade D Proficiency Maxed 100. Cold Star Spear Technique, Grade C Proficiency Advanced 71. Karma Points, 100. Remaining Lifespan, 105 years. His strength was still too weak. Not only was his cultivation level insufficient, but even his techniques and combat skills seemed immature. A person's overall power couldn't rely solely on their cultivation level. Techniques, combat skills, innate abilities, and weaponry all played crucial roles. Moreover, pursuing a balanced cultivation path without any glaring weaknesses was ideal. Su Nua, with her first-tier immortal path strength, had effortlessly defeated a second-tier anomaly hunter, thanks to her well-rounded abilities and lack of vulnerabilities. Whether it was hunters or infiltrators, both had notable weaknesses. The former lacked spiritual strength, while the latter had frail physical bodies. Yang Chun decided to first master the Cold Star Spear technique, then learn a meditation method to enhance his primordial spirit, and simultaneously search for a high-level breathing technique and movement skill. He needed to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. With that thought, he allocated all his karma points to the Cold Star Spear technique. Ding! Consumed 100 karma points. Beginning training in Cold Star Spear technique. As the karma points were expended, the system prompt for further training appeared. Consume 50 karma points to advance the Cold Star Spear technique to Perfect Mastery 100. Would you like to continue training? Perfect Mastery could still be pushed further? Curious, Yang Chun decided to give it a try. Day after day, year after year, the Cold Star Spear technique reached perfection, but Yang Chun continued his relentless practice, hoping to one day glimpse a new horizon. 10 years passed, then 20. One night, as he watched a meteor streak across the sky, inspiration struck him. He practiced with his spear throughout the night. At dawn, as the first light broke, he seemed to have a sudden epiphany. A year later, on a certain night, he gripped his spear tightly and hurled it with all his might toward the sky. A single point of cold starlight sparkled in the night sky, and he smiled. Ding! Your Cold Star Spear technique has surpassed the technique's original creator, breaking through its limits and reaching the boundary-breaking stage 101. You have gained Spear Intent, which enhances your spear technique training speed by 1,000. 29 karma points have been refunded. Cold Star Spear technique. Grade C Proficiency Boundary Breaking 101. After finishing his cultivation, Yang Chen opened his eyes, holding a spear in his hand. His entire demeanor shifted instantly. He stretched his body, his muscles and joints cracking loudly, sounding like popcorn popping in a pan. Yang Chen, you recover pretty fast, huh? It's only been 2 minutes, and you're already up? Su Nua remarked while uploading a photo he had just taken to the Destiny Ring. The system quickly responded, awarding him 1,000 Destiny points. When I broke through the gene lock, I was sprawled on the ground for over an hour before I could even move. Yang Chun instinctively touched his still bruised eye socket. Decades of intense training had granted him extraordinary resilience and determination. Let's head back to the bustling commercial areas and keep waiting for the right moment, Su Nua said, handing Yang Chun a lollipop. I'm feeling a bit hungry anyway. How about grabbing a late-night meal at Hadaleo? Hiding in plain sight seems to be the best approach. We've searched so many places without success, but finally found our target on Central Street. It seems these anomalies prefer crowded urban spots. At the 24-hour Hadaleo in the Jintai City commercial district of the upper city, the two chose a window seat. Through the glass, they could clearly observe the passing crowds. The streets were still brightly lit despite the late hour, and occasionally, humanoid alien species walked openly among the people. These legally registered aliens were untouchable under the law. Since the civilization of Blue Star had come to dominate the Tianlan starfield, obtaining residency on the home planet had become the most challenging feat among the thousands of life-supporting planets. However, those who held residency enjoyed unparalleled benefits: free housing, 3 days off per week, 19 years of paid parental leave, and a comprehensive healthcare and retirement system. This had earned Blue Star the title of the happiest planet, with some even willing to pay 1 billion universal credits for a residency. It wasn't easy for Blue Star to get to where it is today, Su Nua remarked, gazing at the brightly lit streets outside. Yang Chun, do you know how vast a starfield is? The geography books say its diameter is about hundreds of billions of light years, Yang Chun replied, taking a sip of water. But planets like Blue Star, suitable for life, are incredibly rare. Sometimes, you can't find a single one in an entire galaxy. While artificial terraforming is possible, the costs are so astronomical that they could spark inter-civilization wars. Exactly, Su Nua said with a sigh. Our ancestors ventured out from Blue Star, built bases in the solar system, conquered other civilizations in the Milky Way, and ultimately spent 10,000 years claiming the entire Tianlan starfield. They became one of the universe's dominant civilizations, all to secure more planets suitable for human survival. Hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Su Nua's eyes. In just 10,000 years, we've caught up with the progress that other dominant civilizations took billions of years to achieve. Do you really think this is something humanity could accomplish? Yang Chen's gaze grew deep as he stared into the void. It's the result of a long build-up. On the surface, it seems like 10,000 years, but in reality, it's the accumulation of countless generations of civilization. Yang Chen, have your eyes rested enough? Can we start the investigation now? Su Nua shifted the conversation abruptly, steering it toward the ghost hunting mission. Yang Chen nodded and directed his gaze toward the crowds outside the window, activating his alien detection ability. After the first scan yielded nothing, he expanded the range to 3 kilometers, but still found no results. Keep going. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chen extended the range to 10 kilometers, despite the system warning of potential minor damage. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. 5 kilometers southwest, 3 illegal alien infiltrators detected. Really? Su Nua clenched his fists in excitement and was about to stand up. Then let's head out now. Wait. Yang Chen stopped him and carefully analyzed the target information. 1 first-tier hunter, 1 second-tier stalker, and 1 first-tier vampire from the Abyss civilization. With this lineup, we should be able to handle it. The two immediately hailed an autonomous taxi, tossing in 2 100 yuan bills. The vehicle roared to life, speeding toward the destination like a whirlwind. Eventually, they arrived at a street brimming with artistic flair. Under the glow of neon lights, signs for shops like Dreamscape Love Hotel, Forever Love Private Cinema, and Peach Blossom Valley Couples Themed Hotel shone vibrantly. Couples strolled past them here and there. Ahem. Yang Chen cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment. Hiding in plain sight, this kind of place is perfect for alien spies to meet. Su Nua leaned in and whispered, but there are so many people here. Won't it be hard to make a move later? The autonomous taxi remained parked quietly by the roadside, awaiting further instructions. Not far ahead, a group of fashionably dressed men and women poured out of a bar in single file. Under the neon lights, the cocktail bottles in their hands glimmered with a hazy brilliance, and the swirling smoke thickened the already suggestive atmosphere. Had so much fun tonight. Thanks, everyone, for coming to my birthday party. A girl with striking red hair slumped unsteadily onto a lounge chair near the entrance. 2 men flanked her on either side, one of them handing her a lit cigarette. She took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke slowly through her lips. Wang Lily, didn't you say you were at school? A furious shout suddenly broke through the revelry. Startled by the familiar voice, the red-haired girl's body tensed, and the cigarette slipped from her fingers to the ground. She turned toward the sound, spotting a young man wearing glasses a short distance away. He looked to be in his early 20s, his face flushed with anger, his eyes filled with pain and fury. Zhang Hao, let me explain. Wang Lily stammered, gesturing around her in panic. They're just friends, look. There are other girls here too. She pointed to a few women passed out in the arms of their male companions. How many times has this happened? Zhang Hao shouted, his rage boiling over as he hurled his 26 Pro Max phone to the ground, the screen shattering instantly. Don't go. Wang Lily stumbled after him, throwing her arms around him from behind. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. Please, give me another chance. Tears soaked through Zhang Hao's back. He turned to face Wang Lily, his eyes red-rimmed, and said hoarsely, then promise me go get a marriage license with me tomorrow. But, Wang Lily hesitated, her voice trembling. I'm pregnant. Would you mind? Zhang Hao's lips twitched briefly. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile. I don't mind. I love you for who you are. As long as you marry me, the baby, he'll raise it. Deep in his eyes, a flicker of something sinister flashed. Damn it. Once I've secured my legal status on Blue Planet, he'll make sure you're finished. All right. Then tomorrow, well. Wang Lily's words were abruptly cut off as 2 whistling iron spheres hurtled toward them. Who the hell? Zhang Hao shoved Wang Lily aside with a forceful kick, narrowly dodging the deadly attack as he leaped back. In the instant Wang Lily avoided the iron spheres, a cold glint streaked through the air. Yang Chen's spear, swift and unstoppable, pierced through her chest, pinning her to the ground. In the next moment, a dozen needles crackling with blue electric sparks embedded themselves into her body. Aya! Her blood-curdling screams tore through the night, mingling with the nauseating stench of charred flesh. You're all looking for death. A shadowy figure roared as it burst out from Wang Lily's mangled body, a bone-chilling wind sweeping through the area like a tangible force, scattering dust and debris in its wake. The men and women nearby, who had been frozen in shock, finally snapped out of their stupor, and the air was instantly filled with panicked screams. Everyone scrambled to flee, crawling and stumbling in a desperate attempt to escape the hellish scene. Zhang Hao stood there, staring blankly at Wang Lily's broken corpse and the shadow emerging from it. His face twisted into an expression of utter disgust, as though he had swallowed something vile. Gritting his teeth, he cursed aloud. Damn it! Wasting so much of my time. And it turns out you're one of those cursed creatures. Before he even finished speaking, his pupils turned blood red, as if a mist of blood churned within his eyes. Without hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which coalesced into an arrow and shot through the air toward the shadow leaping high above. Die, you bastard, he roared. The blood arrow pierced through the shadow's head with a sharp whistle, detonating on impact. The explosion scattered the shadow's form, obliterating its head and dispersing its soul entirely. The sheer destructive force was no less formidable than Su Nua's lightning spear. Yang Chun raised an eyebrow as he watched, clearly surprised by the sudden shift in Zhang Hao's demeanor. The man, who usually acted like an infatuated fool, had turned ruthless in an instant, taking decisive action to kill the creature. A smirk played on Yang Chen's lips as he remarked mockingly, "Weren't you acting like a love-struck puppy just a moment ago?" That change of heart was faster than flipping a page in a book. Zhang Hao's face flushed red with a mix of shame and anger. He glared at Yang Chun, shouting furiously, "Damn you Blue Star humans! You can't even protect your own territory, and I had to endure so much humiliation for nothing. You all deserve to die." Consumed by rage, Zhang Hao raised his foot, ready to strike, his killing intent surging as he prepared to personally finish off the detestable creature that had shamed him. But just as he was about to act, Yang Chun moved first. With a flick of his bloodstained spear, Yang Chun unleashed a flurry of silver light from its tip, resembling stars scattered across the night sky. The attack was direct and unembellished, targeting the core of the shadow's remaining soul and eradicating it in an instant. Ever since Su Xiaoyu had given him the cleansing pill, Yang Chun had discovered that his blood carried a unique property that suppressed lower-tier spectral entities. Even without mastering advanced soul combat techniques, he could use the power of his blood combined with precise spear techniques to destroy spiritual forms. Turning to Zhang Hao, Yang Chun spoke in a calm tone, "Leave this blood clan to me. You handle the hunter." Amid the chaos of the fleeing crowd, Su Nua had already made his move. Swift as a predator, he seized the yellow-haired young man, hoisting him up like a sack of potatoes. Without mercy, he slammed the man into the ground repeatedly, leaving him dazed and disoriented, before tossing him into a nearby garbage bin like discarded trash. "Got it," Yang Chun replied with a faint smirk, lifting his spear and waving casually at Zhang Hao. The trio worked seamlessly, and within moments, they had taken down a second-tier spectral entity, earning themselves 100 merit points. The power of Yang Chen's Starfall Spear technique was undeniable. With a single strike at full strength, he had gravely injured the spectral infiltrator, leaving even the speed-based target unable to evade his attack. However, Yang Chun was well aware of the risks involved in his spear-throwing technique. A single misstep could leave him vulnerable, so he resolved to reserve it for critical moments only. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the garbage bin, sending debris flying everywhere. The yellow-haired hunter, now covered in blood, emerged with a look of pure hatred, his eyes fixed on Su Nua, as though he intended to repay the humiliation 100-fold. Ignoring Yang Chun entirely, the hunter launched himself forward like an arrow, aiming straight for Su Nua. But before he could get close, a flash of silver light streaked through the air. A silver-white spear pierced through the hunter's head with devastating force, reducing it to a gory mess. Blood and brain matter splattered across the street, leaving behind a nauseating stench. One strike, instant kill. Yang Chen calmly withdrew his gaze. The opponent had left too many openings, and though he had initially intended to hold back, the thrill of battle had gotten the better of him. Seizing the opportunity, he had thrown his spear with deadly precision, reveling in the satisfaction it brought. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a wet wipe, disdainfully cleaning his hands as he walked over to retrieve his spear. The initial unlocking of his genetic potential had granted him significant enhancements across the board. Strength, endurance, and speed had all increased several-fold. In the past, even if he had spotted a weakness, he wouldn't have been capable of delivering such a precise and fatal blow. Rubbing his slightly sore arm, Yang Chen's expression grew serious as he turned his gaze toward the Blood Clan figure lingering in the distance. Boom. The ground trembled as Zhang Hao was blasted away by the promised divine strike. In an instant, he crashed through several thick trees lining the street, his body flung like a broken kite before slamming into the ground and rolling violently, with splinters scattered everywhere as Zhang Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he struggled to his feet, his body trembling. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he locked his gaze on Su Nua. "Hey, do we really have to fight?" Zhang Hao growled through gritted teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Swallowing the blood forcefully, he continued, "Our abyssal civilization signed a truce with your Blue Star civilization. I'm only here for sightseeing." His eyes shifted to Yang Chun, who stood nearby, casually spinning a long spear in his hand. A cold smirk flashed across Zhang Hao's face. Who would have thought that first-tier Spectre would be so useless, getting taken down by a mere high school student? Yang Chun gave Zhang Hao a once-over, then shook his head with a chuckle. "Are you kidding me? Even Fiang Yang would call you master if he saw you. And you're telling me you came to Blue Star for sightseeing with a look like that? You what? Can I?" Zhang Hao stammered, his anger and helplessness clashing within him. Reluctantly, he lowered his head. "Can I go on a budget trip?" Yang Chun burst into laughter. "A budget trip? Ha! You're killing me. Look at you. Do you think anyone would believe you're here for a budget trip? Su Nua, what do you think? Does this guy look like someone who could come to Blue Star on a budget trip?" Su Nua stood with her hands on her hips, chiming in with Yang Chun. Zhang Hao trembled with rage, but the lessons from Wang Lily held him back, forcing him to swallow his pride. Taking a deep breath, he tried again to negotiate civilly. You too, while my bloodline isn't royal in the abyssal civilization, we are still a significant force. If you spare me today, I promise to repay you generously in the future. Yang Chen's eyes glinted with disdain. If you want to repay us, do it now. If you can't do it now, there won't be a future. Before he even finished speaking, his gaze locked on Zhang Hao's weak points, and he tightened his grip on the spear. Su Nua also began closing it step by step. Wait. Zhang Hao quickly retreated, waving his hands frantically. Honestly, I was framed by traitors in my clan. I barely escaped to Blue Star with my life, and am completely broke. If you'll just let me go ill? Before he could finish, a cold flash of light streaked toward him. Damn it. You have no honor. Zhang Hao shouted, leaping back. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes, momentarily slowing Yang Chen's movements. But Yang Chen remained unfazed, hurling his spear with precision. 3 dark iron orbs shot forward like arrows, targeting Zhang Hao's head, abdomen, and heart. The air around them seemed to freeze, filled with a chilling sense of death. Zhang Hao realized with dread that there was no way to escape. Fury surged within him as he muttered, damn it, I refuse to die here. In that instant, his blood seemed to erupt from his body, filling the street with a suffocating metallic scent. Crimson liquid gushed like a tide, quickly enveloping Zhang Hao entirely. From his back, 2 massive, menacing blood wings emerged, hovering in the air like the claws of a demon. Just as death loomed over him, a burst of blood-red light tore through the night, shooting off into the distance at an incredible speed. Yang Chen's attack missed completely. A bloodline escape technique? Su Nua's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with surprise. This guy actually mastered the bloodline clan's escape technique. He's definitely not just some ordinary clansman. Yang Chen frowned slightly, his gaze piercing through the void. Within a radius of 10 miles, the person's presence had completely vanished. This meant that in just a fleeting moment, the individual had already escaped over 10 miles away. It was exactly the kind of rare secret technique their teacher had repeatedly emphasized in class, a precious skill far more valuable than ordinary martial arts, a true trump card for survival in life and death situations. Su Nua shook his head with a sigh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. That person must be harboring a great secret. If we could capture them, the value would far exceed the 500 destiny points reward. On Blue Star, as long as someone captured a non-allied foreign entity, the captor had full authority over their fate. The usual practice was to first loot the target's treasures before turning them in for rewards. Don't worry, they won't escape, Yang Chen said coldly, his voice resolute. Not only are they carrying a secret treasure, but they're also severely injured. Besides, the grudge has already been formatted, must be settled completely. His gaze locked onto the direction the person had fled. If I can't find you within 10 miles, then I'll expand the search to 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 miles. Mom, look! A shooting star. A child's excited voice echoed from afar. Boom. In the desolate outskirts, a blood-red figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Amidst the billowing dust, a humanoid blood cocoon emerged inside the pit. With a faint cracking sound, large cracks spread across the surface of the cocoon before it finally shattered completely. Zhang Hao crawled out of the blood cocoon in a sorry state, his face pale as paper and his body weak and powerless. Damn it, I really took a hit this time. He pulled out several blood bags from his storage pouch and downed them one after another. Only then did a trace of color return to his ghastly complexion. The escape technique recorded in the blood scripture is indeed incredible. It has already saved my life twice. But the after effects are just too severe, he muttered to himself. Those 2 Blue Star people really have no sense of honor. No wonder they're called demonic cultivators by the cultivation civilizations. One moment they're negotiating, and the next they're trying to kill you. Truly ruthless. Just as he took out his phone to check his location, a blinding light suddenly shone on him, making his eyes sting. What the hell? Who's using high beams at night? Zhang Hao cursed aloud, but immediately sensed something was off. This desolate area, apart from an abandoned factory, shouldn't have anyone around. A car roared toward him, its speed easily exceeding 300 miles per hour. Alert! Obstacle detected ahead. Preparing to brake, the car's AI announced. Found him! Su Nua exclaimed excitedly, glancing at Yang Chen. Under the glare of the high beams, Zhang Hao's stunned face was clearly visible. The tires screeched violently against the uneven ground, emitting an ear-piercing screech. The car drifted through the factory gate and came to a steady stop not far from Zhang Hao. Before the dust settled, 2 figures leaped out of the vehicle, the cold gleam of their weapons slicing through the air. Shit! Zhang Hao mustered all his strength, rolling and crawling to dodge Yang Chen's relentless spear strikes. If not for the fact that his vampire lineage granted him both spiritual and physical prowess, he would likely have been skewered into a sieve by now. Curse you, Blue Star brats! Don't kill me, I surrender. Zhang Hao cried out desperately, his voice hoarse as the tip of a gleaming spear pressed against his throat, mere millimeters from his skin. Yang Chen only needed to exert a little force to end his life. Raising his hands high above his head, Zhang Hao pleaded tearfully, "Please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a newborn baby waiting for me at home." His overwhelming will to survive even earned him a fleeting moment of respect from Yang Chen. Su Nua stepped closer, frowning as she caught a whiff of the lingering metallic scent of blood in the air. Her gaze shifted to a blood pack lying on the ground. Zhang Hao noticed and hastily explained, "Heroes, that blood pack was purchased. I've never harmed anyone, I swear. Please, just let me go like the wind." "The escape technique you just used handed over," Yang Chen said coolly. "Then I might consider sparing your life." "My escape technique? All right, Zhang Hao stammered, feeling the spear tip graze his skin ever so slightly. He quickly retrieved a blood-red book from his storage pouch. "This is the Blood Clan's secret manual. Though it's forbidden by the clan's rules to share it with outsiders, desperate times call for desperate measures." In his heart, he thought, "As long as I can survive, I'll get a proper Blue Star citizenship one day and live a normal life. Who cares about the Blood Clan then?" Yang Chen took the book, its cover inscribed with the words Blood Scripture, Bloodlight Escape. It was an austere escape technique. While humans could learn it, the side effects were far more severe than for the Blood Clan, potentially leading to death from excessive blood essence depletion. His system immediately displayed his current status. Gene Lock, Stage 1, Early 20. Binua Breathing Technique, Tire, Mastery 100. Cold Star Spear Technique, Tire, Beyond Perfection 101. Blood Scripture, Bloodlight Escape, Steer, Proficiency 5, Uninitiated. Merit Points, 179, Remaining Lifespan, 105. A wave of cool clarity surged through his mind, his usual reaction to acquiring a new technique. Though his proficiency was only at 5, it was just enough to use it in a pinch. He handed the book to Su Nua, saying, "Take a look. Even though the side effects are severe for us Blue Star humans, it could still serve as a life-saving trump card in critical moments." Glancing around at their surroundings, Yang Chen added, "This place is at least 30 kilometers from the battle site. Good thing I spent extra money to unlock the full power of the smart car. Otherwise, catching up to him would have been impossible." Su Nua eagerly accepted the manual, her thoughts racing. A treasure like this, even if they couldn't use it themselves, would fetch far more value in the internal trading network of the Destiny organization than simply capturing a smuggler. "Excuse me, you two? Now that you've taken what you wanted, can I leave?" Zhang Hao swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with unease as he stared at Yang Chen. His heart was a storm of anxiety. If Yang Chen went back on his word, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. As his tension escalated, the energy coursing through his body began to stir restlessly, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Yang Chen exchanged a glance with Su Nua, who silently tucked the manual back into her destiny ring. A glimmer of calm determination flickered in her eyes as she awaited Yang Chen's decision. Deep down, she became more certain than ever bringing Yang Chen into Tion Ming Ren was undoubtedly the right choice. His latent potential, reminiscent of a transcendent destined for greatness, seemed to have already revealed itself during this encounter. Yang Chen remained silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhang Hao's heart lifted with a glimmer of hope, as if he could sense a chance of survival. I swear on a blood oath I'll never harm the interests of Blue Star." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and bit his finger, letting blood drip as he swiftly traced a mysterious sigil in midair. "I only came to Blue Star to escape pursuit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so desperate for a Blue Star residency." A blood oath was a forbidden practice among the blood race. Similar to the heart demon oaths of cultivation civilizations, it was even more unforgiving. Breaking the oath meant instant death. A flash of resolute determination crossed Zhang Hao's eyes, as though he was staking everything on this final gamble. Su Nua, seemingly unaffected, leisurely unwrapped a lollipop and murmured with a hint of amusement, "You really picked the wrong people to mess with." Her tone was light and playful, yet carried an undertone of meaning. Yang Chen's gaze turned cold as he studied the fading sigil in the air. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Noticing Zhang Hao's tense expression, Yang Chen spoke lightly. "Add one more condition: don't make a fool of yourself like some overconfident clown." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, suppressing his frustration. He could only nod reluctantly, his voice tinged with bitterness. You're absolutely right." Rage burned within him, but he had no choice but to endure. Damn it. All this humiliation for a Blue Star residency. And these two. They're standing there calmly discussing my life as if I were nothing more than a pawn. Could this get any worse? At that moment, Yang Chen finally lowered the deadly spear in his hand, and the tension in the air seemed to freeze. Zhang Hao's energy surged uncontrollably, his face flushing red, as if the life-threatening ordeal had somehow triggered a breakthrough. Yang Chen noticed Zhang Hao's state and paused in surprise. Had he inadvertently helped him ascend to the next level? Watching Zhang Hao, who had clearly endured countless hardships and near-death experiences, Yang Chen shook his head with a trace of exasperation. To escape a seemingly hopeless situation and even achieve a breakthrough. Everything about this screamed the makings of a protagonist. Looks like you really managed to dodge the bullet this time. Yang Chen murmured to himself. Su Nua chimed in. The blood race are dual practitioners of body and spirit, making them formidable in combat. If not for certain specialized techniques and artifacts that restrain them, they could even rival royal clans. But in daylight, their combat effectiveness takes a significant hit. Yang Chen, intrigued, asked, I've read in online novels that vampires are afraid of silver. Does that mean this silver spear of mine can restrain them? Su Nua glanced at him and replied calmly. Your spear may look silver, but it's not made of actual silver. Her tone was unhurried, showing little interest in elaborating further. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. His lips twitched as he finally blurted out. Could you two take this conversation elsewhere? Discussing my race's weaknesses right in front of Meido, you think that's appropriate? He was utterly exasperated by the detached and analytical way these two strangers were dissecting the vulnerabilities of his kind, as if he were a mere bystander. But Yang Chen and Su Nua remained unfazed, continuing their conversation without the slightest regard for Zhang Hao's feelings. Perhaps this was simply their unique way of dealing with things. In the car, Su Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared intently at the Blood Clan's escape technique manual in his hands. Yang Chen, even though this technique originates from the Blood Clan, the organization is offering a recovery price of a whopping 100,000 destiny points. We're going to strike it rich. 100,000 destiny points. A surge of excitement coursed through Yang Chen's heart. His face couldn't hide his elation, and a slight grin appeared on his lips as he murmured. The saying is true, no horse grows fat without night grazing. Finally, I can afford a high-level meditation technique. This recent battle had deeply impressed upon him the importance of cultivating both the mind and body. Without unlocking his primordial spirit lock, even a basic mental collision was enough to leave him dazed. Su Nua, do you have any recommendations for a meditation technique? Instead of fumbling around on my own, I'd rather hear your advice. A meditation technique? Su Nua raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yang Chen. It seems you've realized how limiting single cultivation can be. Cultivating both the mind and body in the immortal Dao is the true path. He paused for a moment, then continued. Scrade meditation techniques are indeed incredibly rare and expensive, at least 100,000 destiny points. If your goal is just to unlock the primordial spirit lock, I'd suggest getting a complete set of grade meditation techniques with primordial spirit combat skills. ITLL only cost you about 50,000 destiny points. A confident smile played on his lips as he added, 50,000 destiny points converts to 5 billion blue star coins, at least half the price of what you'd find elsewhere. Yang Chen's eyes lit up as he considered this, his resolve wavering. Noticing his hesitation, Su Nua pressed on. That said, the cultivation speed of grade meditation techniques far surpasses that of a grade 1's. Plus, primordial spirit combat skills aren't particularly necessary for your current situation. Right now, your priority is to quickly unlock the primordial spirit lock, so you're not left disoriented when a cultivator of the same level attacks your mind. Yang Chen remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I'm not planning to train in primordial spirit combat skills for now. I still want to get in grade meditation technique to unlock the primordial spirit lock as quickly as possible. Su Nua nodded slightly, clearly understanding Yang Chen's determination. Your marksmanship is already quite impressive, especially that one shot, taking down the hunter in an instant. Against ordinary first-level primordial spirit lock cultivators, they wouldn't even have the chance to use their combat skills before you defeat them. He paused, his tone growing more serious. The path of cultivation requires precision. Training both the mind and body is already demanding enough. If you add other combat skills on top of that, your progress will slow significantly. By the time others reach the 3rd or 4th level of the primordial spirit, you might still be stuck at the 1st level of the immortal Dao, unable to keep up. Yang Chen frowned slightly, prompting Su Nua to chuckle and add, since you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision. I happen to have an grade meditation technique. We can trade it for the Blood Clan escape technique. That's not fair, Yang Chen protested, frowning. We obtained this technique together. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat that Blood Clan member. It's not just mine to trade. Su Nua smiled and pulled a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. Then let's do a 7,030 split. Including the destiny points we earned from capturing that alien, you'll owe me 20,000 destiny points. He spoke casually, as if it were no big deal. Yang Chen sighed, a touch of helplessness in his expression, but he couldn't deny the fairness of Su Nua's proposal. He also understood that their partnership had indeed benefited them both. Su Nua continued, your talent is like a mirror that reveals all. The stronger you become, the more efficient we'll be at capturing aliens. This is what you call a win-win collaboration. Taking out a blue jade piece from the destiny ring, Su Nua handed it to Yang Chen, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Stop overthinking. Instead of wasting time, you'd be better off unlocking your primordial spirit seal and expanding the search range. That's what really matters. Yang Chen accepted the jade piece, fully aware that Su Nua's words made sense. Only by unlocking the primordial spirit seal as soon as possible could they improve the efficiency of capturing the foreign entities. The two agreed to meet downstairs at 8 a.m. the next day. Considering the short distance between their residences, just a 30-minute cab ride was a practical arrangement. Back home, Yang Chen headed straight to the bathroom for a hot shower, then changed into a fresh set of clothes. He went to his bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness. His awareness quickly descended into the space of his sea of consciousness. In front of him appeared his cultivation status panel. Gene Lock, Stage 1, Early Phase 20. Drank Breathing Technique. 100-fold Breathing Technique perfected 100. S-Rank Meditation Technique. Observing Mountains and Seas Beginner 5. Crank Combat Skill. Cold Star Spear Technique Breakthrough 101. S-Rank Escape Technique. Bloodlight Escape Beginner 5. Merit Points, 179. Remaining Lifespan, 105 years. Seeing the S-Rank Meditation Technique, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A technique of this caliber was reserved for celestial generals in the heavenly court. Without hesitation, he poured all his merit points into it. As the merit points were infused, Yang Chen began practicing the observing mountains and seas technique. The essence of cultivating the primordial spirit lies in capturing the innate energy within the body, transforming it into divine essence, strengthening the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and expanding the sea of consciousness. Although he lacked a blessed land, rare treasures, divine elixirs, or guidance from powerful beings, the high-grade technique itself served as a significant advantage. After 113 arduous years of cultivation, Yang Chen finally mastered the observing mountains and seas technique, achieving perfection. This granted him a 5,000 increase in mental cultivation speed and refunded 66 merit points. At that moment, he sensed the faint presence of a shackle within his sea of consciousness. What followed was a series of harrowing attempts. The first attempt ended in failure, costing him 5 years of his lifespan. Yet Yang Chen did not waver. Driven by the resolve of, better to comprehend the Tao even if it costs my life, he tried again and again. The second life, the third life, each attempt ended in failure, and by the 10th life, he had still not succeeded. However, every failure brought him a deeper understanding of the mysterious shackle. Finally, during the 10th attempt, Yang Chen glimpsed his true self amidst death. The cycle of 10 lives did not crush his will. Instead, it imbued his soul with a trace of indestructibility. With the realization of the heavens cannot hide me, the earth cannot destroy me, the shackle shattered with a thunderous crack. The system notified him that his cultivation was complete, returning 56 merit points. Yang Chen sat quietly in the cultivation chamber, silently assessing his progress. Gene Lock Stage 1, Early Phase, 20. Primordial Spirit Lock Stage 1, Early Phase, 20. 100-fold Breathing Technique, Grade D, Perfect Mastery, 100. Grade S Meditation Technique, Contemplating Mountains and Seas, Perfect Mastery, 100. Grade C Combat Technique, Cold Star Spear Art, Beyond Perfection, 101. Grade S Escape Technique, Bloodlight Escape, Entry Level, 5. He gently rubbed the center of his forehead, his thoughts swirling. Breaking through the primordial spirit lock should have granted him an additional 50 years of lifespan, yet it perfectly counteracted the toll of his 10 past deaths. Including the previous time, he had now died 11 times in pursuit of the Tao. Is there anyone in this world more devoted to seeking the Tao than I am? Yang Chen took a deep breath, his gaze firm. I cannot afford to be arrogant or complacent. I must work even harder. Fear no hardship. Fear no exhaustion. Fear no death. He glanced at the merit points panel, which displayed 56 points. All in. Inject them into Gene Lock Stage 1. The merit points began to pour in, initiating the cultivation process. A system notification echoed in his mind. Detected advanced gene spirit liquid in your possession. Would you like to use it? A faint smile appeared on Yang Chen's lips. This was a gift from Su Xiaoyu. Finally, I can experience the power of Peidoan. Use it. The advanced gene spirit liquid accelerated his cultivation like installing wheels on a turtle. His progress surged forward at an astonishing rate, with just the slightest effort. Within a mere year, he reached the mid-phase of Gene Lock Stage 1, at 50. However, the effects of the liquid eventually faded, and he returned to the arduous grind of cultivation. With his merit points completely depleted, it took him 56 years of relentless effort to reach the late phase of Gene Lock Stage 1, at 80. This isn't cultivation, it's burning money, Yang Chen muttered, rubbing his sore shoulders. Without external assistance, relying solely on hard work in the mortal realm feels unbearably slow. He glanced outside, relieved to see that only a few seconds had passed in ancestral star time. Heaven rewards diligence. Relying on external forces to grow stronger can never compare to the solid foundation built through step-by-step cultivation in the mortal realm. Yang Chen contemplated his current priorities. I must find a way to obtain a high-level breathing technique. Only then can I significantly enhance my strength. He opened the Heavenly Destiny Marketplace and quickly browsed the techniques section. As promised, even the cheapest Grade S breathing technique cost 100,000 Heavenly Destiny points, completely out of reach unless he stumbled upon an extraordinary windfall. Instinctively, Yang Chen touched his eyes but shook his head. Observing a divine battle in the past had already severely damaged his vision, even with just a Grade C combat technique. A Grade S breathing technique might render him completely blind. I still have the 5 billion blue star coins left by my uncle. That's enough to buy a Grade A breathing technique for now. There's no need to take such a risk. With his breakthrough in the primordial spirit lock, his eyesight had also improved. Previously, his eyes would ache after observing a 30-kilometer radius, but now he could see up to 100 kilometers before experiencing significant discomfort. This ability had become a crucial tool for earning merit points. Relying on oneself is the key to true strength, Yang Chen thought, clenching his fists. As long as I have enough merit points, I'll endure even if it takes a million years of hard work to achieve immortality. The next morning, after freshening up, Yang Chen went downstairs to buy breakfast. His uncle had returned to the heavenly court on duty, leaving Yang Chen to fend for himself when it came to meals. As his gene lock continued to improve, his appetite grew larger, and ordinary food could no longer satisfy his needs. He had to rely on ingredients infused with spiritual energy. Common spiritual grains and fruits are typically sourced from the Shinong spiritual medicine base. However, meat imbued with spiritual energy comes at a steep price. If one had that kind of money, it would be more practical to invest in genetic spiritual elixirs. The wealthy, on the other hand, favor rare natural treasures and miraculous pills, with the most renowned being the heavenly court's peaches of immortality and the elixirs produced by docile biopharmaceuticals. Despite having 500 million in funds, Yang Chen knew better than to squander it recklessly. For him, ordinary food was still sufficient and worth saving on whenever possible. He devoured over 20 large meat buns and drank 3 bowls of soy milk before feeling satisfied. Rising to his feet, he prepared to head downstairs at the agreed time. Right on schedule, Su Nua was waiting, still dressed in her signature jeans and a jacket, with a black baseball cap on her head and a lollipop in her mouth. When she saw Yang Chen, she pulled a talisman out of her pocket. This is a calm spirit talisman I bought yesterday from the Destiny Marketplace. It can stabilize spiritual awareness and should be helpful to you right now, Su Nua said with a smile as she handed it to him. Yang Chen accepted the talisman, his expression calm as he smiled faintly. Thank you for the thought, but this might have been useful to me yesterday. Today, I no longer need it. Using his spiritual power, he gently floated the talisman back into Su Nua's hands. You broke through to the first stage of the soul lock. Su Nua raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but not overly so. She simply nodded. Faster than I expected. With an strength meditation technique and a body that has unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock, it's not impossible for you to break through the first stage of the soul lock in just one night. Her nonchalant reaction made Yang Chen frown slightly, a tinge of doubt surfacing in his mind. Do you think this is normal? Of course. With an strength meditation technique and the support of a genetically enhanced body, one night is quick, but not particularly shocking. Su Nua replied matter-of-factly. Yang Chen shook his head. Don't undermine my resolve. Turning away, he added, let's go. Today, we're going all out. The destiny points they earned yesterday had allowed Su Nua to purchase several vials of mid to high-grade genetic and soul elixirs, significantly boosting her strength. She was eager to put her newfound power to the test. Yang Chen, naturally, wouldn't hold her back. After all, he still owed her nearly 30,000 destiny points. His gaze swept into the void as he searched for any signs of alien activity within a 100-kilometer radius. In the northeast, 50 kilometers away, he detected traces of the elf race. Elves? Yang Chen's expression shifted slightly as he processed the information. Thoughts raced through his mind. Starting the morning with such a challenge? Elves nearby? The royal lineage of elemental civilizations? If I recall correctly, the elemental civilization and blue star civilization are currently at odds. Any discovery of their presence warrants immediate elimination. What's wrong, Yang Chen? Did you find a big catch? Su Nua asked excitedly, noticing his reaction. Could it be some spoiled second-generation noble sneaking over to Blue Star for a vacation? No, it's the elf race, Yang Chen replied in a low voice, his tone heavy as turbulent thoughts churned within him. Elves? Su Nua's expression darkened instantly. As a member of the royal family of the elemental civilization, the visitor's timing was far from coincidental, especially during such a sensitive period when the two civilizations were in opposition. He quickly summoned the information panel from the void, and detailed data appeared. Second-tier dark elf, skilled in stealth and assassination. Current mission searching for ancient civilization ruins. Ancient civilization ruins? Yang Chen furrowed his brows deeply and turned to Su Nua for clarification. Su Nua's expression grew serious as he explained. These types of ruins are usually excavated jointly by the Universal Academy of Sciences and the Lingxiao Big Data Center. They often contain precious relics left behind by ancient civilizations, which hold significant scientific value. Unauthorized excavations are a serious crime. Yang Chen suddenly understood it was nothing more than looting under the guise of archaeology. He was well aware that ancient civilization ruins on the surface of Blue Star had long been scarce, with most hidden deep within artificially created internal spaces. Unless there were unusual spatial fluctuations, it would be nearly impossible for the outside world to discover them. Are you saying they might have a lead on an unknown ruin? Su Nua keenly picked up on the crucial detail. Yang Chen nodded in approval. Given the strength of a second-tier dark elf, even with royal status, it's hard to imagine any other purpose besides searching for a ruin. If they sent someone from the royal family, the lead must be quite solid, Su Nua said, eyes gleaming with determination. If we could track them secretly, we might gather intelligence on the location of the ruin. This could be a major source of destiny points. Though tempted, Yang Chen quickly dismissed the idea. The risks involved were self-evident, and he couldn't explain how he had obtained such intelligence. Let's focus on locking onto the target first, he suggested. The two reached a quick agreement, flagged down a smart car, and sped off in the direction of their target. At the entrance of Hangqing Civilization Academy, the scorching June sun beat down on the campus. It was lunchtime, and students in light summer clothing were trickling out of the gates. Long legs emerging from shorts and skirts added a touch of youthful energy to the midsummer scene. A flashy pink Brabus sedan slowly pulled in, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Lie Xian stepped out of the car, his flamboyant outfit a pink shirt paired with black trousers and the sunglasses on his face exuding an air of mystery. His handsome appearance quickly sparked whispers among the nearby female students, with some bolder ones itching to approach and ask for his contact information. But Lie Xian's gaze was fixed firmly on a black Mercedes parked not far away. Ever since that bizarre incident last time, he had been scared out of his wits, sparing no expense to hire bodyguards and ensuring he had protection with him whenever he went out. Through a friend's introduction, he got to meet the campus beauty of Hangqing Civilization Academy. After chatting for a long time, he finally managed to ask her out, hoping for a wonderful evening. By the roadside, in an inconspicuous self-driving taxi, Su Nua was chewing on a lollipop when his attention was drawn to a flashy pink luxury car not far away. That car's color is so bold. Must have cost a fortune, right? Yang Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but glance at Su Nua's long, shapely legs under her jeans. He cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his distraction. That's a limited edition Brabus. Fully loaded, it's close to 20 million. Wait a second, why does the person getting out of that car look so familiar? Su Nua suddenly sat up straight. Take a look, didn't we run into him during that weird case last time? Yang Chen focused his gaze. Lie Xian, human, unlocked the first-tier primordial spirit seal using Apocalypse. Almost no threat. That's right. He's the guy who ran off scared when we dealt with that creepy black-stockinged woman last time. Su Nua said, realization dawning. Looks like he's waiting for someone. Could it be that elf? The two had been staking out the area since morning, resisting the urge to storm in so as not to alert their target. Just then, a young woman in a black dress walked out of the school gate. Her stunning, delicate features instantly captivated everyone around. Whoa, it's Senior Lauren, one of the top 3 campus beauties. She looks way better in person than in pictures. Admiring exclamations erupted from the crowd. Hearing the compliments, Lie Xian smugly adjusted his collar. He stepped forward gracefully, extending his right hand under the envious gazes of the onlookers. It's an honor to spend this wonderful day with the goddess of my dreams. Goddess? Lauren stuck out her tongue playfully. Didn't you call me a crazy goddess online? Why the sudden chivalry now? Well, Lie Xian let out an embarrassed chuckle. With so many people watching, I've got to keep up appearances. He took her hand and opened the door of the Brabus for her. How about some afternoon tea first? Let's go. The flashy pink Brabus rolled away slowly, leaving behind a group of heartbroken boys. Meanwhile, the unnoticed self-driving taxi quietly followed suit. Yang Chen, are you sure she's the elf? Su Nua asked, her eyes fixed excitedly on the Brabus ahead. Without a doubt, she's a dark elf, Yang Chen confirmed. Though elves aren't as stealthy as the Shadow Clan's infiltrators, they can evade detection by a 2.0 version demon mirror for a short time. They look similar to humans, with the main difference being their ears. That girl in the black dress must have used a special method to seal her ears and other traits, allowing her to perfectly disguise herself as a human. Xiao Che, maximum horsepower. Stay on that car ahead. Yang Chen shouted urgently. The intelligence system immediately responded. Apologies, tracking behavior violates Blue Planet driving regulations. This service is not supported. Damn it, Yang Chen cursed, clenching his fists. This thing always fails at critical moments. Don't worry, leave it to me. Su Nua smirked slightly, pulling a black USB drive from his pocket and swiftly plugging it into the car's internal interface. The onboard system instantly reacted. Advanced command detected. Maximum horsepower unleashed. Target vehicle locked. This thing. Yang Chen turned to Su Nua in surprise. Why didn't you use it last time? Su Nua shrugged. Just got it this morning from the Demon Guard. You know what they say? To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Took quite a few connections to get this. Impressive. Yang Chen gave him a thumbs up, his awkward smile mixed with admiration. The smart car maintained a precise 10-meter distance from the vehicle ahead, tailing it all the way to the Bulgari Hotel in the Uptown District. They watched as Lie Xian and his companion entered the elevator, then followed them up to the 17th floor tea restaurant. As the elevator doors opened, a smiling waiter greeted them. Gentlemen, can I get you anything? Yang Chen glanced at the menu, and his mouth twitched when he saw the minimum spend of 2,980. We'll have the Black Pearl set, Su Nua casually ordered, subtly signaling Yang Chen to look toward the northeast corner by the window where Lie Xian and his companion were seated. They found a corner spot with a clear view of their targets. Lowering his voice, Yang Chen said, second-tier elves. If it comes to a fight, we'll have a hard time. The elves are royalty in elemental civilizations, at least as strong as a second-tier cultivator in the celestial path. Su Nua unwrapped a lollipop with ease. So what? I broke through to the second tier of the celestial path just last night. Even unknown, am not afraid of them. That fast? Yang Chen's eyes widened. Fast, Su Nua said, the lollipop in his mouth muffling his words. I was already on the verge. Yesterday, I bought high-grade gene elixirs and soul elixirs from the Destiny Mall and pushed through in one go. Honestly, I should thank you without your help. I don't know how long it would have taken me to save up the resources. Yang Chen fell into thought as he listened. Su Nua had relied on external aids for his breakthrough, while Yang Chen had the advantage of karmic merit, allowing him to achieve in moments what others might take centuries to accomplish. Moreover, his life and death experiences had imbued his soul with a trace of immortality, a rare and extraordinary trait whose full potential he had yet to uncover. With this realization, Yang Chen felt a newfound clarity only needed to focus on walking his own path. Sir, your afternoon tea set. The waiter was about to leave when Yang Chen snapped his fingers. He retrieved a pre-prepared sound-transmitting talisman from his destiny ring and handed it to the stunned waiter. Using mental energy, you silently planted a suggestion in the other person's subconscious. Then, with a snap of your fingers, they instantly returned to normal. Looking around in confusion for a moment, they scratched their head lightly, seemingly puzzled by their surroundings. However, they quickly turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. What did you do to him? Su Nua asked Yang Chen, her gaze filled with curiosity. Yang Chen pointed in Lie Xian's direction and answered softly, a sound-transmitting talisman. Don't you want to know what they're talking about? Su Nua raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with confusion. Not long after, a waiter approached Lie Xian's table, carrying an exquisite platter of fruits. With a respectful tone, he said, Excuse me, sir. This fruit platter is complimentary from our restaurant. Lie Xian casually gestured to an empty spot on the table and responded nonchalantly. Oh, just leave it there. The conversation shifted back to their discussion. With a smile, Lie Xian said, I honestly didn't expect you to be studying archaeology. I thought you were in the foreign languages department. Luo Lin chuckled, shrugging playfully as she replied. Archaeology is pretty interesting. Foreign languages? Well, that's more because my family insisted, and it helps with exams. There was a playful glint in her eyes, and her mischievous charm left Lie Xian momentarily stunned. He had never met a girl quite like her, elegant and captivating on the outside, yet unexpectedly spirited on the inside. I've never met anyone like you who's so passionate about ancient sites, Lie Xian said earnestly, his tone confident. He added, I've been fascinated by this field since I was a kid. Guess it runs in the family. Luo Lin looked genuinely surprised. Really? I thought you wouldn't be interested in such old things at all. Lie Xian flashed a confident smile. Why wouldn't I be? I come from a family of archaeologists. Have you heard of researcher Li Tai? He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice with a hint of pride. That's my father. What? Luo Lin exclaimed, her face lighting up with astonishment. She quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to avoid drawing attention. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Her reaction gave Lie Xian an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, though he maintained a calm demeanor. It's fine. My father's achievements don't define me. I've always focused on surpassing him. Though his words carried an air of confidence, Yang Chen and Su Nua exchanged a glance, a trace of resignation flickering in their eyes. While the name Li Tai didn't mean much to them, the title researcher was an honor countless scholars aspired to attain. Instead of being put off by his self-assuredness, Luo Lin grew even more intrigued by his background. She lowered her gaze slightly and smiled softly. I see. Then you must know a lot of secrets about ancient sites, right? Feigning mystery, Lie Xian replied. What I know might not be much. After all, every site has its own unique allure. Lorraine gazed at Lie Xian with admiration, her eyes sparkling with surprise. I never would have guessed you're a top student at Jiangnan Academy of Civilization. Ahem, well, that's impressive. Lie Xian felt a wave of awkwardness inside, but managed to maintain a faint smile on his face. It was true that he had unlocked the primordial soul lock through Tianqi and was specially admitted to Jiangnan Academy of Civilization thanks to his father's connections, but he couldn't reveal those details. Recalling the scenes of his father working at home, Lie Xian quickly put on a scholarly demeanor and began his impromptu performance. Ancient civilization ruins are the treasures of Blue Star's heritage, he said softly, as if lost in thought. These ruins capture the predecessor's understanding of the Tao. It transcends words yet exists everywhere. Every discovery is a fleeting encounter in the river of time. Tao, huh? Lorraine propped her chin on her hands, her eyes intently fixed on Lie Xian. Our Blue Star civilization also drew inspiration from the ancient ruins to understand the Tao. Building upon that foundation, we created an even more brilliant civilization. We've surpassed the ancients, yet we can't help but marvel at their wisdom. Her voice carried a hint of awe, and a trace of longing flickered in her eyes. Perhaps somewhere on Blue Star, there are still undiscovered ruins that could provide us with new revelations. Lie Xian smiled faintly and nodded. Casually, he asked, have you heard the story of Chang'e flying to the moon? Lorraine's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had stumbled upon some hidden mystery. Of course, I know it. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a tribal leader who gained recognition for slaying monstrous beasts. He was rewarded with a divine elixir of immortality, which his wife consumed, leading her to ascend to the heavens and become immortal, ultimately residing in the Moon Palace. Ascension to immortality, what a tale. Lie Xian's eyes flickered briefly, and then he smiled. Yes, it's a fascinating story. But have you ever wondered, is there really a pill that can make someone ascend in broad daylight and become an immortal? Lorraine widened her eyes, looking at him expectantly. What do you think? Is it possible? Well, maybe. Lie Xian hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. But nowadays, the Celestial Court, if willing, should be capable of helping someone unlock the sixth-tier primordial soul lock. Sixth tier. A complex expression crossed Lorraine's face. The capabilities of the great beings are truly beyond what we mortals can imagine, she said with reverence in her tone. But then she shifted the topic. Still, the story of Chang'e is just a myth. Let's talk more about the ancient civilization ruins instead. Tilting her head slightly, she looked at Lie Xian with a hint of innocent curiosity, making him pause for a moment. Clearing his throat, he tried to steady his suddenly racing heart. Did you know something interesting? Lie Xian said in a low voice. Seeing the eager light in Lorraine's eyes, he felt a surge of smugness but quickly suppressed it, lowering his voice further. From what I know, Jiangnan Academy of Civilization has already found clues related to these ruins. What? Lorraine exclaimed in shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief. No way. You're serious? Is this for real? Lie Xian couldn't help but smile, seeing her astonished reaction. His sense of pride swelled. Well, actually, I was part of the team that discovered it alongside the Academy's mentors. Wow, that's incredible. You're a genius. Lorraine's face lit up with admiration and excitement, as if her curiosity had been ignited. Can you tell me more? I have to know everything. Lie Xian hesitated, looking at her eager expression, starting to regret not paying closer attention to his father's work at home. But Lorraine's enthusiasm was hard to resist. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice again. All right, all right. Lorraine stretched out her fair little hand, gently tugging at Lie Xian's sleeve. Shaking it slightly, she said in a coquettish tone, I'm really curious. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Pinky swear, okay. This scene instantly ignited a spark in Lie Xian, and the effect of the primordial spirit lock manifested in that moment. In his mind, vague memories began to surface and become clearer under this peculiar stimulus. Smiling, he hooked his pinky finger with Lorraine's and thought to himself, it turns out the spirit lock not only extends life, but also has other intriguing effects. All right, there's nothing I can't tell you, Lie Xian agreed. Lorraine nodded excitedly, her face lighting up with childlike curiosity. Lie Xian thoughtfully poured her a cup of afternoon tea, but his thoughts drifted back to the violent upheaval in the Forbidden Zone's abyss of the undead a few years ago. The Heavenly Court had intervened to suppress it, and it took 6 whole months before calm was restored. While reviewing the war footage, he had inadvertently spotted a spatial rift. Within it, images of ancient architectural complexes flickered. Drawing on his years of experience, he immediately extracted that part of the footage. After researching it with his mentors, they preliminarily concluded it was a relic from an ancient civilization. Lorraine looked a bit puzzled and asked, how did you connect this ancient site to the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon just from image data? A scorched wasteland. The architectural style inside was unique, belonging to the tribal civilization era, Lie Xian recalled, referencing something his father had once mentioned. Of course, that alone wasn't enough. I reported the findings to the Academy, and they immediately retrieved all relevant imagery from the 1,000-mile Eye Satellite Center. At this point, Li Xian's gaze turned complex. I worked tirelessly for over a month, comparing various data, and finally discovered several vague, massive silhouettes within the rift. They were highly likely to be the remains of the legendary three-legged golden crows. To verify my theory, my mentors and I approached a powerful figure from the heavenly court who had ventured deep into the abyss of the undead. And indeed, they confirmed sightings of a three-legged golden crow's undead deep within, he explained. Lorraine, filled with curiosity, asked, "The Forbidden Zone has existed for countless years, especially an ancient one like the abyss of the undead. It makes sense that a golden crow's undead might be there. But a golden crow pierced by an arrow? Even after countless years of death, even if its soul has fallen into an undead state, that arrow still remains." Lorraine smiled faintly and continued, "If that's the case, shouldn't this ancient site be named after Ho-E shooting down the suns?" Li Xian shook his head and raised two fingers. "Do you remember the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon? What's the most widely known version of the story?" In the records of the Academy of Civilization, it said that 2 ascension elixirs were bestowed back then, Lorraine replied. Li Xian nodded. "So, you suspect there's still 1 ascension elixir inside this ancient site?" "Exactly. But there's another crucial reason why all the Academy's researchers unanimously agreed to name this newly discovered site after Chang'e, flying to the moon," Li Xian said, glancing around before leaning closer to Lorraine and lowering his voice. "During the last battle in the abyss of the undead, the Heavenly Court advanced all the way to the 10th layer. This was the deepest they've ever gone. And at the entrance to the 10th layer, there stood a stone tablet inscribed with tribal-era characters. When translated into modern language, it reads, Guanghan. The news left the 3 of them frozen in place. The 10th level of the abyss of the undead actually had a stone tablet engraved with the name Guanghan. Luo Lin felt her heart pounding like a drum, her blood rushing to her face as a blush spread across her cheeks. She breathed rapidly, her eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. It said that the abyss of the undead was once an ancient battlefield where our ancestors fought against strange civilizations. Looking at it now, it seems those stories are true, Li Xian remarked, a wistful expression on his face. He mimicked his father's tone and demeanor, tilting his head slightly, as if gazing through the fabric of time. The war between civilizations never truly ended. Perhaps it began billions of years ago, who can say for sure? Destruction and rebirth, all of it drifts along the river of time, leaving only the embers of civilization for future generations. Have you managed to pinpoint the coordinates of this site? Luo Lin blurted out, her emotions running high. The scenes within the spatial rift seemed so close yet so far, and with the ruins constantly shifting in the chaotic flow of space, capturing the coordinates was undoubtedly a daunting task. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized her slip and quickly reined in her emotions. Scratching her head awkwardly, she forced a sheepish smile. "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. I just got too excited." She said, stealing a glance at Li Xian out of the corner of her eye to gauge his reaction. Li Xian, however, didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. That kind of work is handled by the Academy's mentors. I don't know the specifics, but it seems they've already estimated the next time and approximate location where it'll stop." Luo Lin smiled faintly, feeling her tension slowly ease. The hardest part of uncovering ancient ruins like these was always the first step. Once a lead was found, the Lingxiao data center could analyze it to generate related information and visual material. As long as the next stop's time and approximate location could be calculated, pinpointing the exact coordinates would only be a matter of time. And once the spatial coordinates were secured, access would be possible from anywhere. Whether the sanctuary could seize this ancient site from the Heavenly Court by playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, Luo Lin didn't particularly care. What mattered to her was figuring out how to obtain the next stop's time and location. With that information, she could retreat gracefully and begin her cultivation within the sanctuary. "Brother, for someone so young, you've already achieved so much. You're bound to become a researcher one day." Unlike Mei couldn't even get into Jiangnan Civilization Academy, Luo Lin said, her voice sweet as she addressed him as brother, sending a shiver down Li Xian's spine. A glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes, and he could hardly wait to move things along to dinner. "If you're interested in Jiangnan Civilization Academy, I could tutor you," Li Xian offered, reaching out to gently take her soft, smooth hand. Its texture reminded him of the finest warm jade, and he was reluctant to let go. "Every academy has an annual entrance exam. I know quite a few mentors from the academy. Brother, do you happen to know the next stop's time and approximate location for the ruins?" Luo Lin asked, her large, lively eyes shimmering with a faint purple hue. Her soft voice drifted into Li Xian's ears, causing his expression to gradually turn vacant. The bewitching heart technique was a secret method she typically avoided due to its significant side effects. But given the stakes, it was worth taking the risk. "I don't know, but I guess the location might be in Modu," Li Xian stammered, his tone faltering, his eyes vacant, as if he were a soulless puppet. "Why? Because my dad went on a business trip to Magic City. The purple glow in Lie Xian's eyes gradually dimmed, and bright red blood slowly trickled from his nose. Brother, why is your nose bleeding? Luo Lin's voice was urgent and full of concern. She fumbled to open a pack of wet tissues on the table and anxiously began wiping the blood from Lie Xian's nose. Lie Xian froze for a moment, then took the wet tissue from her. Looking down, he saw the stark contrast of the red blood against the white tissue. Hiss! Was he overheated or something? He shook his slightly throbbing head, trying to recall what he had just said, though his mind felt a little foggy. Silently, he blamed it on the stress from his studies. Maybe he was just too worn out. Forcing a slightly embarrassed smile, he tried to reassure Luo Lin. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just too tired lately. Brother, you're working too hard. But no matter how busy you are, you have to take care of yourself, okay? Luo Lin gave him a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with concern. Lie Xian felt a warmth in his heart and instinctively reached out to touch her small hand, but Luo Lin nimbly dodged. I just remembered I have something to do tonight, so I need to head back early. Can you walk me home, brother? Luo Lin's words made Lie Xian's heart sink slightly. It seemed their dinner plans were about to be cancelled. However, her behavior only piqued his curiosity further. She was so different from the other girls he had known what came too easily often lost its charm. All right then, let's go. If we have time later tonight, we can video chat and talk more about ancient ruins. Lie Xian smiled as he replied, already planning to browse through his dad's bookshelf when he got home. Sounds good. Luo Lin smiled sweetly, but her expression suddenly turned serious. But it seems we might not be leaving just yet. There are two unwelcome guests who have been watching us for quite a while now. What? Lie Xian instinctively scanned his surroundings. The once bustling restaurant was now eerily empty, and a white mist seemed to envelop every corner. A cloud mist array. This is a spatial isolation formation from the Cultivation civilization. Who are you? Luo Lin turned to the right, her tone calm and composed, as if entirely unfazed by the situation. You're quite confident, aren't you? Yangchun and Su Nua emerged slowly from the white fog, as though this place was not Blue Star, but the Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm, the ancestral star of elemental civilizations, had a distinct aura. While Luo Lin was busy using her enchantment technique on Lie Xian earlier, Yangchun and Su Nua had quietly set up the isolation array to prevent any collateral damage during the impending fight. It's you two. Lie Xian's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Yangchun and Su Nua in disbelief. He knew these two all too well. They had haunted his nightmares for the past 2 days. She could recognize them even if they turned to ashes. Especially the tall girl in front of him last time she appeared. She had physically stopped his car with a single move. If it weren't for them, who would have guessed that the seemingly delicate and sweet girl by his side was actually a bloodthirsty monstrosity? He had barely escaped with his life back then. Wait, so this time, your appearance means. Certain unwanted memories resurfaced vividly in Lie Xian's mind. He swallowed nervously, his legs beginning to tremble slightly. Did I just stir up some kind of eerie trouble? Cold sweat poured down Lie Xian's forehead and back. He could feel it at any moment. A cold, slimy tongue might pierce through the back of his head. A flash of terror crossed his eyes as he turned to look at the two people in front of him, his lips seemingly mouthing the words, "Help me." Brother, that's not very fun of you. Didn't you promise to take me back earlier? Why can't you even look me in the eye now? Luo Lin's teasing voice came from behind him, carrying a hint of provocation, her tone light and playful. As expected, you boys from Blue Star can only be trusted halfway. A delicate, jade-like hand quietly rested on Lie Xian's shoulder as Luo Lin slowly stepped to his side. Her slender, pointed elf ears exuded an exotic charm that seemed to tug at Lie Xian's every nerve. An elf? Lie Xian stammered, his voice faltering. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His gaze was filled with astonishment and wariness as he said, I keep my word. If you need to, I can take you back right now. Yangchun stood nearby, his expression one of speechless disbelief. This guy is something else. He always manages to get involved with aliens, he muttered, shaking his head in exasperation, though a flicker of caution passed through his eyes. Luo Lin smiled faintly. I hope you'll keep your promise. Wait for me a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently patted Lie Xian's shoulder. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, completely immobilized. Suddenly, a flash of a blade sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Yangchun. Watch out, Su Nua shouted urgently. Without hesitation, Yangchun swung his spear, deflecting the oncoming strike. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clash echoed sharply as the dagger and spear collided midair, sending sparks flying. The enemy was incredibly fast like a venomous snake. The dagger darted closer. Before Yangchun could counter, it was already upon him. It's often said that longer weapons have the advantage, but in close combat, that edge disappears instantly. As the situation turned dire, Yangchun decisively abandoned his spear and swiftly retreated. At the same time, his mental energy surged, propelling the spear to sweep through the air and interrupt the enemy's advance. But it wasn't over yet. A cluster of fine needles, crackling with blue electricity, shot toward them. Su Nua flicked his wrist, launching a dark iron orb like a bolt of lightning. The orb streaked toward the enemy with a deafening sonic boom. Luo Lin's smile remained gentle, but a dark mist suddenly rose around her, enshrouding her figure. In mere seconds, her form fragmented into countless afterimages, making it nearly impossible to track her movements. The dark iron orb and electrified needles missed their mark, striking empty air as her silhouette seemed to vanish entirely. Her speed far surpassed what any human could hope to achieve. Yang Chun scanned his surroundings with sharp focus, channeling his mental energy as his spear returned to his grip. The moment her afterimage flickered past, he unleashed a decisive strike. The spearhead, like a shooting star, pierced through the darkness with unerring accuracy. Got you. Yang Chen's piercing gaze, enhanced by his eye of truth, was the bane of any illusion. No deception or concealment could escape his sight. Su Nua followed closely, launching a barrage of dark iron orbs aimed at Luo Lin's limbs and head, each strike swift and lethal. For the first time, a flicker of shock crossed Luo Lin's face. She was stunned that her shadow veil had been exposed so quickly, but her movements remained as swift as the wind. As a member of the elf race, her natural speed was unparalleled. Human action seemed sluggish in comparison. With incredible agility, she evaded 5 of the dark iron orbs, narrowly dodging the most fatal attack. However, in the next instant, a sharp spear thrust tore through her right arm. Blood sprayed into the air, fragments of flesh scattering like rain. Black mist quickly enveloped her injured arm as a bead of cold sweat appeared on Luo Lin's face. She bit her lower lip tightly, refusing to make a sound. Her gaze toward Yang Chun was filled with both fury and disbelief. How could a first-tier cultivator so effortlessly see through her shadow veil? Xu Nu's right hand gently slid across the destiny ring, and the black iron pearl reappeared in his palm. His gaze was locked firmly on Lorraine in front of him, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Her speed is astonishing. If it were an ordinary second-stage celestial cultivator, they would either be gravely injured or dead by now. Today, I underestimated the two of you. Lorraine's right arm was destroyed, and now she gripped her blade with her left hand. Black mist began to spread over her entire body as she coldly said, "But I have help too." At that moment, the clouded barrier of the spatial formation was suddenly torn open from the outside. A young man dressed in a server's uniform stepped through the rift, his expression calm and indifferent to the chaotic scene before him. His handsome face bore a hint of aloofness, and his fingers were adorned with rings of various gemstones. Glancing at the severely injured Lorraine, he spoke lightly. "I hope your gains are worth my sacrifice." Lorraine gave no response. She simply grabbed the limp Lie Xian from the ground beside her and headed straight for the rift. Without Lie Xian as cover, it would be nearly impossible for her to evade the demon purge guard's watchful eyes upon leaving. Seeing this, Xu Nu wasted no time, launching a black iron pearl at the young man blocking his way. Yang Chun, in sync, swung his spear and charged swiftly toward Lorraine. "Don't be in such a hurry, gentlemen. Your opponent is me now," the young man said with a snap of his fingers. Xu Nu suddenly felt an intense wave of heat. In an instant, a burst of crimson light erupted around him with a deafening roar. A tide of blazing red flames surged outward in all directions, and the terrifying force flung Xu Nu backward. Boom, 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 boom. Amid the rolling flames, a massive fire dragon soared into the air. Its tail swept across the battlefield, sending waves of scorching heat. Yang Chun felt the searing heat and dodged swiftly to avoid the incoming tail. The spear in his hand grew unbearably hot under the fiery assault. Lorraine, clutching Lie Xian, stepped through the rift, which quickly sealed itself behind her. The flames illuminated the young man's face as the cloud barrier now enclosed only the 3 of them. Another snap of his fingers echoed, and Xu Nu felt a powerful gust of wind. In an instant, a fierce storm erupted. The dense white mist within the formation was shredded apart by the terrifying wind, revealing the figures of Yang Chun and Xu Nu. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire intensified the wind. The young man's figure was concealed within the eye of the storm, while the wind and flames formed a natural barrier, raging uncontrollably. Xu Nu glared at the scene before him, fury burning in his eyes. He hurled a fine needle glowing with pale blue light into the storm, but it vanished without a trace, as though it had sunk into the ocean. "Give me some time," he gritted his teeth. The raging winds mixed with searing flames roared toward them relentlessly. Each impact of wind and fire brought immense pressure and heat to their bodies, compressing their maneuvering space bit by bit. The young man seemed to understand Yang Chen's abilities well. Whenever Yang Chen's focus sharpened, the storm would howl with heat, precisely interrupting his attempts to lock onto the enemy. This mode of combat, where they couldn't even touch their opponent, felt like being strung along on a kite, completely controlled by the enemy. Yang Chun and Xu Nu, both masters of physical combat, found this situation utterly suffocating. "You think I'm just a cat with no claws, huh?" Time to show you what a tiger can do, Yang Chen muttered with frustration. The current action may cause damage. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Concentrating his mental power, Yang Chen created a faint protective barrier over his eyes, enduring the searing pain that felt like his eyes were being scorched by fire. Finally, he detected a slight flaw in his opponent's defense. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden explosion of wind and fire elemental power erupted. A crimson fire dragon, riding the gale, roared as it surged towards him. The heat wave hit him heat-in, distorting the air with its intensity. At the critical moment, as if he had foreseen this, Yang Chen stepped back half a pace. The fire dragon narrowly missed him, its intense heat almost scorching his skin. Without giving his opponent a chance to strike again, Yang Chen firmly planted his feet and, with all his muscles tensed, propelled himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. His spear, charged with all his strength, descended from above in a fierce dive, its tip aimed directly at his opponent. As the spear pierced through the sea of flames, a sinister crimson flame ignited at its tip, tracing a dazzling fiery arc in the air. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the raging wind and fire dissipated like a retreating tide, vanishing in an instant. At the center of the formation, the young man's chest had been pierced through by Yang Chen's spear. Blood gushed out, staining the ground beneath him. His once handsome face was now pale as paper, and his slender elvish ears were exposed, having lost their disguise. Su Nua staggered over to Yang Chen, his clothes charred and tattered. He fished a lollipop out of his pocket, unwrapped it with practiced ease, and popped it into his mouth, as if it could help calm his frayed nerves. If you had been any later, I was about to storm in and finish that guy off myself, Su Nua said, biting down on the candy. His voice carried the relief of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Elemental elves are really a pain to deal with. Had Su Nua recklessly charged into the formation earlier to kill the opponent, he would have undoubtedly suffered severe injuries. If another emergency arose, they would have been at the mercy of fate. The ring on his hand must be some kind of treasure. There's no way he could unleash such powerful elemental forces so quickly otherwise, Yang Chen said, panting, his face pale. That full-force attack had drained him entirely. If not for his mental strength barely holding him up, he would likely have collapsed on the spot. Hearing this, Su Nua's eyes immediately locked onto the slender fingers of the young man. 5 rings, each emitting a different strange glow, adorned his hands. Cough, cough. The young man coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, dark red liquid flowing from the wound on his chest. He lifted his head to meet the gaze of Yang Chen and Su Nua, his eyes eerily calm and devoid of emotion. Everything for the glory of the sanctuary. His voice was steady and resolute, yet carried an unsettling fanaticism. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's body began to swell visibly, like an overinflated balloon. A sinister red light emanated from within him, and the 5 rings on his fingers started to flash with increasing intensity. This is bad. He's a death warrior from the sanctuary. Su Nua's expression changed drastically as he moved like lightning to shield Yang Chen. The destiny ring on his wrist glowed brightly, and a golden talisman materialized in his palm. It transformed into a massive golden bell that enveloped them securely. Boom! The young man's body exploded in a burst of multicolored light, sending flesh and blood flying. The terrifying shockwaves crashed against the surface of the golden bell in relentless waves, producing deafening roars. For nearly half a minute, the onslaught continued but failed to shake the bell, which stood firm. Instead, the surrounding environment was reduced to ruins time and time again. Had this occurred outside the formation, the destructive power would have been enough to slice an entire building in half. When the chaos finally subsided, the golden bell dissipated, dissolving into specks of golden light that vanished into the air, revealing Yang Chen and Su Nua unharmed. Who would have thought the sanctuary had death warriors hidden on Blue Star? This is a huge loss, Su Nua said, his heart aching as he looked at the dissipated golden talisman. His tone was full of regret. That thing cost me 10,000 destiny points. Phew. Yang Chen exhaled deeply. Being alive is enough. Who needs anything else? Yang Chen collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted after a series of intense battles. Without hesitation, he pulled out a vial of basic genetic serum and drank it. Seeing the additional 200 merit points in front of him gave him some comfort. As expected of the royal bloodline, killing one of them granted twice the merit points compared to an ordinary alien. His opponent was clearly at the late 2nd stage, and with the enhancement from those rings, their strength was nearly at the 3rd stage. Su Nua shook his head helplessly. Being able to kill the opponent unscathed in this battle was all thanks to Yang Chen, though the cost was significant. I hope the contents recorded on your sound transmission talisman will make up for today's losses. The Chang'e Moon Ascent Ruins? If Lie Xian's father really was a researcher, then the information is most likely true. Yang Chen's expression grew serious. The matters ahead were evidently beyond their ability to intervene. Earlier, he had attempted to locate Luo Lin's whereabouts, but the results indicated significant harm would occur if he continued. This suggested that she might have already rendezvoused with other hidden elven tribes on Blue Star under Lie Xian's cover. A second-stage elven death warrior had already left the two of them in a sorry state. The upcoming situation was clearly out of their league. Su Nua shared the same sentiment and stated that he would report the situation to their superiors. He also reminded Yang Chun to split half the cost of his Golden Bell talisman once the rewards were distributed. Yang Chun readily agreed, already had plenty of debts and wouldn't mind this additional burden. If it hadn't been for Su Nua pulling out that talisman at the critical moment, Yang Chun would likely have been finished on the spot. After this battle, Yang Chun deeply realized the importance of tools in enhancing overall strength. Whether it was the space-isolating formation, life-saving talismans, or the rings worn by the young elven warrior, they all played crucial roles. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, he thought. He decided he needed to invest in some of these items instead of relying solely on his spear. Thinking about his spear, Yang Chun instinctively glanced at the spot where the young warrior had fallen. Pieces of his shattered spear still littered the ground. Mid-class battle weapon. Gone for good this time, he muttered bitterly. Damn it, I need to make more money. With a grim determination, Yang Chun got to his feet. Let's move on to the next target. Focus on spies who aren't of the royal bloodline. In the infinity pool atop a five-star hotel in the lower city district, a sudden splash echoed as water splattered everywhere, accompanied by a man's frantic cries for help. Help! Help! I can't swim. I can't swim. In the pool, a young woman in a swimsuit surfaced, casting a cold glance at Lie Xian, who had fallen into the water. Without a word, she leisurely climbed out of the pool. Her graceful, alluring figure left Lie Xian unable to take his eyes off her, even as he struggled in the water. The girl strolled to the edge of the pool and lazily sat on a white lounge chair. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall as her gaze shifted to another one-armed girl standing by the pool. She yawned and remarked coldly, "This isn't a recycling station. What's the point of tossing a useless human male here?" Luo Lin glanced at Lie Xian, her thoughts hidden. She knew how much she had relied on him as a distraction along the way. Without him, it would have been far more difficult to make it here with her injured arm. Oh, the girl perked up with interest at Luo Lin's words. She extended her index finger and pointed lightly at Lie Xian, who was flailing in the water. In an instant, the pool's water froze solid, forming a thick layer of ice beneath Lie Xian's feet. The biting cold surged through him, making him shiver uncontrollably. The icy pool water stung like needles, making Lie Xian wish he could sprout extra limbs to scramble to the edge in his desperation. A young woman draped in a bathrobe stood by the poolside, her eyes glinting with a mischievous light as she watched him. A sly smile played on her lips, and her voice carried a playful, yet challenging tone. "Tell me your worth, or I'll throw you back into the pool." "No, please, no. Don't throw me in again." Lie Xian instinctively curled up, his entire body trembling from the biting cold. His lips had turned a deep shade of purple. "My dad is a researcher at Jiangnan Academy of Civilization. I'm his only child. Whatever you want, he'll do anything to save me." Images of the gruesome deaths of the bodyguards he had hired flashed through his mind, each scene more horrifying than the last. Lie Xian clenched his teeth in frustration, nearly grinding them to dust. Furious, he thought to himself, they boasted so much, claiming to be champions or top-level instructors. I believed every word. But when it came down to it, they couldn't even handle a girl with a broken arm. What a joke. Why put on such airs? If they weren't up to the task, they should have been honest. I thought I could rely on them to protect me, and now my life is in someone else's hands. The young woman seemed in no rush to respond. Instead, she let out a light laugh, her angelic face adorned with a smile that carried an enigmatic meaning. Lie Xian couldn't help but swallow nervously. Her tone shifted suddenly, turning icy. "In that case, I suppose I can't kill you just yet." With a flick of her finger, Lie Xian's right thigh froze over in an instant. His entire leg stiffened as excruciating pain surged through him, forcing a gut-wrenching scream from his lips. "Ah!" His cry pierced the night, so loud it seemed to shake the heavens. If not for the isolation barriers set up around them, the surrounding buildings would have erupted in chaos. The young woman remained unmoved, her gaze cold and disdainful as she stared at him. "You have 10 minutes. If you can't tell me the exact time the ancient ruins went dormant, they'll turn you into an ice sculpture." Lie Xian's mind raced. Desperation clawed at him as he scoured his thoughts for a way to survive this ordeal. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his back and let out a bitter laugh, meeting her gaze with defiance. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" The elven woman paused, momentarily surprised perhaps by his audacity, or maybe his stupidity. Her smile deepened, as though she were observing a clueless fool. "What do you think?" Lie Xian's heart sank like a stone, the realization dawning on him that this was a dead end. A bitter smile flickered across his face, and his eyes hardened with steely resolve. "If you're determined not to let me go, then I have nothing to fear. Go ahead and kill me." He collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly into the distance. Yet his expression carried an unyielding determination. Though Lie Xian was known for his frivolous and reckless lifestyle, he was far from a fool. He understood his situation all too well. He wasn't cut out for research, cultivation wasn't his path, and he lacked the acumen for business. But he had a good father who had paved the way for a carefree life of indulgence. Even now, with his life hanging by a thread, he felt no fear. As long as he wasn't reduced to a pawn exploited to drain his father's worth, he would face death without regret. However, his cold defiance did little to move the young woman. She merely lifted the corners of her lips in a faint smirk. With a casual wave of her hand, Lie Xian's entire right leg became encased in ice. The searing pain overwhelmed him, and his consciousness teetered on the edge of collapse. The blood in his entire leg froze solid, becoming harder than ice from a freezer. Lie Xian's thigh began to fracture slowly. Shards of ice mingled with flesh and blood scattering across the ground in an instant. The searing pain was so intense that it nearly caused him to black out. A faint voice, cold and ethereal, whispered in his ear like a devil's murmur. "Have you ever tried crushed ice? Would you like to?" Lie Xian, despite his agony, gritted his teeth and managed to retort with rare defiance. "You damn hag. If you're so keen on eating, I've got a bigger stick for you to chew on. But first, you'll have to call me daddy and beg on your knees." His taunts, while not physically harmful, were deeply insulting, pushing their provocation to the limit. Even though the girl's expression remained indifferent, Lie Xian's words ignited a spark of fury within her. With a casual motion of her index finger toward his left leg, the same scene unfolded again. The entire limb froze instantly and shattered into icy debris. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night as Lie Xian succumbed to the excruciating pain, fainting on the spot. The girl frowned, and with a surge of immense spiritual power, she forcibly jolted him back to consciousness. "You mother, I bet you're the one craving crushed ice, aren't you?" Lie Xian, now awake, immediately resumed his barrage of insults. "You lowlife. You left my last leg intact because you're starving, huh? Well, too bad for you, because I'm not sharing. Go ahead and starve to death." The air around them grew frigid as an icy chill enveloped the area. The elven girl before him, clearly rattled by his relentless insults, now radiated a murderous intent. Her finger pointed toward the most vital part of Lie Xian's body, the one he cherished above all else. "I'm going to count to 3. Either you cooperate with me, or I'll destroy you and toss you in the trash." A wave of dread washed over Lie Xian as he realized he might not survive the night. "Count to 100 if you want. I'm not afraid of you, you damn hag, ugly freak." Tears streamed down his face as the ground beneath him was littered with small, round ice droplets. He had given up hope, but resolved to hurl every insult he could muster. 1. Lie Xian shouted back defiantly. "Damn you, you foul-mouthed witch." His voice echoed through the cold, empty night. The girl ignored his insults this time, her expression icy and detached, her crimson lips barely moving as she continued his countdown. 2. Lie Xian's heart raced, but he pressed on. 2. My ass. You're twice the fool, that's what you are. Father, looks like we'll have to meet in the next life. If I'd known this would happen, I would have left Earth earlier and hooked up with an alien chick by now. 3. Lie Xian screamed hysterically. "Come on. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Do it. Kill me already. I'm not scared." His voice cracked as he cried uncontrollably, the fear of death and unbearable pain driving him into a frenzy. Though his breakdown was pathetic, he refused to beg for mercy. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with only his sobs echoing in the stillness. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Lie Xian wept until his voice grew hoarse, yet the death he anticipated never came. Miraculously, his legs, which had shattered into icy fragments, were now whole again. He instinctively squeezed his thighs together, realizing that his most prized organ was still intact. Was this a hallucination before death? Slowly, Lie Xian raised his head, only to find that the cold, indifferent girl had vanished. In her place stood Lauren, her face filled with concern. "Brother, are you okay?" Lorraine's slender figure quickly approached, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. "The priest was just testing you earlier. Don't blame her. If you must blame someone, blame me." She pouted her rosy lips in grievance, her slightly reddened eyes and pitiful expression tugging at his heartstrings. "Testing?" Lie Xian's lips twitched as he recalled the excruciating torment from moments ago. His voice carried a trace of displeasure. "You call that kind of torture a test?" A faint blush spread across Lorraine's delicate face, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. "Of course, it was to test if you're worthy of me." She trailed off, then suddenly threw herself into Lie Xian's arms. The faint, elegant fragrance from her body made his thoughts momentarily scatter. "Brother, do you like me?" Lorraine tilted her face up, and their eyes locked. The close proximity made it easy for Lie Xian to hear her slightly hurried breaths. Lie Xian wrapped an arm around her slim waist, feeling the softness in his embrace, a stark contrast to the pain he had endured earlier. "Is your arm okay?" he asked, feigning concern, though inwardly hoping he wouldn't have to face that kind of treatment again. "It's nothing, brother. Just a small injury. With the genetic elixir, it'll heal by tomorrow," Lorraine said softly as she gently helped him to his feet. You might have to stay here for a while, but don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time. Stay with me? Even at night? Lie Xian's blunt question made a flicker of indignation flash in Lorraine's eyes, but she quickly bit her lip and asked, then, brother, would you be willing to return to the spirit realm with me? Ahem, I'll contact my father as soon as possible and try to find out when the ancient ruins will no longer be inaccessible. Lie Xian replied with an awkward laugh, thinking to himself that going to the spirit realm would be akin to walking into his own death. For now, at least, he was safe. Having survived the beauty trap, he might as well enjoy the moment even if it meant facing death in her arms down the line. Lorraine smiled sweetly. She could see through Lie Xian's thoughts, but it didn't matter, it wouldn't interfere with her plans. After all, the real winner was yet to be decided. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Yang Chun had just finished a hot shower and hadn't even changed into fresh clothes when he received a call from Su Nua. Glancing at the clock showing 3 a.m., he sighed and reluctantly picked up. Hey, Yang Chun, can you track down that escaped elf? Su Nua's urgent voice came through the line. The elf's already fled. How am I supposed to find them? Yang Chun asked, confused. Ugh, I just got word from above. Lie Xian's father is a researcher, and there's now a 10 billion blue star coin bounty for finding his son. Su Nua said excitedly. What? 10 billion? Yang Chun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with greed. Yeah, and they're offering half of an ancestral immortal technique as a reward if you can bring him back safely. Immortal technique? What does that even mean? Yang Chun asked, bewildered. Su Nua hadn't expected that Yang Chun would be completely unaware of this, and her tone carried a hint of helplessness. She patiently explained. The gap between the 5th and 6th tiers is like the divide between mortals and immortals. The difference between immortal techniques and strength techniques is the Samites considered a treasure of civilization. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Chen's breath caught upon hearing this. The value of immortal techniques was shockingly immense. However, he was well aware of the dangerous depths involved. No matter how precious immortal techniques were, one needed to survive to enjoy them, especially when they touched upon the secrets of the elven race, something they couldn't meddle in lightly. Of course, I know, Su Nua said with a sigh, continuing. Now that the news of this half-piece of immortal technique has spread, many 5th-tier powerhouses in the organization are eager to take action. Even the demon suppression guards have gone mad, searching the entire city for any trace. She let out a faint sigh, her tone softening. I came to you to ask if you could locate Lie Xian. Not only has researcher Li Tai offered a 10 billion blue star coin reward, but many powerhouses in the organization are also offering 100,000 destiny points for information on his whereabouts. Yang Chun smirked slightly, thinking to himself, well, isn't this something? Lie Xian really turned out to be quite the capable guy. Compared to those so-called spoiled brats, his only vices are flirting and showing off, not much else. If it were some rich kid from another civilization, even the dogs passing by would get kicked. Su Nua didn't seem to have much hope for Yang Chun to locate Lie Xian, and her tone was somewhat weary. Tomorrow, we'll look around more and see if we can gather some leads from the captured aliens. Yang Chun nodded. All right. However, Su Nua's words didn't stir much anticipation in him, as he knew that while the Eye of Insight could see through disguises, it couldn't determine a target's exact location. After hanging up the phone, Yang Chun clenched his fist, a surge of excitement involuntarily welling up inside him. But soon, a sense of caution rose in his mind. He knew that the secret of his Eye of Insight must remain hidden from everyone except his uncle. He needed to devise a foolproof plan. After changing into his sleepwear and lying down on the bed, a faint blue screen suddenly appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. He began reviewing his current cultivation progress. Progress, Gene Lock, First Tier, Late Stage 80, Soul Lock, First Tier, Early Stage 20, Hundredfold Breathing Technique, Drank Perfect 100, S-Rank Meditation Technique, Observing Mountains and Seas Perfect 100, Crank Combat Technique, Cold Star Spear Technique, Beyond Perfection 101, S-Rank Escape Technique, Bloodlight Escape Beginner 5. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, Yang Chun mentally calculated his progress. After today's efforts, he had accumulated 400 points of merit. He knew that the S-Rank Escape Technique would be his strongest means of survival in critical moments. With that in mind, he decided to inject all 400 merit points into Bloodlight Escape. Injecting merit points. In an instant, the screen flickered with a faint light, and Yang Chun began cultivating the Bloodlight Escape Technique. This was his first time practicing an alien technique, and with only 5 proficiency, the initial attempt almost caused his body to explode. His blood vessels were nearly entirely torn apart, leaving him paralyzed on the bed and unable to recover for over half a year. However, he didn't give up. Half a year later, he resumed cultivation. This time, while the tearing of his blood vessels was slightly less severe, it was still excruciatingly painful. Once again, he spent more than half a year bedridden. Damn it, Yang Chen muttered to himself with a wry smile. Good thing my willpower is strong enough not to give up over a little setback. Otherwise, there'd be no way to master bloodlight escape. Another half-year passed, and he tried again. This time, he felt his blood vessels had grown tougher. After cultivating for half an hour, they barely withstood the pressure before finally rupturing. But there was progress at last. S-rank escape technique, bloodlight escape, beginner 7. Yang Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Though the progress was slow, he felt a glimmer of hope. As long as there was progress, there was a chance. Over the course of a century, Yang Chen's blood vessels had undergone countless cycles of rupture and repair, becoming extraordinarily resilient. His mastery of the bloodlight escape technique grew increasingly refined, as if it were second nature. A system notification appeared before his eyes. S-level escape technique. Bloodlight escape minor accomplishment 45. After reaching minor accomplishment in the bloodlight escape technique, Yang Chun could use it skillfully. However, every time he performed it, his blood vessels would rupture violently. Enduring life-threatening pain time and time again, he finally came to terms with reality. The system presented a choice. Would you like to use merit points to reinforce your blood vessels? Yang Chun raised an eyebrow, surprised that merit points could serve such a purpose. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed. The text on the screen continued to scroll. 200 merit points consumed. Your blood vessels have become extraordinarily tough, capable of strangling ordinary beasts. With his reinforced blood vessels, Yang Chen's cultivation speed increased significantly. Days turned into years, and after a decade of relentless effort, the system notification reappeared. Cultivation progress. Gene lock first stage complete 100. S-level escape technique. Bloodlight escape complete 100. Training complete. 89 merit points refunded. Sitting cross-legged in the training chamber, Yang Chen opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise flashing within them. I didn't expect cultivating the bloodlight escape technique to consume so many merit points. Truly worthy of being in S-level escape technique. He glanced at the remaining 89 merit points and thought to himself, this amount won't be enough to reach the extreme realm. After a moment of hesitation, determination flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He poured all the remaining merit points into the soul lock category without a second thought, committing fully to the gamble. Merit points infused. You have begun cultivating soul lock. 89 merit points consumed. Soul lock first stage complete 100. 36 merit points refunded. With S-level meditation technique, my cultivation speed has definitely improved. Yang Chen calculated his remaining lifespan. I still have 100 years left, enough to endure 19 deaths during cultivation. As long as I break through one area, I can extend my life by another century. Rubbing his chin, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Damn it, others risk their one life to break through. I have 19 life swats there to be afraid of? Let's do this. He funneled 95 years of his lifespan into the gene lock category, attempting a breakthrough. The system notification appeared. Unlocking the second stage of the gene lock will allow you to unleash adrenaline surges during combat, granting explosive power far beyond the first stage. The cultivation began. Yang Chen's entire body surged with blood energy, frantically rushing toward his kidneys in an attempt to break through the faint shackles. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through his waist, and both kidneys exploded. Darkness enveloped his vision. You have died. Damn it. Yang Chun gasped sharply, instinctively clutching his waist as cold sweat poured down his face. In the cultivation system of the Blue Star civilization, each breakthrough carried a high risk of death. Typically, cultivators would meticulously prepare before attempting a breakthrough. Yang Chen's reckless approach harkened back to the primitive era a million years ago, when early humans struggled for survival against beasts without a systematic cultivation framework. Death is not the end for you, but the beginning of a new journey. Learning from his previous failure, Yang Chun attempted a more cautious approach this time. He allowed his blood energy to flow gently toward his kidneys, trying to gradually loosen the shackles. However, with a resounding blast, his kidneys exploded once more. Both kidneys have ruptured. You have died. Again and again, death followed rebirth. The system notifications continued to refresh. With each death, your kidneys grow stronger. Staring at the endless stream of death messages, Yang Chun felt utterly numb. He placed both hands protectively over his waist, guarding his kidneys with all his might. Finally, after dying 15 times, the shackles on his kidneys shattered under the relentless assault of his blood energy. An indescribable sensation surged from his waist, spreading through his entire body. Second stage gene lock, breakthrough. Yang Chun gazed at the light blue screen before him, noting the additional 100 years of lifespan, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. For deaths, if he were to die 4 more times, that would truly be troublesome. Thankfully, he had seen through life and death, maintaining a calm mind throughout the breakthrough process. Now, with a lifespan of 125 years, he had 24 opportunities to surpass the second stage Yuanshan lock. Since that was the case, bring it on. Death was his companion, and he welcomed it. Once the second stage Yuanshan lock was activated, he would gain control over his brain's nerves, enhancing cognitive processing, sensitivity, and reaction speed. Through nerve stimulation, his mental strength would temporarily surge. Perhaps it was due to this grade meditation technique, but the breakthrough of the second stage Yuanshan lock was far smoother than the gene lock. After experiencing merely 12 deaths, he successfully broke through the second stage gene lock. The next morning, Yang Chen, now a second stage Xiandao practitioner, got out of bed. With his cultivation level advancing, the amount of sleep he required decreased significantly. In fact, if he wanted to push himself, he could completely replace sleep with meditation. After a quick wash and a simple breakfast, Yang Chen opened the Tion Ming Ren marketplace. Once everything was set, his gaze focused into the void. A sharp pain followed, and he pinpointed Lie Xian's location: Hangzhou Intercontinental Hotel, 16th floor, Presidential Suite, room 101. Well, this guy looked like he was on vacation. He didn't seem like someone who had been kidnapped. Entering the communication hall of the Tion Ming Ren system, Yang Chen set his message to Anonymous and auctioned off Lie Xian's location. Starting bid: 100,000 Tion Ming points, highest bidder wins. After posting the message, he didn't forget to log into Tianwang to search for the public reward offered by researcher Li Tai, planning to claim the bounty later. The moment Yang Chen's message was sent, the previously calm communication hall erupted in chaos, with messages flooding in like a tidal wave. Damn, are you serious? Do you really know Li Xian's location? 110,000 Tianming points. Tell me. He'll bid 120,000. This Li Xian situation runs deep. The opposing side is the elves. Don't come unless you're at least a third stage Xiandao practitioner. 130,000. I'm a fourth stage Xiandao practitioner. Could everyone do me a favor and let me have it? 132,000. At this moment, Yang Chen's Tion Ming Ren system inbox had already received over 100 private messages, with the highest bid reaching 160,000. The bidder, named Lu Bai, appeared exceptionally polite in their tone. If not for their willingness to intervene in this matter, Yang Chen might have thought they were a newcomer like himself. He opened the chat interface with Lu Bai and sent a message. Are you in Hangzhou? Tianming points are not accepted in installments. The reply came almost instantly. Hello, I'm in Shanghai. I can be in Hangzhou within an hour. Please send me the location. I'll transfer the Tianming points to your account right now. Thank you so much. The efficiency of the response made Yang Chen's heart race with excitement, knowing he was about to receive a hefty sum of 160,000 Tianming points. He sent the location and kindly added a reminder. This seems to be an elf stronghold. I suggest you bring more people. Lu Bai's response was as prompt as ever. Barely 10 seconds after Yang Chen sent the message, the 160,000 Tianming points were already credited to his account. Thank you for your warning, but I alone am enough. Since the other party was so confident, Yang Chen decided not to say more. With a calm expression, he opened the Destiny Mall and navigated to the Cultivation Techniques section. This time, he could finally upgrade and directly purchase and shrank breathing technique. Following the golden rule of the most expensive is the best, Yang Chen unhesitatingly sorted the techniques by price in descending order. His gaze stopped at the very Topa technique priced at 110,000 destiny points, named Infinite Tides. Without hesitation, he clicked purchase, and his destiny points instantly dropped from 160,000 to 50,000. Watching his balance shrink, Yang Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath, money really burns fast. He glanced at the time. There were still 30 minutes left until his meeting with Su Nua. It was just enough time to delve into his newly acquired breathing technique. Retrieving the technique from his destiny ring, a crimson jade slip appeared in his palm, radiating a warm energy and exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Yang Chen focused his gaze on the jade slip, and the technique's information emerged. Shrank breathing technique. Infinite tides not yet initiated. Proficiency 5. As expected, no matter the technique or skill, as long as Yang Chen laid eyes on it, he would instantly gain 5 proficiency. Though a small step, it was a crucial one. Many cultivators spend a great deal of time fumbling through the initial stages, but Yang Chen could use this as a starting point to rapidly advance his training with astonishing efficiency. His extraordinary talent was undoubtedly well-deserved. He glanced at the destiny panel. His remaining merit points were 36. Without hesitation, he used them all up and began an intense session of cultivation. In the presidential suite of the Hangqing Intercontinental Hotel, Luo Lin was dressed in a sleek, form-fitting black dress, her silver high heels softly glimmering under the lights. Her face carried a pure charm tinged with allure, her eyes holding the clarity of a young girl while betraying traces of a mature woman's seductiveness, making it impossible to look away. Lie Xian lounged lazily on the sofa, his expression relaxed as he enjoyed being hand-fed by Luo Lin. Brother, these are special fruits from our clan. Try one and tell me how it tastes. Luo Lin handed him a small jade-green fruit, about the size of a longan but shaped like a cherry. Its surface was smooth, and its plump flesh looked irresistibly appetizing. Taking a bite, the fruit burst with juice, releasing a refreshing fragrance that instantly awakened his senses and left him feeling invigorated. Lie Xian's lips curved into a smile as he nodded. Not bad. I really like both the flavor and the texture. If his memory served him right, this was a jade fruit, a spiritual fruit originating from the elemental civilization. Due to the long-standing enmity between Earth and the elemental civilization, such fruits were extremely rare on Earth and fetched exorbitant prices on the black market, sometimes going for millions per pound. A thought crossed his mind. If he could collaborate with Luo Lin to trade in spiritual fruits, his father's connections would make smuggling a breeze. Add in that cold, aloof girl to handle cold chain preservation, and the business would take off in no time. It sure beat a life of constant fighting and bloodshed. I'm glad you like it, brother. Here, try this one. Luo Lin picked up an icy blue fruit from the platter. Her lips parted slightly as she placed the fruit in her mouth. Then, leaning closer under Lie Xian's heated gaze, she moved toward him. The mingling fragrance of the fruit and her scent filled the air. Her soft, warm lips met his, sharing the cool fruit juice between them. The sensation sent a rush of heat through Lie Xian, leaving him momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Lin straightened up, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. She gently adjusted her dress and spoke in a voice as smooth as silk. Brother, was it delicious? Delicious, absolutely delicious. Lie Xian stammered, his face red and his voice trembling slightly. He wished he could freeze this moment in time forever. Meanwhile, in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses and carrying a backpack walked in slowly. His slightly messy hair and youthful appearance suggested he was a university student. His demeanor was calm, yet reserved. The receptionist stepped forward with a welcoming smile and asked, "Hello, how can I assist you today?" In the lobby, the receptionist, with a professional smile, observed the young man standing before her, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. It was a little past 9 o'clock, a time when hotel guests were rarely seen. "Hello, how may I assist you?" she asked politely. The young man nodded slightly. "I'm here to find someone. Do you have an appointment? Who are you looking for?" The receptionist maintained her professional demeanor. "Sorry, I don't have an appointment," the young man explained. "I'm looking for one of your hotel guests." A trace of awkwardness crossed the receptionist's face as she softly replied. "I'm sorry, I thought you were here to see our hotel manager. May I ask which room the guest is staying in?" "The presidential suite, room 101. Lie Xian," he stated calmly, providing the room number and name. The receptionist quickly checked the system and frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, but the guest registered in room 101 isn't listed under the name Lie Xian. Perhaps you could double-check with your friend?" "Oh." The young man showed little surprise, simply nodding. "Sorry to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all." The receptionist, finding the young man courteous, felt a touch of goodwill toward him and offered. "Many guests don't use their real names when registering. I can check the visitor records for you." "All right. Thank you." The young man replied with a grateful smile. He slung his backpack over his shoulder again and waited quietly. The receptionist carefully reviewed the system records, her frown deepening. Strange. There's no record of a visitor named Lie Xian either. Would you like to call your friend to confirm?" The young man slowly shook his head. "No need, thank you. I can sense that he's here." With that, he turned and walked out of the lobby, leaving the receptionist puzzled. At the hotel entrance, the young man opened his black backpack and took out several black flags. He looked up at the 17th floor of the hotel and murmured softly, "This might seem a bit impolite, but I've done my best. My apologies." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the flags lightly in his right hand. The black flags instantly transformed into streaks of dark light, shooting straight toward the 17th floor of the hotel. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, a middle-aged man in a black uniform Chen was listening with an ingratiating smile to the scolding coming through a video call. Commander, you're doing a fantastic job." The voice on the other end dripped with sarcasm. "Under your very nose, a researcher's son gets abducted by foreign entities. Truly, you've brought great honor to our division." Enduring the stinging rebuke, Shun could only offer an awkward smile. The disdainful expression on the man's face in the video made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. "Sir, this was indeed my oversight," Shun admitted in a low voice. "I've already mobilized all available personnel in the division for a citywide search. I will do my utmost to make amends." "Make amends?" The man on the other end sneered. "I hope you actually mean that. In just 2 days, I've received multiple letters of complaint from Jiangnan Academy of Civilization and the Universal Research Institute. Before this matter reaches the Celestial Court, I'm giving you 3 days. If in 3 days, the man suddenly paused. "Wait." As Shin bent forward to listen, the man in the video took a document from an assistant beside him, his gaze sharpening instantly. Shin, listen carefully." "Yes, sir." Shin straightened his back abruptly, his expression turning serious as he awaited further orders. "New information has just come in. Lie Xian has been spotted at the Hangzhou Intercontinental Hotel," the man said sternly. "I order you to rescue him immediately. If anything happens to him, I'll make sure you regret it." "Understood. I will not fail." Shun responded resolutely. The man in the video nodded, leaving him with a curt, "See to it," before ending the call. As the video feed disappeared, a blinding flash of a blade suddenly slashed down. The blade's fierce energy split the large screen in two, continuing with unstoppable force to shatter the reinforced wall behind it. Fang Shun's previously determined gaze turned dark and menacing in an instant. On the 17th floor of the Intercontinental Hotel, there were only 3 presidential suites. The opulent decor of the corridor exuded an air of extravagance. Black banners were quietly scattered around, and an invisible ripple seemed to spread across the entire floor. Inside room 101, the previously gentle expression on Luo Lin's face suddenly shifted. Her gaze turned sharp and alert as she looked toward the door. Oh, what's wrong? Lie Xian, who had been enjoying a massage, opened his eyes in confusion and noticed Luo Lin's unusual demeanor. Could it be my father sent someone to rescue me? Stay here, don't move around. He'll be right back. Luo Lin lightly patted Lie Xian's shoulder. Instantly, a familiar sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. His body went limp on the bed, completely drained of strength. Sensing the situation, Lie Xian wisely chose to keep his mouth shut, not daring to say more. Whether or not his father had sent someone to save him, this was not the time to act rashly. In the corridor, the door to room 103 slowly opened. A girl in a white dress stepped out, her cold eyes fixed on the staircase. A young man wearing glasses was walking toward her at a leisurely pace. Excuse me, is Lie Xian here? He asked. Seeing that the girl didn't respond, he glanced at the room number behind her, 103, and scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'm actually looking for someone in room 101. Could you step aside? Apologetically, the young man prepared to walk around the girl. But as he drew closer, the air in the corridor became thick with the smell of blood. The crimson carpet began to seep with blood, and with each step he took, splashes of vivid red sprayed up. Gurgly blood surged endlessly. The ground beneath the young man's feet seemed to transform into a swamp of blood, leading to a bottomless crimson abyss ahead. From the viscous blood, thick, struggling arms emerged, clawing at the surface. Hatred, malice, fear, greed, an array of dark emotions filled the air like a toxic fog, accompanied by cries, screams, and roars that echoed throughout the corridor. The arms reached furiously for the young man's legs, as if ready to drag him into an eternal hell. Apologies, but you're in my way, the young man remarked calmly. He raised a hand, forming a sword with his fingers, and made a light slash forward. A terrifying burst of sword energy shot out from his fingertips, obliterating everything in its path with unstoppable force. In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere cleared, the illusion vanished, and the corridor returned to its original state. The girl in white standing by the door was struck as if by an invisible hammer to her chest. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was flung back into the room. My apologies, the young man said with a faint smile as he heard the loud crash from the room. He continued walking forward. Luo Lin, stepping out of room 101, happened to witness this breathtaking scene. A gleaming dagger instantly appeared in her hand. Priestess, are you okay? She called out. Cough, I'm fine, cough. The girl's weak voice came from inside the room. Pale-faced, she stepped out and stood beside Luo Lin. The two of them fixed their gazes on the young man, who was now approaching room 102. The sword of primordial spirit, are you a demon slayer guard, or a heaven's chosen? The girl's voice was weak, as if her very breath was on the verge of fading away. Her vast space had completely collapsed under the force of the sword aura earlier, and her soul had suffered severe damage. The boy's strength was at least at the 4th tier of soul lock or higher. At this moment, the girl was utterly exhausted, her vitality hanging by a thread. Me? The boy turned his head, glancing at the girl still standing behind him. His eyes narrowed, and a hint of wariness rose in his heart. Destined One, Lu Bai. Lu Bai. The name seemed intriguing, carrying a trace of amusement. Before the words had fully settled, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from room 102. As the door slowly opened, a young man stepped out. He was strikingly handsome, with an undeniable sharpness in his features. His pointed ears and piercing blue eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. His golden hair was tied neatly behind him, and his muscular frame was clad in a fitted purple outfit. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, he exuded a commanding presence of strength and power. Apologies for interrupting. I need to get to room 101. Please make way. Lu Bai stared expressionlessly at the golden-haired elf before him, responding with calm indifference. The elf, however, seemed in no rush to reply. He merely gave Lu Bai a quick once-over, his gaze tinged with curiosity, though he remained silent. At that moment, the girl and Lorraine exchanged a glance, silently communicating their intentions before retreating to their respective rooms. Their movements had been exposed, and they now needed to escape through the hotel's hidden passageways. Meanwhile, a familiar alarm blared from downstairs. Routine inspection by the Security Bureau. All citizens, please evacuate immediately. The broadcast echoed throughout the hotel. Exorcist guards. Lu Bai's expression finally shifted slightly upon hearing the announcement. For the first time, a trace of tension appeared on his composed face. The opposing side had also obtained information about Lie Xian's location. Judging by the timing, they had arrived over half an hour later than he had. The situation had grown increasingly precarious, and swift action was now imperative. A sense of urgency surged within Liu Bai. He placed his black backpack on the ground, his expression grave, quick and decisive. Downstairs, security bureau personnel were rapidly evacuating civilians from the hotel. Formation flags were set up at every exit, sealing the building off from the outside world. 3 exorcist guards, dressed in black cloaks and armed with long blades, stepped out of a vehicle. Leading them was Fang Shun. "Captain, this appears to be a hidden base of the Elven clan on Blue Star. Should we wait until all personnel are assembled before?" Luo Tian's words were cut off by Fang Shun. "I can wait. Can the hostage?" Fang Shun's voice was low and resolute. "This time, they kidnapped the researcher's son right under our noses, blatantly challenging us exorcist guards. Luo Tian, Lin San, if you're scared, stay here. I'll go in first." Without hesitation, Fang Shun charged into the hotel. Luo Tian and Lin San quickly followed suit. "Captain, what are you saying? There's no cowards among the exorcist guards." Behind them, the security bureau personnel immediately reinforced the formation nodes. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away, Yang Chun had just effortlessly taken down a hunter. The hunter's head exploded under the blast of his gun, instantly shattered. His destiny points increased once again. It was a good day, had captured 2 anomalies in less than 3 hours. "Feels great." Su Nua looked at the newly acquired destiny points and smiled with satisfaction. "Yang Chun, great work today. You're now at the 2nd tier of Immortal Path. We can start seeking out higher tier anomalies. The rewards will be even greater." Yang Chun chuckled and nodded in response. "Got it, Boss Su. I won't forget the well I drank from. I'll always be your soldier." Glancing at the newly earned 150 merit points, his mood soared. "These should be enough to refine my current breathing technique to its perfected state," he thought to himself, already planning his next breakthrough. After finishing their morning tasks, Su Nua and Yang Chun prepared to have lunch before proceeding with their afternoon plans. "Come on, there's a newly opened Michelin 3-star restaurant nearby. My treat." Su Nua pulled a lollipop out of her pocket and casually tossed it to Yang Chun, inviting him with a generous air. Yang Chun caught the lollipop, unwrapped it, and smiled faintly. "Thank you, Boss Su." He had already noticed that the lollipop Su Nua was eating was a product of Doushui Pharmaceuticals. According to the official website, this kind of lollipop could improve physical fitness and enhance mental strength, with each one priced at an astonishing 10,000 blue star coins, luxurious enough to rival precious treasures. The two walked to the roadside and hailed an autonomous taxi, which began driving them toward their destination. Inside the car, Su Nua casually fiddled with her destiny ring. Her ring had evidently high-level privileges, operating smoothly like a powerful AI computer. Yang Chen glanced at his own destiny ring, which was still simple and basic, with only 5 functional modules. He had no idea how long it would take to unlock the million Destina point privileges. "Yang Chun, did you know that the clue bounty posted by researcher Li Tai has already been claimed?" Su Nua suddenly spoke, interrupting Yang Chen's thoughts. "Researcher Li Tai's bounty? Does that mean someone has discovered Lie Xian's location?" Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had initially planned to claim researcher Li Tai's 10 billion blue star coin bounty himself. It seemed the world was indeed full of extraordinary talents, not to be underestimated. Su Nua scrolled through the news feed on her destiny ring and replied, "Yes, it was announced an hour ago. This time, even a commander-level expert from the Demon Suppression Guard might need to step in." Hangcheng, as the capital of Jiangnan province, was under the jurisdiction of at least a tier 4 expert, possibly even higher. Yang Chun nodded in agreement. With such a high-level expert involved, coupled with Liu Bai among the destiny holders, the mission should be secure. Su Nua glanced at Yang Chun and continued. "However, the organization also has channels for selling Lie Xian's information. As for who will ultimately obtain the half-scroll of the immortal technique, we'll have to wait and see." Yang Chun let out an awkward chuckle, understanding that Su Nua probably had her suspicions about him. Everyone knew the rules of the game, and there was no need to spell things out. Ahem, he cleared his throat. It'll probably end up in the hands of the Demon Suppression Guard. After all, this is their home turf. The commander in Hangcheng is at least a tier 4 expert, right? He pulled out his phone and quickly checked the official website of the Hangcheng Demon Suppression Guard on the Destiny Network. On the homepage, the first thing that caught his eye was a photo of a middle-aged man with a faint smile, standing prominently in the center. His name was Unremarkable Fang Shen. Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was no stranger to this name. He recalled the day he and Su Xiaoyu were riding the bus when he caught a glimpse of Fang Shen's name on the human trader list. He quickly clicked on the man's personal profile, and the screen displayed the name, Fang Shen, in bold, making his heart race. "So it really is him," Yang Chun muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, on the rooftop garden of the Hangcheng Intercontinental Hotel, Fang Shen was leading Luo Tian and Lin San as they swiftly arrived at the designated location. To be precise, It was a scene of utter devastation after the collapsing an entire 17-story building, along with the top floor, reduced to rubble as if struck by a bombing. The wreckage was heartbreaking, with debris scattered everywhere. The once luxurious infinity pool on the rooftop was destroyed, water trickling down the edges and soaking the exterior walls of the building. Lie Xian trembled uncontrollably, curled up in a corner. Beside him were a pale-faced priestess and Lorraine, all three shielded by a transparent barrier that fended off the residual impacts of the battle. Cough, cough. The blonde elf's lips bled drops of light green blood, and a deep sword scar marred his once handsome face. His purple robes were in tatters, and the golden holy sword in his hand was broken in two. Opposite him stood Lu Bai, his expression calm and composed. In his hand was a makeshift weapon-on knife and fork seemingly picked up from the room. His glasses were gone, and his eyes glinted faintly red. Sorry, but I was here first. I'm taking Lie Xian with me, Lu Bai said flatly, his voice cutting through the ruins. He cast a glance at Fang Shan, who had just rushed over, and offered a faint, apologetic smile. A Heaven's Mandate warrior? Luo Tian said in a deep voice from the side. I didn't expect you to get the intel even faster than we did. Half of the celestial scripture is indeed a powerful lure. Fang Shan didn't respond, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. The outcome of the battle was already clear. The elves' defeat was only a matter of time. This young man, Lu Bai, was truly formidable, single-handedly taking down this stronghold. You can have the scripture. We just want Lie Xian safe, Fang Shan said as he stepped forward with his blade, signaling to Luo Tian and Lin San with a glance. He'll help the Heaven's Mandate warrior deal with this elf. You too rescue Lie Xian. Fang Shan's command brought a flicker of hesitation to Luo Tian's eyes. The blonde elf's defeat was inevitable, and the logical move was for the three of them to work together to free Lie Xian. What exactly was their captain planning? However, the demon-suppressing guard prioritized obedience above all else. Despite his doubts, Luo Tian acted without hesitation, moving toward Lie Xian alongside Lin San. Priestess, are you all right? Lorraine asked as she saw Luo Tian and Lin San approaching. She quickly enveloped another young elf priestess in a shroud of black mist, positioning herself protectively. The priestess was a figure of great importance from the temple, holding the key to communicating with the spirit realm. Nothing could be allowed to happen to her. Lorraine felt a surge of relief. She only needed to hold these two off for a while. Even now, the priestess remained composed, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Following the command, Lorraine clasped her hands in the air, and two daggers materialized instantly. Black mist swirled around her as she launched herself forward, swift as lightning. Lin San, be careful. She's a night elf, Luo Tian warned. Lorraine moved with such speed that her shadow seemed to blur, her black mist enveloping the area with the sound of clashing metal. Luo Tian drew his long blade, deflecting an attack aimed at Lin San's right arm. But in the next moment, another dagger struck like a venomous snake toward Luo Tian's throat. So fast. At the critical moment, Luo Tian swung his blade downward with all his might, a desperate move that forced Lorraine to withdraw her dagger and evade. Old man, how much do you even earn in a month? Why risk your life like this? Lorraine's teasing voice echoed from within the black mist, fueling Lin San's anger. He swung his blade furiously, slashing at the mist in quick succession. Meanwhile, Luo Tian remained expressionless, extending his spiritual energy in an attempt to track Lorraine's movements within the shroud. Little girl, not everything in this world can be measured in money. Some things have a value that goes far beyond wealth and are worth laying down one's life to protect. The surrounding black mist grew thicker, enveloping them like an impenetrable shroud of darkness. Flickering cold glints surfaced intermittently within the mist, resembling ghostly blades that drifted silently. A single misstep could result in instant death from these hidden, lethal edges. Luo Tian and Lin San stood back to back, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads as they desperately unleashed their mental energy against the black mist before them, yet it remained impenetrable. Beyond the mist, the priestess's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light. Her slender fingers trembled slightly as she manipulated the mist, making it even denser. Beside her stood Lie Xian, his eyes vacant and expressionless, like a soulless puppet under complete control. Not far away, Lu Bai held a pair of blades with an elegance that belied their deadly intent. With a slight flick of his wrist, sharp sword energy surged forward like a chilling gust of wind toward the golden-haired elf opposite him. Thank you for your concern, but I can handle this on my own, Lu Bai said calmly, his tone exuding unshakable confidence. Even in the face of a fifth-tier elven warrior, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. The golden-haired elf was already struggling to stand under Lu Bai's relentless onslaught. His broken sword had been forcibly reshaped into a shield, barely fending off the continuous waves of sword energy. His breathing grew labored, and his forehead was drenched in sweat, clearly pushed to his limits. Fang Shan walked unhurriedly to Lu Bai's side, his gaze steady as he observed the battered elf before them. A holy knight, he remarked softly, is said to be the most loyal servant of any priestess. From birth to death, they have but one purposito: protect the priestess. Tell me, is that a choice they make willingly, or is it a fate imposed upon them? Hmm. Lu Bai turned his head slightly, his expression curious as he looked at Fang Shun. I'm not sure, but either way, I suppose it's a shackle they cannot escape. Indeed, an inescapable shackle, Fang Shun nodded. Much like how people are divided into classes from the moment they are born, their fates seemingly predetermined. Do you believe in destiny? Lu Bai pressed his lips together, unsure why Fang Shun chose this moment to discuss such matters, but he pondered the question earnestly out of courtesy. I do, Lu Bai replied, his gaze fixed ahead. I was born into a family of swordsmanship. From a young age, the sword was my only companion. People say I'm a ancient century swordsmanship prodigy, but no one's ever asked me if I wanted to hold this sword in the first place. His voice grew heavy. Even if I didn't want to, there were always hands pushing me forward. Some things are beyond my control, no matter what I wish. Ha! Fang Shun leaned on his blade for support, his laughter laced with mockery. But I, Fang Shun, refuse to believe in such nonsense. Clang. In the split second that Lu Bai was caught off guard, a sharp, resonant clang echoed across the battlefield. Fang Shun's blade, enshrouded in black malevolent energy, sliced through the air with lightning speed, aiming for Lu Bai's neck. At the last critical moment, Lu Bai's battle-honed instincts enabled him to dodge sideways, but he was still a fraction too slow. Blood splattered as one of his arms was severed, falling to the ground with a heavy thud. At the same time, the golden-haired elf, as if in perfect harmony with Fang Shun, immediately summoned golden energy. His shield transformed into a radiant longbow, and 3 arrows, gleaming like shooting stars, shot forth from the bowstring. Each arrow was aimed at a lethal point: Lu Bai's head, heart, and throat. In the face of imminent danger, Lu Bai's movements became a blur, narrowly evading the deadly arrows. However, Fang Shun was relentless. His long blade, still emanating its dark aura, slashed forward, carving a deep, bone-revealing wound across Lu Bai's chest. Blood gushed out, staining his garments of vivid crimson. Without a word, Fang Shun pressed his attack. His blade, wreathed in black mist, unleashed a continuous barrage of strikes, intent on cutting Lu Bai down. In a desperate rush, his mental strength transformed into a shield, but in the very next second, Fang Shun's long blade mercilessly shattered the protection. Riding the force of the impact, Lu Bai was violently propelled backward, hurtling straight towards the ruins enshrouded in black mist that was his only chance. Boom. He crashed heavily into the wreckage with a deafening noise. Luo Tian and Lin San's expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The enemy still had an ambush. At this moment, the tide of the battle became increasingly evident. The priestess staggered as she dispelled the black mist, nearly losing her balance and collapsing. Luo Lin reacted swiftly, darting to her side and steadying her to prevent her from falling. Luo Tian, his face a mix of shock and unease, fixed his gaze on the figure ahead wielding the blade. Fang Shun. How could he still stand there at such a moment? The blood-streaked blade in his hand exuded a terrifying murderous aura amidst the dissipating mist, with fresh crimson drops slowly dripping to the ground. The sight sent a storm of turmoil through Luo Tian's heart, as a wave of fear surged within him. See, Captain Yu. His voice trembled as he looked at the long blade shrouded in dark, malevolent energy. That once familiar power had now become his enemy. He felt his very beliefs fracturing under the weight of the moment. Old Luo, 20 years, and your hands are still shaking. Fang Shun's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were stating something utterly mundane. Luo Tian's lips quivered slightly. He tightened his grip on his own blade, his eyes flashing with pain and fury. Captain, why would you betray Blue Star? He clutched his chest, his body swaying slightly. After countless brushes with death, only now did he truly understand some things are more terrifying than death itself. 20 years of trust forged in life and death, shattered by betrayal. The feeling was utterly devastating. Fang Shun ignored Luo Tian's questioning, his tone calm as he said, "Do you still remember what I told you back then?" He slowly wiped the blood off his blade with his sleeve. The dark aura gradually dispersed, revealing the blade's sharp, gleaming surface. His gaze seemed to pierce through Luo Tian as he continued. When you're nervous, keep breathing. Picture the enemy before you as nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. All you have to do is swing your blade with all your might until the very end. Those words struck Luo Tian like a dagger to the heart, bringing back memories of his early days in the Demon Suppression Corps. The captain who once fought tirelessly for Blue Star, the hero who always stepped forward without hesitation, had now become a traitor. In an instant, everything had changed. Luo Tian's mind was in chaos as he raised his head to look at Fang Shun, his eyes filled with despair and rage. Why, Captain? Why would you betray Blue Star? Were you bewitched by the enemy? Or he trailed off, abruptly pulling out a demon-revealing mirror and aiming it at Fang Shun repeatedly. Each time, the result was the same. The reflection showed Fang Shun's familiar face, unchanged. Damn it, Luo Tian roared, slamming his sword down and shattering the mirror into pieces. His emotions spiraled out of control as he bellowed. Fang Shun, how dare you betray Blue Star? I'll cut you down myself. Fang Shun threw his head back and laughed, a mix of madness and anguish in his voice. Now that's the spirit, old Luo. Otherwise, I might not have had the heart to strike. Staring at the man he once revered, Luo Tian's eyes burned red like flames. He growled, Fang Shun, tell me why. Have you forgotten the oath we swore together as brothers? You took 7 wounds to protect me during our retreat, barely surviving. You were a hero. How could you betray Blue Star? How could you become like this? Hero? A hero? Fang Shun's laughter tore through the air, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. What do you know, Luo Tian? He suddenly raised his blade unsteadily, pointing it skyward, his gaze a wild mix of torment and frenzy. You've never been to the heavenly court. You've risked your life for Blue Star, you've bled for it. But you'll never understand what I saw in the heavenly court. You've never seen how high, how endless those steps were. You've never laid eyes on the divine rankings. Tell me, how could I endure it? Fang Shun abruptly tore open his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars across his heart, kidneys, chest, spine, abdomen, neck, and throat. Each mark bore witness to pain and bloodshed that could never be erased. Though his body was battered, his spirit remained unyielding. Luo Tian, tell me, why is it that those people can sit high above the heavens, immortal and untouchable, while we mortals are destined to live like mayflies, confined to the bottom of a well? Why should kings and lords be born of noble blood? The heavenly court. Luo Tian fixed his gaze on Fang Shun, who now appeared like a man possessed. The grip on his straight blade gradually steadied as he took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Captain, I don't understand why you became like this after your trip to the heavenly court. But one thing is clear, Blue Star belongs to its people, not to the heavenly court. By betraying Blue Star, you've betrayed the entire human race of this world. The long blade in Luo Tian's hand erupted with dazzling white light, pointing directly at Fang Shun. The radiance of his great ability, righteous light, flowed along the blade. Decades of camaraderie built through battles were now destined to clash in this moment. Captain, prepare yourself. Luo Tian charged forward abruptly, shoving Lin San out of the way. Go on, Luo Tian. I'll make sure to see you off properly. Fang Shun wasted no more words, raising his blade to meet the attack. Under the power of his great ability, Dark Slayer, his eyes surged with overwhelming killing intent. At this point, retreat was no longer an option for him. The clash of black and white blade light resembled the cycle of day and night, unleashing an earth-shaking wave of energy. Master, hold on. Lin San, who had been thrown into the rubble at the base of the stairwell, gritted his teeth through the pain, forcing himself to his feet. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Luo Tian, a third-tier warrior, facing Fang Shun, who had reached the 4th tier, and with the elves by Fang Shun's side, could only hope for reinforcements to buy Luo Tian even a sliver of hope for survival. Damn it! Lin San's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging as he clenched his fists. Even though his heart burned with unwillingness, he knew that fighting Hedon at this moment would be meaningless. This was the chance his master was sacrificing his life for, had to give everything to break through. Take care of that little rat, the priestess ordered calmly. In an instant, Luo Lin disappeared into a blur, pursuing Lin San. Though gravely injured, the golden-haired elf remained steadfast at the priestess's side, ensuring her safety. Beneath the ruins, Lu Bai, who had been on the brink of death, dared not move. Fortunately, the black water banner formation he had set up earlier concealed his life force, allowing him to slowly repair his battered body with the power of the array. I hope Luo Tian can hold out a little longer. Otherwise, in this state, I won't stand a chance against them. Lin San had reached the 7th floor of the skyscraper and was just about to escape the priestess's mental domain when a teasing voice called out behind him. Don't go, little brother. We're not done yet. Out of the dense black mist, Luo Lin emerged, her dagger gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Damn it! Lin San cursed under his breath as the sound of a blade unsheathing rang out sharply. His sword, glowing with a faint blue hue, cut through the air with a resonant hum, meeting Luo Lin's strike Hedon. Activating her crate ability, Lightning, Luo Lin's figure flickered, leaving afterimages in her wake. In a flash, she was directly in front of Lin San, her dagger aiming straight for his throat. Lin San didn't retreat but instead advanced, his fist crackling with blue electric arcs as he met Luo Lin's dagger Hedon. Boom! Thunder roared and lightning flashed as a terrifying shockwave shattered the tiles around Luo Lin in an instant. A powerful blast of air swept outward, and the floor-to-ceiling windows several meters away shattered with a deafening crash, sending shards of glass raining down from above. As the dust settled, Luo Lin's figure had vanished. Around her, the dense black mist that had been dispersed was beginning to coalesce once more. Suddenly, she reappeared silently behind Lin San. As if anticipating her move, Lin San spun around instantly, his long blade raised defensively in front of him while he quickly retreated. Pale blue electric currents coursed through his body, forming a protective barrier. In the blink of an eye, another figure of Luo Lin emerged from the black mist, her gleaming dagger slicing toward Lin San's back. He swung his blade hastily in retaliation, but to his shock, it passed right through Luo Lin's body, as though she were an illusion. The situation turned critical. Though Lin San spun around again with speed, it was too late. Her sharp dagger had already plunged into his left shoulder. Thick black vapor poured into the wound, burning his flesh like acid. Ah! Lin San let out a furious roar, gripping Luo Lin's arm tightly. Got you this time. Before he could finish his sentence, countless arcs of electricity erupted from within him, crashing through the darkness like a thunderstorm. Luo Lin let out a harrowing scream, her body convulsing violently under the high-voltage current. In mere moments, she was reduced to a charred, lifeless husk that fell heavily to the ground. Lin San stumbled backward, discarding the scorched remains of her body as he struggled to steady himself with his long blade. His face was ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That single, all-out attack had drained him of nearly all his energy. Meanwhile, the black mist continued to eat away at his shoulder, exposing the stark white of his bones beneath the decaying flesh. Dragging his weakened body, he began making his way toward the staircase. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out behind him. "Brother, how ruthless of you." A flash of steel dagger pierced straight into Lin San's heart. Black vapor surged into the wound with a vengeance. Luo Lin's cold laughter rang out as she taunted. "Let me see just how hard your heart really is. Will it soften under my bone-corroding mist?" She twisted the blade, driving it deeper. In the spot where Luo Lin had originally stood, a charred doll lay on the ground, oozing dark, viscous liquid. "Strange. The strange civilization's substitution doll," Lin San muttered through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on the eerie toy. A lifeless grayness clouded his eyes as dark patches began to spread across his skin. I can't die? Master is still waiting for me," he gasped, struggling to lift his long blade. I can still fight." Boom. A blinding flash of silver-white light struck from the side, forcing Luo Lin to retreat. A long spear crashed to the ground, landing firmly between Lin San and his assailant. Sunlight streamed unimpeded through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating two figures rushing in: Chun and Su Nua. Luo Lin raised her eyes to the familiar faces, and the memory of her severed arm ignited a killing intent, so intense it nearly manifested physically. "You take him and go. I'll deal with this elf." Yang Chen's gaze locked onto Lin San, who lay on the ground barely clinging to life, his brow furrowed. The once proud and spirited senior he remembered was now lying in a pool of blood. Su Nua opened his mouth to protest, but seeing the resolute determination in Yang Chen's expression, he remained silent and carefully lifted Lin San. "Reinforcements from the organization will arrive soon. Don't get caught up in the fight," he reminded in a low voice. Lin San, unconscious in his arms, murmured faintly, "Save. Master." Su Nua sighed, praying there was still time to save him. Without further delay, he summoned his full speed and dashed down the stairs. "You're courting death." Luo Lin could no longer hold back her rage. Black mist surged around her, splitting into countless shadows. A torrent of icy light burst from the daggers in her hands, cascading towards Yang Chun like a raging flood. Yang Chen's sharp eyes focused intently, instantly pinpointing Luo Lin's weakness. His silver spear flew from his hand, the tip gleaming with a blinding light as it tore through the air like a dragon unleashed, aiming straight for Luo Lin's face. Frost Star Spear Technique Shattering Starburst. The fierce wind pressure sliced through the shadows, honing in on Luo Lin's true form. The imminent threat of death widened her pupils in shock. How did he always manage to find her real body? In her panic, she barely managed to raise her short dagger to block. Boom. The instant the silver spear collided with the dagger, the blade shattered into pieces. The immense force obliterated Luo Lin's right arm, sending shards of bone and flesh flying. She was flung backward, crashing heavily onto the ground and scattering debris into the air. Her agonized screams echoed through the surroundings. Her right arm again, the weakest part of her body. The excruciating pain drove her to the brink of madness as she struggled to rise. But Yang Chun was already upon her. His powerful uppercut struck her chin with a sickening crack, dislocating her jaw and sending her airborne. Grabbing her long, jet-black hair, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches onto her once delicate, fair face. Blood splattered, and the sound of breaking bones filled the air as the black mist surrounding her began to dissipate. When the furious assault finally ceased, Luo Lin collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. Yang Chun willed his silver spear to return to his hand, gripping it firmly as he prepared to deliver the final blow to the elf. Between life and death, a flash of violet light flickered in Luo Lin's eyes. In an instant, a surge of purple flames erupted and formed a barrier, blocking Yang Chen's fatal strike. Yang Chen frowned slightly, surprised that his opponent still had such a life-saving trick up her sleeve. Yet, this only solidified his determination to eliminate her. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would lead to endless trouble. At this moment, Luo Lin was in a pitifully battered state. Her black dress was soaked in blood and tattered beyond recognition. Her jade-like feet, no longer shielded by her spiritual power, were covered in dirt. The excruciating pain from her empty right arm was almost unbearable. She glared at Yang Chen with unrelenting hatred burning in her eyes. Crack. The purple barrier was riddled with cracks under Yang Chen's relentless, storm-like attacks, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Realizing that she was stalling for time to summon reinforcements, Yang Chen poured all his spiritual energy into his assault. A glint of silver flashed across his dark pupils. He had found the barrier's weakness. With precision, the silver-white spear tip pierced the critical point. The purple barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. Luo Lin's pupils contracted sharply, her expression filled with terror. No! The spear, imbued with terrifying power, pierced through her heart in an instant. As the weapon was withdrawn, Luo Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Her pupils gradually lost focus, and with her death, the restraining magic within her dissipated. The crimson blood seeping from her body slowly turned a pale green. In the end, I still can't go back. Blood gushed from her mouth as her life force ebbed away. Merit points increased by 200. Seeing the notification appear, Yang Chen finally slumped onto the ground. Although the battle had lasted scarcely 2 minutes, his physical and spiritual energy were utterly drained. He couldn't help but muse about how stories often depicted battles lasting 3 days and nights. Such feats now seemed utterly unimaginable. Boom. Just as he caught his breath, a deafening explosion erupted from the rooftop, and chunks of brick and stone rained down like a storm. Atop the building, Luo Tian stood bloodied, his long blade jagged and worn, his entire body swaying unsteadily. In contrast, Fang Shan remained composed. His right hand gripped his long blade tightly, while his left hand dripped with blood from the blow he had just struck to repel Luo Tian. Well, old Luo, Fang Shan said calmly, wiping the blood from his blade. I didn't expect you to have reached the strength of a half-step into the 4th celestial stage. You've been hiding your power all these years. Captain, Luo Tian sneered, blood staining the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that your 4th stage celestial strength would be used to serve as the elf's lapdog. Is everything you desire truly worth fetching like a dog? These scathing words made Fang Shan's face darken. He paused in cleaning his blade, his voice icy as he replied. Old Luo, I'll make sure to chop off your head and shred your tongue to pieces. Luo Tian's expression remained calm, but his eyes gleamed with unyielding determination. The oath he had sworn 20 years ago upon joining the Demon Suppression Guard still echoed in his ears, and he had long since cast aside any fear of death. At this moment, his skin began to undergo a strange transformation, turning an ashen gray and becoming as tough as iron. Even the blood that had been flowing from his wounds began to harden. This was the power of the 4th Deer gene locked, the second awakening of his bloodline. The stone bloodline within Luo Tian's body was fully activated as his life essence burned, rendering his skin as unyielding as rock. One thought consumed his mind. Today, there would be no survival, only death. Captain, a roar imbued with the full force of a soul's power thundered through Fang Shan's consciousness. At the same time, an invisible shackle within Luo Tian's own mind seemed to shatter. His eyes turned blood red, and twin streaks of crimson tears streamed down his face. This was the 4th Deer soul lock soul manifestation. This strike. A faint, ethereal figure appeared behind Luo Tian as he moved like lightning, closing the distance to Fang Shan in an instant. This is for the brothers who followed you through life and death all these years. There was no flourish to his attack, only a single, all-out strike. The blade moved with such blinding speed that Fang Shan had no choice but to hurriedly raise his weapon to block. In the blink of an eye, Fang Shan's blade shattered into 2 pieces, and Luo Tian's strike continued its relentless path toward his head. In the face of imminent death, Fang Shan's body suddenly swelled. Luo Tian's blade struck his chest, sending a spray of scorching blood splattering across Luo Tian's entire body. Then, with a thunderous boom, a massive fist, as large as a cauldron, slammed into Luo Tian, sending him hurtling into the ruins and kicking up a cloud of dust. Fang Shan had transformed into a towering, 3-meter humanoid beast. His face was grotesque, his arms thick and gnarled like ancient tree roots, veins bulging, and his entire body brimming with rippling muscle. The gaping, bone-deep wound on his chest continued to bleed profusely, but it did nothing to diminish his overwhelming aura. Luo Tian, I really underestimated you. Fang Shan's voice boomed like a great bell, shaking the air with each word. Every step he took made the ground quake. Soon, he'll tear your flesh apart piece by piece and grind your bones into dust. Luo Tian lay motionless amidst the rubble, his body broken. That single punch had shattered every bone in his chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes clouded with despair. Damn it. Fate really has a cruel sense of humor, he muttered, his voice weak. The fifth Dear Gene Lock. So this is the bone they threw you, Captain. Fang Shun had advanced to the half-step Immortal 5 realm. Though his foundation was somewhat unstable, the power he wielded was lethal. At this level, such beings could alter their physical forms at will, controlling every fiber of their flesh. Even a shattered heart was no longer a fatal wound, only decapitation could ensure death. Fang Shun's expression was cold and emotionless as he approached step by step. His voice was icy, laced with disdain. And you, Luo Tian? Whose dog are you? The Heavenly Courts? I'll admit, when it comes to staying true to one's ideals and protecting Blue Star, I can't compare to you. But when it comes to understanding the human heart, even 10 of you combined couldn't see as clearly as I do. Fang Shun's towering figure stood imposingly atop the ruins, looking down with disdain at the battered and barely breathing Luo Tian. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes as his voice dripped with mockery. Have you never wondered why, despite your superior talent, purer bloodline, and nobler birth, you're still nothing more than a lowly demon vanquisher? A pitiful worm who has to gamble his life just to break through the 4th stage of the immortal path. Luo Tian struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain from his shattered chest bones rendered even the slightest movement impossible. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and spoke haltingly. So what? If youth is reckless, even if my blood stains every mountain and river of Blue Star, I have no regrets. Not far away, an elven priestess knelt on the ground, her expression focused. She held a golden brush, dipping it into her own blood as she meticulously painted an ancient and mysterious totem on the earth. At Luo Tian's words, her hand paused for a brief moment before resuming its precise strokes. Fang Shun threw his head back in laughter. Ha! Some are born on the mountaintop, while others are destined to remain nothing but weeds. In the face of human desire, what worth do so-called righteousness and morality even hold? Under the bloodied lids of Luo Tian's eyes, a faint glimmer of sorrow flickered. Fang Shun slowly clenched his fist, a terrifying surge of life force gathering within his hand. Old Luo, Fang Shun, always keep my word. I said I'd crush your flesh to pulp and grind your bones to dust, and he'll do exactly that. Your head and tongue, I'll keep them as trophies. Rest in peace. With a thunderous roar, his massive fist descended, unleashing a wave of force that sent dust and debris flying into the air. Boom! The deafening impact shook the ground, cracks rippling across the surface as the unstable buildings around them threatened to collapse anew. As the dust settled, Fang Shun's pupils contracted sharply. You? How is it possible? You're still alive. Sorry to disappoint you, I'm still breathing. Liu Bei's slender figure stood protectively in front of Luo Tian, catching the devastating blow he'd. Though his arms trembled slightly under the immense pressure, his stance remained unyielding. Destiny is written in the heavens. Fortune can change, but fate cannot. Why persist in your stubbornness, courting your own destruction? Liu Bei raised his gaze to meet Fang Shun's, their eyes locking in a fierce clash that seemed to stir the very air around them, whipping up violent winds. To hell with destiny. My fate is mine to decide, not the heavens. Fang Shun roared, his overwhelming life force erupting like a crimson pillar piercing the skies. The sheer power pressed Liu Bei's legs deep into the ground. So this is the might of the 5th stage gene lock, Liu Bei muttered to himself, swiftly moving Luo Tian to a safe spot with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, a massive crimson sword materialized from the earth behind him, its invisible sword aura rising to meet Fang Shun's titanic fist hidden. 5th stage primordial spirit lock, primordial spirit incarnation. The power of the primordial spirit surged like a torrent, forcibly supporting Fang Shun's massive fist. The terrifying sword aura ravaged his arm, instantly carving several deep gashes down to the bone, with blood gushing out. The pillar of blood and energy that supported the top floor wavered under the relentless assault of the boundless sword energy. Steel beams emitted ominous hums, and cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb. The priestess remained focused on the totem she was drawing on the floor. Her brows furrowed slightly as her delicate palm touched the incomplete pattern. Instantly, azure light spread out from beneath her feet, flowing into the ground like a tide. The precariously unstable top floor finally managed to stabilize, albeit barely. Go assist this human. Do not concern yourself with me. To shed the last drop of blood for the sanctuary is our highest honor, the girl said in a calm tone, yet the unwavering conviction of a devout believer resonated in her voice. The blonde elf silently turned away, his eyes gleaming with the same fervor. For the glory of the sanctuary, he shouted to the heavens, and a golden longbow materialized in front of him. Blinding golden light transformed into flames, beginning to burn, fueled by his very life force. Drawing the bowstring, the golden flames coalesced into a blazing arrow. As the bow reached full draw, his golden hair turned white, his once handsome face etched with wrinkles, and age spots rapidly spread across his body. His gaze locked onto the crimson greatsword behind Lu Bai, his eyes filled with nothing but fervor and pride. The golden flaming arrow shot forth like lightning, and the blonde elf disintegrated into ashes in an instant. Fang Shun seized this fatal opportunity, and the pillar of blood and energy erupted once more. His muscles swelled as he firmly pinned down the crimson greatsword behind Lu Bai. The sharp sword aura tore mercilessly at Fang Shun's flesh, causing blood to spray and exposing stark white bone. Yet his grip remained unyielding as a rock. A fifth-tier warrior knew no weakness. Each had battled through countless life-and-death struggles. The path of cultivation in the civilization of Blue Star was destined to be forged through slaughter, breaking through at the edge of death. Lu Bai removed his black-framed glasses, his eyes glowing red. Countless sinister human faces emerged on the crimson greatsword, their anguished wails and maniacal laughter intertwining like a parade of vengeful spirits. A towering murderous aura pierced the heavens. A faint shattering sound echoed in Lu Bai's mind. Apollo, Apollo, apologize to your mother. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Boom. The violent aura blasted Fang Shun away. Though the greatsword narrowly dodged, it still bore a jagged crack from the golden arrow's impact. The excruciating pain of the soul injury, far more tormenting than any physical wound, failed to elicit even the slightest reaction from Lu Bai in his current state. On the contrary, it only intensified the murderous aura surging around him. I treated you all with kindness, yet every one of you has schemed against me, even attempting to take my life. What kind of justice is this? Lu Bai suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes glinting with brutality and bloodlust. Though his intentions had been good, he was repaid with malice, fueling a raging fire of fury within him. He roared with unrestrained rage. Kill, kill, kill. Dao Heart Demon Seed. Kid, so you're one of the Lu family from Dujiang, Fang Shun growled, struggling to his feet. A dark, malevolent aura began to emanate from his massive frame, though it was noticeably weaker than the blood-red aura surrounding Lu Bai. Beneath Fang Shun's seemingly simple and honest exterior lurked a savage and bloodthirsty beast, a result of the Lu family's secret technique passed down to each blade wielder, the Dao Heart Demon Seed. By now, the massive sword in Lu Bai's hand had turned a deep crimson, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. In the next instant, a blood-red sword light slashed toward Fang Shun with terrifying speed. In a flash, one of Fang Shun's massive arms was severed, blood gushing forth as the sword's energy sent his hulking body flying over 10 meters. Boom. His massive frame crashed heavily into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Fang Shun felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter. Writhing in pain, he lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood mixed with shattered teeth, his face contorted beyond recognition. As the pillar of blood and energy above began to dissipate, another crimson sword light flashed, severing Fang Shun's other arm. An arm for an arm. I, Lu Bai, will repay this grudge twice over. Lu Bai roared. The agony inflicted by the overwhelming aura made Fang Shun's face convulse uncontrollably. Wailing in despair, he tried to push himself up, but with both arms gone, he could no longer control his massive body. Reduced to a pitiful state, he squirmed and writhed on the ground like a helpless worm. Elves, what the hell are you waiting for? Get in here and fight. Fang Shun's bloodshot eyes burned with madness, the unbearable pain driving him to the brink of insanity. The sword light had not only severed his arms, but had also wounded his very soul, a far graver injury than any physical one. Meanwhile, the elven priestess had finished inscribing the sacred totem. Hearing Fang Shun's desperate plea, she remained expressionless, silently transmitting all the gathered information back to the temple through the totem. Rising calmly to her feet, she spoke in an unwavering voice. Our mission is complete. It is time to offer our lives to the temple. This is our honor. Her words made Fang Shun's expression twist with disgust, as if he had swallowed poison. To hell with your honor. I've known all along that you bastards couldn't be trusted. If you want to die, go ahead, but count me out. Behind him, the dissipating pillar of blood energy suddenly exploded, transforming into a torrent of vitality that surged into Fang Shun's body. Flesh and sinew writhed as his severed arms began regenerating at an unnatural speed. Forcing himself to his feet, he let out a guttural growl. Moments later, a faint ethereal projection emerged from above his head, a translucent image of Fang Shun himself, with arms that were nearly transparent. It was the manifestation of his fourth-stage soul lock, where his soul had partially separated from his body. Enduring the searing agony of this separation, Fang Shun managed to sever a sliver of his true essence and fused it into his physical body. His once dull eyes immediately regained their sharpness as he charged forward with all his might, determined to block Lu Bai's sword. However, the act of severing even a fragment of his essence left Fang Shun's soul increasingly fragile. Once I've absorbed the resources those damned foreigners gave me, he'll be back stronger than ever. am done with this. Fang Shun's soul smirked coldly as he turned to leave. But before he could take another step, a flash of icy light streaked through the air. A bloodstained spear shot forward with deadly precision, piercing straight through Fang Shun's ethereal soul. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the ruins, reverberating off the shattered stone walls. Blood gushed from the wound where the spear had struck, carrying a strange, destructive energy that seemed to possess a unique power to dispel evil. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would hardly harm Fang Shun, but his spirit had already suffered severe damage. This strike was the final straw that broke the camel's back. A sizzling sound, like acid corroding through metal, emanated from the wound. Starting from the point of impact, the destructive energy spread out like a spiderweb, rapidly engulfing Fang Shun's spirit. Amid his heart-wrenching screams, his once solid spirit began to fade, becoming translucent until it dissolved into thin wisps of smoke, vanishing into the air. 10 minutes earlier. Detected. Observation of a battle between 5th-tier powerhouses. Target identified as Gene Lock Tier 5. Current action will cause minor damage. Proceed with observation. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Yes, minor damage only. Useless. Yang Chen responded disdainfully. Target identified as Spirit Lock Tier 5. Current action will cause some damage. Proceed with observation. Yes. Gathering techniques. You glimpsed the secret art, Dao Heart Demon Seed, but collection failed. You observed the Shrank Spirit technique, Spirit Tempering Method, and successfully collected it. Continuing observation will cause significant damage. Proceed. No. Yang Chun felt his vision blur as a sharp, electric pain surged through his eyes. Hastily, he pulled a vial of faintly glowing spiritual liquid from his robes and drank it in one gulp. The remedy quickly took effect, alleviating the burning pain in his eyes. Hiding in the shadows of the ruins, Yang Chen's gaze locked onto the figure at the center of the battlefield, who was wildly brandishing a spear. Who would have thought Lu Bai could be even more deranged than Fang Shun? If he loses control, I can't risk showing myself, Yang Chen muttered to himself, trying to refocus his eyes in search of a solution to the dire situation. As Fang Shun's spirit completely dissipated, his physical body, which had been desperately resisting Lu Bai, suddenly lost all vitality and froze in place. In the next instant, a blood-red sword light flashed, and Fang Shun's head was severed from his body, flying high into the air. His massive form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Even with his target eliminated, Lu Bai showed no signs of calming down. His blood-red eyes were still filled with savage fury and murderous intent. Slowly, his gaze shifted toward Yang Chun, who had just emerged from the shadows. Behind Lu Bai, the massive blood-red sword roared and howled, its blade glowing with flickering crimson patterns as if ready to strike at any moment. The great learning teaches that the way lies in manifesting virtue, loving the people, and abiding in the ultimate good. Knowing where to stop leads to stability, a steady, commanding voice echoed across the ruins. Yang Chun stood motionless, his expression calm, holding an ancient book in his hands. He recited each word with precision. The ancients who wished to manifest virtue throughout the world first governed their states. To govern their states, they first regulated their families. To regulate their families, they first cultivated themselves. Beside him lay a black bundle he had just unearthed from the rubble. Inside, neatly arranged, were various classic texts of ancient sages, the golden characters on their covers faintly visible. A miraculous transformation began to unfold. The violent and bloodthirsty aura in Lu Bai's eyes gradually receded, like the tide retreating, as Yang Chen's voice continued to resonate with the wisdom of the sages. The blood-red glow in Lu Bai's eyes slowly dimmed, and the massive sword behind him ceased its howling. The crimson patterns on the blade grew faint and lifeless. Though Yang Chun had already foreseen this outcome through his observations, witnessing it firsthand brought a sense of relief he couldn't suppress. Who would have guessed that Lu Bai, a scion of the Lu family renowned for its swordsmanship, possessed an awakened crank talent, righteous aura? By reciting and listening to the teachings of the sages, Lu Bai could accumulate righteous energy to quell inner demons, purify his mind, and maintain clarity of spirit. In the Lu family, direct descendants typically awakened their sword heart bloodline after reaching the 4th tier, allowing their swordsmanship to advance rapidly. However, those who pursued the family's secret art, Dao Heart Demon Seed, invariably met untimely and unnatural deaths. Lu Bai's seemingly ordinary crank talent turned out to be the perfect auxiliary ability for mastering the Lu family's secret art, offering a chance to break the family's infamous curse. A blade wielder's life ends before 100 years. This scene left the young priestess, who had been watching from the sidelines expecting a spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. Her wide eyes reflected disbelief as she murmured to herself, "The ancient texts of the Blue Star civilization possess such power?" Glancing instinctively at the now dissipated totem, a faint sense of regret crept into his heart for failing to pass on such vital information. His consciousness began to blur as Lu Bai, dragging his severely injured body, struggled to finish drawing the sacred communication totem of the temple. By then, he was utterly spent. As Yang Chun recited the incantation, the hostility in Lu Bai's eyes gradually faded, and his mind started to clear. Staggering, he descended from midair and landed on the ground. "Thank you," he uttered weakly to Yang Chun, his gaze involuntarily falling on the red destiny ring on Yang Chen's wrist, giving a slight nod. Yang Chun placed the book in his hand into a black backpack and handed it to Lu Bai, cautious of another potential outburst. "I've made a fool of myself. This time, I, Lu Bai, owe you a favor." Taking the backpack, Lu Bai wasted no time pulling out a copy of the Book of Changes and sat down to study it earnestly. Observing his focused demeanor, Yang Chen thought to himself that it would be a shame if Lu Bai didn't pursue a literature degree at the Academy of Civilization. Turning his gaze to the young priestess swaying unsteadily nearby, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Here was a living source of merit. "Any last words? If not, they'll send you on your way," he declared coldly, gripping his spear tightly and maintaining his distance, his tone indifferent, his body tense, ready for any desperate retaliation. "Last words? Huh, I don't need them. From the day I set foot on Blue Star, I never intended to return alive," the priestess replied, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. "The celestial court has lost the hearts of the people. Sooner or later, Blue Star civilization will destroy itself by its own hand. Whether sooner or later, I both bless and curse you to live to see that day." "It seems you harbor great hatred for Blue Star or perhaps the celestial court," Yang Chun responded icily. Hearing this, the priestess, who had been on the verge of collapse, suddenly steadied herself as if finding strength in her final moments. "The celestial court slaughtered my people, destroyed my home. I watched helplessly as my friends, my family, were drained to their last, dissected for study, turned into specimens, and sold as slaves. All of Ithitard is too mild a word to describe it," she spat, her voice trembling with rage. "In your eyes, the celestial court is a grand and noble temple. But in ours, it is a butcher with blood-stained hands, a den of extraterrestrial demons. Your heroes are our villains. The celestial court may be mighty, but one day, the banner of our temple will be planted atop your Lingxiao Palace." Her venomous words echoed through the ruins, and Lu Bai closed the book in his hands. The universe is, at its core, a dark forest. Wars between civilizations are neither right nor wrong, there are only winners and losers. This is beyond our power to change. For billions of years, the first contact between civilizations has unfailingly been marked by bloodshed and war. Even without the celestial court, there would be the divine kingdom, the demon tower, or the celestial heights. To truly change this, one must possess a heart that embraces the cosmos and unites all races under one banner. Fixing his gaze on the distant priestess, Lu Bai asked, "If one day, you become the leader of the temple, would you act in such a way?" His audacious question left the priestess momentarily stunned. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Bai shook his head and turned his eyes toward Yang Chun. "And you, my friend? If one day you ascend as the master of the celestial court, would you act in such a way?" Unification is a romantic ideal, or perhaps an obsession, ingrained in the bones of every citizen of the Federation from our past lives. Yang Chun stood atop the ruins, his gaze unwavering. Even though the world he was reborn into was unrecognizable, the memories of his previous life remained vivid. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When in prosperity, one should contribute to the greater good, he declared resolutely. "If one day I, Yang Chun, become the ruler of the celestial court, I will ensure the unification of language, transport, measurements, ethics, and territories. I will make the law encompass the entire universe, bring prosperity to all beings, and establish a universal civilization where all races coexist in peace." These bold words left everyone present stunned. The priestess and Lu Bai, who stood among the ruins, widened their eyes, momentarily at a loss for words to describe such a grand proclamation. "May I have the honor of knowing your name, friend?" Lu Bai broke the silence. Yang Chun. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his spear struck out like lightning, piercing through the chest of the priestess. It was the last act of mercy he could offer her. The girl collapsed heavily to the ground, a look of relief flashing in her eyes. Her wound did not bleed, her vitality had already ebbed away when she completed the totem ritual. "Peace, huh?" she murmured with the last of her strength. "As long as hatred exists, there will be no peace." With those final words, her body disintegrated into ash, just as the golden-haired elf had before her. Yang Chun remained silent. Beside him, Lu Bai's expression was calm, clearly someone who had long come to terms with matters of life and death. "Are you the one who sold me the information, friend?" Lu Bai discerned at a glance that Yang Chen's abilities were only at the second tier, making it unlikely he was sent by the organization to provide aid. Yang Chen simply smiled, offering no direct answer. Sensing the need to shift the conversation, Lu Bai said, "This time, I owe you a favor. If you don't mind, may I add you as an ally within the organization? I will do my utmost to assist you in the future if needed. Adding me as a friend is fine, but there's no need to talk about favors, Chen replied. If you must insist, then lend me that half of the celestial scripture to take a look at. Just to take a look? Of course, that's no problem. Lu Bai thought to himself that Chen was likely brushing off the favor and using the celestial scripture as an excuse. After all, celestial scriptures were profound, requiring at least a year or two for even the most gifted to grasp the basics. Ordinary people might need a lifetime of cultivation to make any progress. As they spoke, two streaks of light pierced through the sky, arriving in an instant. It was Su Nua, bringing the medical team. Less than half an hour had passed since Fang Shun and the others had entered. Chen, are you okay? Su Nua asked with concern. What could possibly happen to me? I'm perfectly fine, Chen replied with a smile, easing Su Nua's worry. Lu Bai inspected the newcomers. On the left was an elderly man in green robes, his white hair contrasting with his youthful face. On the right was a demon slayer clad in a cloak and wearing a white skull mask. The young man from the Lu family has grown so much in just a few years to fourth-tier elves and a half-step immortal 5. Ahaha, the elderly Taoist in green robes clearly recognized Lu Bai. Before finishing his sentence, he glanced at a man on the right wearing a white skull mask, one of the demon suppression guards. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. The masked man seemed completely unfazed by the Taoist's teasing look. Standing silently with a calm demeanor, he merely waved his hand lightly, and in an instant, Lie Xian was transported before him. At this moment, Lie Xian's face was pale, his eyes shut tight, and he appeared to be unconscious. The rasping, gravelly voice of the masked demon suppression guard emerged from beneath the skull mask. I must take this man back to report. The reward promised by researcher Li Tai has already been handed over to the Destiny faction. I hope none of you will bring this matter up again. Coldly, he grabbed Lie Xian and, in the next moment, soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light that sped off into the distance, as if he didn't want to linger for even a second longer. The Taoist watched the scene unfold and laughed, scolding. Look at this guy always in such a rush. He pinched his fingers together as if calculating something, and his gaze suddenly landed on Chen. Kid, who would have thought? A half-step immortal 5 powerhouse, slain by your hand. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder Miss Su brought you in. Chen instinctively took a step back, feeling as though the Taoist's gaze pierced through him like a sharp blade, making his heart tighten. At this moment, Su Nua swaggered over to his side, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smug grin, "Heh, see how amazing your senior is? I told you, my eyes are sharper than any divine calculation you've got. Even when the results of the detection were wrong, my breaking illusions, I still saw through everything." She pointed at her eyes with a playful smile. My eyes are the ultimate measure. Chen could only manage an awkward smile as he accepted a lollipop Su Nua handed him, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. It was orange flavored, quite tasty, actually, but he felt a bit uneasy inside. The old Taoist's gaze grew more intense as he scrutinized Chen, as if sensing something unusual. Suddenly, he said, "Young man, you've done a great service for the organization, this time eliminating a traitor, saving Lie Xian, let me think. What else? Oh, you also killed an elf from the 4th tier, a priest no less, not bad. And even a 2nd tier shadow elf. My, it seems like you've taken down nearly everyone here on your own." He paused, his eyes darting between Chen and Lu Bai. If you were to take down Lu Bai as well, wouldn't that make you a one-man army clearing the entire field? He squinted, pondering for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Wait a second. Are you really just a 2nd-tier elf?" Or his gaze swept over Chen, growing more peculiar. "Why do I get the feeling you've opened a Dao heart of demonic seeds and started a killing spree?" Chen's face froze for a moment. He coughed lightly and waved dismissively. "It was just luck on my part, senior." Deep down, he knew that most of the 1,150 merit points had earned were thanks to the blessings of destiny. He had merely gone with the flow. The old Taoist's eyes suddenly sharpened, staring directly into Chen's. His right hand moved slightly, as if making calculations. Then, all at once, his body trembled, as if sensing some kind of gaze from the threads of fate itself. He shivered involuntarily. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space tens of light years away from Blue Star, a fleet of colossal interstellar warships was advancing at high speed. The sleek, silver-gray hulls of the ships gleamed with a cold metallic luster, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Each warship stretched tens of kilometers long, and hundreds of them were arrayed in tight formation, forming a fleet that extended for tens of thousands of kilometers like an endless tide of steel. At the center of the fleet was the massive Dongwang aerospace carrier, over 1,000 kilometers long, resembling an ancient dragon that commanded awe and authority. On board the carrier, rows of soldiers clad in silver-white armor stood solemnly, their expressions stern and their gazes unwavering. The entire fleet was shrouded in an atmosphere of deathly silence, as though even time had come to a standstill. At the top of one of the warships stood a young man in black. His features were refined, and his eyes carried a hint of doubt. Second brother, what's wrong? Is there something ahead? His voice was calm, but a subtle tension lingered beneath his words. Beside him, a man gave a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a trace of amusement. It's nothing. Just something interesting caught my attention. Achoo. The elderly Taoist in a green robe suddenly sneezed, shifting his gaze away from Yang Chun. His right hand, which had been pinching his fingers as if calculating something, quickly retreated. Goodness, these young people are no ordinary folk. Best not to provoke them. Really, best not, he muttered under his breath. Clearing his throat twice to mask his awkwardness and unease, he spoke. Well then, boy from the Liu family, the half-volume of the immortal technique promised by researcher Li Tai has been delivered. Take it. With a wave of his sleeve, a cyan-colored jade slip floated gently toward Liu Bai, supported by a mysterious spiritual force. The jade slip emitted a soft, warm glow. Its material was indiscernible, yet it was clearly different from the jade slips of martial techniques sold in the marketplace. The moment the immortal technique appeared, the crowd's attention immediately fixated on it. An immortal technique. Su Nua stared at the jade slip, his eyes brimming with longing. Sure, Shu, can you pass one to me too? Scram. Go ask your master for one. Immortal techniques aren't something you can just hand out. If I gave you one, it might cost me my life. The elderly Taoist waved his hand dismissively, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Su Nua, understanding the difficulty of the matter, rolled his eyes and muttered, stingy. Liu Bai looked at the immortal technique before him. With a casual wave of his hand, the jade slip floated back to Yang Chen. Brother Yang, as promised earlier, now it's yours to examine. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment. While he appreciated Liu Bai's straightforwardness, he felt a twinge of guilt. Even so, he didn't hesitate in action. Taking the jade slip, a faint smile appeared on his face. Brother Liu, you are indeed a man of your word. The debt between us is set. Let no need to dwell on it. The moment Yang Chen held the jade slip, an enigmatic aura surged forth, enveloping his entire consciousness. Though he opened the jade slip, its mysteries remained elusive. With mortal eyes, and without an immortal body or soul, how could one hope to grasp the true essence of an immortal technique? Fortunately, Yang Chen had his own advantages. Fixing his gaze on the jade slip, the mysterious aura gradually dissipated under his focused attention. To the naked eye, the jade slip appeared empty, but Yang Chen saw a different reality. Consume 1,000 merit points to acquire this incomplete immortal technique. Proceed. Yes. Though 1,000 merit points was no small cost, Yang Chen didn't hesitate. To grasp an immortal technique before reaching the 6th rank, even an incomplete one, was an opportunity he knew was invaluable. Consuming 1,000 merit points. Capturing immortal technique. Capture successful. The entire process took only seconds. Yang Chen closed the jade slip as it emitted a faint glow before vanishing from his hand. Those around him noticed nothing unusual, while the elderly Taoist remained seated with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent. Thank you, Brother Liu. This immortal technique is truly profound. Just a glimpse was more than enough, Yang Chen said, returning the jade slip to Liu Bai with a grateful smile. Yang Chen, what did you see? Su Nua asked eagerly, stepping closer with wide eyes full of curiosity. Yang Chen sighed softly. I saw the immortal technique and I've already mastered it. Huh, sure you did. Su Nua rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. Yang Chen chuckled helplessly. Ah, deep feelings are hard to preserve, but when you speak the truth, no one believes you. Brother Yang, your talent is extraordinary. You are destined for greatness. And I, Liu Bai, look forward to the day you soar to the heavens. Liu Bai exclaimed with excitement. No, no, you can't be serious. Yang Chen stared at Liu Bai in disbelief, wide-eyed. Setting aside the facts, even I can't believe those words myself. Su Nua frowned slightly as he studied Liu Bai, secretly wondering if the recent battle had left him mentally shaken. I believe it. Liu Bai's eyes shone with determination, his tone unwavering. He recalled the words Yang Chen had spoken amidst the ruins earlier, words that still reverberated in his mind. As someone who had studied the classics for years, Liu Bai trusted his intuition. Yang Chen's actions and words truly embodied the path of the sages. All right, let's not delay the cleanup efforts, the old Taoist in green robe said lazily, yawning as if he had just woken up. Young Liu, your father entrusted me to escort you safely back to the Demon City. You wouldn't mind accompanying this old Taoist for a while, would you? If it is my father's wish, I shall obey, Liu Bai replied respectfully. Once we return to the Demon City, I will surely host a banquet to honor you, senior. No need for such formalities. This old Taoist doesn't care for grand gestures, just keep it simple. The Taoist waved his sleeve, and in an instant, Liu Bai was whisked away into its folds. The sleeve universe. Master Uncle, your immortal techniques have advanced again. Su Nua exclaimed in amazement. Advanced? Not really, the old Taoist replied modestly, though a hint of pride glimmered in his eyes. It was only a few years ago that I barely managed to fit living beings into it. I'm still far from being a true master of divine abilities. With that, the Taoist turned gracefully and said, "This old Taoist has other matters to attend to. Farewell for now." Before his voice faded, his figure transformed into a streak of green light and disappeared into the horizon with a few flashes. Yang Chun watched the green light vanish into the distance, a flicker of longing in his eyes. "So, that's what you meant by immortal. Half immortal, more like." Su Nua clicked his tongue. Becoming a true immortal is no easy feat. He then shifted the conversation to the recent events. This incident has stirred up quite the storm. Ancient ruins, researchers, the elven race, and even the demon suppressing guard were dragged into it. The higher-ups in the guard are likely facing a major shakeup. Ultimately, it all started because of you. Does that mean I should get a bigger reward? Yang Chun asked with a shrug. Of course, Su Nua replied with a smile. The organization has decided to reward you with 1 million destiny points and upgrade your destiny human level 2 access. That was also Master Uncle's suggestion. This unexpected news left Yang Chun momentarily stunned, but he quickly remembered something else. What about the demon-suppressing guards who sacrificed themselves? Their compensation. Who said they sacrificed themselves? Su Nua gestured toward the medical team working urgently on Luo Tian. The demon-suppressing guard headquarters would never let them die. Cybernetic bodies are already on their way. He looked up at the sky, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. This is the biggest scandal in the history of the demon-suppressing guard. I imagine the execution platform outside the southern heavenly gate will have quite the spectacle in the days to come. Back home, Su Nua mentioned that she needed to seclude herself for a while to absorb the rewards she'd just earned and prepare for the upcoming martial arts exam. The two agreed to resume their mission activities after the exam. Yang Chun headed into the bathroom, took a quick shower, and changed into clean pajamas. The recent events had been quite fruitful, and Yang Chun also needed to take some time to process and reflect. Once everything was in place, he sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Destin 1 system at your service. Level 2 permissions for the Destin 1 have been unlocked. The Destiny Ring has been upgraded to the Destin 1 system. Upon task completion, Destiny points will be automatically calculated. A new module has been activated, and the store now offers a variety of new items. Yang Chen's consciousness was immediately drawn to the system's introduction. He eagerly opened the store to browse the new items. A few costly tools caught his attention. Quinine pill, far superior to advanced genetic elixirs, highly praised by all who use it. Manufactured by Dusha Pharmaceutical from the Blue Star Civilization. Price, 50,000 destiny points. Kuin Yuan pill, far superior to advanced spiritual elixirs, highly praised by all who use it. Manufactured by Dusha Pharmaceutical from the Blue Star Civilization. Price, 50,000 destiny points. Portal, allows travel to any location you have previously visited. Note, interplanetary travel is not supported. Produced by the Universal Research Institute from the Blue Star Civilization. Price, 200,000 destiny points. Resurrection coin, fully revives the user after death. Note, cannot be used on transcendent beings. Origin, Deity civilization. Price, 500,000 destiny points. Golden eye, activated with mental power, it can transform any material into gold. Note, the implantation process carries a risk of failure and rejection reactions may occur later. Origin, Abyss civilization. Price, 300,000 destiny points. The items in this store are getting more extravagant, Yang Chen thought to himself. Previously, the most expensive item in the store was worth no more than 1 million destiny points. Now, under level 2 permissions, the highest priced items exceeded tens of millions. He gently closed the store interface and shifted his attention to the task section and other modules. At this moment, a new module had appeared on the interface latest news platform, which resembled the trending topics list from his previous life. Curious, Yang Chen clicked on it and saw several hot topics that were attracting widespread attention. 1. A newly ascended great sage of the demon race proclaims himself equal to heaven. The Heavenly Court launches a second campaign against the demon race, with the 7 great sages resisting the Heavenly Court together. 2. Billuocean declares war on the divine nation. The eerie progenitor faces off against the angelic God Emperor in the War of the Strange Gods. 3. The Abyss Civilization's purple-eyed demon clan crowns a new demon emperor, but the demon tower refuses acknowledgement. The royal clan's status hangs by a thread. What lies ahead? 4. Blue Star Civilization's college entrance exams are approaching. The Blue Star's exam schedule is delayed by about a week compared to other planets. What intrigued Yang Chen the most was the 4th topic: Blue Star Civilization's college entrance exams. Surprisingly, this news had climbed to the 4th spot on the trending list, surpassing even the conflict between the demon race and the Heavenly Court. He quickly clicked on it to read the detailed information. The comments section was highly active, instantly overwhelming him with a flood of messages. He applied filters to view only the top 100 most popular comments. Many of the comments were filled with emotion, and remarks from some demon race users were particularly striking. Damn it. I went through so much trouble to send my son to study on Blue Star, and now these 7 great sages just have to pick a fight with the heavenly court at this time. All my money's gone to waste. You traitorous demon. How can you say that at a time like this? Still thinking about sending your son abroad? I swear, I could kill you right now. A furious demon user lashed out, their tone brimming with murderous intent. Another demon user quickly retaliated. Come on, I'm in Chechi Kingdom. Just say you're looking for your grandpa Huli when you get here. A third demon user chimed in, even more aggressive than the first two. Who the hell are you above? I'm the real Huli, and I will always stand with the 7 sages. As tensions escalated, a user from the abyss interjected coldly. Sigh, demons are truly a disorganized mess. You're fighting even here. Looks like heaven is destined to win this war. In the next layer of comments, a demon user fired back with a string of curses. Screw you, abyss dog. Take care of your own mess. I heard your demon emperor is an illegitimate child. The abyss user retorted with equal venom. Shut up. You demons are nothing but dogs we created. The demon user pressed on. Oh, hit a nerve? Guess the rumors are true. No wonder the demon tower doesn't acknowledge him. The abyss user completely lost it. UXXXXXXXXXX. The argument spiraled further out of control when suddenly, a user from the Cultivation civilization entered the fray, seemingly on a different wavelength. The education system on Blue Planet is utterly heretical. They're all rogue cultivators. I seriously don't get why so many of you flock there. Aren't you afraid of being dissected for research? Someone quickly quipped in the replies. I bet this fellow cultivator is a Confucian Taoist. The Cultivation civilization user responded with confusion. How did you deduce that, fellow cultivator? Another user replied. I hail from the 6 Desires Joy Palace. I've had plenty of dealings with your kind. The Confucian Taoist's tone turned icy as they curtly replied, get lost. This exchange played out against the backdrop of the newly integrated, latest consultation platform module. The module astonishingly connected the entire universal web, using a universal language. While there were multiple versions of the universal language, the differences were minor enough for users to understand each other. Users from various civilizations joined in, flooding the platform with information, conflicts, mockery, and gossip, creating a chaotic but fascinating spectacle. At this moment, Yang Chun had just spent 100,000 destiny points in the marketplace to exchange for 2 Kuan Yuan pills. He promptly exited the destiny system, determined to test if these pills were as miraculous as advertised. His current cultivation level was Gene Lock Stage 2, early phase at 20, and his Primordial Spirit Lock was at the same level. The only technique he had yet to master was the S-Class Primordial Spirit Combat skill, Forge the Spirit, which was currently at a mere 5 progress. He had 150 virtue points left and a lifespan of 165 years. The upcoming martial arts exam was a pivotal battle. Yang Chen planned to give it his all to break through to Immortal Path Stage 3 before the exam success would almost guarantee a top ranking. The key to this breakthrough likely lay in mastering Forge the Spirit. After a brief moment of contemplation, he poured all 150 virtue points into the S-Class Primordial Spirit technique in one go. Injecting virtue points. You begin training in the S-Class Primordial Spirit technique, Forge the Spirit. Forge the Spirit involved casting one's primordial spirit into the furnace of heart fire, tempering and refining it day and night, visualizing the tool of destiny, and forging an unprecedented divine weapon from one's own spirit. This weapon, bonded to both soul and body, moved at the wielder's will, it was called a soul weapon. As lines of system text appeared, Yang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He seemed to see countless primordial spirits writhing in agony within blazing flames. He couldn't help but recall Liu Bai's crimson longsword. That weapon was actually forged from Liu Bai's own primordial spirit. Using one's own spirit to forge a weapon? The creator of this technique must have been an absolute lunatic genius, but a lunatic nonetheless. If not for Liu Bai's innate talent for righteous qi, he might have lost his sanity during the process. The pain of tempering one's spirit was far beyond what any mortal body could endure. And now, the system's training guidance continued. The system detected the presence of 2 Kuan Yuan pills and inquired whether to use them during the cultivation process. Yang Chun passively agreed, unaware that Liu Bai's cultivation of the spirit refining technique was far more complex than relying solely on the innate talent of righteous qi. In fact, Liu Bai had set up 17 auxiliary formations within the spiritual land, not to mention the countless rare materials and elixirs consumed during the process. The cultivation began, and the technique was activated. The fires of the heart, kidneys, and bladder emerged in sequence. The heart fire, representing the emperor, held the highest position. The kidney fire, symbolizing the minister, followed, and the fire of the qi si, representing the common people, ranked last. When combined, these 3 formed the legendary Samadhi True Fire. Following the key instructions of the technique, Yang Chen used his heart as the furnace, mobilizing the energy and blood throughout his body. Soon, the heart fire grew intense, and his primordial spirit was refined, ready to enter the heart fire furnace. It's just a heart fire furnace. What's there to fear? Yang Chen thought dismissively. However, the moment his primordial spirit entered the furnace, an excruciating pain struck him like countless arrows piercing his heart. It felt as though his entire soul had been plunged into a boiling cauldron of oil, the agony unbearable. In this critical moment, he consumed the first Kuan pill. The pill's effects activated swiftly, like drinking 8 bowls of supreme, nourishing tonic, temporarily resisting the scorching of the heart fire. It began to absorb the sharp metal and heavy water energies within his body. Yet, this triggered an even more intense pain within the heart fire furnace. The sharp metal energy began relentlessly hammering his primordial spirit, each strike threatening to shatter his very soul. He quickly consumed the second Kuan pill, slightly alleviating the pain. However, the torment was so severe that he began to consider retreating. But once the path of cultivation is embarked upon, there is no turning back. Give up? What a joke! Yang Chen scowled, his frustration evident. When the effects of the pill wore off, the unbearable pain returned. At the peak of his suffering, he even entertained thoughts of self-destruction. Fortunately, a trace of indestructibility within his primordial spirit prevented him from acting on such impulses. Ridiculous! Yang Chen cursed inwardly. How could a mere combat technique cause such agony that it drives one to death? It must be that damaged lamp in my sea of consciousness acting up. Without a wick, it's like a mind without reason, spouting madness. Yet, enduring the relentless hammering and burning without the solace of unconsciousness eventually pushed him beyond his limits. His primordial spirit collapsed, his soul disintegrating. The system notified him. 10 years of lifespan deducted. This doesn't make sense. Wasn't it just 5 years before? Yang Chen muttered to himself. Could it be that breaking through to the second stage of the immortal path has doubled the cost of revival? Thus, within the heart fire furnace, he experienced rebirth after rebirth, only to collapse again and again. Each revival left his primordial spirit more solidified, yet the pain remained undiminished. 7 deaths and 7 rebirths, lasting a total of 49 days. By the final day, the indestructible attribute within his primordial spirit had been honed to an exceptional degree. Visualize your destined artifact. Hearing this prompt, an image of the lotus lamp surfaced in Yang Chen's mind, but he quickly shook his head. With so little lifespan remaining, I can only die 8 more times at most. If I visualize this lamp and 8 deaths aren't enough, what then? Moreover, even if the visualization succeeded, he couldn't possibly use a lamp as a weapon to hit someone, could he? Yang Chen stared at the lotus lamp in his spiritual sea, pondering silently. Just as he was wrestling with this thought, the lotus lamp within his spiritual sea suddenly stirred, seemingly triggered by the fact that the 150 merit points he had accumulated remained untouched. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Would you like to spend 100 merit points to forge the soul weapon most suited to you? Yes. With the deduction of 100 merit points, Yang Chen began visualizing his destined weapon. The familiar jade-green lotus lamp reappeared, but this time, something was different. The azure lotus on top of the lamp slowly rose, and a stem unfurled, blooming into a vivid blood-red hue. Visualization complete. Soul weapon named Godslayer Spear. A system notification immediately followed. Your divine forging technique has surpassed its limits, reaching the breakthrough realm at 101, granting you the soul weapon talent. The system has refunded 49 merit points. A faint projection of a blood-red spear emerged behind Yang Chen. Since he had not yet broken through the 4th-tier primordial spirit lock, this was merely a projection of his primordial spirit. Yet, even this simple projection brought an unprecedented sensation to Yang Chen. From the perspective of the primordial spirit projection, his physical body seemed to be the true weapon. Immense spiritual power surged within his spiritual sea, brushing against an invisible shackle. Without hesitation, the blood-red spear struck the shackle. With a resounding boom, the shackle shattered into pieces. A clear projection of the primordial spirit immediately materialized behind Yang Chen. He reached out with his right hand, and the primordial spirit projection instantly fell into his grasp. The sensation was astonishing in the eyes of others. It appeared as though he was holding a spear, but from his own perspective, it felt as if he was holding his own physical body. Yang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the sheer madness of the person who had created this technique. What kind of insanity must they have experienced to conceive of forging the most fragile primordial spirit into a weapon, wagering life itself in battle? Retracting the projection, his perspective returned to normal. Yang Chen had already stepped into the half-step immortal 3rd realm. His lifespan extended by 200 years, reaching a total of 285 years. Now, only the final barrier of the gene lock remained. With 28 lives left to spare, breaking through was within reach. Opening the Destiny store, Yang Chen decisively purchased 4 quinine pills. He understood deeply that in this world, if resources were not promptly converted into strength, they would inevitably become opportunities for others. With the aid of these precious pills, it wouldn't be long before he pushed the gene lock to the second-tier perfection. The moment the merit value surged into his body, Yang Chun felt a warm current coursing through him. The system notification popped up, detected spiritual medicine, quinine pill. Use it. Use it. Yang Chun responded without hesitation. As the quinine pill entered his stomach, a wave of warmth rapidly spread throughout his body. With his cultivation at the third stage of the Yuanxin realm, he could clearly sense the pill's power accelerating his progress. His internal vision showed his 5 organs in harmony, with his mental strength and vitality perfectly aligned, boosting his cultivation speed by an astonishing 5,000. 2 months flew by, and Yang Chen's cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the second level of the gene lock, reaching 50. As his vitality grew stronger, his physical condition improved dramatically, even reaching the point of immunity to all diseases. As the effects of the first quinine pill gradually waned, he immediately consumed the second one. His cultivation speed surged once again, quickly reaching 90 in the late stage of the second level of the gene lock, with vitality as dense as molten lava. Finally, he succeeded in achieving 100 in the second-level gene lock, reaching perfection. In the VIP advanced training room of the martial arts gym, only 3 days remained until the martial arts examination. Yang Chen checked his status panel. Gene lock, third stage, early phase, 20. Yuanxin lock, third stage, early phase, 20. Merit value, 500. Remaining lifespan, 385 years. During this time, he had single-handedly slain 2 third-stage spectral beings and 1 second-stage spectral being, earning a total of 500 merit points. Although the rewards were half of what he would gain from defeating beings of the same level in the royal class, breaking through the gene lock had added 200 years to his lifespan. Standing before the destructive power testing machine, Yang Chun gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The result displayed, 4,500. This far exceeded the standard 3,000 points for ordinary martial artists at the early stage of the third level of the gene lock under the rules of the ancestral planet. He then checked his skill panel. S-Class Movement Technique, Lingbo Void Step, Beginner 5. S-Class Spear Technique, Thousand Mechanisms Flowing Light, Beginner 5. S-Class Fist Technique, Mountain Shattering Fist, Beginner 5. These 3 S-Class combat techniques had cost him nearly 400,000 destiny points, an amount most people couldn't accumulate in a lifetime, let alone master even one of these techniques to perfection. Yet Yang Chun resolved to master all 3 within the remaining 3 days. Just as he was about to begin his training, his phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. It was a message from Su Xiaoyu. Yang Chun, only 3 days left until the martial arts exam. You've got this. I mailed you something. It should arrive in the next couple of days. Hope it helps you. Omega. Seeing the delivery information, Yang Chun immediately replied, asking for it to be sent to the martial arts gym on People's Road. He messaged Su Xiaoyu. Thanks. When I get back to Blue Star, dinner's on me. The system prompted that Interstellar messaging required activating a service plan, costing 5,000 yuan annually. After a brief hesitation, Yang Chun clicked to activate it, but immediately canceled the auto-renewal option. Spending millions on spiritual elixirs without blinking, yet pinching pennies over a 5,000 yuan messaging fee. Yang Chun thought, with a wry smile. Su Xiaoyu quickly replied, maybe during winter break. You could also come visit me on Huata Star if you have time. All right, I'll definitely visit if I get the chance. A trace of longing flickered in Yang Chen's eyes. I've never stepped out of Blue Star before. To say I'm not curious about the outside world would be a lie. Great. When the time comes, they'll make some pills for you to try. Came a lively reply from the other end, accompanied by a playful tone. Make pills for me. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. You're not planning to use me as a guinea pig, are you? As a medical student, he was all too familiar with such tricks and wouldn't fall for them so easily. Of course not. I'm really skilled now, okay? The other person replied confidently. With the blessing, my pill fire has improved in quality. I'm sure I won't mess it up this time. Oh, blessing. Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Don't tell me it's some heavenly blessing. The joys of the wealthy are truly beyond imagination. As they chatted, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from a delivery courier. A young man's voice came through. Hello, sir. I've arrived at the designated location. Could you please come down to sign for your package? Thank you, sir. Please take care of it. The courier handed over a heavy black metal box. The box was crafted entirely from profound iron, exuding an extraordinary texture. Could this be considered an interstellar airdrop? Yang Chen chuckled as he returned to his room. Using the password provided by Su Xiaoyu, the box clicked open with ease. What's this? Yang Chen curiously examined the contents of the box. Neatly arranged blue formation flags encircled the edges, while a purple formation disc was placed at the center. At the bottom, there was even a thoughtfully included instruction manual. The manual detailed the function of the items, The Ziwei star formation could harness the power of the celestial stars, gather Ziwei energy, strengthen vitality, condense the spirit, and enlighten the mind. When temporarily set up, its effects rivaled that of a small grotto heaven. If fixed in place for 14 days, it could even compare to a great grotto heaven. In the cultivation world's hierarchy of resources, wealth, companions, methods, and land was ranked according to small grotto heavens, great grotto heavens, small blessed lands, great blessed lands, and sacred grounds. Yang Chun had long heard of the prestigious array immortal sect renowned as the top sect in formation arts within the cultivation civilization. Their subsidiary, the Array Immortal Group, ranked among the top 5,000 enterprises of known civilizations in the universe. It was said that half of the formations circulating across the cosmos originated from them, with another 20% being imitations. Only the remaining 30% were independently developed by other factions. After reading the manual, Yang Chun fully grasped the value of this formation. He chuckled to himself. So what if I'm a guinea pig? There's nothing wrong with that. Burnt pills might even taste better. With a wave of his hand, the formation flags floated gracefully into the air, spiraling elegantly a few times before scattering to the corners of the room. Following the instructions, Yang Chun began to activate the formation disc in his hands. In an instant, soft blue light flickered on the formation flags, and the purple formation disc slowly rotated, sealing the room off from the outside world. The surroundings turned pitch black, but soon, specks of blue starlight began to emerge in the darkness, one after another. It was as if Yang Chun were standing in the midst of a vast galaxy, with his position right on a massive star shrouded in purple energy. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chun felt a profound sense of comfort. The power of the stars guided the Ziwei energy, which flowed endlessly into his body. He felt as though he could enter a meditative state at any moment. This was the allure of a grotto heaven, a cultivation haven akin to a premium property in a high-level martial world, giving practitioners a significant advantage right from the start. With such talent, training here for a single day is equivalent to 10 days in the outside world, instantly widening the gap. Not to mention the effect of unlocking spiritual insight. It's practically a budget version of enlightenment tea. No wonder everyone dreams of going to the celestial realm. It's said that the 33 heavens allow one to ascend with every step, and even the first heaven has the effect of a minor paradise. Places like the Jade Pool Sanctuary and the Peach Blossom Paradise, just hearing their names evokes wonder. Yang Shen sank his consciousness into the depths of his mind, and his cultivation panel appeared before him. S-Class Movement Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void not yet mastered, 5. S-Class Spear Technique. Thousand Mechanisms Radiance not yet mastered, 5. S-Class Fist Technique. Shattering Mountains not yet mastered, 5. Merit Points, 500500. Without hesitation, he made his decision. Use all my merit points on the S-Class Movement Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. As his will activated, the merit points flowed like water into the cultivation of the movement technique. A system notification echoed in his mind. You have begun cultivating the S-Class Movement Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Detected training location, Minor Paradise. Buff applied. Technique comprehension speed increased by 20, chance of sudden insight increased by 10. Detected 2 techniques at the peak realm. Achievement unlocked, Peak Master. Buff applied. Technique comprehension speed increased by 20. Yang Shun was overjoyed. Hard work and preparation never go unrewarded by the heavens. The environment determines one's baseline, and training in such a paradise ensured progress. He sat cross-legged at the center of the minor paradise, effortlessly tuning out all distractions, as if entering a realm of absolute silence. In just over a month, Lingbo Treading the Void reached 20 mastery of the introductory stage. 14 days passed, and as the purple aura of dawn rose, the violet chi within the paradise grew increasingly dense. Detected environment upgrade to Major Paradise. Buff upgraded. Technique comprehension speed increased by 40. Chance of sudden insight increased by 20. Yang Shun was pleasantly surprised to find that the array formation's enhancements to the environment also counted toward his cultivation time in terms of merit. It was as if the paradise had become a world of its own. The dense violet chi enveloping him felt like a spa for his soul, leaving him refreshed and invigorated with every breath. Lingbo Treading the Void, a movement technique, revealed its secrets to him in just 1 year. The system notified. S-Class Movement Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Minor Success. 40. Rooted in the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, the technique required stepping in specific sequences across the hexagram positions. As he moved, his form shifted unpredictably, flowing naturally with his steps, like ripples on water, endless and seamless. After 2 years, Yang Shun mastered its essence. S-Class Movement Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Major Success. 60. Seasons came and went, and another year passed. Upon reaching the major success stage, his progress began to slow. As snowflakes danced in the wind during another winter, Yangshan walked through the snow and suddenly experienced a flash of insight. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the falling snow, moving with such lightness that he left no trace behind. S-class movement technique, Lingbo treading the void, perfected, 100. As a peak master, constantly pushing beyond limits was Yangshan's inherent mission. Even achieving perfection in the movement technique brought him no joy. 1 year passed, then 2, then 3, as he ventured further along the path of breaking boundaries. Occasionally, he experienced brief moments of inspiration, yet something always felt missing. Perfection, though flawless, was also a shackle, making it nearly impossible to surpass. As the years passed, Yangshan trained obsessively, hoping his diligence would eventually be rewarded. 10 years passed, yet he made no progress. His relentless training consumed him, driving him further into obsession, as his resolve deepened into fixation. Another 10 years went by, and he still hadn't found his path. Over time, his behavior grew increasingly erratic, and he even attempted extreme measures like abolishing his own cultivation and starting anew, but to no avail. Slowly, a heart demon began to form within him, pushing him toward madness. At a critical moment, the violet chi saved him, pulling him back from the brink of insanity. Fear gripped him as he realized how close he had come to ruin. After facing death, he experienced a long-lost moment of clarity. Yangshan felt as though he had grasped something profound and began a new chapter in his life. He stopped focusing on cultivation and instead immersed himself in the beauty of nature. No matter how treacherous the mountains, he walked them effortlessly, as if they were level ground. A year passed, and it was the happiest year of his life. One day, while traveling through the mountains, he had an epiphany. Life was like a falling leaf. Letting go at the right moment was not only a release, but also a form of enlightenment. Learning to let go made it easier to pick things up again. On that day, he truly understood. The strength technique, Ripple Void Step, breaking limits has reached 101 mastery. 469 merit points have been refunded. The system notification echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Shortly after, a new message appeared. Achievement unlocked. Pull back from the brink. Buff effect. The probability of inner demons arising during future cultivation is reduced by 10. Yang Chen exhaled deeply, relieved that despite the perilous challenges encountered during this breakthrough, he had managed to survive. With his breath, a faint wisp of purple energy seemed to swirl around him. Suddenly, Yang Chen stood up abruptly, his figure shifting continuously in midair. His feet moved across the void, as if he were walking effortlessly on solid ground. In that moment, he clearly sensed that the space within a 3-foot radius around him was indistinguishable from actual terrain. More importantly, the restrictive positions of the hexagram had vanished wherever he now stepped. The core of the formation followed. Lost in thought, Yang Chen finally grasped the flaw in his previous approach. He had been attempting to expand the scope of the 64 hexagrams, hoping to gain a larger field of influence, akin to a tyrant endlessly annexing territory. But now he understood was the king, and wherever he stood was his domain. Without the king, even the vastest lands were merely fragmented, divided states. Ripple Void Step allows one to walk on air, but now, wherever my heart desires, that is a place I can roam freely. Yang Chen opened his eyes, a peculiar gleam flashing within them. The system promptly issued a new notification. The original strength technique had evolved into the immortal technique prototype, Carefree Soar, with a current mastery of 20 at the entry level. It further displayed, to perfect this technique and nurture the seed of the immortal technique, 10,000 merit points would be required. Additional merit points would be necessary to accelerate its development. Seeing this requirement, Yang Chen couldn't help but gasp. The merit point consumption was astonishing. He recalled the madman who had created the mind-forging technique, a true genius whose strength creation was considered the pinnacle among such techniques. Yet, curiously, that method had not evolved into an immortal technique prototype after breaking limits. Yang Chen speculated that it might have taken a unique path, akin to cultivating a demonic heart within the Tao. Finally, his gaze shifted to the other 2 strength combat techniques, awaiting mastery. Strength Spear Technique, 1,000 mechanisms flowing light uninitiated, 5 progress. Strength Fist Technique, shattering peaks and collapsing mountains uninitiated, 5 progress. It seems I'll need to push myself to the brink of life and death to keep breaking through. Yang Chen mused silently. This is what true martial arts on Blue Star looks like. Come on, all in. Infuse merit points. You begin practicing the Strength Gun Technique. 1,000 mechanisms glimmer, entry level 5. Countdown to the martial arts exam. 1 day. Dongshan Province, Penglai City, Yinxiao Airport. Come take a look, get the latest insider news and martial arts exam strategies. For those applying to Blue Star's War Academy, don't miss out. Stay ahead in the exam with first-hand information. Hey, classmate, let me tell you, this technique was compiled by my second uncle, who teaches at the Blue Star War Academy. He's one of the main examiners this year. If you practice this technique, you're practically one of his own, and hell definitely look out for you. What? You think $1 billion is too expensive? Alright, how about this 998 final offer, just to form a good connection? Amid the commotion of the crowd, a loud-voiced vendor was eagerly promoting his so-called martial arts exam secret manual. The bustling makeshift market was lively, filled with hushed conversations and bargaining. Meanwhile, standing in the airport terminal, the examinees looked tense, their eyes darting nervously. This was the entrance exam for the top war academy on Blue Star, a test that could determine their futures. No one dared to take it lightly, especially those young individuals in school uniforms, burdened with heavy luggage, many of whom came from prominent martial arts families or elite academies, carrying the weight of their family's honor and expectations. Buying admission tickets, shouted a middle-aged man in a corner of the airport. We need ticket holders to cooperate. High prices offered, with guaranteed admission to city-level war academies without exams, and priority admission to provincial-level war academies. This crowd, though appearing composed, betrayed unease and longing in their eyes. Yinxiao Airport resembled a vast battlefield, where every landing plane brought a new wave of examinees and opportunities, intensifying the competition. Amidst the chaos, a few young summer workers were anxiously listening to a rugged middle-aged man speaking. His voice boomed, cutting through the noisy crowd. Remember, don't be like some idiots who sell them techniques that highlight your weaknesses while challenging their strengths. That's just plain stupid. He shot a disdainful glance at a staff member nearby who was attempting to promote a spiritual energy technique, his furrowed brow clearly showing his disdain for such unreliable methods. Easy to fool, sure, but don't act recklessly, understand? He continued, warning the uniformed young people. Their eyes shone with eagerness, though they couldn't hide their nervousness and anxiety. As the crowd grew larger, the atmosphere at Yinxiao Airport became increasingly tense, yet filled with anticipation. Each face carried the weight of an uncertain fate, and the upcoming martial arts exam would determine the course of their futures. Boss, if we're not selling cultivation techniques, then what are we selling? There's hardly anything else in the shop worth selling. The girl with braided pigtails pouted, her brows slightly furrowed as a sense of unease crept into her heart. It felt like she had walked into a scam operation. She was just a summer temp worker, yet she had been roped into something like this. She sighed and pursed her lips, feeling a bit apprehensive. Hey! Suddenly, a loud smack broke the silence. The burly man slapped his face hard, his expression brimming with anger. He sneered coldly. Young and inexperienced, no wonder you can't handle things properly. If it weren't for the fact that you summer workers are cheap, I'd have kicked you all out by now. The school didn't give you an early summer break, so you could relax. It's for gaining real-world experience. Look at those big suitcases on my truck. They're full of cultivation technique blind boxes, priced at 100,000 Blue Star coins each. How you sell them is up to you. Sell 10, and your commission doubles. 100,000. The jaws of several summer workers nearly hit the floor. Just a moment ago, they were complaining about not selling cultivation techniques, and now they were being told to sell these blind boxes for 10 times their worth? The idea was absurd. Most of these techniques were low-grade A-level trash that wouldn't even sell for 20,000 on a normal day. And now they were expected to fetch 100,000? The burly man snorted, his eyes sweeping over the confused and innocent faces in front of him. His lips curled into a mocking smile. He walked over to the truck, picked up one of the suitcases, and began shouting in his deep voice, "Cultivation technique blind boxes, on sale now. S-level techniques and combat skills await you. Just 100,000, and you might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Boss, you've got to be kidding. S-level techniques in a blind box for only 100,000? Wouldn't that flood the market with S-level techniques?" A few young men gathered around, their faces full of skepticism. But before they could say more, the hip-hop-styled youth among them suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "No way. I actually got in S-level technique. Boss, are you really selling them this cheap? You won't go broke." The burly man's grin grew even wider. "Luck, my boy, it's all about luck. You must be from out of town, right? Here, we don't talk money, we talk destiny. Our business is about matching cultivation techniques with those destined to have them." He turned to the summer workers behind him. "See that? That's what I call true fate." The young men, who were clearly pretending to be customers, exchanged awkward glances, their embarrassment almost palpable. Their acting was terrible, but they had no choice but to endure it. Just then, a girl in a cheongsam with a high ponytail caught the burly man's attention as she walked in from the entrance. Clearly intrigued by the commotion, she approached, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Her tone carried a hint of doubt. "Boss, why are you selling things this way? Wouldn't this just lead to massive losses?" Hearing her question, the burly man's eyes lit up, and his smug smile deepened. He immediately replied, "Destiny, young lady, destiny. I'm not selling these blind boxes to make money. I'm helping these techniques find their fated owners. Come on, why not give it a try? Just 100,000, it's not expensive." The girl's eyes flickered as her gaze shifted between the S-level technique he held and the jade slips wrapped in opaque paper. After a moment of silence, she made up her mind. All right, it'll take two. Great choice. The burly man quickly pulled out a QR code. Beep scan to pay. As the payment went through and 200,000 blue star coins landed in his account, the burly man's face lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Young lady, would you like to pick them yourself, or should I choose for you? He'll just take these two. She casually grabbed two blind boxes from the pile and opened them on the spot. A level breathing technique. Exhalation method. A level meditation technique. Scenic observation. Fate indeed. The burly man wore a self-satisfied smile. These two techniques were destined for you, young lady. The girl looked down at the jade slips in her hands, her brows slightly furrowing. These techniques, they seemed a far cry from what she had imagined. The burly man slapped his thigh with a loud thud, letting out an exuberant shout. The excitement on his face even surpassed that of the young man who had just drawn in strength technique earlier. His exaggerated performance caused a few part-time workers behind him to twitch the corners of their mouths, wishing they could throw the fate token directly at his face. In front of him stood a young girl with a look of pure innocence, clearly unguarded against such antics. The group of young workers, seeing her adorable and naive demeanor, couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Then I'll buy a few more, the girl said softly, nodding with childlike sincerity. Great. The burly man's eyes lit up instantly. The part-time workers were about to step forward to intervene, but were met with the man's fierce glare, forcing them to swallow their words. What followed was a heartbreaking scene. The girl opened more than 10 blind boxes in one go, only to find low-level techniques like rank combat skill, dust kick, and rank combat skill, wind chasing palm. In the blink of an eye, over 1 million blue star coins were wasted. Miss, when fate calls, there's no stopping it, the burly man said with a grin so wide it nearly reached his ears. Inside, he was ecstatic. Another gullible fool this year. I'm going to make a fortune. All right, boss, I have other things to do, so I'll stop here for today, the girl said with a shy smile, scratching her head lightly. Casually, she stored the dozen or so techniques into her storage ring. As the girl disappeared into the crowd, the burly man could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Feeling triumphant, he turned to the part-time workers and said smugly, "See that? This is the skill you need to learn." Faced with the disdainful looks from the crowd, he defended himself confidently. The world is a tough place. That little girl is clearly from a wealthy family. This kind of money is nothing to her. If she learns a lesson from this, she's actually gained something. The man then signaled to a nearby young assistant, who immediately understood and respectfully handed over the strength technique. This is the treasure of our shop. Move it to another exit and keep selling it, the burly man said as he carefully took the technique. Pulling out a handkerchief, he meticulously wiped it down, but then his expression suddenly darkened. The weight feels off. Boss, I swear I didn't touch it. The young worker raised his hands in panic. It's been in my hands ever since it was drawn. Everyone here can testify. The others around him nodded in agreement. A sense of unease grew stronger in the burly man's chest. Hastily, he opened the technique to inspect it. 10 seconds later, a furious roar echoed through the entire 7th exit. Who the hell stole my technique? Outside the airport, a young girl dressed in a cheapao was softly humming along to the song playing in her headphones. Her mischievous expression was a stark contrast to her earlier innocent demeanor. The girl raised her phone, holding a thick jade slip in her left hand, and skillfully snapped a selfie. She quickly typed out a post for her social media. Just taught an unscrupulous merchant a lesson today, hee. Miss, as per the master's instructions, we need to visit the elders on Bo Island, said an elderly man in a black suit Fu Bo standing beside a stretched Range Rover, smiling kindly at the girl. Fu Bo, the girl immediately began to pout playfully. I was hoping to explore the area a bit more, since it's such a rare outing. Seeing her adorable act, Fu Bo chuckled indulgently. All right, but if the master asks, I want cover for you. Yay, Fu Bo, you're the best. The girl completely ignored his warning and eagerly opened her phone to plan her next adventure. Please get in the car, Mississippi. The young master of the Liu family and his friends are already inside, Fu Bo reminded her. The Liu family's young master? The girl raised an eyebrow. Oh, Liu Laowa? That airhead should be studying math at the Civilization Academy. What's he doing meddling in the War Academy? Her blunt remark left Fu Bo momentarily speechless, forcing him to smile awkwardly. Well, since he's here anyway, she shrugged. I might as well make use of him as a bag carrier while I shop later. The inside of the car was a world of its own, resembling a secluded courtyard. A pavilion stood nestled among blooming white plum blossoms, where a few larks flitted about, their curious eyes studying the newcomers. A large artificial lake, its water crystal clear and exuding a faint spiritual aura, occasionally revealed koi-like spirit fish swimming gracefully beneath the surface. The spiritual energy concentration here has reached the level of a grand celestial realm. It's improved so much since last time, Chen remarked as he took in the ethereal scenery. Beside him, Lu Shu, who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Bai, and wore thick black glasses, looked on enviously. Boss, when we're rich, let's set up something like this in the dorm. You don't need to call me boss. Just call me Yang Chun, he replied helplessly. No way. My brother told me to stick with you, Lu Shu said earnestly, as if Liu Bei's words were an imperial decree. Yang Chun patted his shoulder. Choosing not to argue further, was already tired of repeating himself during their journey. Initially, Yang Chen had planned to travel with Su Nua, and they had even booked tickets together. However, since Su Nua's parents decided to accompany her at the last minute, they opted to travel separately to avoid any awkwardness. As for the averklingy Lu Shu, he was entrusted to Yang Chun by Liu Bai for care. It was Lu Shu's first time traveling beyond his family's territory, and given his tendency to get lost even on a simple bus ride, leaving him alone was clearly out of the question. The owner of this secluded courtyard seems to have quite the refined taste. White plum blossoms are arranged in the formation of a spiritual array, nourished by spiritual energy year-round, blooming endlessly without withering. It appears they have evolved into spiritual plants. Yang Chun gazed at the plum blossoms in the courtyard, each breath filling his senses with their delicate fragrance, bringing a calming and focusing effect. The Mei family of Dujiang is on par with our Lu family in Dujiang City. Lu Shu adjusted his thick, black-rimmed glasses. The owner of this courtyard is the sixth young lady of the Mei family, a leading figure among the younger generation. Her father, Mei Yi, is the foremost of the six eccentrics of Meishan, controlling over half of Dujiang City's mineral resources and undeniably the wealthiest man in the area. No wonder they're so rich, turns out she's a second-generation mining tycoon. Yang Chun was about to respond when a playful female voice came from behind. They turned to see a young girl in a cheapao with a high ponytail, standing not far away, a smile tugging at her lips. Lu number 2. I just got here and already heard you talking about me. My boss said your little courtyard is quite tastefully arranged, so I took the opportunity to share some context, Lu Shu replied bluntly. Ahem, it is pretty nice. Yang Chun cleared his throat, his gaze landing on the girl. In the next instant, the girl, who had been standing at a distance, suddenly appeared right in front of Yang Chun, extending a fair hand. Hello, handsome. I'm Mei Hua Shirlu. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. Hello, Yang Chun. He responded with a faint smile, briefly shaking her hand. A class spatial teleportation talent. Class metal manipulation talent. Mei Hua Shirlu's eyes flickered with surprise. A rare dual talent awakener. Since we're all here for the Blue Star Military Academy entrance exam, why not consider forming a team? Who knows, we might end up as classmates fighting side by side in the future. Forming a team? Does this year's entrance exam involve teamwork? Lu Shu asked curiously. How would I know something like that? Mei Hua Shirlu snapped her fingers, and the three of them were instantly transported to a pavilion in the center of an artificial lake. A spatial transfer formation. Pretty solid security measures, Lu Shu explained. High-level portable pocket dimensions usually come equipped with such formations, allowing their owners to eject people at will. Mei Hua Shirlu rolled her eyes. Lu number 2, if you keep being this tactless, I'll throw you out of here myself. Miss Mei, about what you mentioned earlier, what does forming a team entail? Yang Chun patted Lu Shu on the shoulder, smiling as he shifted the conversation. With a slight movement of her fingers, Mei Hua Shirlu directed the teaware to pour tea for the three of them as she explained. The Blue Star Military Academy is located on an overseas archipelago near Penglai City, with over 100 campuses. Among them, the BO campus is the most prestigious, rivaling the Primal Division at the Modu Military Academy, and boasts the most exceptional faculty. As is well known, Blue Star Military Academy once reached its peak, famously regarded as a gathering of thousands of immortals, and most of these talents hailed from the BO campus. However, on BO Island, among the 3,000 guests, after accounting for graduates who stayed on as staff and retired teachers, the total number of students and faculty from freshmen to seniors is under 500. Each year, fewer than 10 freshmen successfully enter the BO campus through the entrance exam. So few. Lu Shu, standing to the side, pushed up his glasses in surprise and said in a puzzled tone, last year, nearly 10,000 people passed the registration process, and the military academy admitted 1,000. With a 10-tune elimination rate, BO campus should still have recruited a few dozen students, right? Mei Hua Shirlu merely smiled, his expression relaxed. You're overthinking it. Last year, BO campus only admitted 5 students, setting a record low. And the War Academy in Modu? Even more outrageous. Mei Hua Shirlu shifted the topic. Complete elimination. That incident even made the Interstellar trending news last year. Did you know? Complete elimination? Yang Chun nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. The War Academy in Modu was already infamous for its low acceptance rates, but he never imagined something as extreme as total elimination. Boss, don't be so shocked. You don't know much about the War Academy in Modu, Mei Hua Shirlu said with a faintly meaningful smile. That place is truly bizarre. Some departments only admit 1 student every few years. The strongest department, the Primordial Division, hasn't accepted a single student in 100 years. Yang Chen frowned. It's tough, sure, but it can't be complete elimination every year, can it? Meihua Shirlu pointed at Lu Shu and teased. Lu Lauer, you're quite bold, daring to call the War Academy in Modu Bazaar. Did you forget that someone from our Dujiang is a graduate of the Yuding Division? Lu Shu froze, his gaze blank, his mouth opening and closing. Huh? What did I just say? Yang Chen glanced at the two with curiosity. Dujiang has someone big from the Yuding Division? Meihua Shirlu waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile. All right, back to the main topic. You guys heard about the catastrophe in the ancient wilderness forest last year, right? Even with proctors present, nearly 1,000 people died. I'm guessing this year's martial exam will also require team cooperation. Yang Chen nodded. He had long heard about the tragic events in the ancient wilderness forest and even watched related videos scenes too grisly to stomach. Last year, teammates were assigned randomly. If this year requires team cooperation, they can't just let people form teams freely, right? If they allow free teaming, the elite family kids will just band together, leaving all the other candidates no chance. Of course not. Meihua Shirlu paused, a sly smile crossing his face. But, have you heard of the Tion Ming Ren organization? Tion Ming Ren. Yang Chen froze, puzzled, unable to make the connection between the topic and the organization. He instinctively glanced at Lu Shu, who still looked dazed, making Yang Chen even more suspicious. This guy's acting really convincing. The Tion Ming Ren system allows internal communication, Meihua Shirlu continued. Since it's soul-bound, it's unaffected by the magnetic restrictions during exams and undetectable by tools like the Vajra bracelet. It's the perfect tool for secret coordination. You must be joking. Yang Chen was stunned. Not only was he dumbfounded, but even Lu Shu looked completely taken aback. Meilao Lu, stop spouting nonsense. Wouldn't the school intervene? If you get caught, you'll be kicked out of the exam and barred from ever registering again. You're the Lao Lu, Meihua Shirlu retorted with a glare, unconcerned. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't confident. Recently, Tion Ming Ren collaborated with Bo Island and swept through the Forbidden Zone city of wrongful death. The rare treasures originally belonging to Tion Ming Ren were ultimately donated to the Blue Star War Academy for free. Lu Shu finally snapped out of his daze and interrupted. So, the military academy promised that members of the Tion Ming Ren organization can use their internal system to communicate during the martial exam? Meihua Shirlu gave a slight smile. Not exactly. You're being way too naive. Lu Shu adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glint. The school won't just turn a blind eye because of this. Reliable or not, just wait and see. Meihua Shirlu responded dismissively, then shifted the topic. First, add me as a Taishang Mingren friend. They'll handle the follow-up and contact you both later. Yang Chen and Lu Shu exchanged a knowing look, a subtle, meaningful smile appearing on their faces. They quickly shared their respective organization IDs. After all, they had nothing to lose by getting involved. What if it actually worked? One thing they couldn't help but notice was an interesting pattern. Anyone with extraordinary talent always seemed to carry the identity of a Taishang Mingren. The moment their friend requests were accepted, a faint sense of camaraderie began to form among the three. It turned out they were all on the same side. Meihua Shirlu promptly invited the two to Penglai City's most luxurious fairy mountain-themed hotel. This sprawling 80,000 square meter architectural marvel boasted a central area with spiritual energy levels rivaling those of the Great Grotto Heaven, perfectly mirroring the Wukao examination site on Penglai Island. 3 seaside villas stood in a row, each assigned to one of them, the opulence almost overwhelming. At this moment, Yang Chen was lounging on a beach chair in front of his villa, letting the sea breeze caress his face as he took in the majestic view of the ocean stretching to the horizon. The interplay of sun, moon, and stars painted a mesmerizing picture across the sky, their reflections shimmering in the waves like a celestial tapestry. Boss, hungry? Here's some beef noodles I had specially made by the hotel. Sorry, I don't eat beef. Yang Chen casually picked up a spirit fruit from the fruit platter, taking a bite, and instantly savoring the burst of spiritual energy within. Lu Shu glanced at the fruit, unimpressed, and silently wondered what was so great about it before returning his focus to his bowl of beef noodles. Hey Lu Lauer, could you eat a little more gracefully? You're ruining my mood to enjoy the ocean view. Meihua Shirlu's voice approached from a distance, and in the next moment, she appeared beside Yang Chen, taking a seat on the adjacent lounge chair. Lu Shu was about to retort, but as he looked up, he choked in shock, spraying noodles everywhere. Meihua Shirlu stood there in a light purple bikini, her flawless figure on full display. Her high ponytail accentuated her elegant swan-like neck, with 2 playful strands of hair framing her delicate collarbones, adding a touch of charm. You're wearing way too little. Lu Shu finally managed to catch his breath. Country bumpkin. Meihua Shilia's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a wave of her hand, she sent Lu Shu flying into the sea. Watching the splash in the distance, she turned to Yang Chen, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yang Chen, does this look strange on me? Yang Chen glanced down at his shorts and gave an awkward smile. This young body of his always seemed to act out of control, especially in the presence of a beauty like Meihua Shirlu. Following his gaze, Meihua Shirliu's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red. She let out a faint TSK before vanishing on the spot. 10 minutes later, Meihua Shirlu reappeared, now dressed in a light, flowing white chiffon strap dress layered with delicate textures. A large bow on her head swayed gently in the breeze. The setting sun hung low on the horizon, painting the azure sky, the deep blue ocean, and the creamy white sand with a warm, orange-earth hue. Not far away, Fu Bo was meticulously preparing tea and snacks. On a beach lounge chair, Lu Shu held a giant spirit-infused coconut in his arms, sipping through a straw. His thick, black-rimmed glasses framed a face with a swollen right cheek, a glaring handprint standing out his trophy from earlier when Meihua Shirlu had flung him into a group of surfing girls, where he was mistaken for a pervert. Tomorrow's the martial exam, Meihua Shirlu said lazily, leaning back on a lounge chair, her eyes half closed as she gazed at a pale blue holographic screen in front of her. Yang Chen caught sight of the words Blue Star Warfare Academy Martial Exam Guidelines displayed on it. In the next moment, the screen automatically enlarged, allowing the three of them to clearly see its contents. The guidelines for this year's martial exam haven't changed much, except for one new rule. Anyone with Blue Star citizenship may participate, Meihua Shirlu remarked. Hasn't it always been like that? Lu Shu asked, puzzled. You've forgotten about the many non-human citizens we have, Meihua Shirlu explained. This new rule is meant for them. They're just signing up to die, Lu Shu muttered as his straw shifted. The mortality rate for the martial exam is so high, even for our own people. As Yang Chen's thoughts drifted to Zhang Hao, who had paid a steep price for Blue Star citizenship, Fu Bo approached with an encrypted phone. Miss, it's the master calling, he said. Meihua Shirlu quickly instructed the two to meet here early the next morning, then took the phone and vanished. Fu Bo, the 300-year-old, 5th-rank Yuanshan lock powerhouse and head steward of the Mei family, gave a slight bow to the two before departing as well, leaving Lu Shu and Yang Chen to continue enjoying the rare tranquility of the sunset. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. Based on the lifespan of a 5th-stage primordial spirit cultivator, he should be able to live over 1,000 years under normal circumstances, not to mention the additional years granted by unlocking genetic potential. Yet, the willow tree before him seemed more like someone in middle to old age. By all accounts, it should have been at its prime. He recalled hearing from his family elders that the willow tree had suffered severe injuries in its youth, resulting in a significant loss of vitality. Even so, its current state left Yang Chen puzzled. The willow tree sighed deeply and spoke slowly. That being said, even cultivators at the 5th stage of immortality only live 2,000 to 3,000 years at most. Compared to other races in the universe, the lifespan of those on Blue Star is nothing impressive. Its gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, a hint of wistfulness in its eyes. Among the human race, the lifespans of those practicing cultivation-based civilizations far surpass ours. A golden core cultivator can easily live tens of thousands of years, many times longer than the average Blue Star practitioner. The cultivation methods of Blue Star emphasize decisive battles, life-or-death struggles, and the pursuit of clear victories. This approach inevitably comes at a cost. It paused before continuing. In truth, 1,000 years should be enough. Who knows? One might die on the path of cultivation at any moment. Boss, have you ever seen the Fengshen Bang Divine Ranking List? The willow tree asked suddenly, a trace of curiosity flashing in its eyes. Yang Chen chuckled, his expression tinged with a teasing look as he glanced at the willow tree. Huh. I've never seen it either. The willow tree scratched its head helplessly, its gaze once again drifting toward the vast ocean in the distance. The elders in the family used to say that the cultivation path of Blue Star has always been extreme. As far back as 10,000 years ago, our ancestors lived in constant warfare, life and death intertwined. Breakthroughs and death were almost synonymous with cultivation. Those who survived simply kept moving forward until their vitality was exhausted. No other civilization in the universe is as obsessive as ours. Even among the human race, those from cultivation civilizations view us as outcasts. They call us demons, madmen, who gamble their lives in battle. The willow tree's voice grew heavy, as though recalling vivid images of that history. Such an extreme civilization is like a rootless fire burning fiercely but destined to fade away. Yet, with the emergence of the Fengshen Bang, our true souls could be anchored, achieving immortality. What was once a despised and condemned Blue Star eventually rose to become a dominant civilization in the universe. Removing its glasses, it wiped them clean, revealing a weary smile. Do you know? My grandfather, father, uncles, nearly all of them perished on this path of cultivation. Some died in battle, others while attempting breakthroughs. Those breathtakingly beautiful landscapes could only be appreciated by those who came after. I often wonder if their true souls could have been anchored to the Fengshen Bang. Would death have been avoided? Yang Chen listened in silence, seemingly lost in thought. The air grew heavy with quiet contemplation. At last, he gently patted the willow tree's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. 10,000 years ago, our ancestors moved too fast, living and dying in an instant, with no time to pause and reflect. But now, Blue Star is no longer ravaged by war. We finally have the time to think about the future, Yangchun said in a low voice. The Fengshen Bang, immortality gods. He tilted his head back and gazed at the sky, murmuring softly. The path of cultivation is inherently defiant of the heavens. Hardships and obstacles are only to be expected. Only by cutting through the thorns can one see the light. Willow, he turned to look at it, his eyes resolute. You must believe that humanity can triumph over destiny. What we call gods are but creations of human will. This is the essence of the man-made god theory. As I see it, the Fengshen Bang is merely a path to creating gods. If others can achieve it, why can't you? The willow tree stared at Yangchun in shock, its lips slightly parted. After a long moment, it finally said, My brother wasn't wrong. Your words and actions truly align with the path of a sage. Morning. In a luxurious seaside villa, Yangchun sat cross-legged on a spacious couch, sunlight streaming softly through the spotless glass windows, casting a gentle glow on his chiseled face. His eyelids quivered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes, revealing pupils reflecting the shimmering surface of the sea. Exhaling a long breath, he felt an unparalleled clarity and vitality coursing through him, as if his entire being had been honed into a razor-sharp blade, radiating energy and confidence like never before. His gaze passed through the towering floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom, where the distant coastline stretched endlessly. Massive ships, resembling floating skyscrapers, anchored quietly. Their sturdy, imposing hulls bore gold and red flags fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with a pattern identical to the one on his admission ticket, for intertwined sword emblems forming the insignia of the Blue Star Military Academy. Boss, it's time to get ready to board. A cheerful voice called out from downstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps on the wooden floor. Moments later, Lu Shu appeared, holding a coconut in one hand and munching on it as he gestured toward the window. Mei Leo Hime Sure Lu is already waiting downstairs. There are some real powerhouses down there. I've already spotted at least 5 half-step immortals, and each one looks tougher than the last, Lu Shu said, shaking the coconut in his hand with a hint of exaggeration in his tone. Yangchun glanced at him and chuckled lightly. Are you trying to praise yourself indirectly? Let's go. He stood up, stretched lazily, and said with a calm expression, Let's see if we run into anyone familiar. Su Nua should be downstairs by now, but judging by the crowd, we'll probably have to wait until we're on board to get in touch. The two descended the stairs together, their footsteps echoing rhythmically. Below the villa lay a pristine white sandy beach, where Mei Sure Lu sat serenely under an ivory-colored parasol, leisurely sipping her morning tea. The table before her was laden with exquisite treats, their enticing aroma wafting through the sea breeze. On the beach, hotel staff had already set up a VIP pathway and an exclusive lounge area. Beyond the cordoned-off section, a throng of people jostled about, including numerous candidates and their anxious parents. Inside the restricted zone, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. A group of distinguished individuals sat comfortably, arranging flowers or enjoying tea, exuding an air of calm and ease. Privilege really is everywhere, Lu Shu remarked, smacking his lips as he gazed at the starkly defined boundary, unable to suppress a sigh. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Yangchun shot him a glance, his tone laced with mockery. Are you stealing my lines now? Boss, that's not fair. Lu Shu protested with a pained expression. Sure, I'm from the Lu family, but our family motto has always been to raise boys with hardship and girls with luxury. My treatment is something you wouldn't understand. I have to take 3 buckets of ice-cold showers every morning, and even meals are a fight for survival. Yangchun eyed the storage ring on Lu Shu's hand, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and said in an even tone, Sorry, I just can't relate. At that moment, Mei Sure Lu waved at them with a smile. Yangchun, Lu Lauer, come and have some snacks. Coming. Lu Shu immediately darted over, his face full of flattery, completely captivated by the allure of luxury. Boss, hurry up. This stuff's expensive, he called out while stuffing pastries into his mouth. Unbelievable. Yangchun shook his head with a wry smile as he walked over. You're the second son of the Lu family. Can't you show a little more dignity? I'm not hungry right now, and don't overeat, you'll mess up your blood circulation. Lu Shu looked at him blankly, his mouth still full of pastries. But everyone else is eating too. They're just sampling, Yangchun replied, glancing around. You, on the other hand, look like you're trying to eat the entire platter. Cough, cough. Lu Shu cleared his throat awkwardly. Oh, I see. I thought they were just pretending to be refined. He'll pack these to go then. Watching him earnestly pack up the snacks, Yangchun silently gave him a thumbs up in his mind. At least you know how to avoid a loss. At this moment, there were 15 minutes left until boarding. Mei Sure Lu glanced at her watch and asked calmly, Mind waiting for someone? Who are we waiting for? Lu Shu mumbled through a mouthful of pastries. My cousin, Mei Sure Lu replied, taking a small sip of tea. Her tone was casual. She's also one of the chosen. We agreed to board together this morning. You have a cousin too? Lu Shu frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Having lived in Dujiang for years, he knew very little about his cousin's family life in Hangqing, only meeting them briefly during the Lunar New Year each year. What could a math nerd like you possibly know? Meihua Shirlu rolled her eyes, her tone carrying a teasing edge. I'm not a math nerd. I'm a mathematician, Lu Shu retorted seriously, shaking his head with a stern expression. Your cousin wouldn't happen to have the surname Su, would she? Yang Chen suddenly interjected from the side, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. He went on to explain, out of the hundreds of provinces on Blue Star, only a few dozen people from each province qualify for the Blue Star War Academy's entrance exam. A female, living in Hangqing, and possessing the qualification Su Nua fits these criteria perfectly. Meihua Shirlu froze for a moment upon hearing this, her gaze turning a bit odd. Wait, you know my cousin? Ahem. Yang Chen coughed awkwardly, clearing his throat. If your cousin's name is Su Nua, then yes, I do know her. Genius circles are just that small, you never know. Your friends might also be my friends, and your relatives might also be my, friends. Meihua Shirlu silently marveled at this revelation. Her cousin having male friends? Now, that was a rare occurrence. Could it be that even Tion Ming Ren was invited to join by my cousin? Funny enough, she really was, Yang Chen admitted. All right then, Meihua Shirlu nodded. I guess you do have some skills. I feel more confident about our upcoming collaboration now. Lu Shu, who had been quietly eating, suddenly looked up with his cheeks puffed full of food and asked, Wait, is your cousin a brush evaluator or something? His innocent remark made Uncle Fu shake his head in exasperation. Meihua Shirlu smirked meaningfully and said, The last man who appeared in front of my cousin ended up with a heavy-duty truck as a gift. He even got a luxurious 7-day stay in the ICU because of that surprise. This left Lu Shu even more puzzled, while Yang Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily as he recalled his first meeting with Su Nua and that car that fell from the sky. He heard the damages were later covered under the Dongma Guard's public expenses, compensating the car owner a hefty sum. As the three were chatting, a familiar female voice suddenly called out from behind them. Yang Chen. Yang Chen turned around to see a long-haired girl standing not far away. She was dressed simply in a white t-shirt paired with a black cardigan, light blue casual jeans, and white sneakers. A lollipop dangled from her lips, her hands casually shoved into her pockets, exuding an air of youthful nonchalance. It really is you. The girl's face lit up with surprise. Big sis. Meihua Shirlu squealed with delight, throwing herself into Su Nua's arms and nuzzling affectionately. I haven't seen you in over a year. I've missed you so much. Where are uncle and auntie? They went to visit some old friends, so they didn't come along, Su Nua replied, stepping closer before turning to Yang Chen. What are you doing here? I messaged you last night, but you didn't reply. I was worried something had come up. Last night, Yang Chen unlocked his phone and noticed a pile of unread messages. Having been fully focused on cultivating the night before, he hadn't had much time to check his phone. After sharing some spiritual wine with Lu Shu, he had groggily stayed up until midnight. But who said one couldn't cultivate after drinking spiritual wine? Su Nua nodded slightly, sensing that Yang Chen's cultivation level had grown exponentially stronger since their last meeting. Seemed he had already reached the third stage of the immortal path. For Yang Chen to rise from an ordinary person to where he was now, it must have taken relentless hard work and determination, a combination of talent and tireless effort. Cultivation requires balance, Su Nua said seriously. You can't just focus on hard work all the time. Beside her, Meihua Shirlu was dumbfounded. Was Yang Chen really that dedicated to his cultivation? Could he truly be a relentless cultivator to the point where even her cousin, known as the cultivation fanatic, would suggest he take a break? For a moment, Meihua Shilia's gaze toward Yang Chen carried a hint of admiration. All right, he'll make sure to relax a little, Yang Chen replied with a faint smile, fully aware of how diligent he had been. Ahem, boss, we should get on the ship now. Lu Shu seemed to choke on something again and patted his chest before accepting a cup of tea from Uncle Fu. After taking a sip, his mouth was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and he felt revitalized. Great tea. Uncle Fu, can I take some of this to go? Name, Yang Chen. Gender, male. Race, human. Age, 18. School, Hangzhou No. 1 High School. Address, Unit 1, Room 102, Building 6, Xingfu Garden Residential Area. Exam admission number, 166 XXXXXXXXX 6666. Identity verification in progress. Physical body confirmed. Soul confirmed. Identity verified. Dear candidate, congratulations on successfully enrolling in the Blue Star Military Academy. Wishing you success on your path to immortality. The road ahead is long, and I will search high and low, all for the civilization of Blue Star. A dignified female voice echoed from the large screen above the ship. Greetings, student. This is ship number 2. Fighting is strictly prohibited once you board. Complimentary tea and snacks are available on board. However, if you insist on fighting, it's not entirely forbidden. There is a life and death arena on board. Sign the life and death agreement, and he'll serve as the referee. Standing in front of Yang Chen was a young man with a warm smile and a gentle voice. He wore a white robe adorned with the Blue Star Military Academy emblem, clearly an upperclassman from a previous cohort. His demeanor was friendly and approachable. Thank you for the reminder, Senior, Yang Chen said, but I'm someone who values harmony. I have no enemies, only friends. Is that so? Funny, because you seem to carry quite a bit of killing intent, the young man chuckled. Such a statement wasn't made lightly. Yang Chen emanated a heavy aura of hostility, clearly someone who had been through bloody battles. Even his primordial spirit faintly exuded a trace of ferocity. At such a young age, to have this level of killing intent, could he have slain a fifth-stage powerhouse? You're joking, Senior. I get along with everyone, Yang Chen replied with a slight smirk, feeling a surge of pride internally. Next. Name, Su Nua. Gender, female. Race, human. Age, 18. School, Hangzhou No. 1 High School. The young man glanced at Su Nua seriously and sighed inwardly. Greetings, student. This is ship number 2. Fighting is strictly prohibited once you board. Complimentary tea and snacks are available on board. However, if you insist on fighting, where exactly is Hangzhou No. 1 High School? The young man scratched his head, puzzled. What kind of school produces students with such intense killing intent? Or was it just a coincidence? Out of all candidates, he had encountered only 2, and both gave off such a chilling aura. Moments later. Name, Fong Outyin. Gender, male. Race, human. Age, 18. School, Hangzhou No. 1 High School. The young man stared at the burly boy in front of him. The boy had rugged features, broad shoulders, and a sturdy build, with dark skin exuding a wild aura. He was a stark contrast to the refined demeanor of Yang Chen earlier, yet both carried an intense air of menace. Senior brother, how about we close the arena? There are plenty of troublemakers on this ship. If they all want to fight, we might be overwhelmed. Just then, the ship's broadcast came on. All students on board, please follow the rules and behave. Avoid any physical altercations. We will arrive at the examination site in 1 hour. The announcement repeated 3 times. Boss, I didn't expect Iddy have got such an intimidating presence that even the broadcast had to intervene, Lu Shu said with admiration, giving Yang Chen a thumbs up. Yang Chen glanced at Lu Shu with confusion. What does the broadcast have to do with me? Don't talk nonsense and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Relax, no one's misunderstanding anything, Mei Hua Shirlu said with a click of his tongue. You and your cousin have both made it onto the organization's blade hand ranking, with kill counts in the millions. You two are seriously something else. Perhaps it's not that we're bloodthirsty, Yang Chen shrugged, but rather that we have an eye for detail. We can always spot spies through the smallest clues. Standing by the railing, Su Nua, with a lollipop in her mouth, gazed at the silent sea. The sea breeze brushed her face as she softly added, killing is just a means to quiet them down, not something done intentionally. Hiss, Lu Shu instinctively took a few steps back. Mei Lao Liu's cousin gives me the same vibe as his older brother, saying the most ruthless things in such a calm tone. Am I right, Yang Chen? Su Nua smiled at Yang Chen. I learned those words from you. Of course. On the deck, the two exchanged a smile, a sight that sent chills down Lu Shu and Mei Hua Shilia's spines. At that moment, a deep voice sounded from behind them. What you said is indeed reasonable. Killing is just a method, not necessarily the best, but certainly the most effective. As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding students, upon seeing the speaker's face, quickly scattered like frightened birds. To command the world with a single word now, that is the romance of the strong. A burly boy clad in black combat attire stepped forward, his gaze filled with arrogance, and his whole being radiating a primal energy. Fong Outyin from Class 1. Su Nua asked, slightly surprised. You must be Su Nua. I've heard a lot about you. Fong Outyin replied, then turned his attention to Yang Chen. It seems Wei Ping's defeat wasn't unwarranted. Your rapid improvement in strength suggests that, like me, you're a gifted and dedicated cultivator. Yang Chen nodded seriously. Indeed, I am a gifted and dedicated cultivator. He paused, then asked with a puzzled look, but who's Wei Ping? Yang Chen's unexpected remark left Fong Outyin stunned, speechless. However, explaining who Wei Ping was seemed too humiliating, and his imposing momentum weakened significantly. Seeing Fong Outyin fall silent because of his comment, Yang Chen scratched his head in confusion. Could this question really be that hard to answer? Hey, why are you just standing there like a wooden pole? Lu Shu couldn't help but chime in, teasing. Boss, this guy is really strange. Fong Outyin glared at Lu Shu angrily, as if he'd found an outlet for his frustration. You call Yang Chen your boss? So you're his lackey, huh? Perfect. He hit my lackey, so I'll beat you up too, and we'll call it even. With that, Fong Outyin suddenly stomped the ground. His body shot forward like a cannonball, lunging straight at Lu Shu. What the hell is wrong with you? Lu Shu cursed angrily, dodging swiftly to the right. Bang! Fong Outyin's fist slammed into the railing with a loud crash. Unfazed, he shifted his stance and reappeared in front of Lu Shu, raining down punches like a storm. A fight! A fight! Quick, grab your snacks and drinks, don't miss this. The surrounding crowd quickly gathered, excitedly rushing to the bow of the ship, eager not to miss the commotion. The news spread fast, and some even used their movement techniques to rush to the scene. Whoa, that's Fang Outyin from our school. And the guy with glass looks like Lu Lauer from the Lu family of Dujiang. Why are they fighting? Someone whispered in the crowd. Is this Fang Outyin guy really that impressive? Why does it seem like so many people are scared of him? Another person asked. Are you not from Jiangnan province, bro? This guy's a big deal. He's competed in the Jiangnan province high school martial arts tournament multiple times and won every time. I've heard about him. Initially awakened an entire talent, Dragon Soul, but later had a second awakening and became an steer talent. Fang Outyin paid no attention to the chatter around him. His punches whistled through the air with immense force. After taking a few direct hits, Lu Shu switched to evasive maneuvers, realizing that Fang Outyin's punches were too hard to endure. Lu Lauer, fight back, will you? Why are you just running? If you can't handle it, step aside and let me take over. Meihua Shirlu suddenly appeared from the cabin, having dragged out a table stacked with fruits and drinks. Yang Chun and Su Nua sat on either side of her, occasionally offering their commentary. Lu Shu's movement skills are decent, but his punches are too soft, Yang Chun remarked, cracking sunflower seeds as he spoke. Although he still couldn't recall who Wei Ping was, since Fang Outyin brought it up, maybe it was true. For now, letting Lu Shu entertain him seemed like a good idea. How boring, Su Nua said, taking a sip of her soda. She looked disinterested, her gaze wandering between the two chasing each other around the deck. She had always looked down on this style of fighting. As time passed, Fang Outyin, who still hadn't managed to defeat Lu Shu, began to look increasingly awkward. Big guy, can you stop chasing me? Take a break. Just take a break, all right? Lu Shu panted, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. If this keeps up, I'm going to collapse from exhaustion. Even with his steer movement skills and unlocking the third stage of his gene lock, the prolonged exertion was taking its toll. Roar! A massive shadow of a black dragon soared into the sky from behind Fang Outyin. Its tail coiled around him, and its head let out a thunderous roar toward Lu Shu. Lu Shu froze on the spot, his legs seemingly rooted to the ground. The surrounding candidates erupted into chaos. Whoa, he's using his innate power. Is he serious about this? Quick, set up the arena and sign the death waiver. Where's the referee? Someone tried to intervene. Hey, we're all just candidates here. There's no deep grudge between you two. Injuring each other is enough. No need to risk your lives. Exactly, just a serious injury will do. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind from a fist whizzed past Lu Shu's cheek. Fang Outyin noticed the unexpected interference, abruptly pulled back his strength, and turned around angrily to glare at Yang Chun. This is a fight between him and me. Stepping in at this point, you think that's a bit dishonorable. Lu Shu finally snapped out of it, and quickly ducked behind Yang Chun, a lingering fear in his heart. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Fang Outyin to already be at the third stage of the immortal path. I let my guard down and got trapped by his innate dragon soul. Thankfully, the boss saved me just in time. So what? Are you planning to have your little underling fight me in a death match? Fang Outyin sneered. Too bad for him's only half a step into the third stage of immortal path, which doesn't meet the requirements. But you, on the other hand, are a perfect match. Hey, Outyin, I have no intention of killing you, Yang Chun said calmly. That statement almost made Fang Outyin faint from rage. He hasn't even fought me yet, and he's already saying he doesn't want to kill me? This level of arrogance sight even surpasses mine. Fine, fine, fine. Fang Outyin laughed in anger. I'd like to see how you plan to kill me. As the three-time consecutive champion of Jiangnan Province's high school martial arts tournament, the unshakable confidence he had built from defeating countless opponents couldn't possibly be undermined by a few words from Yang Chun. As tensions escalated, two referees who had been quietly watching the drama unfold in the crowd finally stepped forward. The first, a young man with a roguish demeanor, spoke up first. Who wants a death match? Are you all out of your minds? The second referee, a kind-looking man, maintained his cheerful smile. Now, students, let's keep the peace. You're all so young, there's no need for such hostility. As he spoke, he had already pulled out the death waiver from his pocket, ready to set up the arena at any moment. The rowdy candidates immediately fell silent, their expressions varying as they anxiously waited to see what would happen next. Meihua Shirlu and Su Nua also sensed that the situation was getting out of hand and grew worried that the referees might actually initiate the death match. Leader, this really isn't necessary, Lu Shu stammered, waving his hands frantically. If you actually fight a death match for me, I'd have to wonder if there's some peculiar chemistry developing between us. Shut up, Yang Chen said, crossing his arms as he gazed steadily at Fang Outyin. Such pretentiousness, Fang Outyin scoffed coldly. His fully awakened strength and innate ability gave him absolute confidence, especially in arena battles. Yang Chen, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but if you dare to fight me in the arena, I guarantee the one who dies will be you. Quite confident, aren't you? Yang Chun chuckled softly, his sharp eyes locking onto Fong Outyin like a hawk eyeing its prey, a hint of amusement gleaming in his gaze. Fong Outyin possessed an 11 talent, Dragon Soul, which could evolve into an S-level talent, the Black-White Domain, upon full awakening. This S-level Black-White Domain was extraordinary, forming a 30-meter radius field centered on himself. Within this field, all enemy attributes would be reduced by 90, while his own attributes would be enhanced by 90. The effect lasted 3 minutes with a cooldown of 24 hours. Now that's what you'd call a 3-minute man in every sense of the phrase, Yang Chen remarked with a sarcastic smirk. Yang Chun, I, Fong Outyin, have always acted according to my will, seeking only clarity of mind, Fong Outyin declared, standing tall with a deep, powerful voice. Any rules or restrictions are nothing but inner demons obstructing my clarity. I will shatter them with a single punch. Fong Outyin let out a cold laugh and continued. In the path of cultivation on Blue Star, decisiveness in battle is key. Hesitation or lack of clarity can easily ignite the flames of inner demons when attempting to break through the primordial spirit lock. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of jeers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Such a show-off. Let's hope his strength matches his arrogance once he's in the ring, a seemingly amiable young man muttered, shaking his head with disdain in his eyes. The referee stepped forward. Since neither of you is willing to reconcile, then... Wait a moment, Yang Chen interrupted, raising his hand. His voice was calm and confident. This will only take a few seconds. Is a ring even necessary? What? The amiable young man's expression froze, his brows furrowing deeply. He had thought Fong Outyan's arrogance was unmatched, but it seemed there was someone even more audacious. Whoa, which school is this guy from? Could he be some kind of champion? A few seconds? Let's hope he's talking about the fight. No way. This terrain isn't even suitable for combat. Fong Outyan is at the 3rd stage of immortal Dao cultivation. At best, Yang Chun should be evenly matched with him. How could it end so quickly? The surrounding examinees broke into a clamor, their chatter growing louder at Yang Chen's bold claim. Nearby, Meihua Shirlu stared at Yang Chun in astonishment and turned to ask, "Cousin, has he always been this cocky?" "Not really," Su Nua replied nonchalantly, popping a lollipop into her mouth. "Back when he was at the 3rd stage of body refinement, he was pretty low-key." "Boss, you're awesome. Knock him out," someone cheered loudly from the crowd. Fong Outyan's expression darkened. "Very well, Yang Chun, but if all you have is empty talk, then today I'll make sure to smash that mouth of yours. Words mean nothing. Let's settle this with a real fight. Today, I'll show you the gap between us. Are you ready?" Yang Chen asked, his gaze sharp. "Of course." Whoa. Before Fong Outyan could finish the word course, Yang Chun had already moved. His genetic lock and primordial spirit lock were pushed to their limits in an instant. A blood-red primordial spirit spear emerged from his fist, its sharp tip gleaming brilliantly. Immortal technique prototype. Carefree wander. Yang Chen's figure blurred, transforming into a mere shadow. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Level fist technique. Mountain-shattering strike breaking the limit. Yang Chen struck Fong Outyan's weak point with pinpoint precision. Years of battle-honed reflexes allowed Fong Outyan to summon his dragon soul to shield his right shoulder just in time. His blood surged, his muscles swelling. Already burly, his frame expanded even further. Between experts, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. If Fong Outyan had gone all out from the start, he might have had a slim chance. But one misstep led to another, and it was already too late. The next moment, Yang Chen's blood-red glowing fist, like a cannonball fired at full force, smashed into Fong Outyan's shoulder. Boom. The air trembled violently, rippling outward like waves. Fong Outyan's massive body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing through the deck behind him and plunging into the cabin below. Splinters and dust filled the air as Fong Outyan lay amidst the wreckage, his shoulder shattered by Yang Chen's devastating punch, utterly defeated in front of the stunned crowd. Blood gushed from Fong Outyan's 7 orifices, instantly staining his face red. His vision darkened, and his soul trembled violently, as if the inner power of his primordial spirit had been shattered by Yang Chen's punch. Struggling to stay conscious, he desperately lifted his left hand, his trembling fingers weakly pointing at Yang Chun. Yang Chun, I won't accept this. Next time, we'll meet in the arena." Before he could finish his sentence, Fong Outyan's head slumped to the side, and his body collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, completely unconscious. Yang Chun slowly withdrew his fist, exhaling a cloud of white mist. Standing firm, he turned to face the still stunned referees, giving them a polite nod as a gesture of acknowledgement. The scene plunged into a deathly silence. The air seemed frozen, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixed on Yang Chun, and no one dared to make a sound. Among those stunned into silence were Su Nua, Plum Blossom 16, Lu Shu, the two referees, and the thousands of spectators present. Fong Outyin, is he unconscious? One of the examinees whispered. Breaking a shoulder shouldn't cause this. Did you see it clearly? Blood from all 7 orifices. This is clearly damage to the primordial spirit. If it were you taking that punch, you'd probably be out cold too. Another voice responded, tinged with shock. Yang Chen's punch was breathtakingly precise and devastating. His movements were crisp and clean, his explosive power peaking in an instant. The depth of his strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. This kid. One referee's expression shifted slightly, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He just used at least 3 steer combat techniques. How do you know that? The scruffy-looking youth beside him lowered his voice, swallowing nervously. 3 steer techniques? You don't have any clairvoyant skills, so how can you tell? The kind-faced youth sighed, his lips twitching slightly. His movement technique alone has reached the prototype of celestial arts. And that blood-red glow on his fist, the ferocity of its aura is so overwhelming that it's hard to gauge its depth. Unbothered by the attention around him, Yang Chen casually walked with his hands in his pockets, his expression relaxed as he made his way toward Lu Shu. Boss, that was incredible, Lu Shu exclaimed excitedly, clapping Yang Chen on the shoulder. One punch, and you took down a powerhouse of the same level. Even if Fong Outyin underestimated you, this still proves your strength. He couldn't hide the shock in his voice. I remember my brother back when he was in the 3rd tier probably couldn't pull off a one-hit knockout like that. Plum Blossom 16 turned her head to look at Yang Chen, unable to conceal the astonishment in her heart. Cousin, what kind of monster is this guy? His fighting style is eerily similar to yours, ruthless and decisive. Oh, you think so too? Su Nua, with a lollipop in her mouth, shrugged nonchalantly, her expression thoughtful. Yang Chen's progress is simply astonishing. He was hiding his strength before, and now, with his awakened talents, who knows what he's truly capable of? She smiled faintly, her gaze still fixed on Yang Chen, her mind already anticipating the upcoming martial exams. This next showdown was destined to be extraordinary. The joys and sorrows of people are rarely shared. Fong Outyin only felt the surrounding environment unbearably noisy. Yang Chen's punch not only shattered his shoulder, but also inflicted severe damage on his soul. At this moment, he was lying in the ship's medical bay, undergoing treatment. Vaguely, he could hear the discussions outside. Yang Chen's punch just now was nothing short of extraordinary. With strength from both his physical body and soul, it was swift, precise, and ruthless, clearly the result of years of training and rich combat experience. His moves flowed like water. Indeed, one couldn't help but wonder how Yang Chen trained. It said he wasn't born into a prestigious family, so his talent must be exceptional. Fong Aoshan's loss wasn't unjustified. What seemed like casual remarks to others felt like a tremendous humiliation to Fong Outyin. His breathing grew rapid, and veins bulged on his forehead. My loss wasn't unjustified? Damn it. Yang Chen, I won't let this go. The little incident on the ship passed quickly. Yang Chen sat in the 4th-floor restaurant of the ship, basking in the morning sunlight as he leisurely sipped his coffee. They had been sailing for over 50 minutes. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the distant Penglai Island was clearly visible. In just a few minutes, they would reach the examination site. Boss, the exam venue should be right after we disembark. I can already see the banner on the horizon, said Lu Shu, who had been pacing back and forth in front of the window over a dozen times, filled with anticipation. He was fervently hoping that the environment of this testing secret realm would be decent this time. Come on, Military Academy. Have some humanity, just a normal secret realm for once. Meanwhile, Plum Blossom 16 clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began murmuring prayers for success. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The scene made Yang Chen's mouth twitch uncontrollably. The ship's horn sounded, and an announcement began playing over the speakers. The ship is about to dock. Students, please prepare to disembark in an orderly manner. To learn the way in the morning and die content by the evening. Great truths can be fought for, destiny can be seized. 10 years of sharpening a sword. May you all persist until the end. Listening to the announcement, and seeing the passionate expressions of the examinees around him, Yang Chen finally understood why the combat exam mortality rate of Blue Star Military Academy was so shockingly high. In the race of 100 boats, the one who strives hardest takes the lead. Among 1,000 sails, only the boldest surge forward, Yang Chen mused. Boss, we're about to disembark. Lu Shu stood behind him, his voice slightly tense, and his gaze fixed on Penglai Island, filled with expectation. Look at you, so easily excited, Yang Chen replied dismissively. At Penglai Island's dock, a massive light curtain banner hung like a rainbow across the sky. The bold characters read, Blue Star Military Academy Penglai Examination Site, with strokes that exuded vigor and fluidity. The dock had been temporarily requisitioned, leaving the area spacious and open. Suspended in midair was a giant pale golden roulette wheel engraved with depictions of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants, a breathtaking sight. Above, a swarm of drones filled the sky like a galaxy of stars, emitting a faint red glow. Professor, do we really need to activate the swarm's combat mode? It might scare the examinees, a youth in a Blue Star Military Academy uniform suggested, attempting to persuade the mentor before him. The mentor, a man in his 40s or 50s wearing an administrative jacket with the Academy's emblem and black-framed glasses, looked slightly displeased. How many times have I told you? Address me by my title, while working be my title. Yes, Director Yu Qian. The young man's expression remained unchanged, though his tone softened slightly. I just feel that this is the first time the school has entrusted me with such an important responsibility, So, you're afraid of making mistakes and end up being overly cautious, walking on eggshells? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Your temperament and mindset still need improvement. Yes, my apologies for being careless. The young man bowed his head in acknowledgement, his posture humble and submissive. Having a sense of responsibility is good, but don't let it hold you back. The middle-aged man's tone softened. If you're intimidated by such a small matter, then you might as well give up on cultivation early. Understood, sir. I've learned my lesson. The young man immediately adopted a respectful and receptive demeanor, though a flicker of shrewdness flashed subtly in his eyes. The middle-aged man stepped closer, patting the young man on the shoulder with a kind smile, a stark contrast to his earlier reprimand. Don't worry about this exam. I'm here. Once the martial arts test is over, I'm planning to nominate you for the deputy director position at our Gelando campus. Don't let me down. Yes. Cyro, no director. I won't let you down. He'll live up to your trust. The young man's face flushed with excitement, his hands trembling slightly in his enthusiasm. Look at you, getting all worked up again. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly shifted, and his voice lowered. What do you mean, my trust? This is the military academy's decision. Don't overstep. Realizing his slip, the young man quickly corrected himself. Yes, director. I won't let the academy down. The middle-aged man gave a faint nod, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the ships. Get ready. The examinees are about to disembark. At 10 a.m., one ship after another began docking at the pier. The examinees disembarked in an orderly manner, forming a long, neat line. Most of them appeared slightly pale, while a few maintained a defiant expression, seemingly unfazed by the dense cluster of red light dots in the sky. My goodness! Swarms of aerial combat drones. Lu Shu exclaimed in excitement, pointing at the densely packed red dots in the sky. Boss, isn't this just awesome? If only the school could give me one of those. Give you one? Are you even a student here? Mei Hua Shirlu rolled her eyes at Lu Shu. Talk about that when you actually become a student. Ahem. Well, that's going to happen soon. Lu Shu stood tall and proud beside Yang Chun, exuding confidence. Yang Chun tilted his head to look at the sky, a faint smile tugging at his lips. One of those wouldn't amount to much. If the school's going to give something, they might as well give a whole swarm. Inwardly, he speculated whether the school was trying to intimidate the examinees or if this was part of the martial arts test itself. The dense swarm of aerial combat drones was clearly in combat readiness. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, in just 1 second, the entire crowd of 10,000 examinees could be wiped out, reduced to ashes. On the golden platform, aside from the middle-aged man and the young officer from earlier, 5 or 6 more figures had appeared. One of them spoke up. This batch of examinees has some promising talent. They've got courage. But I wonder if they'll remain this composed once the Vajra bangle is activated and their protective items are taken away. Facing death without fear sounds noble, but how many in this world can truly achieve it? Let's not be too harsh on these kids. An elderly man, dressed in a formal administrative jacket with streaks of gray in his hair, gently shook his head. When people grow old, their hearts tend to soften, he said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. I really can't bear seeing you all push these young ones so hard anymore. Before he even finished speaking, everyone around had already fallen silent, their attention fully captured by his words, each syllable resonating deeply within them. As his words ended, a middle-aged man addressed as Director Yu Qian chuckled lightly and nodded in agreement. Dean, your kindness is admirable. But as they say, jade must be polished to become a gem. They need to endure some hardships to achieve greatness. Of course, we must ensure not to go overboard. The elderly man gave a slight nod, fully understanding the reasoning. However, recalling last year's alarming death rate during the martial exam left him with lingering concern. With the principal currently at the Heavenly Court, all responsibilities for the school now fell to the Bio campus. This time, the Jiolong campus had been entrusted with overseeing the martial exam, clearly indicating the higher-ups' confidence in them. This is a matter of great importance. There must not be any mistakes. The elderly man's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Director Yu Qian immediately replied, Rest assured, Dean, we will not disappoint you. As soon as he finished, the others present also pledged their commitment. Please trust us, Dean. The elderly man waved his hand, signaling them to speak no further. With a slight flicker of his figure, he vanished from sight. Farewell, Dean. The group bowed their heads in unison, silently watching as he departed. Yu Tongwei, go make the announcement, Director Yu Qian instructed softly. The young man in military uniform nodded and stepped forward. As he walked toward the stage, a faintly golden, levitating wheel in the air began to rotate slowly. The individuals standing on the wheel remained focused, paying no attention to their surroundings. With each step the young man in uniform took, the wheel suddenly rose into the air, bursting with dazzling golden light. The brilliance expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire Penglai Island in an instant. At that very moment, a silver-white halo appeared high above Penglai Island, over 10,000 meters in the sky. The halo grew larger, its immense suction force affecting everything below. The candidates on the ground immediately sensed the change and began to panic. What the heck? My storage ring. My phone, my phone. One candidate shouted in alarm, frantically trying to grab the items being sucked away. My hair. Even my hair is being taken. Is this even human? They even forced out the demonizing blood from my body. Another candidate yelled angrily. Moments later, his clothes were stripped away by the suction force, leaving him standing completely bare. Why not just let me run around naked? Protective robes, mech phones, demonizing blood, clone hairs, possessing battle spirits, all external items used for cheating were swept away without exception. Chaos erupted among the candidates. A radiant light curtain stretched across the sky like a rainbow, and as it shimmered, a line of text gradually appeared. Blue Planet War College Martial Exam officially begins. As the young man in military uniform stepped forward, the chaotic scene immediately fell silent. All eyes turned to him, and the atmosphere became heavy with tension. At that moment, a crimson light that appeared on every candidate's forehead, further heightening the oppressive mood. The moment you set foot here, you cease to be mere candidates. You are now warriors, the young man said coldly. From this moment on, I am issuing your first command. Maintain silence. No talking is allowed. Any disobedience will result in your head being blown apart by the airborne drone swarm. Immediate elimination. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the candidates below, the tension palpable. Then he continued, now, I will announce the rules for this martial exam. The secret realm for this exam is the mountain and river diagram. His voice was steady, but it sent a chill down every candidate's spine. Within the secret realm, aside from a few surprises, the most crucial feature is this. There are 2 ascension platforms. Any candidate who successfully leaves the secret realm through the ascension platforms will be directly admitted to the BO campus. However, each platform can only accommodate 5 people. As his words sank in, the oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier. Every candidate could feel if this was no ordinary test. It was a trial of survival and strength. As for how to find the ascension platforms, before entering the secret realm, each of you will be given a fragment of a map. You can choose to gather fragments and piece together the location over time, or collect 1,000 fragments and hand them to the exam proctor in exchange for the coordinates of one ascension platform. The exam lasts for 10 days. After 10 days, everyone will be transported out of the secret realm, and anyone with fewer than 10 fragments will be considered eliminated. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly. A green light descended from the sky, landing precisely on the forehead of a slightly chubby boy in the crowd. The red dot on his forehead instantly turned into a striking green glow. The slightly chubby boy froze in place, unable to believe he had been chosen. He looked around and saw everyone nodding at him, signaling that it was indeed his turn to ask a question. He opened his mouth, but could only stammer a few broken syllables. Teacher. The young man floating in midair smiled warmly, showing no signs of impatience. He even released a trace of spiritual energy, as gentle as a spring breeze, to soothe the boy's tense nerves and help him calm down. Take your time, think it through before asking, the young man said, his voice calm and reassuring. Feeling this kindness, the slightly chubby boy took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to muster all his courage before blurting out, Teacher, you said that after 10 days, anyone with fewer than 10 fragments will be eliminated. So, does that mean if we have 10 fragments, we pass the martial exam? The moment the question was asked, the atmosphere froze. If it weren't for the fact that every candidate's head was locked on by the swarm of drones hovering above, the crowd would undoubtedly have erupted into a storm of curses. Countless murderous glares were directed at the boy, but he kept his eyes tightly shut, feeling a chill running down his spine. The young man's lips twitched slightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He wished he could fly down and give the boy a good slap, but bound by the rules, he could only sigh and reply, yes. Next question. The swarm of drones in the air was not under the young man's control. Even if he wanted to pick a few seemingly smarter candidates to ask questions, he had no choice in the matter. As a second green light shot into the crowd, everyone's attention shifted once more. 2 seconds later, a serene-looking girl took 2 steps back, confirming that the green light was indeed shining on her. She looked up at the young man in midair, and after receiving his nod of confirmation, she exhaled deeply and asked directly, "Teacher, what happens if someone loses all their map fragments in the secret realm?" This question sparked another wave of frustration among the crowd. Many silently pounded their chests and cursed their bad luck. Another idiot. What do you think happens? You go steal more, obviously. Why even ask? Dumb. However, the young man's answer hit like a heavy hammer. You will be immediately transported out and considered eliminated. What the? Are you kidding me? Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wait, you didn't tell us something this important. Are you trying to get us killed? Facing the flood of resentment from all directions, the young man smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself, these candidates are still way too green. Ignoring the resentful gazes around him, the young man silently prayed. The next one has to be someone smart. He had already dropped such obvious hints, and the surprise in the secret realm was all set. Why wasn't anyone asking? As a senior, he truly worried about the lives of his juniors. Just then, a third green light suddenly descended from the sky, and every exam candidate's gaze immediately locked onto the lucky individual. So, it really is me, huh? Yang Chen muttered as countless eyes focused on him. He raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on his face as he shook his head. Inwardly, he thought, if he had the choice, he really wouldn't want to be chosen by this green light. The young man studying him showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yang Chen, so young, had already reached the third stage of immortal Dao cultivation. He must have come from an influential family with extraordinary talent. Take your time to think carefully before you ask your question. No rush, the young man said patiently and gently, clearly in no hurry to push him. Yang Chen stroked his chin, putting on a thoughtful expression. The young man didn't press further, occasionally offering him an encouraging glance. Finally, Yang Chen spoke. I want to ask the exact coordinates of the ascension platform. The smile on the young man's face froze instantly, and the room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Yang Chen in shock. Was this even a question one could ask? What's wrong, teacher? Is this question too difficult for you? Yang Chen continued pressing, his tone unhurried and calm. Cold sweat trickled down the young man's forehead as he stood there stunned. He never expected his hint to be exploited so directly by Yang Chen, who had struck straight at the heart of the matter. A wave of pressure engulfed him, as if an invisible force had pushed him to the edge of a cliff. It's over, it's over. This is going to be a disaster, the young man thought, envisioning the chaos that was sure to follow. Seeing his silence, Yang Chen stepped closer, his gaze unwavering and filled with a powerful presence. Teacher, can you answer now? At that moment, laughter echoed from the void above. Haha, still so young, aren't you? Lacking experience, getting stumped by a student's question. A middle-aged man in a similar administrative jacket laughed heartily, his tone tinged with mockery. You can't progress relying on just smooth talk. See, you dropped the ball at the critical moment. The surrounding instructors exchanged awkward smiles, their eyes subconsciously drifting to Director Yu Qian. Deputy Director Lei's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but he didn't pursue the matter further, merely letting out a cold snort. Yu Qian chuckled lightly, responding with an air of calm. Young people always need a bit more room to grow. Agreed, several other instructors nodded, making the atmosphere suddenly feel a bit strained. Deputy Director Lei merely grunted under his breath, clearly unwilling to continue the argument. Then let's convene a meeting and activate the contingency plan. Meanwhile, the young man in the sky had already received a transmission. His expression darkened further. By the time you finish your meeting, am I supposed to stand here forever? This is turning into a joke. He glared at Yang Chen, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. This kid was too clever, completely playing him for a fool. Thank you, teacher. That's all for my question. I won't share this answer with anyone. With these words, Yang Chen cast a grateful glance at the young man in the military uniform and quietly stepped back. This simple gesture instantly made the young man the center of attention once again. Although no one spoke, the look in every candidate's eyes revealed the same unspoken question. Teacher, is this really something we can say aloud? Or should it remain unsaid? Even the girl who had spoken earlier now regretted her actions. Could this be the so-called hidden storyline, triggered merely by asking? The potential rewards seemed so incredible that they left everyone in awe. At this moment, everyone was eager to hear an answer from the young man in the military uniform. Did you say it or not? The young man understood Yang Chen's intention but felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, unable to express his frustration. Denying it outright would mean openly breaking the rules of the martial exam, while remaining silent would cause less trouble at most, a reprimand. He had already resolved to endure in silence and act like a wooden figure until the meeting concluded. Since the candidates had chosen to drop the subject, there was no need to elaborate. It was time to move on to the second phase. The question session is over. Now we proceed to the second step, distributing the map fragments. Gao Yuqian's calm voice reached the young man's ears, causing him to tense up. Since the teacher had already made the decision, it was a relief. At least he wouldn't have to embarrass himself further. A ripple of suppressed excitement swept through the candidates as the young man's reaction drew their attention. All eyes darted back and forth between him and Yang Chun. To many, the young man's silence seemed like tacit confirmation. Yang Chun might very well possess the coordinates to at least one ascension platform. Instantly, waves of admiration, flattery, and even fawning glances surged toward Yang Chun. Of course, these were accompanied by envy, anger, and disdain, but Yang Chun paid no mind to any of it. He was too preoccupied. The mountain and river map unfurled before them, revealing a picturesque landscape of serene mountains and flowing rivers. The spiritual energy level marked it as a minor blessed land, originally intended for nurturing spiritual herbs and pets. However, it had been temporarily repurposed as the exam site. The central area of the secret realm was home to ferocious beasts and alien creatures, captured from the battlefield beyond the heavens. These creatures were bloodthirsty and savage, with the strongest among them rivaling the fourth tier of the immortal path, though restricted to the vicinity of the ascension platforms. As night fell, the extreme cold winds on the outskirts of the secret realm would grow increasingly deadly, forcing candidates to venture into the central area for safety. Failure to do so in time could mean certain death. Additionally, natural disasters would occur randomly on the outskirts. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, meteor showers, and corrosive acid rain were all potential hazards. The coordinates of the ascension platforms remained an unsolved mystery. Any further exploration of these details could lead to significant risks. Would you like to proceed? The level of danger in the mountain and river map was no less than last year's ancient forest. Even with invigilators present, it was hard to predict the extent of casualties. Yet, despite the perilous nature of the martial exam, 1,000 candidates had passed last year, with 5 earning admission to the Bio Academy. Yang Chun scanned the crowd of candidates, fully aware that the world was filled with countless exceptional individuals, as numerous as fish in a river. He had no intention of underestimating anyone, but with his unique perspective, like a reader viewing a novel's plot from above, he could see every rule and detail with absolute clarity. How do you expect to outplay me, Yang Chun? He thought with a smirk. There was no dramatic scene where a wave of the hand sent countless beams of light flying, with fragments falling into the hands of the candidates. Instead, volunteers in white t-shirts emerged one after another from the portal, each carrying a transparent tray with precise, coordinated movements. Resting quietly on each tray was a small fragment of a map, about 2 square centimeters in size, faintly glimmering under the lights. These volunteers were all students from Penglai City University, aged between 18 and 20. They had been meticulously selected through a rigorous process of resume submissions and interviews, and every one of them was a striking young man or woman. At this moment, their eyes sparkled with curiosity and admiration as they carefully observed each of the candidates present. The Blue Star Military Academy was renowned among the countless species of the universe, and every candidate standing here was considered a prodigy in their respective provinces or cities. The 18-year-old candidates straightened their backs, their vanity ignited, their eyes brimming with confidence. Yang Chun watched the scene and shook his head slightly. The school was indeed skilled at manipulating people's emotions, but such tactics had no effect on him. Good luck, big brother. A young girl with braided pigtails stood in front of Yang Chun, handing him a tray. Her skin was fair and smooth, her crescent-shaped eyes shy and curious, and her voice as sweet as honey. As she spoke, dimples appeared faintly on her blushing cheeks. The moment her gaze met Yang Chen's, she quickly looked away like a startled rabbit. What exactly are you trying to achieve, school? Yang Chen wondered silently. Above the crowd, a young man in military uniform observed the scene, his brows furrowing as he noticed several candidates appearing dazed and distracted. With such weak resolve, they'll easily die at the hands of certain alien races. Once they enter the secret realm, these individuals will need extra attention. Ah, youth. It seems many of them have barely faced true life-and-death situations during their breakthroughs. Overindulged, far too overindulged, a teacher remarked from the void with a sigh. You've faced plenty of life-and-death situations yourself, yet it hasn't stopped you from marrying wives on other planets. You're slandering me. Whether it's slander or not, you know in your heart. Now, quiet down. Once all the map fragments were distributed, the volunteers departed in an orderly manner through the portal. The candidates began carefully examining the fragments in their hands, 2 square centimeters in size, made of an unknown material. Some held the fragments up to the light, while others cautiously tested them with fire to see if they could be destroyed. All right, what I'm about to say next is very important, so listen carefully. The young man said calmly, his voice not loud, but as sharp and impactful as a sudden clap of thunder, commanding the attention of every candidate below. Feeling all eyes on him, he raised 2 fingers and spoke each word clearly. First, inside the examination field, you may use any means necessary to defeat your opponents and seize their fragments, but killing is strictly prohibited. Second, if you encounter a life-threatening situation, shout, "I forfeit." The invigilators will rescue you. If you shout too late, you'll die. His tone turned stern. Violating the first rule will result in immediate removal from the examination field by the invigilators. If serious consequences arise, you will be executed on the spot. Do you all understand? Understood. The crimson light on every candidate's forehead had vanished by now, and their collective shout was deafening. Good. Enter the examination field. With the young man's command, a magnificent and mysterious landscape painting unfolded across the vast sky. Then, with an awe-inspiring momentum, it descended from the heavens. Mountains and rivers, forests and grasslands, the sun, moon, and stars, flying birds and roaming beasts, all these sights came together like a magnificent painting, vivid and lifelike. The mountains soared into the clouds, their peaks shrouded in mist, appearing and disappearing like a dream. Rivers surged forward with roaring waves, their splashes pounding fiercely against the banks. The dense forests were a tangle of shadows, with exotic creatures darting through the trees as if they might break free from the painting and leap into reality at any moment. Suddenly, an incredible surge of spiritual energy erupted from the landscape scroll, sweeping through the 10,000 examinees present like a storm. In an instant, everyone felt refreshed, their minds cleared as if they had stepped into a brand new world. Students, the path is yours to choose. How you proceed once inside is up to you. A serene voice echoed in the air. Instantly, radiant beams of light burst forth from the painting like a tidal wave, engulfing all the examinees. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished without a trace. So, is this their way of making me play castaway? Yang Chun stood atop a mountain on a small island, his emotions a chaotic mix. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of ocean, waves crashing violently against the rocky shores. Occasionally, seagulls soared overhead, their crisp cries piercing the stillness. Yang Chun looked up, his gaze fixed on the faint golden glow shimmering on the distant horizon. That glow marked the core area of the mystical realm, his ultimate destination. While he had no idea what secrets the core held, he was certain it was a refuge from the encroaching shadowy winds. Anyone who survived this trial would undoubtedly find something extraordinary there. He stared into the distance, his mind already strategizing how to reach the golden light. Although the shadowy winds were growing stronger, the majority of examinees on the outskirts still had enough time to make it to the core. Looks like he'll have to swim across. Yang Chun sighed deeply, resignation etched on his face. Roar! A furious growl erupted from the depths of the forest as Lu Shu sprinted for his life, his clothes in tatters. Behind him, a pack of ghostly shadow leopards was in relentless pursuit, their speed so incredible they were little more than blurs. Lu Shu's heart pounded like a drum, his legs moving faster than ever as if each step was a race against death. In a secluded mountain valley, Meihua Shirlu stood expressionless, watching petals cascade like a floral storm. With a slight raise of his hand, countless plum blossom petals shot outward like flying blades. 10 minutes later, the valley was permeated with the stench of blood, so strong it was nauseating. Meihua Shirlu narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. He walked out of the valley slowly, a glint of intrigue flickering in his gaze. The echoes of the recent battle seemed to linger in the air, reverberating through the silent valley. Damn it, Yang Chun, you better pray I don't find you, or I'll smash your damn face in. Fong Outyin cursed venomously, his eyes filled with malice. He glanced at the few examinees lying on the ground before him, his tone icy. You lot are my underlings now. Stick with me, and I guarantee you won't get eliminated. But there's one condition: you must help me find Yang Chun. What? Really? The group of examinees looked up with expressions of relief and joy, as if they had narrowly escaped death. What they thought would be the loss of their map fragments had unexpectedly turned into a chance to join a powerful ally. Cheers erupted as they quickly rallied behind Fong Outyin. Su Nua sat leisurely in an empty cafe, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, gazing thoughtfully at his surroundings. He hadn't expected to find such a tranquil place in the depths of this mystical realm. Despite the bizarre and fantastical sights outside, the atmosphere here was remarkably serene, as if it were cut off from the chaos of the outside world. It exuded a sense of calm that was both comforting and surreal. The azure sky met the vast, boundless sea at the horizon, where a lone figure darted like a ghost across the rolling waves. Ripples formed under his feet as he sped toward the heart of the ocean at an astonishing pace. At this moment, only half of the crimson sun remained on the horizon, and the sapphire sky and emerald ocean were bathed in a gentle orange-red hue, creating a mesmerizing tableau. Yet, Yang Chun had no time to appreciate the scene. He had pushed the speed of his Xiaoyao swim to its limit, desperately trying to evade the ferocious, bloodthirsty demon sharks chasing him. Damn it! These disgusting creatures are still on my tail. Yang Chun cursed under his breath, frustration rising. He couldn't help but wonder why these sharks couldn't just mind their own business in the sea. But the reality was grim no matter how hard he swam. Their speed was simply too great. The duration of his Xiaoyao swim was limited, and at this rate, he would eventually be caught. Though the sea appeared calm on the surface, it was teeming with hidden dangers. He had to shake them off and find a safe place to come ashore as soon as possible. Suddenly, a blood-red light flared around Yang Chen, and a surge of energy coursed through him. Without hesitation, he recited an incantation, unleashing the Shrank escape technique, Bloodlight Escape. In an instant, the overwhelming force of his blood energy enveloped him, and a pair of sinister blood wings emerged from the sea's surface. The blood-red glow sliced through the sky as Yang Chen shot forward with unparalleled speed. An escape technique? 2 kilometers away, a young man in a white hoodie stared at the horizon, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The streak of crimson light reminded him of the Blood Clan's infamous Bloodlight Escape. He couldn't help but marvel at how this year's candidates seemed full of hidden talents. Meanwhile, the seawater beneath his feet suddenly froze into solid ice, trapping a dozen bloodthirsty demon sharks in icy prisons. The young man glanced over his shoulder and muttered to himself, "Looks like I need to make my escape too." The sea around him felt eerily devoid of other marine life, and an inexplicable sense of unease began to creep into his heart. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed from the front of a deserted cafe in the distance. A dozen shadow leopards were obliterated by a blast from a black iron orb, their heads reduced to fragments. Red and white matter splattered across the ground, and the sight nearly made Lu Shu vomit on the spot. You're way too brutal? Even more ruthless than the boss. Can't you tone it down a bit?" Lu Shu stammered, struggling to hold back the bile rising in his throat. "I was already holding back," Su Nua replied innocently, spreading his hands. "That was only 20% of my strength." He cast a glance at the dense forest not far away and asked softly, "Didn't you see any other candidates in the forest?" Lu Shu shook his head. "No, I've been running since I entered the secret realm ugh." He couldn't finish his sentence before finally succumbing to nausea and retching again. Su Nua sighed and shook his head. "You sure are committed to your cardio workouts." He patted Lu Shu on the shoulder. "Why don't you head into the cafe for a coffee and take a break? This is the outermost part of the town. It's too dangerous deeper inside, so you'd best avoid going in." "Dangerous?" Lu Shu's gaze instinctively shifted toward the distant buildings. The 2-story structures bore signs reading supermarket, inn, game room, and gym, among others. There were also several single-story houses that resembled residences, yet the area was eerily devoid of any signs of life. "Are there people here?" Lu Shu pointed at the buildings in the distance, a creeping sense of dread rising within him. Su Nua gave a faint smile. "Who knows? But now's not the time to worry about that. We have more important things to do." The two of them walked into the cafe. Under the warm, golden lights, green plants were artfully arranged, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. The 2-story layout made the space feel particularly open, with each floor furnished with dozens of soft sofas and elegant tables. Coffee cups were neatly lined up on the tabletops, and the sofas were casually adorned with cushions and books. Around the room, coffee machines, water dispensers, and snack vending machines were thoughtfully provided, ensuring everything one might need was within reach. Su Nua approached with 2 steaming cups of coffee in hand, placing one in front of Lu Shu. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air. "The important thing you mentioned didn't tell me it's just about drinking coffee here," Lu Shu said, a bit puzzled but still politely accepting the cup with both hands. By now, the sun had set, and the sky was growing darker. As night descended, a faint chill began to seep into the air. The atmosphere reminded Lu Shu of the forest, and she silently called out in her mind, "Boss, where are you? I'm feeling a bit scared." She took a sip of the coffee and suddenly found herself missing Yang Chen's presence. For some reason, being with him always brought an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Of course not," Su Nua replied, sipping his coffee gracefully, his gaze drifting toward the darkening sky. "We're waiting for someone here." "Waiting for someone?" Lu Shu felt the temperature drop another notch. She took another sip of coffee, surprised to find that the once hot liquid had cooled so quickly. "Who are we waiting for?" "The destined one." Meanwhile, less than 10 meters from the cafe, the surrounding forest was enveloped in an eerie chill. A sinister gust of wind swept through, and at some point, a man in a Zhongshan suit appeared hanging upside down from one of the trees. His blood-red eyes were fixed intently on the cafe, the only building in the small town still illuminated. At the same time, across the entire secret realm, a bone-chilling cold spread with the night wind. On a remote island, a young man was crossing his arms, searching for a place to settle. "Damn, why did it suddenly get so cold? That cursed Vajra bracelet took my protective garment, and now all I've got is this tank top." He sneezed, frustration evident on his face as he kicked a massive rock into the distance. "What kind of hellhole is this? My second-stage genetic body is actually cold enough to sneeze." He glanced toward the faint golden light on the horizon. Earlier that day, he had tried to swim toward it, only to be forced back by a swarm of bloodthirsty demon sharks in the sea. With his current second-stage cultivation in the immortal path, he had never truly faced life-or-death situations before. Risking his life for an exam didn't seem worth it. He decided to find a place on the island to spend the night. From the void, a long, drawn-out sigh echoed. Half an hour later, as the sinister wind intensified, ghostly wails and howls reverberated through the air. A massive swarm of shadowy figures emerged from the sea, spreading across the sky like a dark, ominous cloud engulfing the entire region. The fierce wind howled, enveloping everything in thick shadows. Strange, ghostly apparitions swirled in the air, letting out piercing screams and wails. The outermost edge of the secret realm had transformed into a deathly, eerie domain. The sinister wind, like a raging torrent, swept up the phantom-like figures and surged toward the depths of the secret realm, destroying everything in its path with the merciless force of a plague of locusts. Inside a cave, a pale-faced boy in a sleeveless shirt stared unblinkingly at the scene outside. Through the narrow crevice, he could see the eerie shadows moving like relentless predators, shaking his very soul. Before he could react, a sudden surge of powerful energy filled the cave, an overwhelming force of life essence flooding in. The strange phenomena rushed in like an unstoppable tide. The boy's words were abruptly cut off as a cold gust swept through. The cave collapsed in an instant, reduced to dust. The waters surrounding the small island quickly turned pitch black, like fabric soaked in ink. Beneath the waves, piles of white bones could faintly be seen, exuding an eerie, ghostly aura, as though countless undead were slumbering there, radiating a chilling cold. A sinister energy spiraled above the sea, spreading an icy dread. In the depths beneath the island, from massive chains tightly bound a headless giant. Its limbs were firmly restrained within a 10-meter radius. Behind the giant stood an altar constructed from countless white bones. Atop the altar, 5 thrones were arranged, above which 2 blood-red characters were carved. Ascension. Over 10 kilometers away, on another island, a black-clad examinee stood pale-faced, his heart filled with despair. The horrifying scene before him left him paralyzed with fear, as if he were trapped in a living nightmare. Ghostly shadows blotted out the sky and earth, and the air was filled with harrowing screams. Never before had he witnessed such terror. Suddenly, a faint golden light enveloped him, and the eerie phantoms that dared to approach disintegrated into ash under its glow. At that moment, a cold, detached voice echoed from the void. Examinee, eliminated. Beyond the golden light, in another area, a frail-looking girl was running desperately, her body pushed to its limits. Her bloodshot eyes and the blood dripping from the corner of her mouth testified to her injuries. Her body was covered in wounds, and behind her, a massive black mist serpent, over 10 meters long, pursued her relentlessly. Every time she glanced back, she saw the serpent's ghostly fangs bared, closing in on her. She didn't dare to stop, panting heavily as she weaved through the dense forest. Branches scratched at her skin, the pain sharp as a blade, but she clenched her teeth, refusing to give up. "I've fought so hard to get here, survived life and death, broken through my soul's limits, and finally earned this opportunity. I can't give up now. I have to succeed." Her voice was low and resolute, like an oath. She kept pushing herself, her mind fixated on one goal. The Blue Star Military Academy. She had to be admitted. Only there could she break through every barrier, shatter the chains of her past, and become her true self. She would stand atop the peaks that once towered over her and become a force that no one could surpass. Suddenly, the serpent let out a furious roar and lunged forward. The terrifying black mist condensed into sharp fangs, leaving 2 deep, bone-revealing gashes on the girl's back. Blood rained down, but she didn't falter and kept running. Faster, faster. She was frantic, the killing intent behind her growing stronger. The searing pain from her wounds pierced her like steel needles, and her body was on the verge of collapse. But just then, a surge of powerful energy erupted within her. Second stage gene lock, activate. The violent energy coursed through her body, instantly boosting her speed to an unimaginable level. She sprinted like the wind, surpassing her physical limits. Her slender frame unleashed astonishing power, propelling her forward like a fierce predator, racing toward the distant golden light. Boom! The shadowy giant python slammed into the golden light and instantly disintegrated into ashes. The life-threatening danger was resolved in an instant. The girl let out a long breath, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Just now, she had narrowly escaped death from that strike. In the central area of the secret realm, inside a cafe, Lu Shu glanced out the window at the pitch-black world outside and swallowed nervously. "Hey, Su Nua, don't you feel it's a bit cold in here?" "Cold?" Su Nua was engrossed in reading a comic. Hearing this, he casually shook his head, showing no reaction. "If you're cold, just turn on the air conditioner." He pointed to the remote on the table and continued flipping through his comic. Lu Shu's mouth twitched slightly, and before he could say anything else, he frowned. "I don't just mean cold as in temperature. Don't you think it's a bit too quiet here?" Su Nua remained indifferent, still absorbed in his comic. "Not really. Aren't you noisy enough?" Lu Shu silently shook his head, walked to the window, and focused his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed a faint red light flickering in the distant night sky. The light was so small it was barely noticeable, yet it stood out and was rapidly approaching. SHD, SHD, SHD. Su Nua. Quick, come look. Lu Shu's face turned pale as he darted around in a panic, disappearing behind Su Nua in an instant. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and the ground shook violently. Not far from the cafe, a deep crater appeared in the open ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. A figure climbed out of the pit, scattering smoke and dirt in all directions. From a distance, a man hanging upside down from a tree in a Zhongshan suit narrowed his eyes sharply, but his expression soon turned into a frown. A person, or something else? Lu Shu, hiding behind Su Nua, felt his heart race as he nervously swallowed. It looks like Yang Chun. Cough, cough. Congratulations, you guessed right, but no prize for you, Yang Chun said as he emerged from the smoke, his face slightly pale. He was holding a golden-winged eagle in his hand. Damn it, the school really doesn't let people live in peace. Even the skies are full of monsters. He walked into the cafe and casually placed the golden-winged eagle on the table. See if this thing can be cooked. Boss, you're back, Lu Shu exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward. I missed you so much. Get lost. Yang Chen blocked Lu Shu's attempt to pounce with a single kick and turned his gaze to Su Nua. You guys seriously used that to find me in the exam field? That? The one I'm thinking of. Lu Shu dusted himself off as he stood up, looking slightly confused. I was running for my life and happened to cross paths with him, Su Nua said with a shrug. That's nonsense. I was jogging, just exercising. Lu Shu immediately retorted, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. Yang Chen chuckled softly, as if he'd pieced everything together. He glanced around at the surroundings, which were admittedly quite cozy. No wonder everyone had gathered here. Taking the cup of coffee Su Nua handed him, Yang Chen noticed the Destiny system interface in front of him had already updated. Yang Chen frowned as he stared at the system interface. Among the 6 familiar modules: Task Zone, Communication Hall, Destiny Mall, Destiny Points, Friend List, and latest news platform, a new one had suddenly appeared. Candidate Communication Platform. What is the Destiny organization trying to pull here? Helping candidates cheat? Yang Chen furrowed his brows tightly, but quickly shook his head. That's impossible. Destiny isn't a charity organization. He logged out of the system and turned his attention to Su Nua, who was sitting across from him. When he received Su Nua's message during the exam, he was genuinely startled. The message was just a set of coordinates, which led to this very cafe they were now in. Su Nua casually pulled a lollipop out of his pocket, unwrapped it with practiced ease, and popped it into his mouth. There's a task, he said nonchalantly. Want to do it? It's simple, and the reward is 100,000 Destiny points. Are you serious? Hearing the mention of 100,000 Destiny points, Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. He glanced at his own system, which showed a pitiful balance that didn't even reach 4 digits. Su Nua didn't elaborate further. Instead, he started typing directly on the candidate communication platform. All candidates using the Destiny system to communicate during the exam will be rewarded with 100,000 Destiny points afterward. What the? Lu Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Nua. This is what you call simple? You and Mei Laolu really are cut from the same cloth. Both of you are fearless. We're going to get kicked out for this. Yang Chen, on the other hand, stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at the message Su Nua had posted on the platform. What exactly was Su Nua's identity? First, he had invited Yang Chen to join the Destiny organization, and now he was posting tasks on behalf of the organization. Yang Chen didn't even have the authority to invite others with his second-level clearance. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. The current action may cause severe harm. Do you wish to proceed? Severe harm. Yang Chen instinctively recalled the time he tried to view Su Xiaoyu's information, which had resulted in blood pouring from his eyes. But back then, his cultivation hadn't even reached the first stage. Now, as a third-stage cultivator in the immortal Dao, viewing Su Nua's identity information could still result in severe harm? We won't get kicked out, Su Nua said seriously, his tone firm. I don't know the exact reason, but this is an assignment from my master. Nothing like that will happen. All right, I trust you. He'll take on this task. Yang Chen responded immediately and posted a message on the platform. There are alien threats in the central area. Everyone, stay alert. Seeing Yang Chen's unwavering trust, Su Nua, despite his usual carefree demeanor, couldn't help but feel moved. Yang Chen, no need to say more. We've been partners for a long time. He'll support your work unconditionally, Yang Chen said with a serious expression, his eyes filled with trust. Lu Shu watched as Yang Chen managed to move Su Nua with just a few words. Quietly, he gave him a thumbs up in his mind. Impressive, he muttered before replying on the platform. Got it. I've sent the coordinates privately to all the Destiny candidates in this exam. I believe more people will show up soon, Su Nua said as he gazed out the window. The surroundings were pitch dark and eerily silent. All right, let's wait, then, Yang Chen said, stretching lazily. He turned his attention toward the direction of the small town. Using his heightened senses, he quickly scanned the area. 5 second-stage hunters were dormant in the gym. A third-stage spider folk was lurking in the tavern. 10 second-stage blade demons were hiding in the supermarket, and numerous other threats were scattered among the residential buildings. In the forest within 10 kilometers, there were shadow panther packs, and deeper inside, a third-stage vampire viscount was present. A ghost town combined with a beast-infested forest, and there's even a vampire nearby. The central area sure is lively, Yang Chun murmured to himself. Half an hour later, with a leisurely demeanor, Meihua 16 strolled into the cafe, surrounded by a few plum blossoms stained with fresh blood. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Seriously, Mei Laolu, your killing intent is way over the top. Lu Shu instinctively pinched his nose, his face full of disdain. Could you please put those plum blossoms away? Meihua 16 raised an eyebrow and made a playful face. Oh really? I didn't expect you, Lu Lauer, to be here before me. She teased. No wonder you're the long-distance running champion of Duji ain't quite the runner, huh? Su Nua, with a lollipop in her mouth and a freshly brewed coffee in her hand, approached Meihua 16. 16, want some coffee? Thanks, cousin. Meihua 16 said with a faint smile as she took the cup. By now, for people had gathered in the cafe, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Hello, I assume everyone here is one of us. A moment later, a young man in a white hoodie walked in. Let me introduce myself, I'm Han Bing. In the void, 2 divine consciousnesses were conversing. Am I seeing things, or are those kids having a gathering? Nope, Mr. Chen, you're not mistaken. Looks like they're having coffee. Well, while kids in other places are either running for their lives or fighting tooth and nail, here they are, sitting together and sipping coffee. 7 or 8 of them now, if I'm counting right. Something feels off about this. Report this to the director. They'll stick around and observe. Back in the cafe, following Meihua 16's arrival, 3 more men and 2 women walked in, all members of their organization, the Tion Ming Ren. Among them, aside from Han Bing, the others bore some minor injuries, mostly superficial cuts that weren't a big concern. Su Nua quietly counted the group, her lips curling into a small smile. All right, everyone's here. Time to get down to business. Outside, several proctors stood silently before a large map of mountains and rivers. The map flickered with countless glowing dots, which were gradually disappearing one by one. On the first day, 3,000 participants have already been eliminated, with 73 fatalities. Compared to last year's first day of the martial exam, both elimination and death rates are significantly lower. Yes, it seems this year's batch has some outstanding talents. Gao Yuqian nodded slightly as he listened to the report from a young man in military uniform. His gaze swept over the proctors present. Although the first day of the martial exam carries the highest risk, the coming days still demand your utmost vigilance. Let's not grow complacent. Of course, Director. We won't let our guard down. This is our duty. Please rest assured, Director. It's what we're here for, Director. There's no need, Tome. Before finishing his sentence, one of the teachers standing in front of the map abruptly paused, his brows furrowing. His reaction immediately caught Gao Yuqian's attention. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Has something unusual occurred in the secret realm? Gao Yuqian turned his gaze to the teacher. Director, one of my divine senses has reported back some strange phenomena within the secret realm. It doesn't seem like there's an issue, but the teacher trailed off, looking uncertain. Gao Yuqian's expression remained unchanged as he focused on the map. Give me the coordinates of the location your divine sense has identified. A faint golden light flickered in Gao Yuqian's eyes as his powerful spiritual sense instantly merged into the Shanha map. The scene shifted to a small town, where 9 Tion Ming Ren were ruthlessly hunting down the hidden foreign creatures like wolves chasing prey. Wherever their steps landed, the dormant foreign creatures within the buildings would awaken, and each slain creature would drop a precious fragment of a map. The team worked seamlessly, moving with swift precision. The 10 second-tier hunters in the gym were quickly eliminated. With excitement, Lu Shu said, Boss, I didn't expect killing these creatures would yield map fragments. At this rate, taking down monsters and gathering fragments together will hit 1,000 in no time. Su Nua ran up to Yang Chun, her face glowing with joy, waving a fragment in her hand. Yang Chun, look what I found. When candidates are eliminated, their fragments drop right where they stood. I even picked up 2 outside the town. Meihua Shirlu reported with a hint of regret. Yang Chun, you were right, there are blood clan members in the forest. Unfortunately, one of them escaped. But Han Bing and I managed to collect quite a few fragments from candidates hiding from the eerie winds. Han Bing pulled out a few fragments from her pocket, her expression tinged with concern. Are we really okay acting so organized like this? I feel like the examiners have already noticed us. It's only the first day? The other candidates are still too busy guarding against each other, Yang Chun said dismissively, waving his hand casually as his eyes rested on the 2,000 merit points displayed before him. A slight smile tugged at his lips. Through the Tion Ming Ren system, the 9 of them had formed a team that functioned like a well-coordinated gaming squad. nearly invincible against scattered opponents. Outside the simulation, other teachers also noticed the unusual phenomenon. In the exam arena, most candidates were cautious and defensive toward one another. How could such an organized group form so quickly? It's the Tion Ming Ren system, Gao Yuqian said calmly, the golden light in his eyes fading. Tion Ming Ren. Teacher Chen suddenly understood. This is against the rules, director. Gao Yuqian's expression turned conflicted. The school regulations demanded absolute fairness in the martial arts exam, but the Tion Ming Ren had recently partnered with Bo Island, donating a large number of treasures. Though most of the benefits went to Bo Island, Julong campus also received a significant share. Removing the Tion Ming Ren would certainly offend Bo Island. With the principal absent and them temporarily in charge, offending either side was not an option. As Gao Yuqian wrestled with the dilemma, the voice of the young man in military attire transmitted just in time. Teacher, Bo campus just sent over a batch of Tion Ming rings as thanks for the Tion Ming Ren's donation. They hope we can help identify suitable candidates for the Tion Ming Ren during the martial arts exam. The message hit Gao Yuqian like a bolt from the blue, and in an instant, he understood everything. No wonder Bo campus had handed over the hosting of this year's martial arts exam to Julong campus. They had planned this all along. The timing was impeccable. Any candidate who made it through the first day would undoubtedly be strong. At that moment, an unusual situation arose in the examination hall. One of the candidates was found using the Tion Ming system to communicate. This discovery placed the chief examiner, Gao Yuqian, in a dilemma: either expel the candidate using the Tion Ming system or distribute the Tion Ming rings to all candidates, enabling everyone to communicate through the system and ensuring the fairness of the martial arts exam. Frowning deeply, Gao Yuqian realized this wasn't a simple solution but a carefully laid trap. This isn't just about taking a few, it's clearly an attempt to capture all the elites of this year's martial exam in one go, he muttered to himself, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. By now, the Bo campus had already sent over the Tion Ming rings, leaving little doubt about their intent. They wanted Gao Yuqian to choose the second option and distribute the rings to all candidates. Damn it, they're forcing my hand, Gao Yuqian said sharply, turning abruptly to Chen, a teacher standing nearby. With a glimmer of hope in his voice, he added, "Go and get the dean." Chen hesitated, his hands nervously rubbing together. The dean? Sir, haven't you heard? The dean has entered the life and death seclusion. The life and death seclusion? When did this happen? Gao Yuqian's expression darkened instantly. Right before the martial exam began. Chen stammered, his voice growing quieter. After finalizing the exam arrangements, the dean informed us via transmission that he would be entering the life and death seclusion. He said all campus matters would be under your charge. You were present at the time, so we assumed this was something you and the dean had already discussed. Noticing Gao Yuqian's troubled reaction, Chen's voice faltered. Wait, didn't the dean tell you about this? That question shattered any lingering hope Gao Yuqian had. The Tion Ming system, the Bo campus, even the dean, it was now clear that some sort of agreement had been made among them. This wasn't just about donating treasures. There was undoubtedly a deeper, more sinister secret hidden beneath the surface. Letting out a long sigh, Gao Yuqian's shoulders slumped, and he seemed to age visibly in that moment. With a defeated wave of his hand, he said, "Distribute all the Tion Ming rings sent by the Bo campus to the candidates. This will allow them to communicate and minimize unnecessary injuries." What? Sir, you can't mean that. Chen's eyes widened in shock. What's the problem? Gao Yuqian's tone was calm, but a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. This way, all candidates can use the Tion Ming system to communicate. The martial exam will remain fair and won't violate the rules set by the dean. Gao Yuqian knew all too well that as long as fairness was maintained in the exam, the dean wouldn't intervene. This was precisely the confidence behind the Bo campus actions. Everything had been meticulously planned, leaving him no room to refuse. "We obey your orders." Chen was about to protest further, but the other teachers present responded immediately, cutting him off without hesitation, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. This scene sent a chill down Gao Yuqian's spine. His gaze swept across the room, but aside from Chen, every other teacher avoided his eyes instinctively. "Well played, Dean." The older, the wiser, Gao Yuqian muttered bitterly, waving his hand in resignation. At that moment, he finally saw the situation for what it truly was. High above Lie Island, an elderly man with graying hair and a stern expression stood silently, observing the unfolding events through a map of mountains and rivers. Beside him stood an elderly Taoist clad in green robes. "Thank you for your efforts, Dean Wen," the Taoist said with a radiant smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. "Once this matter is settled, I'll inform my elder brother, and your share will be delivered shortly." "You're too kind," Dean Wen replied with a slight nod. "The Bo campus has already explained their reasoning to me, and Brother Gongming also fully supports this matter. I imagine we'll continue collaborating in the future." The Taoist gestured toward the sky. "Senior Gongming is bold and straightforward, and my elder brother holds him in great esteem. That recent trip to the city of the dead was merely an appetizer, he said with a trace of pride. Now, with the Celestial Demon War nearing its conclusion, the real show is just beginning. Golden supply drops, like shooting stars, scattered across the entire secret realm. The once quiet communication platform for examinees suddenly erupted into chaos. The overwhelming flood of messages made Yang Chen's head spin. Can someone good-looking please explain what's going on here? A communication platform? What's the point of this from the school? Just give me back my transforming demon blood. Wow, this place is terrifying. Is there any big brother out there who can team up and help me? Selfie. Black and White Society group chat link. Anyone interested in joining, click this link to enter. The group's guild coordinates are available, and any examinees who can safely reach the location will officially become members. The guild leader is at the third stage of Immortal Dao with formidable strength. Sky-shattering gang group chat link. Recruiting members. The guild leader is at the third stage of Immortal Dao. Those who arrive safely at the guild headquarters and possess at least second stage Immortal Dao strength will be appointed as deputy leaders. Thunderhall group chat link. It seems this world is indeed full of talents and remarkable individuals. In such a short time, some have already figured out how to use the destiny system effectively in the examination field. However, Yang Chen estimated that these so-called guilds were likely no more than a few scattered individuals, and some might even just be solo players pretending to have a group. Nonetheless, anyone daring to form such organizations must have absolute confidence in their own strength. Those without sufficient power would likely be eliminated by their own members. Boss, everyone's forming examinee groups now. Lu Shu rubbed his hands together, looking at Yang Chen with excitement. Should we form one too? As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Yang Chen. Everyone had witnessed how he had defeated Fang Outyin with a single punch. In this examination field, strength was everything, and whoever was strongest naturally became the leader. Moreover, Yang Chen was rumored to have knowledge of the Ascension platform's coordinates. Seeing the crowd's expectant gazes, Yang Chen didn't hesitate. Forming a powerful group in the examination field would greatly benefit his plans not just for finding the Ascension platform, but also for hunting foreign races to accumulate merit. Since everyone trusts me, I, Yang Chen, will not let you down. His gaze turned toward the void. The secret realm's landscape was picturesque, with spiritual energy levels comparable to a minor blessed land. It was originally a place for cultivating spiritual herbs and nurturing spiritual beasts, but had been temporarily repurposed as an examination field. Qinghua Medicine Field, currently hidden. Coordinates: Central region of the secret realm, northeast. Spirit Beast Mountain, currently hidden. Coordinates: Central region of the secret realm, southeast. Heavenly treasures belong to those capable of claiming them. Since these resources are still within the examination field, treating them as hidden rewards seems perfectly reasonable, right? A slight smirk appeared on Yang Chen's lips. But before that, he needed to gather a sufficient number of examinees under his command. Boss, what should we call our group? Lu Shu scratched his head. Look at the sky-shattering gang, such an imposing name. How about we call ourselves the Heaven-toppling Gang? Heaven-toppling Gang? Are you trying to rebel against the heavens? Be careful, or the heavenly court might label us as a cult and wipe us out. Besides, that name is a bit too edgy. Think of something else. Meihua 16 immediately objected, rolling her eyes at Lu Shu with a look that screamed, "Are you kidding me? Then how about the Immortal Slaying Gang? Is that cool enough?" Lu Shu said proudly, clearly pleased with his suggestion. This time, it wasn't just Meihua 16 who objected. Everyone shook their heads in unison, leaving Lu Shu dumbfounded. What? Not imposing enough? Yang Chen gently shook his head, lightly patted Lu Shu on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Young man, don't let your killing intent be too strong. We're all students here. Academics should come first. How about we call it the Student Council?" Student Council? Lu Shu was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. Sounds good. It's simple and easy to understand. Others chimed in, nodding in agreement. I support it. Agreed. The boss is right. In July, year 10126 of the Heavenly Court calendar, within the Shanha Diagram Secret Realm, the Student Council was officially established. The first president of the Blue Star Military Academy's Student Council, Yang Chen. Vice presidents: Su Nua, Lu Shu, Meihua Shirlu. 8 members in total. In a quiet valley, a black and white domain with a diameter of 30 meters enveloped 7 examinees. Within the domain, a powerful suppressive force spread out, making everyone feel as though they were trapped in a swamp, unable to move freely. What the hell is this? I feel like the flow of my energy and blood is being disrupted. One examinee cursed under his breath. Even my mental power is being suppressed. I can't even form a sword array. Damn it. He glared at Fang Outyin. What kind of ability is this? Outside the domain, several of Fang Outyin's lackeys stood dumbfounded. When Fang Outyin had announced he would take on 7 opponents at once, they thought he'd lost his mind. Now, they finally understood just how terrifying his strength truly was. Sitting calmly within the black and white domain, Fong Outyin wore an icy expression. His cold gaze swept over the 7 examinees. Watching you struggle like this truly brings me joy, he said with a faint, chilling smile. Once I recruit the 7 of you, my black and white society will have its foundation. You will be my partners, of course, only after being convinced by reason. Fong Outyin, stop acting like a big shot, a red-haired examinee snapped, his tone mocking. If you're so powerful, how did you get knocked out with one punch? The other 6 froze at his words. They hadn't known Fong Outyin had once been defeated by Yang Chun with a single blow. The moment those words left his mouth, Fong Outyin's expression darkened. His voice turned cold. Only weaklings like you waste time on petty remarks. The strong need only sit on the throne, and respect will come to them. As he finished speaking, 2 black and white dragons soared into the sky within the domain, converging to form a black and white throne. Fong Outyin slowly sat down, his face expressionless, his gaze sharp as he stared at the red-haired examinee. At that moment, the oppressive force within the domain surged to its peak, like a torrential flood. The 7 examinees felt an unbearable pressure in their chests, as if the very air had been sucked away, leaving them gasping for breath. On the black and white throne, the 2 dragons coiled around it, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down like a mountain. In the next moment, the twin dragons lunged at the red-haired examinee, intertwining streams of black and white energy slicing through the air like a pair of sharp scissors. In an instant, the red-haired examinee's body was severed at the waist, blood spraying out in all directions. The map fragment separated from his body as his upper half was immediately transported out of the secret realm. If anyone else wants to leave like him half a body at a time, feel free to speak up now, Fong Outyin said coldly, his gaze sharp like a blade as he looked down upon the remaining 6 examinees. At that moment, he appeared like a god, ruling over life and death with an unmatched authority. The leaderboard of candidate organizations on the exam communication platform was vividly displayed before Yang Chen's eyes. Ranked first was the Student Council, chaired by Yang Chen himself, consisting of 100 members with an overall score of 9. In second place was Fong Outyin, the president of the Black and White Society, with 376 members and a slightly lower score of 8.9. Third place went to Wang Jia, the leader of the bombing gang, which had the largest membership of 578 people and an overall score of 8.8. After 7 days of intense battles, the number of candidates remaining in the secret realm had dwindled to 2,127. The remaining candidates were essentially under the control of the 3 major organizations, and even the alien races in the central region of the secret realm had been nearly wiped out. As Yang Chun reviewed the latest data displayed by the system, he deeply sensed that the decisive battle of this martial exam was nearing its conclusion. Merit points, 12,760. This was his greatest harvest from the martial exam, with every single merit point representing his countless efforts and sacrifices. As his merit points surpassed the 12,000 mark, a new prompt suddenly appeared on the system interface in front of Yang Chun. Emerging from the depths of his sea of consciousness, the faint green lotus lamp emitted a subtle wave of energy that resonated in his awareness, as if tempting him to spend his merit points. It was a feeling that evoked both anticipation and caution. A message popped up. Consume 10,000 merit points to undergo a secondary awakening of your talent. Would you like to proceed? A secondary awakening? The thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind. If he recalled correctly, with his strength already at the 4th-tier gene lock level, he should theoretically be able to undergo a secondary awakening of his bloodline. Generally, a secondary awakening enhances the abilities of the initially awakened bloodline talent. However, in rare cases, individuals could awaken entirely new bloodline powers. He was acutely aware that while the chance of unlocking new abilities was slim, there were rumors that only those with S-level talents could trigger entirely new abilities during their second awakening. Still, a question lingered in his mind. Why would a 4th-tier gene lock awakening require 10,000 merit points? There had to be some hidden secret behind this. As Yang Chun was lost in thought, the text before him changed once again. The secondary awakening via merit points does not conflict with the 4th-tier gene lock awakening. At the 4th-tier level, you have a high probability of awakening new bloodline powers. A high probability of awakening new bloodline powers? This revelation caught Yang Chen off guard. It seemed that his eyes had not fully awakened yet, and what he had always believed to be the vision of truth was merely an initial form. He took a deep breath, realizing that the faint green lotus lamp before him was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Fixing his gaze on the lotus lamp, Yang Chen suddenly felt an intense curiosity to uncover its secrets. Abruptly, a faint consciousness reached him. Don't look at me. You'll get hurt. During your first awakening, I looked at you, and it nearly killed you. The warning voice from the lotus lamp echoed intermittently in Yang Chen's mind. His heart raced as he suddenly recalled how he had once been harmed nearly fatally because he accidentally stared at the lamp. It was no wonder the system had detected his eyes as having a level spirit vision back then. It turned out that everything had stemmed from his interaction with this lamp. At that moment, Yang Chen noticed that his merit points had already decreased by 100, startling him into quickly averting his gaze. He realized he had momentarily forgotten the lamp's terrifying power. Just as he was reflecting on this, another prompt appeared on the screen. Consume 10,000 merit points to undergo a secondary awakening of your talent. Would you like to proceed? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Chen made his decision and pressed the confirmation button. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to see how his eyes would evolve after the secondary awakening. He had sacrificed too much for this moment, and perhaps a new ability was waiting to be discovered. Consuming 10,000 merit points. Initiating secondary awakening. As the merit points flowed into the green lotus lamp, it underwent a sudden transformation. A faint white light flickered to life at the pitch-black wick, followed by a burst of dazzling, multicolored radiance. Red like blazing fire, orange like golden rays, yellow like the evening glow, green like verdant grass, cyan like exquisite jade, blue like the deep ocean, and purple like a celestial nebula. 7 hues intertwined and swirled together, ultimately converging into Yang Chen's eyes. At that moment, Gao Yuqian, who had been prepared to give up entirely, suddenly changed his expression. Within the secret realm, he distinctly sensed a ripple of law power, and it made him inwardly wary. What exactly are these people plotting? Meanwhile, high above the demonic star, Yang Gu also noticed the anomaly. The protective measures he had placed around Yang Chen were unexpectedly erased by a formidable force of law, causing his brows to furrow. What is this boy up to? A system notification immediately appeared. Yang Chen's talent, Dao Eyes. Level, conceptual. Awakening status, second awakening. Evaluation, you can see everything. Merit points, 2660. Exiting his sea of consciousness, Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes. To test the extent of his enhanced abilities, he focused his gaze into the void. The coordinates of the ascension platform instantly revealed themselves. Southeast C, 2144.4 foot in, 12,242.3 e. This time, his eyes felt no discomfort at all. Encouraged by this, he decided to push further. The moment the thought of the Fengshen Bang crossed his mind, a colossal gateway connecting heaven and earth appeared before him. The portal exuded a primal, untamed aura, and beyond it stood countless massive sculptures, towering over a golden ocean. At the center of the sea rose a monolithic stone tablet that pierced the clouds, its surface inscribed with ancient and intricate characters. Just as Yang Chen tried to discern the writing, a warning flashed before him. Insufficient merit points. Continuing observation may result in unpredictable consequences. Proceed. Startled, Yang Chen noticed that his merit points had already dropped to 0. It dawned on him that observing these mysterious phenomena required consuming merit points as a protection fee to avoid harm during the process. It seemed that until he discovered other ways to accumulate merit points, he would have to continue battling the alien races. As he stretched and sighed, murmuring about the long road ahead, a sudden, urgent knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. Han Bing's voice called out, Yang Chen, Yang Chen. What is it? Yang Chen opened the door to see Han Bing, standing there with a subtle expression. Feng Outyin and Wang Jia have merged to form an alliance called the United Society, with Feng Outyin as the leader. Not long ago, they officially declared war against them on the Examini exchange platform. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, patting Han Bing on the shoulder to calm him down. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he silently calculated. He had already activated his God's perspective, making every small move Feng Outyin made in recent days completely transparent to him. With the Ascension platform coordinates he had exchanged from the Proctor, the seemingly powerful alliance Feng Outyin had formed was as fragile as a sandcastle. Yang Chen decided to let Feng A Ocean's group deal with a wave of solo players first, creating a sense of crisis, and then take the opportunity to rally the support of the Student Council. As long as the United Society was dismantled, he could bring all the examinees under his banner and establish his own startup team. At that point, the horn of unifying the Student Council could be sound. Edit wouldn't take long. Casually, he typed a line into the Examinee exchange platform, starting to dismantle the enemy from within. Ascension platform coordinates, Southeast C, 2144.4 N, 12242.3 E. The moment this message was sent, the exchange channel fell into utter silence. Meanwhile, at the United Society headquarters, within a European medieval-style vampire castle, Feng Outyin stared grimly at the coordinates Yang Chen had posted, his eyes filled with disbelief and rage. I went to great lengths, collecting 1,000 map fragments to exchange with the Proctor for the Ascension platform coordinates, and Yang Chen just blatantly revealed them like this? Feng Outyin felt a sinking feeling in his heart, his anger nearly boiling over. Could it be that Yang Chen really had access to 2 sets of Ascension platform coordinates? Otherwise, how could he so recklessly expose the coordinates he had worked so hard to obtain? Yang Chen, you're asking for it. Feng Outyin clenched his fists, silently vowing that he wouldn't let Yang Chen off the hook. Sitting across from Fong Outyin were four young men and women, all of whom now had visibly changed expressions. Fong Outyin, what's going on? Didn't you say that only you had the coordinates for the ascension platform? The only woman among them spoke coldly, her voice tinged with a mocking smile. As she spoke, she added a hint of sarcasm. Huh. Those people were saying earlier that Yang Chen's questioning of the proctor before the exam was just a show to grab attention. And now? The proctor actually gave him the ascension platform coordinates. So, who's the one putting on a show? Her tone sharpened with ridicule. If Yang Chen hadn't traded for the ascension platform coordinates, I wouldn't have bothered teaming up with this muscle-headed guy. Wang Jia, don't think you can just spout nonsense in front of me because you don't hit women. So what if the coordinates are exposed? In the end, who can enter the ascension platform will still depend on their skills. Fong Outyin shot her a glare, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Can we stop arguing already? Another young man wearing rimless glasses interjected, his voice calm yet firm. The immediate priority is still the ascension platform. We're all examinees here who still acknowledges you as the boss. He paused briefly before continuing. But there's no need to panic. Based on my calculations, there's bound to be significant danger near the ascension platform. Let some cannon fodder test the waters first. It's not a bad idea. With that, he lowered his head and reviewed a document in his hand. Exactly. Another young man dressed in black chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. Instantly, a transparent light screen appeared before them, displaying the sea area corresponding to the ascension platform coordinates Yang Chen had disclosed. Spatial folding combined with pinpointing a temporary portal has been constructed. Not only can it monitor movements in the area, but it also allows instant access, he explained nonchalantly, a confident glint in his eyes. Finally, a young man in a Taoist robe smiled gently, his tone warm and composed. You two are truly impressive. In his clear, luminous gaze, there seemed to be a natural sense of Taoist harmony, inspiring a quiet sense of admiration in those around him. The small-town cafe, transformed by a few members of the spatial division, it now exists as its own separate space, invisible to the outside world. At the entrance, two members of the mental division stood guard, their expressions stern as they vigilantly observed the surroundings. Inside, the cafe was packed to capacity, a heavy tension hanging over everyone present. Suddenly, the space rippled, and Yang Chen pushed the door open and entered. Chairman, finally, you're here, one member exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Those bastards from the Union are getting way too cocky. We need to teach them a lesson. Old Zhang was captured while covering for us. Another voice urgently chimed in. My classmate was taken too. They're threatening to throw them into the shadow winds tonight. More angry voices erupted one after another. We swore back, then no one gets left behind, someone shouted, slamming the table in frustration. Just as the situation teetered on the verge of chaos, Han Bing released a wave of cold air, instantly calming the restless crowd. Hold on. Rushing in recklessly against their numbers would be suicide. All eyes turned to Yang Chen, including those of Su Nua and Plum Blossom 16, who had remained silent until now. At this critical moment, no one dared to speak out of turn. Everyone was waiting for Yang Chen's decision. Yang Chen surveyed the room, his gaze passing over his passionate comrades, a faint smile playing on his lips. The recent efforts to build unity had clearly paid off. Their sense of loyalty to the student council was unmistakable. If they could win this battle, every person here would become a steadfast ally, their bond strong enough to endure even beyond the battlefield. Everyone. Yang Chen's voice resonated with authority. At this point, there's nothing left to say. After today, the Blue Star Military Academy will know only one name, the Student Council. Crush the Union. Everyone, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the cafe erupted in deafening cheers. Long live the boss. Let's take them down. Glory to the Student Council. Chairman Yang, you're the best. Brothers, charge with the chairman. Han Bing watched the spirited Yang Chen, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. A true leader is someone who can make decisive calls when everyone else is hesitant. And an exceptional leader? One who can lead their people to victory even in the face of despair. If they win today, Han Bing will truly acknowledge Yang Chen's abilities. Elemental Division students, when the fight begins, charge straight to the front. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, students from the four major divisions, elemental, spatial, strength, and mental, were gathered together. These four divisions represented the strongest forces under the Student Council, and today's battle would determine everything. Inside the ancient castle, 5 people were intently watching the movements near the ascension platforms surrounding waters. Their expressions varied. Fong Outyin calmly scanned the screen, though a flicker of anger was rising within him. Yang Chen had just released the coordinates of the ascension platform, and the surrounding waters were already occupied by a massive crowd. It was clear that nearly 1,000 people had gathered there. For the scattered individuals within the secret realm, who numbered less than 300, it was evident that most of them belonged to the Union Society. Damn it, how many times have I said it? No one is allowed in this area without the president's permission. These bastards dared to disobey orders. Fang Aoshan's eyes remained fixed on the screen, his face reddening with anger, as though he was ready to rush out and deal with the insubordinates with his own fists. Thaha! Before Fang Outyin could finish, Wang Jia couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Fang Outyin, are you taking this too seriously? Do you really think the Union Society means anything? Outside the exam grounds, who even cares about your rules? Fang Outyin gritted his teeth and replied coldly, easy for you to say. But take a look at those your trusted subordinates standing over there. Wang Jia pointed to a corner on the bottom right of the screen, a faintly mocking smile playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. Wang Ding, zoom in on that area. I want to see clearly. Wang Jia spoke casually, issuing the command without a second thought. The black-clad young man addressed as Wang Ding sighed helplessly, glancing at Zhang Jing and Shun Jixing beside him. Both seemed completely absorbed in the screen, lost in thought. Shun Jixing adjusted his glasses slightly, frowning as if he wanted to say something, but before he could speak, a frantic knocking sounded from the door. President! President! Something's wrong, the student council is attacking. What? The word stunned all five of them. Fang Outyin strode toward the door, pushing it open with force. He grabbed the reporting member by the collar, his voice seething with anger. Say that again, who's causing trouble? Cough, it's the student council. They've been fighting their way here. It seems they're already assimilating and eliminating members. They've taken out quite a few of us already. The member's face turned red as he struggled to breathe, a wry smile on his face, regretting the timing of his report. Damn it, why am I only hearing about this now? Fang Outyin roared, releasing his grip with a clenched jaw. Explain this properly, what's going on? They're probably on their way here. The main members didn't come themselves, but their subordinates are already making moves. It's been a mess. The member's bitter smile grew, his regret deepening for delivering the news at such an inopportune moment. Fang Aoshan's eyes burned with fury, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. Yangchun, I didn't expect you to show up. Fine. Today, they'll settle the score from last time. The headquarters of the United Society. Outside the ancient castle, the sky was shrouded in thick, oppressive clouds, like a massive black curtain concealing the entire world. Many members of the United Society emerged from the administrative zone outside the castle, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed up at the unusual sky. Suddenly, a fierce gale erupted, carrying a biting chill that turned into a piercing wind, howling as it swept across the area. The sound of the wind roared like the furious cries of a beast. Caught off guard, dozens of members were knocked to the ground, the icy chill seeping directly into their very souls. Moments later, raindrops began to fall, rapidly transforming into sharp icicles that rained down densely upon the administrative zone. What's going on? We're under attack, under attack. Retreat now. It's the student council. I can't believe they dared to come get reinforcements. Quick. Don't run out there. Do you want to be a target? Help. Someone save me. My foot's frozen to the ground. In the chaos, members of the student council unleashed a variety of combined talents: gravity amplification, force field shift, area expansion, hypnosis, and diffusion. These skills intertwined to create terrifying combo attacks, working in tandem with the elemental division to deliver a full-scale assault on the United Society's administrative zone. Scattered metal fragments, debris, weapons, and broken bricks floated into the air, forming a massive, overturned bowl above the crowd before hurtling toward the members of the United Society. Just as they attempted to dodge, their bodies suddenly grew heavy, causing them to nearly collapse under the unexpected weight. Even more devastating, amidst the oppressive force, a wave of irresistible drowsiness began to take hold. Su Nua appeared out of nowhere, hauling a truck and swinging it with brute force, mowing down opponents like a whirlwind. Anyone who came into contact with the truck immediately fell into a deep, baby-like sleep, an effect even more potent than the hypnosis skill from the mental division. Yang Chun hadn't expected his opponents to crumble so easily. They could only be described as a disorganized rabble. The United Society members fought individually, showing no regard for their teammates. The moment the situation turned against them, they retreated behind others. Step by step, their retreat turned into a full rout, leaving them unable to mount any effective counterattack. In stark contrast, the student council fought with high morale, as if injected with adrenaline. Each department followed orders, advancing and retreating in coordination, encircling their enemies from all sides. At this moment, they were on the verge of breaching the castle. Creak. The castle gates slowly opened from within, and Fang Outyin strode out with an excited expression, followed by four figures. Ha ha, Yangchen. You have guts. You're worthy of being my rival. Fang Outyin declared arrogantly. The president is here. Stop retreating, brothers. Boss, save me. I've been fighting to the death. Leader, the student council has gone too far. Stop shouting nonsense. We only have one president in the United Society. Shut up. I only recognize our boss. Hearing the chaotic cries of the United Society members around him, Yang Chen shook his head, thinking to himself how the entire organization was in complete disarray. Silence! A short-haired girl standing behind Fong Outyin shouted sharply, snapping her fingers with her right hand. Boom! 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 3 deafening explosions erupted in the space between the two factions, as terrifying spatial turbulence flashed and instantly devoured all the ongoing attacks. This display of power stunned everyone present. S-class talent. Spatial detonation, Yang Chen muttered, narrowing his eyes. She's the real trump card, Miss Second of the Wang family from Shanghai. Standing nearby, Su Nua's expression was solemn. Her spatial explosion ability, though only creating chaotic spatial turbulence for a second, was often lethal to anyone caught in its range. Yang Chen nodded slightly, his gaze scrutinizing the short-haired girl. So this was the former leader of the infamous Xiatian gang. Strength talent, spatial explosion. Within a radius of 10 zhong, she can detonate any 2-meter area of space, Yang Chen thought to himself. As expected of in strength talent, the potential for growth was evident. After a second awakening, both the explosion range and the radius of the ruptured space would significantly expand. Amidst such a terrifying display of power, the only ones who remained composed were Yang Chen and Fong Outyin. Fong Outyin scoffed dismissively, his demeanor calm and unshaken. In his eyes, once his black-white domain was activated, not even a king-level attack, let alone the combined efforts of those 3 behind Su Nua, would pose a threat. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. Yang Chen, today, I'll show you what true despair feels like, Fong Outyin thought to himself. Recalling how he had been knocked out with a single punch last time, he was determined to be better prepared. Fully unleashing his dragon soul, a massive black dragon coiled protectively around his towering frame. Noticing Fong Outyin's tense, battle-ready stance, Yang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Fong Outyin, if you'd been smart enough to focus on consolidating the United Society, then with just a few hundred members charging together, I might not have been able to eliminate all of you before exhausting myself. But now, you've lost your last chance. Damn, Yang Chen's remark instantly drew everyone's attention. Whoa, did the student council president just flex that hard? Keep it down. He once KO'd our president with a single punch. His strength is beyond comprehension. Seriously? I thought that was just a rumor. I was there on ship number 2. As whispers spread among the crowd, Fong Outyin's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. The 4 people behind him exchanged glances, their expressions tense as they sized up Yang Chen. Enough talk, Yang Chen. Let's settle this with our fists. Fong Outyin roared, leaping forward to the forefront of his forces. Boom! His feet slammed into the ground with a deafening thud, causing the once flat surface to cave in under the impact. His piercing gaze locked onto Yang Chen, his voice brimming with arrogance. Today, I'll make sure half your body gets thrown out of this secret realm. Behind him, all members of the United Society retreated to a safe distance, watching the impending clash unfold. Yang Chen, unhurried, stepped forward calmly. This was the perfect opportunity to establish his dominance within the student council and among this year's candidates. Staying true to his principle of making an impression, he cast a disdainful glance at Fong Outyin and spoke coldly. Fong Outyin, it seems you're truly intent on challenging me. But to go up against me, Yang Chen, you alone are not enough. He extended a finger, pointing at the 300+ candidates behind Fong Outyin. All of you at second stage Immortal Dao, or above, come at me together. Before anyone could react, Fong Outyin, unable to contain his fury, let out an enraged roar. Black and white light erupted from within him as he bellowed. Yang Chen, you've disrupted my Dao heart, and for that, you must die. Strength talent, black-white domain. A black and white field instantly enveloped both fighters, radiating a powerful suppressive force. Yang Chen felt as though he were trapped in quicksand, his spiritual energy barely able to extend beyond his body. Even those watching from outside the domain felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, their hearts pounding with unease. Inside the domain, the world was reduced to shades of black and white. Hovering midair, Fong Outyin sat on a black and white throne, his expression cold and domineering as he stared down at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, have you ever tasted defeat? Have you ever lost? Yang Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. Thinking back to when I was at the 3rd level of body refinement and encountered that stealthy demon clan assassin off course. Oh, who was it? Fong Outyin's eyes lit up with excitement, and he unconsciously leaned forward. In that case, they'll defeat you first, and then go after the one who managed to best you. It was a stealthy assassin from the demon clan. Yang Chen replied with a faint smirk, his tone light and casual. Fong Aoshan's previously excited expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowing deeply. A stealthy demon clan assassin? Their cultivation rarely exceeded the 3rd stage, and they weren't known for combat prowess. Yang Chen's words were clearly meant to mock him. Curse you, Yang Chen. He'll rip that smug mouth of yours off. Fong Outyin roared, leaping up from his throne. His hands traced intricate patterns in the air. In an instant, black and white twin dragons intertwined like a pair of scissors, spiraling toward Yang Chen with deadly intent. The terrifying black and white aura carved sharp trajectories through the air, as if ready to split Yang Chen in two. Too weak, Yang Chen said flatly, stepping effortlessly toward a specific point. His movements were calm, as though strolling through his own garden. The black and white aura brushed past his face without even grazing a single strand of hair. This is impossible. Fang Aoshan's face twisted in disbelief, a startled cry escaping his lips. Without hesitation, he formed even more intricate hand seals, sending the twin dragons hurtling toward Yang Chen once more, their speed now threefold. Weak. Still too weak, Yang Chen said, his silver-white eyes gleaming. Every step he took was like walking a razor's edge, narrowly evading the twin dragon's strikes with uncanny precision. His movements seemed casual, yet they were flawlessly calculated. No, this can't be happening. Fang Aoshan's eyes widened in shock. Every move Yang Chen made appeared preordained, as though he had already predicted where the attacks would land and avoided them in advance. Nothing is impossible, Yang Chen said, gazing at Fang Aoyan with a hint of pity. It's merely a matter of predicting the point where your attacks will fall. Is that so difficult? Even with his attributes suppressed by 90, Yang Chen still utterly dominated opponents of the same level. If Fang Aoshan's third-stage stats were at 100, Yang Chen's were easily over 2,000. Such was the overwhelming advantage of his abilities. Fang Aoyan, only when you give your all are you barely worthy of truly seeing me. Like a mayfly gazing up at the heavens. Even in the same realm, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth. Yang Chen's words struck Fang Aoshan's core like a hammer blow. Ugh! Fang Aoyan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes red with fury. Yang Chen, I will defeat you. For someone like Fang Aoyan, who had never experienced defeat in his entire life, being thoroughly crushed in a battle among equals was a devastating blow, driving him to the brink of madness. Arg! Fang Aoyan threw his head back and roared to the heavens, slapping his massive body repeatedly before jabbing his forefinger onto his forehead. His immense vitality surged together with his raging spiritual energy, forcefully summoning 3 pairs of black and white twin dragons within the domain. Roar! The 6 colossal dragons coiled around Fang Aoyan, letting out deafening roars that shook the heavens. Drenched in blood, Fang Aoyan now resembled both a god and a demon. He bellowed hoarsely, Yang Chen, today, we will determine not only victory and defeat, but also life and death. Come on then. The 3 pairs of black and white dragons exuded an aura of utter annihilation as they charged ferociously at Yang Chen. At that moment, not only were the exam candidates outside the domain struck dumb with fear, but even the gazes observing from the void fell silent, their spiritual senses fixed firmly on the battlefield. Good. Facing Fang Aoshan's life or death attack, Yang Chen let out a spirited shout. Now this is what true martial combat on Blue Star is all about. Within the black and white domain, a streak of crimson suddenly burst forth. Soul weapon, God-slaying spear. In the next instant, countless rays of light burst forth from the spear's tip, blood red intertwining with black and white, clashing violently in midair. Boom, 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 boom. In less than half a second, the blood red and black and white lights merged into a dazzling storm, accompanied by deafening collisions that echoed like endless thunder. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield descended into a brutal confrontation. Fang Aoyan's blood vessels ruptured suddenly, his meridians snapping one by one, while Yang Chen's face flushed red, barely able to endure as he forcibly swallowed the blood rising to his throat. Gradually, the blinding light dissipated, the black and white domain unraveling slowly. Yang Chen, still gripping the blood-red spear, stood with a slightly flushed face and labored breathing. Before him, Fang Aoyan lay battered and bloodied, his fate uncertain. Fast. Too fast. If realms were likened to academic levels and abilities to combat power, then among high school students, some were still struggling to pass, while others had already secured spots at top universities. Yet there were those rare few who could revolutionize technology itself. Hundreds of years of accumulated cultivation merits, combined with the solid foundation gained from a forceful breakthrough in realms, had made Yang Chen utterly formidable. His wild laughter echoed across the battlefield, and though he hadn't even unleashed his full strength, he had effortlessly defeated the so-called prodigies in the arena. The battlefield fell into silence, broken only by Yang Chen's unrestrained laughter reverberating through the air. Abruptly, the laughter ceased as Yang Chen's gaze swept across the members of the United Society. The 300 or so individuals before him instinctively took several steps back, none daring to meet his eyes. With a faint, indifferent smile, Yang Chen pointed his spear toward the center of the field, his voice calm, yet brimming with threat. Who else? Wang Jia clenched his teeth, his heart burning with fury. wishing he could charge forward and suppress Yang Chen's arrogance. Yet the moment the spear's tip pointed at him, he involuntarily took a step back. I, Yang Chen, have established the student union within the examination grounds, aiming to unite all students and pave the path to immortality for everyone's benefit. Yang Chen's tone was steady, yet carried an undeniable determination. However, some with ulterior motives have gone to great lengths to suppress and obstruct us. Today, I will root out the wicked and uphold justice. For those who have not actively attacked the student union, I am willing to let bygones be bygones. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, do not persist in your folly. Before his words had fully settled, Han Bing excitedly approached with a group of student union members. Chairman Yang, we've rescued the student union members who were previously captured. Theory, all here now. He led the small group forward, pointing out individuals one by one. Then he added, everyone, next, those exam candidates identified by the members behind me are to step forward. At Yang Chen's command, the dozen or so student union members immediately began identifying individuals. As each member of the United Society was singled out, the surrounding students instinctively distanced themselves, fearing association with misfortune. Chairman Yang, we were forced. It was President Fangno, Fong A. Oceanho made us do it. One United Society member immediately stepped forward, pleading with both hands clasped. Chairman Yang, we had no choice. Please, have mercy and give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Before he could finish, another student union member angrily pointed at a yellow-haired boy in the crowd and shouted, these guys tormented us endlessly before. Especially this one, even threw urine at us. Absolutely disgusting. As the words fell, a sudden thunderous roar exploded, striking directly toward the yellow-haired boy. In an instant, his eyes rolled back, his body convulsing uncontrollably, while his once golden hair was charred black by the lightning. A few torn map fragments scattered to the ground before being swiftly teleported away. The unexpected turn of events drew everyone's gaze to a male student in a Taoist robe. Chairman Yang, my name is Zhang Jing. Today, I renounce the darkness and pledge my allegiance to the student union. Zhang Jing stepped forward, his eyes resolute. The atmosphere froze momentarily. Yang Chen stood silently, observing everything, though his mind had already reached a decision. Zhang Jing's actions seemed to set an example for everyone. The dozens of United Society members who were identified instantly became prime targets in everyone's eyes. Boom! With the deafening sound of space shattering, chaos erupted within the secret realm. A dazzling array of lights intertwined as spells and martial techniques rained down on the identified United Society candidates. One by one, they fell, eliminated from the secret realm as proof of loyalty for others. With their elimination, the map fragments they carried scattered like confetti, falling into the hands of other candidates. In just a few minutes, the United Society, which once held a significant position among the candidates' organizations, was completely wiped from existence. The rankings on the light screen within the secret realm updated immediately. Candidate Organization Rankings. First place, Student Council. President, Yang Chen. Current members, 216 and increasing. Sole Organization. Overall score, 10 points. Secret Realm Status. Current number of candidates within the Secret Realm, 1,426. Number of active organizations, 1. A system notification rang out. Sole Organization detected. Hidden rewards activated. With this Student Council, now the only organization left in the Secret Realm, a prominent system announcement lit up on every candidate's candidate communication platform. The candidate communication platform module will be upgraded to Student Council as an exclusive communication module for the Student Council. After the upgrade, Student Council President Yang Chen will receive the highest level of authority for this module, allowing the configuration of different permissions for any user within the module. This module will connect to the universal internet, enabling invitations through any channel. These three announcements appeared in rapid succession within the communication module, creating a wave of shock among all the candidates. Meanwhile, on Yang Chen's personal interface, a reward notification popped up detailing the highest level permissions he had received. Highest level permissions: invite, expel, mute, publish announcements, assign tasks, accept tasks, build a marketplace, create a trading platform, issue trading currency. Permission details. As the holder of the highest level permissions, you may configure Tier 1 permissions, Tier 2 permissions, Tier 3 permissions, and their respective content for other Student Council users. As the announcements concluded, all eyes within the secret realm turned to Yang Chen. Wang Jia and Zhang Jing exchanged complex glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and contemplation. Shun Jixing adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seems our Student Council has great potential. A faint silver glow flashed in Yang Chen's eyes, quickly fading but sharp enough to reveal everyone's comprehensive abilities, talent, character, mental acuity, and other metrics were laid bare. Among the council's 200 members, even the weakest had reached the second tier of immortal Dao, all handpicked elites. Everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. The student council, gaining such module permissions, essentially established its foundation. More importantly, this occurred within the examination, leading many to suspect that it was orchestrated by the school's higher-ups, a deliberate move to encourage the formation of a student self-governance organization starting with this cohort. As the president of the school's student council, Yang Chen's future role was now unmistakable. After all, this was the Blue Star War Academy, and every candidate present had the potential to become a true immortal in the future. By then, the student council could rival certain academy branches in strength. The school administration undoubtedly foresaw this possibility. If that's the case, it seemed likely that the school was cultivating this powerful faction to eventually share the burden of governance. After all, the sheer scale of the Blue Star War Academy had grown so vast that managing it was becoming increasingly challenging. In a grand conference room within the castle, Yang Chen sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across the gathered student council members. His voice was steady and commanding. I trust you've all seen the announcements on the platform. The formation of the student council is an inevitable trend, aligning with the school's vision. Each of you here is a founding member. From now on, apart from the school's student council located at the BO campus, all other campuses will establish their own college student councils and elect a college student council president to join the school's student council presidium. This way, the student council can better expand its membership across all campuses. The day when all of you embark on the path of becoming true immortals will be the moment when we collectively share the responsibility of managing the school. Fellow students, the road to immortality is long. Let us move forward together. As Yang Chen finished speaking, he raised a large pancake and slammed it down forcefully in front of the 215 student council members present. He understood deeply that binding everyone together required more than the threat of force. It needed the allure of benefits. Even if those benefits seemed illusory, they were enough to drive countless people to madness. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, reverberating throughout the hall like crashing waves. Yang Chen indeed had a calculating mind. Shen Jixing adjusted his glasses, a flicker of fiery determination flashing in his eyes. The position of college student council president doesn't interest me. My goal is the BO campus, to become part of the core management team of the school student council. Zhang Jing spoke calmly, his voice as steady as water, yet his unwavering determination was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Wang Ding muttered quietly, "Don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on the movements in the Ascension Platform C region. There's a Tier 4 giant race creature lurking in the depths, and these rogue cultivators have already eliminated quite a few among themselves." He glanced at the transparent light screen in his hand, where the crimson blood had stained the sea surface above the Ascension Platform. President, currently, there are nearly 1,000 candidates engaged in fierce battles around the Ascension Platform, including some formidable ones. I suggest we consider recruiting some of the outstanding individuals into the student council. As soon as Wang Ding finished speaking, Yang Chen cast an approving glance at him. Among the audience, Wang Ding's colleagues couldn't help but grumble inwardly, cursing, "You dare take credit for even this?" Then, Yang Chen's voice rang out again, low and commanding. "Excellent. After tonight, I don't want to see any examinees in the test field who aren't members of the student council. Remember, recruit if possible, eliminate otherwise. If they're not allies, they're enemies. Leave no one behind." With Yang Chen's decisive order, all 200-plus student council members present stood up in unison. Their synchronized voices echoed throughout the meeting hall. If they're not allies, they're enemies. Leave no one behind. Yang Chen's gaze was calm as he scanned this group of elites, his expression composed. In his previous life, he had been part of a company's management team, and although these individuals were talented, managing 200 people posed no challenge to him. If one day he could command countless immortals with a single order, lead an army of millions to sweep across the galaxy, that would be his true ambition. Immediately after, Yang Chen activated the highest authority, silencing the communication functions of all examinees in the module except for the student council members. Instantly, all connections within the black teams were severed. The student council members surged out like a tide, quickly arming themselves and moving to intervene in the battles across the sea region. At this moment, the Ascension Platform, sea region, was in chaos. Earth-shattering roars echoed from the depths, their fury and despair exploding across the sea like thunder, stirring up massive waves. The blood-red hues spread, staining almost the entire sea. Candidates were either forming alliances or fighting solo, each pursuing their own path. Small skirmishes occasionally broke out, and some opportunists took advantage of the chaos for personal gain. In this chaotic sea region, hidden dangers lurked beneath the surface, and the surrounding candidates posed constant threats. At any moment, an intense battle could erupt. 2 kilometers away from the waters of the Ascension Platform, Yang Chen gazed towards the northeast, with the fully prepared student council members standing behind him. Yang Chen, I admit defeat in this battle. You've won, and I'm convinced. Do whatever you want with me. But why have you brought me here? Fong Outyan, his body wrapped in bandages, stared at him with wide, bull-like eyes, his tone filled with confusion. Yang Chen slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Fong Outyan. Outyan, I admire your abilities and want to give you a chance. If you're willing to follow me, there will be a place for you at the Ascension platform. A glint of silver flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He could easily discern the truth behind someone's words. This had always been his principle in his previous life: recruit those who could be brought to his side and eliminate those who couldn't. If Fong Outyan refused, Yang Chen wouldn't hesitate to knock him unconscious and throw him into the sea. What happened after, whether the sharks took care of him or not, was none of his concern. Even if I agree, can you really trust me? A flicker of doubt crossed Fong Outyan's eyes. Of course, Yang Chen replied, a confident smirk curving his lips. If I can tolerate the entire United Society, why wouldn't I be able to tolerate just one Fong Outyan? These words sparked admiration in the eyes of the student council members behind him, especially those who were former members of the United Society. Chairman Yang's magnanimity truly encompasses the stars and seas, they thought. Fong Outyan fell into deep thought, while Yang Chen quietly observed him, his god-slaying spear at the ready. After a long pause, Fong Outyan sighed. Yang Chen, I admit you're stronger than me, and your vision surpasses mine. I accept it. He grinned, revealing a hint of defiance. I'm willing to join the student council, but this isn't submission. One day, he'll defeat you fair and square. Seeing the sincerity in Fong Outyan's words, Yang Chen lowered his god-slaying spear and offered a warm smile. Good. Outyan, this might be the wisest decision you've ever made. Welcome aboard. Perhaps, Fong Outyan replied, the rebellious glint returning to his eyes. But when it comes to a position at the Ascension platform, I'll earn it with my own strength. I'm fighting in this battle too. Are you sure you're up to it? Yang Chen glanced at Fong Aoshan's bandaged body. Just a few severed tendons and ruptured blood vessels. Your medical department did a decent job. I'm in great shape now. Before he finished speaking, a dragon's roar erupted from within him, and a black dragon materialized around his body. Though it appeared slightly weary compared to before, it was still capable of fighting. However, the sight of this mighty dragon paired with Fong Aoshan's bandaged form was somewhat comical. All right, then you'll take the lead. Yang Chen waved his hand, the trust in his eyes momentarily touching Fong Outyan. Later, Yang Chen privately messaged Su Nua. You'll take command for this battle. I have other matters to attend to. Keep an eye on Fong Aoshan. Don't let him get eliminated. He's a fierce warrior and will be invaluable to the organization. Got it. But why me? Su Nua quickly replied. Because you're the person I trust most in the organization. Understood. In the central area of the secret realm, Yang Chen quietly led Wang Jia and Wang Ding into a dilapidated, abandoned factory. At this moment, most of the invigilators' attention was focused on the Ascension platform, C area, making it the perfect time to act. Qinghua Medicine Field, currently in a concealed state, coordinates. Central area of the secret realm, northeast direction, 23 degrees 43 minutes 4 seconds north latitude, 132 degrees 42 minutes 3 seconds east longitude. Yang Chen silently confirmed the location in his mind. Chairman Yang, why are we coming to this desolate place instead of joining the fight? Wang Jia finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. She had been subdued by Yang Chen's overwhelming presence along the way. If not for Wang Ding's presence, she might have suspected Yang Chen had ulterior motives. While carefully surveying their surroundings, Yang Chen replied casually, we're here to find a hidden Easter egg, of course. Chairman Yang, Wang Jia suddenly adopted a serious tone. If earlier, Fong Outyan had refused your invitation, would you have let him go? Why do you ask all of a sudden? Yang Chen's gaze continued to scan the area. Someone like Fong Aoshan, if he can't be recruited, he must be eliminated, Wang Jia said sternly. I just don't want the leader of the student council to show unnecessary mercy. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, a faint silver glow flashing in his eyes. Found it. He quickly strode toward an unremarkable warehouse door, as if it concealed some priceless treasure. Wang Jia looked at Wang Ding in confusion, but the latter could only offer a helpless smile. Don't look at me. I know nothing. With a crisp snap of Yang Chen's fingers, the warehouse door burst open with a loud boom, revealing piles of garbage inside. Something's off. Wang Jia suddenly sensed something strange. Her fingers trembled slightly as she said, the space around here is unnaturally stable and fortified. Yang Chen turned around slowly, a blood-red spear materializing in front of him as an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted. Now do you understand why I brought you two here? Your talents give me absolute confidence in uncovering the secrets of this hidden place. He looked at Wang Ding. In a moment, follow my instructions and lock onto 13 coordinates in the void. Then, turning to Wang Jia, he added, once the coordinates are set, you'll need to blow them all open. Seeing Wang Jia's hesitation, Yang Chun spoke calmly. I can handle 5 of them. The rest will be up to you. Gritting her teeth, Wang Zha nodded firmly. All right. He'll make sure to blow open all 8 of the remaining points. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed incessantly through the abandoned factory. In the void before them, 12 deep, dark space rifts stood, surrounded by endless chaotic spatial currents. Only one final coordinate remained to be breached. Once it was destroyed, the hidden paradise would reveal itself. Yang Chun gripped his spear tightly, his face pale. Forcing open 5 spatial coordinates had taken a tremendous toll on him. Behind him, Wang Zha was equally pale, cold sweat dripping down her face as she gritted her teeth and pushed her innate abilities to their limit. Boom. As the final coordinate was shattered, the surrounding space began to distort, and an astonishing surge of spiritual energy rushed toward them. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them seemed to have stepped into another world. The desolate factory was gone, replaced by a breathtaking paradise that seemed like an otherworldly haven. Birds sang, flowers bloomed, and streams flowed gently. As far as the eye could see, there stretched an endless expanse of lush medicinal fields. Rare herbs, scarcely seen in the outside world, thrived here in abundance. Their vibrant green leaves swayed softly in the breeze, releasing a refreshing and invigorating fragrance. Yang Chen suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here was so dense it felt almost tangible. With every breath, he could clearly feel it nourishing his body, and even his mental strength seemed to subtly grow. Oh my god! Wang Ding collapsed onto the ground, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. His legs felt weak, and he couldn't muster the strength to stand. In his heart, he marveled. So this is what the world of the rich looks like. Incredible. Wang Zha swallowed nervously. Though she was the second daughter of the prominent Wang family from the Magic City, this was her first time witnessing such a spectacle. No wonder the spiritual energy in the mountain and river map is so scarce, and natural disasters occur so frequently. The reason lies here. To gather the spiritual energy of an entire paradise and cultivate thousands of acres of medicinal fields, what an ambitious endeavor. If this continues, the mountain and river map could collapse entirely. Primordial soul flowers, capable of strengthening the divine soul and nurturing true essence. Vitality grass, able to enhance blood vitality and nourish the meridians. The abundance of medicinal herbs here was staggering. Yang Chun quickly scanned the area and estimated that rare herbs like primordial soul flowers and vitality grass, which were considered precious in the outside world, covered thousands of acres, densely packed, and stretching beyond the horizon. Chairman Yang, come quick. This is divine transformation grass, a product of the Forbidden Zone, and it's been transplanted here, several acres of it. Wang Zha's excited voice called out from the medicinal fields. Divine transformation grass. That name sounded familiar. Yang Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully, then opened the Destiny Marketplace to search. Divine transformation grass, a top-tier medicinal herb capable of strengthening the primordial spirit and repairing true essence. Originates from the forbidden abyss of the dead. Price, 200,000 destiny points per stock. 200,000 destiny points? Yang Chun inhaled sharply and turned to look at the few acres of divine transformation grass, not far away. This was a fortune of unimaginable proportions. Containing his excitement, he took a deep breath and ordered, Wang Ding, mark this coordinate, then find Shen Zhixing and have him construct a teleportation gate. Wise, understood. Wang Ding stammered, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the mesmerizing paradise before him. Additionally, before you leave, feel free to take as many herbs from here as you can carry. Yang Chen's tone was calm as his gaze swept across the vast medicinal field before him. The words struck Wang Ding like a bolt of lightning. He jerked his head up, eyes wide. What? Really, Chairman Yang? Of course. You and Wang Zha made significant contributions this time. Take as much as you can carry, Yang Chun replied, his words leaving the 2 people in front of him utterly stunned. Wang Ding's eyes reddened with excitement as he stared at the medicinal field like a starving wolf ready to pounce. Chairman Yang, you're like a brother to me. From now on, I'm loyal to you for life. They'll go through fire and water for you. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, the destiny ring. I almost forgot about the treasure the school gave me. He slapped his thigh. No, I should be thanking Chairman Yang. Without further delay, Wang Ding activated his harvest mode, filling the 10 cubic meter storage space of his destiny ring to the brim. By the time he was done, he had stripped down to just his shorts and vest, using the rest of his clothing to bundle up even more herbs. Off to the side, Wang Zha couldn't bear to watch and covered her face, muttering, Please, don't ever tell people we're cousins. Who cares? Wang Ding beamed, his face flushed with excitement. I'm one of Chairman Yang's men now. Chairman, mission accomplished. Yang Chen nodded, signaling for him to leave, and then turned his attention to Wang Zha. The elegant young lady from a prominent family had also filled her destiny ring to capacity, yet she remained impeccably dressed and composed. Noticing Yang Chen's gaze, she cleared her throat, her face slightly flushed, and murmured, "Wang Ding is so embarrassing." Yang Chun chuckled softly, his eyes drifting back to the boundless medicinal fields. Wang Ding's efforts, in the grand scheme of things, were barely a drop in the ocean. Even with Wang Ding's upgraded destiny ring that could store 30 cubic meters, it was still insignificant compared to the vastness of the field. However, Yang Chen's newly obtained highest authority in the student council included an option to construct a marketplace. He thought to himself, this medicinal field is destined to be tied to the student council. A system notification promptly appeared. Constructing a marketplace grants a 10,000 cubic meter storage capacity for the marketplace. For every 100,000 destiny points spent, an additional 10,000 cubic meters can be added, up to a maximum of 50,000 cubic meters. Money really is everything. Yang Chen sighed, immediately spending 400,000 destiny points to expand the storage to its maximum capacity. Under Wang Zha's astonished gaze, Yang Chen began a large-scale harvest. He left 2 acres of transformation grass, reserved 200 acres of demon spirit flowers for others, and took half of the Qingyuan fruits, along with the spiritual soil beneath them, into the storage. Chairman Yang, the primordial spirit spring next to the transformation grass is a real treasure, Wang Zha remarked insightfully, her sharp eyes catching the key detail. In that case, this primordial spirit spring will belong to the student council, Yang Chun responded calmly. Meanwhile, back at his home, Dean 1, who had just returned and was preparing to go into seclusion, suddenly sneezed. The ascension platform waters. After half an hour of intense battle, the tide of the fight had clearly turned one-sided. At this moment, Fang Outyin stood tall in the midst of it all, exuding dominance. Who dares to challenge me? The student council is here. What the heck? President, you betrayed us? A shocked voice exclaimed. B-boss, why are you here? And what's with this look? I almost didn't recognize you. A male student hurriedly stepped forward, his expression a mix of sarcasm and helplessness. Behind Fang Outyin, Zhang Jing's body crackled with lightning, while Shun Jixing followed closely, a trace of resignation on his face. Hallmaster, someone else cried out in surprise. President, what's going on here? A bewildered candidate asked, clearly at a loss. What was expected to be a fierce battle had now become surprisingly effortless. Seeing their former leader appear before them, most of the candidates on the battlefield instantly broke down, choosing to surrender or flee. Those who surrendered begged for a place in the ranks, while those who fled were immediately eliminated. As for the rogue candidates, their choices were equally simple: join or be eliminated. The remaining independent candidates were no ordinary fighters. Despite this spatial division and mental division members having set up an inescapable trap all around, many independents still managed to hold their ground, causing significant trouble for the student council before they were finally subdued. One candidate in particular stood out, controlling dozens of flying swords with extraordinary combat prowess, despite his unremarkable appearance. What made him even more formidable was his mastery of escape techniques. If not for Shun Jixing's use of spatial folding to disrupt his movements, the battle might have dragged on much longer. At that critical moment, Lu Shu's S-rank talent, Master of Arms, played a pivotal role. The dozens of flying swords instantly lost their effectiveness, and the plum blossom chains bound them tightly, completely neutralizing the opponent and leaving him securely restrained. Han Ping, you're quite the slippery one. Fang Outyin took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the boy in front of him who was as elusive as an eel. Join the student council or face elimination. Your choice. The boy, referred to as Han Ping, gave Fang Outyin a bitter smile. Internally, he thought, with a brute like this sent to recruit me, I probably can't even talk my way out. Left with no other option, he nodded. He'll join. But let me make this clear: if you plan to use me as cannon fodder, he'll be out of here in no time. Don't worry, Fang Outyin said, a faint smile on his face. After today, within this secret realm, there will only be the student council. You won't even get the chance to be cannon fodder. Meihua Shirlu snapped her fingers lightly, and the plum blossom chains, binding Han Ping, instantly loosened. Han Ping rubbed his sore wrists, glanced around, and sighed deeply. He understood wherever there are people, there's conflict. There's no escaping it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well join. Shun Jixing adjusted his glasses and said calmly, the student council won't let you down. Looking at the boy who had just trapped him, Han Ping let out a wry laugh. He tried activating his escape technique, but the sensation of being stuck in place made him dizzy and nauseous. At this point, the battle was over. The student council's ranks had swelled to over 800 members, and once the remaining captives were recruited, their numbers would easily surpass 1,000. Good work today, Su Nua said approvingly as she approached Meihua Shirlu, giving her a pat on the shoulder. Meihua Shirlu grinned mischievously, wrapping her arm around Su Nua's. Hee, thanks for the praise, cousin. She was just about to report the next steps of the recruitment plan when a loud voice suddenly echoed from afar. Not bad, everyone. Looks like the battle went smoothly and wrapped up quickly. Everyone turned to look. Dressed like a scavenger, Wang Ding strode toward them with a large backpack, a wide grin on his face. Two student council members escorted him, their steps brisk as they led him over. A faint, almost imperceptible fragrance lingered in the air. The members of the medical department instinctively turned their eyes toward the bundle behind Wang Ding, curiosity gleaming in their gazes. Wang Ding, did you go begging or something? Look at the state of you. Fong Aoyan's rough voice broke the silence, eliciting a burst of laughter from those around. Rubbish. You're the one begging. Wang Ding's face flushed red as he glared angrily at Fong Aoyan. Besides, is your family's food so precious? Carefully, Wang Ding placed the bundle on the ground and deftly untied it. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy burst forth, invigorating everyone present. Inside the bundle lay an array of rare spiritual herbs, crystalline and radiant, exuding an alluring glow. Meanwhile, deep within the medicinal field, Yang Chun and Wang Jia were intently studying a few towering peach trees before them. Wang Jia had discovered these trees in the forest behind the medicinal field, where intricate spirit-gathering formations were carved beneath them. The ground within a 100-meter radius even showed visible particles of condensed spiritual energy. Yang, Chairman Yang. Wang Jia swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. These peach trees, could they be the legendary flat peach trees? These are indeed flat peach trees, Yang Chun affirmed, rubbing his strained eyes. Low-grade flat peaches can extend life by 3,000 years after one is consumed, 1,500 years after the second, and 500 years after the third. Beyond that, they lose their effect. Hiss. Wang Jia drew in a sharp breath of spiritual energy and instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. She was well aware that this was within the examination grounds. To arrange something of this magnitude, the person responsible must be a true immortal. While they and other examinees had already collected the spiritual herbs from the field under the guise of treasures within the examination grounds belonged to those capable of claiming them, the powerful being behind this might have reluctantly tolerated it. However, these flat peach trees were clearly different. Cultivating even one required unimaginable effort. To recklessly harvest them. At the same time, the scene outside the mountain and river map was in an uproar. No way. Those are flat peach trees, they must not be taken. We have to report this to the headmaster and let them decide. This is outrageous. How dare they covet the flat peaches? While the crowd buzzed like ants on a hot pan, Gao Yuqian remained unusually composed. Accepting a cup of tea from a nearby young man in military attire, he took a slow sip, exuding a sense of comfort that seemed to surpass even the effects of consuming a flat peach. There's no need for such urgency, Gao Yuqian said calmly. Within the examination grounds, treasures of heaven and earth belong to those capable of claiming them. Which rule states that examinees cannot obtain such treasures? But, Director Gao, this is the headmaster's medicinal field, a square-faced teacher protested angrily. Oh, Gao Yuqian replied unhurriedly. If you're so concerned about the headmaster's medicinal field, then why, when the seals were applied, did you not handle it personally but instead leave it to the disciples? The square-faced teacher was rendered speechless, his regret palpable as though it had turned his insides green. Yet regret was futile at this point, and he could only rack his brain to devise a way to salvage the situation. Seeing the other teacher rendered speechless, Gao Yuqian let out a cold laugh and shifted his sharp gaze to another colleague. Mr. Wang, was it you who just said you'd report this to the dean? His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Do you know the consequences for a proctor abandoning their post during an exam? Ah, well, Mr. Wang's expression changed instantly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Director, I was just acting on impulse. He forced an awkward smile and wiped his forehead with his sleeve, not daring to say another word. Gao Yuqian tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the sound echoing crisply in the silent room. Right now, Penglai Island is under the heavenly magnetic field, and no messages can be sent. As proctors, we cannot leave our posts either. The dean will understand. If someone truly cannot bear it, they are welcome to intervene themselves. At this, the others in the room exchanged wry smiles. Since the examinees had not broken any rules, how could the proctors dare to interfere in the exam? Besides, knowing the principal's temperament, he might even encourage the students to shake things up a little. Seeing the room fall completely silent, Gao Yuqian took a satisfied sip of his tea, finding it particularly sweet today. Meanwhile, in front of the pantao tree, Yang Chun carefully counted the peaches on the trees, his gaze sweeping over the 5 peach trees as he silently tallied. There are about 57 ripe peaches. Chairman Yang, you're not seriously thinking of picking these peaches, are you? Wang Jia asked awkwardly, his face full of hesitation. Rare treasures belong to those capable of claiming them, Yang Chun declared firmly. Since I encountered them today, it must be fate. With that, he waved his hand decisively and collected 6 peaches. The rest I'll leave for others destined to find them. As he waved his hand dismissively, Yang Chun had already started on his first peach, taking a bite while walking away. In his mind, he calculated, Consuming more than 3 low-grade pantao is ineffective. I'll eat 3 myself and save the rest for my uncle. Crunch. Another peach disappeared with a crisp bite. After finishing the third one, he could feel the changes within his body. His remaining lifespan had increased to a staggering 5,385 years. Wang Jia watched Yang Chen's carefree figure disappear into the distance, then turned his gaze toward the tempting peaches before him. Gritting his teeth, he quickly plucked one and left without looking back. This scene brought a small sense of relief to the proctors monitoring from outside the Shanha diagram. Noticing the slight ease in their expressions, Gao Yuqian smirked faintly. With his far-reaching spiritual perception, he knew the real show was only just beginning. At the edge of the medicinal field, the space began to shift subtly, and a faint, shimmering portal appeared in the air. Chairman Yang, we've arrived. Wang Ding's voice called out from within the portal. Moments later, he emerged alongside Su Nua, Meihua 16, Lu Shu, and Han Bing. A rush of astonishing spiritual energy greeted them, prompting everyone to instinctively take deep breaths, as though trying to absorb every last bit of the precious energy into their lungs. Whoa, boss, where did you find this place? It's a straight-up little paradise. Lu Shu exclaimed, greedily inhaling the surrounding spiritual energy while staring in awe at the boundless medicinal field ahead. I've already cleared most of the west and north sections before you arrived, Yang Chen said nonchalantly. The east and south sections are still untouched. Take what you can, you all have first pick. Lu Shu froze in astonishment. Boss, I think I'm falling in love with you. That's really not necessary, Yang Chen replied with a chuckle. By the way, at the pantao trees on the back hill, you can each take 3 peaches. Eating more than 3 won't have any effect. Pantao, Meihua 16 exclaimed in surprise, her eyes lighting up instantly. Yang Chen, this is such an unexpected surprise. But I love it. Hee. Let's go, cousin. She grabbed Su Nua and dashed toward the back hill, completely ignoring the rare spiritual flowers and herbs scattered all around them. Su Nua turned around, gave Yang Chen a thumbs up, and said with a grin, Yang Chen, after the martial arts exam, he'll definitely recommend you to my master. You're just too good at stirring things up, exactly the kind of person he appreciates. Her voice faded into the distance as Yang Chen smiled helplessly and replied softly, I'm just following the school motto to the letter. That's right. Since the great path can be contested and destiny can be seized, then what is a mere medicinal field in comparison? Han Bing's excited voice suddenly rang out nearby. To discover this in the exam field is like finding a hidden Easter egg. Chairman Yang, I'm impressed. With that, he dashed straight toward the transformation herb. It was clear that Han Bing didn't care about lifespan and wasn't in a rush to pick the peaches from the back mountain. Can I pick a peach too? Wang Ding asked shyly, smiling awkwardly. Of course. Yang Chen patted his shoulder with a smile. This time, you and Wang Jia deserve the most credit. Wang Jia was the one who discovered the peaches, so take as many as you want. It's up to you. No, just one is enough for me. Thank you, Brother Yang, Wang Ding said excitedly, his eyes shining with a newfound admiration for Yang Chen. It was clear his gratitude had deepened. Standing to the side, Wang Jia's eyes flickered as he sighed inwardly. He finally understood that his cousin was genuinely planning to follow Yang Chen. And why not? Yang Chen truly had leadership talent. Just looking at the cohesion of the student council proved it. His personal strength was unmatched among his peers, and he was generous and loyal to his own people. In the current circumstances, he was indeed someone worth following. 5 minutes later, the veteran members of the student council began stepping out of the portal one after another. The scene before them left the over 200 elders in awe. Their astonished gazes instinctively turned to Yang Chen. Soon after, the newly recruited members also appeared. By the time everyone had arrived, the medicinal field was packed with over 1,000 student council members, essentially all the candidates present in the exam field. Now, the veteran members of the student council will divide into 4 groups of 50, each led by a vice chairman. Begin picking the spiritual herbs in sequence until the celestial mandate rings are filled to capacity. Yang Chen's voice was clear and commanding. Immediately, Su Nua and the others stepped forward to prepare. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Long live Chairman Yang. Long live the student council. Ah, I love you, Chairman Yang. Thank you, Chairman Yang, for this incredible spiritual herb package. Chairman Yang, you're amazing. He'll support you forever. At that moment, whether they were veteran members or new recruits, everyone's faces were lit with excitement. The veteran members felt privileged, while the new recruits were overwhelmed by the unexpected windfall, creating a perfect win-win situation. Feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd, Yang Chen smiled faintly and stepped forward. In a resonant voice, he declared, as I've always said, the immortal path is long, but we walk it together. My friends, let us strive onward together. As his words echoed, the 200 veteran members of the student council responded in unison, their eyes blazing as they shouted, the immortal path is long, but we walk it together. At that moment, the hundreds of new members couldn't help but be swept up in the atmosphere. They joined in, shouting in unison, "The immortal path is long, but we walk it together." The voices gradually synchronized, growing louder and louder until the collective chant, "The immortal path is long, but we walk it together," seemed to ignite the very air in the medicinal field. Outside the mountain and river diagram, everyone's expressions subtly shifted. Yang Chun, Gao Yuqian stood at the edge of the examination grounds, softly murmuring the name. His gaze was fixed intently on the young figure in the center of the crowd, a presence that seemed to draw everyone in. At this moment, Yang Chun was like a bright moon, while the other candidates were like stars, gathered and orbiting around him. A young man in military attire observed the scene thoughtfully and remarked to Gao Yuqian, "Teacher, though the martial arts exam is over, if he can maintain this level of influence, when this cohort of candidates steps into the immortal realm." Before the sentence was finished, Gao Yuqian had already fallen into contemplation. The supervising instructors present watched the unfolding events within the mountains and rivers map. Their expressions varied. This scene was far more astonishing than witnessing a prodigy storm their way through the ascension platform. Among the 3,000 guests of Bo Island, surely there will be a place for him. One of the examiners sighed with a hint of awe. Who would have thought that someone like this would emerge in this year's martial arts exam? Someone capable of bringing all the candidates under his command. In past years, we've seen lone warriors ascend the platform and groups of 5 journey together along the immortal path, but someone who can unite all the candidates, this is unprecedented. This has little to do with the candidate communication platform, Gao Yuqian said, shaking his head, his gaze still locked on Yang Chun. Over the years, I've seen candidates who walk the path of dominance, those who pursue invincibility, and even those with unyielding determination. But in him, I see the aura of an emperor. Teacher, please be careful with your words. The scene shifted to a medicinal field. Members of the student council were bustling about, busy with their tasks. The dense spiritual energy in the area even prompted many who had finished harvesting to sit down and cultivate on the spot. On the outskirts of the field, members of the spatial division and the elemental division were constructing the ascension platform arena. "Boss, the spiritual energy here is so rich. I don't want to leave," Lu Shu said wistfully. "Ugh, country bumpkin," sneered Plum Blossom 16, rolling her eyes nearby. "You too, keep it down," Su Nua said with a dramatic eye roll before turning to Yang Chun to explain the rules of the ascension platform in detail. 5 arenas will be set up by noon tomorrow. The winners will qualify for the ascension platform in the C region. Challengers must possess at least 15 map fragments, and those who lose will have to hand over 5 fragments to the victor. Although every member of the student council currently holds at least 10 fragments, securing enough to pass, the final scores will directly impact the choice of future campuses. As for the challenges on the ascension platform, they are both opportunities and risks. It's entirely up to each individual to decide. Yang Chun smiled with satisfaction. The arrangement Su Nua had made pleased him greatly. He glanced around at everyone present, a subtle hint of meaning flickering in his eyes. Before heading to the second ascension platform, there's another place we need to explore first. This immediately drew the attention of those present, and they all instinctively turned their gaze toward Wang Jia, who looked at Yang Chun in confusion. "Just the 5 of us going?" Yang Chun nodded in confirmation, a faint silver-white glimmer flashing in his eyes, as if he were retrieving some kind of information. The Spirit Beast Mountain is currently in a concealed state, located in the southeastern area of the Secret Realm, with specific coordinates of 2,253 feet 4 inches in latitude and 15,243 feet 6 inches in longitude. He paused briefly. Interestingly, the coordinates of the second ascension platform overlap exactly with Spirit Beast Mountain. Relying on the answer system, Yang Chun quickly gathered more details. The ascension platform is guarded by a void beast, and Spirit Beast Mountain is hidden within the void beast's demon core. This is a hidden Easter egg set by the school, and the only way to enter is by blasting open the demon core space. However, entry is limited to 5 people. "Wang Jia," Yang Chun turned to her and explained, "This place we're heading to is quite unique. It's a hidden Easter egg from the school. Once we're done here, we'll proceed to the second ascension platform and enter Bo campus together." Wang Jia nodded in agreement. For her, securing the title of arena champion was already as good as done. Now, her curiosity about the mysterious destination had taken precedence. Yang Chun then turned to Wang Ding and Han Bing. "Once we leave, this place will be in your hands. If anything urgent comes up, contact us through the communication platform. I hope to see you both at Bo campus." Wang Ding patted his chest enthusiastically. "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I'll handle everything here." Clearly, being entrusted with such responsibility filled him with pride. Han Bing, on the other hand, remained composed, exuding quiet confidence about the upcoming competition. Plum Blossom 16 grinned at Han Bing. "Good luck, Brother Han. I bet 10,000 credits on you winning it all. Didn't let me down." The 10,000 credits, equivalent to 1 billion blue star coins, had been exchanged through the Student Council trading currency system created by Yang Chen. Yang Chen glanced at the betting odds for the arena competition and nodded to himself. Among Han Bing, Wang Ding, Fang Aoyin, Zhang Jing, and Shen Jixing, one of them would undoubtedly emerge as the arena champion. They were all destined to become the backbone of the future Student Council. Wang Jia, who was growing impatient, could hardly hold back. Since everything's settled, let's set off now. Considering the long distance to Spirit Beast Mountain and the fact that the martial arts exam was only 10 days away, time was indeed of the essence. Boss, is this the second ascension platform? Why does it feel so eerie here? Lu Shu remarked, her voice tinged with unease. The willow trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling softly, creating an echo that lingered in the valley. Mountains towered on all sides, the green canopy of trees providing shade throughout the gorge, with only a single broad path cutting through the serene landscape. A breeze swept through the forest, carrying the fresh scent of vegetation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind, there was an almost unnatural silence. The five of them spread out, maintaining a certain distance as they walked quietly along the secluded road. Eerie is exactly right, Yang Chen said calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. There's a tier 4 void beast here. We've already stepped into its territory. A void beast. Lu Shu was momentarily stunned, surprise flashing in her eyes. That's a rare creature, one of the dominant species of the abyssal civilization. The space around us feels off, Wang Jia said, his expression growing serious as he scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, he turned to Yang Chen and asked, how far are we from the ascension platform? Very close. Yang Chen replied evenly, though a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. As soon as he spoke, the space around them abruptly shifted. The once sunlit valley was plunged into darkness as black as ink. Then came a loud cracking sound. Space itself seemed to fracture. We're inside the void beast's mouth, Yang Chen said, his tone unchanging, though a trace of mockery danced in his eyes. It wants to devour us. It should check if its teeth are sharp enough first. In an instant, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, tearing the darkness in two. Blinding white light suddenly illuminated the heavens, followed by a series of deafening explosions. Wang Jia, quick to react, thrust his Godslayer's spear into the piercing light, breaking open the void beast's mouth in a powerful burst. A sharp, agonized screech echoed across the valley, reverberating in the still air. The piercing sound waves sent shivers down their spines. Out of the darkness emerged a massive, crimson eye, glaring at the five of them with unbridled rage. It seemed like a savage monster nestled within a cloud of blood and flesh, its overwhelming fury and violence threatening to consume them. A thunderous roar filled the air, as if it came from the void itself. A suffocating pressure descended upon the group, and the space around them began to warp. Tentacles writhed madly like serpents, lashing out toward them. Boss, what's it saying? Lu Shu quipped with a faint smile, her figure flickering as she darted out of the void beast's mouth. Her energy surged, her movements swift and precise. Country bumpkin, Meihua Shirlu chuckled lightly. It's speaking abyssal. It means it wants to eat us. True to Meihua Shirlu's words, as soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of plum blossoms bloomed around them. Each petal glinted with a sharp, icy light, slicing through the venomous, corrosive tentacles. The air grew thick with a nauseating stench. Su Nua quickly pulled out a black iron orb and aimed it at the void beast's partially healed mouth, firing it with all her strength. Once again, a blood-red light erupted, shattering the air with a series of violent explosions. Its core is not far from us, about 50 zhang away, Yang Chen said, a cold glint in his eyes as he locked onto the barely visible opening. You all leave first. I'll retrieve its core. Wang Jia frowned. Aren't you planning to just fight your way out? This is only its mouth for now, but if you enter its body, it could trigger spatial turbulence at any moment. The risk is enormous. No problem, Yang Chen replied, a silver glow flashing in his eyes. He spoke in a low voice. You go first. I have my own way. He already understood that if the void beast truly intended to devour them, it would likely self-destruct its core as a last resort, destroying the path to this sacred beast mountain. However, the current situation presented him with a perfect opportunity, could seize the void beast's core effortlessly. Go ahead, swallow us if you can, Yang Chen murmured with a faint smirk. Your core, it's mine now. Su Nua and Meihua Shirlu placed their unwavering trust in Yang Chen and dashed toward the glimmer of light within the darkness without hesitation. Wang Jia hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed suit. Sensing their movement, the tentacles within the darkness became increasingly frenzied, and the darkness itself began to rapidly close in. Wang Jia snapped his fingers sharply, and the deafening sound of an explosion tore through the air. Instantly, a massive rift appeared in the darkness above their heads. Since when did my explosives become this powerful? Wang Jia furrowed his brows slightly, a trace of doubt flickering in his mind. At that moment, a voice came from the distance. It was Lu Shu, saying, "This thing sure has tough skin." Meihua Shirlu chuckled and quipped, "Lu Lao Air, who would have thought you're good for more than just running fast?" The three quickly traversed through the void beast's mouth. The creature let out an enraged roar and descended into madness. Just as they were about to succeed, the beast's stomach seemed to stir, as if something like a worm had appeared inside it. Its mouth opened wide like a gaping maw, filled with blood-red eyes and writhing tentacles. The tentacles surged out like serpents, attempting once again to drag the four back inside. "Disgusting and hideous," Meihua Shirlu exclaimed, glancing at the void beast with revulsion. Earlier, her spatial traversal had been suppressed inside its mouth, forcing them into close proximity. The thought of having spent so much time in the grotesque creature's mouth infuriated her. With a flick of her right hand, countless plum blossom petals gathered in the air, forming a massive white plum blossom blade. Its edges shimmered with a cold, menacing light, aimed directly at the void beast. Meanwhile, the chaotic spatial currents inside the void beast raged violently. Yang Chun moved as if dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could see him swallowed by the currents and turned to dust. If not for the second awakening of his eyes, he would never have dared to take such a risk. Void beast inner core coordinates. Yang Chun sneered as his blood-red spear pierced through the air. As he closed in on the demon core, the void beast sensed the imminent danger. Its low, guttural growls reverberated, and a deep, oceanic darkness radiated from its body. The spatial turbulence grew even more violent, as if the beast's internal defense mechanisms had been triggered, unleashing a storm of spatial chaos. Is it preparing for a desperate fight? A glint of seriousness flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. As the spatial wind swept past, a faint bloodstain appeared on his face. With his brows tightly knit, Yang Chun activated the full power of his awakened eyes. His mental energy surged, and his blood energy erupted outward in a fierce wave. Reaching out, he grasped onto a point within the darkness. An invisible, colossal hand extended through the void, narrowly avoiding the chaotic spatial storm. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. The endless darkness began to recede slowly. Simultaneously, outside the void beast, the creature's massive body stiffened abruptly. Its once impenetrable crimson fur fell away like brittle grass, severed piece by piece by the plum blossom blade. With a thunderous roar, the void beast's form was torn apart, and Yang Chun emerged, breaking free from its body. At that very moment, within the void, a towering altar began to materialize, its imposing presence casting a heavy, foreboding atmosphere over the scene. A towering altar hovered in midair, stained crimson, as if it had been forged from blood itself. Above it rested 5 thrones of white bone. At this moment, 2 scarlet characters slowly emerged in the void behind the throne's ascension. "Boss, the ascension platform." Lu Shu's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he locked his gaze on the thrones in the void. He leaned forward slightly, as if he could barely restrain himself from rushing up to claim a spot. The ascension platform was right before them, just a step away from the BO campus, almost within reach. Yang Chun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the pristine, jade-like inner core in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered its mysteries. This seemingly ordinary white core concealed a spatial passage that led directly to Spirit Beast Mountain. Such extraordinary craftsmanship truly embodied the profound idea of a world within a flower, a universe within a leaf. Yang Chun handed the inner core to Wang Jia, his tone calm. "Blow it open. We'll explore this place first, then use the ascension platform to leave." He explained, Spirit Beast Mountain is unique. The flow of time within its space operates differently from the outside world. This is a hidden bonus from the school for examinees, ensuring that no one can snatch the hard-earned ascension quota during the process of unlocking the bonus. "So this is the void beast's inner core," Wang Jia murmured as he took the core. The moment his fingers touched its surface, he felt the unique spatial fluctuations within it, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. "I see now. So this is the handiwork of an immortal expert." At this point, Su Nua and the others shifted their attention from the ascension platform to the inner core in Wang Jia's hand. "Is this the legendary inner world?" Plum Blossom 16 mused, listening to Yang Chun and Wang Jia's conversation. He stared thoughtfully at the void beast's inner core, softly admiring. What an ingenious technique. Su Nua skillfully unwrapped a lollipop, popped it into his mouth, and tugged the dazed Lu Shu 2 steps back. He said concisely, "Go ahead." Wang Jia took a deep breath, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes as he looked at the void beast's inner core. This thing is an incredibly rare material for crafting spatial treasures. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. In the next instant, the 5 of them were enveloped by a powerful force of spatial laws. As the world shifted around them, their surroundings transformed completely. What greeted their eyes was a celestial paradise rivaling the Qinghua herb field. Amid the lush, vibrant forest, various spirit beasts roamed freely. Massive mountain apes leapt between the trees, tiny and agile dream moths flitted through the flowers, and majestic, five-colored deer either gathered in groups or strolled leisurely along the mountain paths. Crystal-clear streams of spiritual spring water trickled down from the cliffs, pooling into sparkling ponds, each drop radiating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Within the map of rivers and mountains, all the spiritual energy has gathered in the Qinghua Herb Field and Spirit Beast Mountain. Yang Chen's calm voice broke the collective awe of the group. At that moment, a serene voice echoed from the void. To behold this place is a fateful opportunity. You may each choose one spirit beast from here. Once chosen, you will be immediately transported out of Spirit Beast Mountain. The group exchanged glances, stunned. This was the first time they had heard the proctor's voice directly. Looks like we really did trigger a hidden bonus, Plum Blossom 16 said, giving Yang Chen a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. President Yang, your luck is truly extraordinary. You're like a walking good fortune charm. Hearing this, Su Nua and Wang Zhao both nodded in agreement. First the Qinghua Herb Field, now Spirit Beast Mountain. Yang Chen was undoubtedly a chosen one. Of course, when you're with my boss, spirit herbs are practically your daily meals. Lu Shu declared proudly, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. The willow spirit quickly chimed in with a flattering remark, its eyes darting anxiously among the various spirit beasts before it, clearly conflicted. It knew that spirit beast aptitude was categorized into celestial, exotic, spiritual, and mortal types, and further divided by purpose into mounts and battle companions. Although the spirit beasts before them were merely of the spiritual type, with proper nurturing, they could still become formidable forces. There are plenty of spirit beasts here. Take your time and choose wisely, Yang Chen said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he surveyed the sprawling expanse of beasts. Insufficient merit points. Continued observation may cause severe harm. Seeing this message, Yang Chen, who had intended to use his special ability to analyze the beasts, let out a resigned sigh. Let's split up to search. Regroup at the ascension platform. After the group dispersed, Yang Chen headed alone toward the mountaintop. He silently recited the pyramid theory, the higher you go, the better the quality. Though he wasn't sure if this theory applied to locating high potential spirit beasts, given that the concentration of spiritual energy didn't vary much between the mountaintop and the base. Spirit Beast Mountain towered into the clouds, its forested paths rugged and difficult to traverse. By the time Yang Chen finally reached the summit, the sun was already setting. The golden hues of twilight bathed the forest, cloaking everything in a soft, golden glow. This mountain truly lives up to its reputation, Yang Chen murmured, standing at the peak. Before him stretched an expansive plain, vast and boundless, seemingly extending to the horizon. A gentle breeze swept through the grass, creating rippling waves of green. In the distance, a few ancient trees stood tall and proud, their massive canopies spreading like giant umbrellas. Beneath them, a herd of majestic horses grazed leisurely on spirit grass. Yang Chen's gaze slowly swept over the horses, and their information automatically surfaced in his mind. Spiritual Pegasus, talent, sprinting exceptional speed. Spiritual Pegasus, talent, endurance ideal for long-distance travel. Spiritual Pegasus, talent, air step capable of running through the air for a limited time. Exotic Pegasus, talents, air step, endurance, sprinting, protective aura. These spiritual Pegasi were undoubtedly impressive, each one exuding an unparalleled grace. Riding one of them through the streets would undoubtedly outshine even the most luxurious of cars. Especially the exotic Pegasus with multiple talents. It made Yang Chen's heart itch with desire. He approached the exotic Pegasus, examining it closely. Its posture was proud and sleek, its snow-white coat shimmering with a silky luster that felt like fine satin to the touch. A faint dragon-like pattern adorned its forehead, and a protective silver-white scale glimmered over its heart. Exotic types often possess mutated bloodlines. With all the demon spirit flowers I have, careful cultivation might even allow it to rival celestial types in the future, Yang Chen mused. As he pondered, the Pegasus seemed displeased with his touch. It snorted sharply, turned around, and began walking away. Am I being rejected by a spirit beast? Yang Chen chuckled softly at its attitude, then retrieved a demon spirit flower from his storage. Immediately, a fragrant aroma spread through the air. The surrounding Pegasi neighed excitedly, gathering eagerly around Yang Chen. Even the previously aloof exotic Pegasus returned, its gaze fixed intently on the flower, its eyes brimming with longing. Take me for a ride, and it's yours, Yang Chen said with a smile. The Pegasus let out a resonant neigh. In the next moment, wind roared past Yang Chen's ears. The white horse stepped onto the air as if it were solid ground, galloping effortlessly. It streaked across the sky like a beam of flowing light, leaving a brilliant trail in its wake. They say money makes everything easier, and this proves true even when taming spirit beasts. A few hundred demon spirit flowers scattered around were enough to bring even the proud and untamable variant Pegasus to its knees before Yang Chen's undeniable financial power, obediently signing the Beast Master contract. Once the contract was signed, the two could communicate telepathically, and Yang Chen could summon it from the Spirit Beast Mountain anytime, anywhere, to gallop across the heavens and earth. With a resonant neigh, the white Pegasus gazed at Yang Chen with a newfound closeness in its eyes. After all, his generosity was undeniable. Xiaobai, stay here and focus on your cultivation. Use the demon spirit flowers to awaken more of your bloodline power as soon as possible. Oh, and when you finish them, let me know, and I'll send more. Yang Chen instructed telepathically, gently patting its snow-white neck. Soon, a sweet, childlike voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Okay. When I finish, I'll ask you for more. Huh? Yang Chen looked at the white horse in surprise. At that moment, the proctor's voice resounded in the void. Since you've chosen, leave immediately. A faint golden light enveloped Yang Chen, instantly teleporting him out of the Spirit Beast Mountain. At the Ascension platform, Yang Chen and his four companions were transported out almost simultaneously. The outside world remained in daylight, with a noticeably different flow of time compared to the Spirit Beast Mountain. In front of them, the Crimson Ascension platform floated in the void, surrounded by 5 bone-white thrones exuding a chilling aura. Having already claimed the hidden treasures of the Spirit Beast Mountain, the group now faced the final day of the martial exam. They were about to ascend the Ascension platform and head to the BO campus. Yang Chen's eyes burned with determination, and the 4 companions beside him, Su Nua, Lu Shu, Wang Jia, and Meihua Shili focused their gazes on the platform as well. After years of relentless, day and night training, the moment they had awaited for so long had finally arrived. Since our youth, we've aspired to climb the Celestial Mountain. We vowed not to return until we reach the summit. My friends, today the mountain lies before us. We shall meet again at the peak. Taking the lead, Yang Chen leaped onto the Ascension platform. Boss, I'm coming too. Lu Shu quickly followed, with Su Nua, Wang Jia, and Meihua Shili close behind. The moment all 5 of them sat on the bone-white thrones, the world around them suddenly transformed. The destruction caused by battles in the valley was repaired by a powerful force of natural law. Golden lotuses sprung from the earth, sacred chants echoed through the air, and celestial energy cascaded like a heavenly river, blanketing the surroundings. Countless celestial flowers bloomed across the valley, forming an endless sea of blossoms. The blood-red altar and bone-white thrones also underwent a stunning transformation. The crimson faded to reveal a resplendent altar forged of gold and stone, while the bone-white thrones became luminous jade chairs radiating with divine brilliance. In the void above, banners unfurled one after another, a clear path to the great Dao blessings from the heavenly court. Education for all, myriad immortals gather. The great Dao is within reach, and destiny can be seized. BO Palace. Blessings from the Magic City War Academy. 10,000 years is too long. Seize the moment. Destiny Alliance. This is just the beginning. The great Dao awaits. Kowloon Campus. Simultaneously, across Blue Star Civilization and thousands of life planets, their images appeared on school screens, commercial district displays, Skynet broadcasts, and all major platforms. Blue Star War Academy. This year's martial exam first group to ascend the Ascension platform. Yang Chen, Lu Shu, Su Nua, Meihua Shili, Wang Jia. Holy crap, Yang Chen. On the sports field of Hangzhou No. 1 High School, Zhang Ming felt his scalp tingle, his entire body trembling with excitement. Summoning all his strength, he shouted at the top of his lungs to those around him, "He's my deskmate." Meanwhile, on the bustling commercial street of Huadua Star, Su Xiaoyu stood frozen in front of a giant display screen, utterly stunned by the scene before her, unable to move. "Mommy, what's the Ascension platform?" A child's innocent voice rose amidst the crowd. A young woman in a floral dress looked down at the kindergarten-age child with a gentle smile and explained, "The Ascension platform is the highest altar for the martial examination in our Blue Star civilization. Then I want to be just like those big brothers and sisters in the future." The child's innocent words brought smiles to those nearby. Even the young woman couldn't help but show a doting smile as she softly replied, all right. At that moment, the eyes of countless trillions of beings across the Blue Star civilization were focused on Yang Chen and his 4 companions. Outside the southern heavenly gate of the celestial court, a massive bronze mirror reflected their images. A young man in red stood with arms crossed, watching the scene in the mirror with great interest, while 4 burly men stood behind him, each with a different expression. Yang Chen and his companions were frantically absorbing the surrounding celestial energy. A portal appeared in the void, and 5 beams of guiding light shot out from within, enveloping the thrones. Yang Chen felt the blood in his veins boiling, and his spiritual energy surged within his sea of consciousness. His gene lock and primordial spirit cultivation had both advanced to the mid-3rd stage, reaching 50. In his mind, the emerald green lotus lamp trembled violently, emanating emotions of pure joy and excitement. System notifications echoed one after another. Humanity's blessing, virtue points increased by 1,000. Humanity's blessing, virtue points increased by 2,000. Humanity's blessing, virtue points increased by 3,000. On the cosmic internet, the topic Blue Star War Academy's unparalleled talents on this year's Ascension platform quickly skyrocketed to the trending list, soon entering the top 100. Within the seventh layer of the sacred hall in the spirit realm, an elven girl wearing a white crystalline gown and a crystal crown sat leisurely by a water pool. Her emerald green eyes gazed at the reflection in the water. The image displayed Chun holding a silver-white spear, solemnly declaring, "When destitute, one should maintain integrity. When prosperous, one should uplift the world. If one day I, Chun, become the ruler of the celestial court, I vow to unify language, align carriages, standardize measures, harmonize ethics, and unite lands. Let the law encompass the entire universe. I will strive for the well-being of all beings, establish a universal civilization of great love, and bring prosperity to the cosmos, where all races coexist as one, sharing peace." Before his words could fully settle, the silver-white spear in his hand pierced through the chest of the elven priestess, granting her a swift and merciful end. A beam of guiding light gradually enveloped Chun and the other four, gently drawing them into the portal. Beyond the gate lay a world shrouded in a white mist, making it hard to discern its true form. However, the air was filled with an ethereal, spiritual energy that seemed to enhance their cultivation with every breath. This had to be a sacred place, there was no doubt about it. "Boss, it's a sacred land, a real sacred land," Lu Shu exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. For once, Plum Blossom 16 didn't mock him for being so unsophisticated. "Welcome to the BO campus," a voice suddenly echoed through the mist. Before them appeared a handsome young man whose bright smile revealed a set of pristine white teeth. "My name is Jean Ming, and I'll be your guide today." "Hello, Senior Jean," Lu Shu blurted out eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Will we be cultivating in this sacred environment from now on?" "Of course," Jean Ming replied with a slight smile. "Next, I'll assist you in getting your student IDs and show you to your dorms. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer to the best of my ability." With a wave of his hand, a fully transparent, autonomous flying vessel emerged slowly from the mist. After the five of them boarded, an onboard service robot served freshly brewed tea and an assortment of exquisite pastries. "These autonomous flying vessels are scattered all over the campus," Jean Ming explained with a friendly grin. "Once you have your student IDs, you can summon one with just a simple gesture. It's incredibly convenient, just like the shared bicycles back in high school, but these are free of charge." Ding! A pleasant female voice rang out inside the vessel. "The cabin door is now closed. Please state your destination." "To the administrative office," Jean Ming instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the vessel surged forward, diving into the mist. When they finally emerged, Chun could see the world around them clearly for the first time. It turned out they had been moving within the clouds all along, protected by a mysterious force that made everything feel as steady as solid ground. Looking down from their lofty vantage point, the campus seemed boundless, stretching endlessly until it blended with the horizon. "Our campus is equipped with its own airport," Jean Ming explained as he continued introducing them to the facilities. "With your student ID, you can board flights from any airport on Blue Star to reach this campus. We have dedicated flight routes. However, the BO campus is unique, exists in its own dimension, so ordinary methods can't grant access. But once you have your BO campus student ID, you can command any airport or interstellar space station within Blue Star civilization to arrange the fastest possible transportation back here." Jean Ming's tone carried a hint of pride as he described the privileges granted to them. Lu Shu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Jean, if I'm not mistaken, the directors of interstellar space stations hold fairly high positions. Isn't the word command a bit excessive?" Jean Ming chuckled lightly. "Junior, you still haven't adjusted your mindset. Our current status is not just that of students, but also commanders. In critical situations, you can even use your student ID to mobilize troops, though the number is limited to about a composite brigade." "Mobilize troops?" As soon as those words were spoken, not only did Lu Shu freeze, but even Chun, Su Nua, and the others shuddered slightly, their eyes filled with astonishment. This kind of inside information about the military factions was something they had never heard of before. Seeing their reactions, Jean Ming's lips curled into a knowing smile. He lowered his voice, lacing it with a hint of mystery. "This is classified information, so it's completely normal that you're unaware. The military factions of the Blue Star civilization are essentially composed of the Heavenly Court, the War Academy in Magic City, and our Academy." He extended his fingers, counting one by one. "The 10 expeditionary forces, the Galactic Navy, The 4 great celestial gate armies, and the Space Zulong Great Wall garrison. Just these elite forces alone add up to numbers far exceeding hundreds of billions. To say there are no factions? Impossible. Chen Ming's gaze swept across their faces, his tone turning serious. I'll send you a list later. If you ever need to mobilize troops, make sure to contact the right people. He lowered his voice further and added, these secrets are completely inaccessible to outsiders, and even among insiders, everyone keeps their lips sealed. If it weren't for Yang Chun and the others stepping into this circle, they wouldn't even qualify to know about these matters. The spaceship streaked across the sky and soon landed on the platform in front of the Academic Affairs office. Chen Ming turned to face the group, his attitude warm, and when he looked at Yang Chun in particular, a special gleam flashed in his eyes. If you find it troublesome, just hand me the admission certificates you received during registration. The information recorded there will allow me to handle the process for you. Yang Chen nodded slightly, a kind smile appearing on his face. Thank you for the trouble, senior. He paused, his tone sincere. Since you've shown goodwill, I can't remain indifferent. We'll be sharing the same campus from now on, so I'm sure there will be times we need each other's help. If there's ever anything you need from me, don't hesitate to ask. Hearing this, Chen Ming, who was just about to take their admission certificates, paused momentarily. A trace of surprise flickered in his eyes before he broke into a meaningful smile. Chairman Yang truly lives up to the title of a remarkable leader. With my younger brother developing in your student council, I can rest assured. The process of handling the formalities went unexpectedly smoothly. It seemed that no matter where you were, when dealing with your own people, efficiency always reached astonishing levels. Before long, 5 student IDs were neatly laid out on the counter. The student IDs, much like the admission certificates, were golden red cards. However, the patterns on the IDs converged in the center to form the shape of a sword. Yang Chen flipped the card over and noticed 2 ancient characters from the primordial era etched on the back, Qingping. Chen Ming handed the student IDs to them one by one. Your student IDs are now ready. They include a campus encyclopedia, so you can look up answers to basic questions. For anything you can't find, feel free to ask me. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and quickly added them as friends on the Skynet. He emphasized, student IDs need to be activated with your consciousness and bound to your soul. You can store them in your spiritual sea when not in use. In life-threatening situations, just channel your spiritual energy into the ID, and it could save your life. Chen Ming's tone was particularly solemn, clearly signaling this was no ordinary reminder. Thank you, senior, the group said in unison. The spaceship started up again, heading toward the dormitory area. Through the cabin windows, Yang Chun and the others looked down at the diverse architectural styles below ancient castles, modern villas, traditional courtyard houses, and even towering, luxurious hotels. For a moment, their expressions varied, their eyes filled with awe. Noticing their reactions, Chen Ming cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, you'll get used to it. In the dormitory area, you're free to select a plot of land up to 5,000 square meters. Within this space, you can build whatever you like. You can also choose up to 50 service robots, and the school will cover all expenses. He added, however, if you want to expand or need more service robots, you'll have to pay for it yourself. At this point, Chen Ming seemed to recall something. His gaze shifted to Yang Chun, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. If you don't like robots, Junior, I also have some exotic species captured from the outer battlefield. No need, Senior Chen. I think robots are just fine. Yang Chun replied with an awkward smile, showing no interest in having non-human servants. All right. Chen Ming nodded and shifted his gaze toward the dormitory area. By the way, if the 5 of you want to live closer together, you can choose a plot of land of 25,000 square meters and build your preferred structures. If you don't want to use the building materials provided by the school, you can use your own at your own expense. The school will provide the labor. Senior Chen, where will we stay before the dormitories are built? Lu Shu scratched his head, his eyes scanning the diverse architecture below as he wondered if they would be staying in hotels. Of course not, Chen Ming said with a smile, pointing below. Haven't you noticed that the majority of the buildings down there are villas? Within every 5,000 square meter range, there's a fully furnished villa that you can use as a temporary residence. If you're not satisfied later, you can demolish and rebuild it anytime. Wow, this is so luxurious. Lu Shu wiped the corner of his mouth, barely able to contain his excitement as he wished he could move in immediately. The group then selected a 25,000 square meter plot on the map and were assigned 300 service robots, with an additional 50 robots gifted by Chen Ming free of charge. Once the spaceship landed, the plot featured only 5 original villas and a landscape garden within a 1-kilometer radius of the villas, nothing else. Such a huge place, and I have no patience for designing or decorating. I'll leave it to you girls, Yang Chun said with a smile, glancing at the 3 women. By this time, Lu Shu had already dashed into one of the villas, eagerly exploring his dormitory. Got it, Meihua Shirlu exclaimed excitedly as she surveyed the surroundings. Leave it to me. I promise you won't be disappointed. All right, Just make sure to build me a spacious training room, Su Nua said casually, a lollipop in her mouth and an air of confidence. Can I join in on the design? Wang Jia scratched her head, secretly dreaming of a Disney castle. Of course. Feel free to share any ideas you have, Meihua Shirlu said as she pulled Wang Jia and Su Nua toward the villa to discuss the dormitory renovation plan. Watching the three walk away, Yang Chun smiled helplessly, then turned to Jen Ming. Thank you for your help, Senior Jen. No need to thank me. It's my responsibility, Jen Ming said with a hearty laugh, waving his hand dismissively. Our campus offers a highly flexible and open curriculum. You can check the schedule on the campus website. Besides the mandatory war course, you'll need to select 6 additional courses. You must pass them. You can't afford to fail even one. Choose wisely, as failing a course could have serious consequences. As he spoke, Jen Ming glanced around and lowered his voice. If possible, try to avoid taking the command course. It's a thankless subject and could bring unnecessary trouble. I can't say much more, but just keep that in mind. Thank you for the advice, Senior, Yang Chun said with a nod, silently imagining a transforming spirit herb slipping into Jen Ming's pocket. Take care, Senior Jen. Jen Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, his smile growing even brighter. Brother Yang, if you ever have any questions, feel free to come to me. My dormitory is located at XXXX. After seeing Jen Ming off, Yang Chun took a deep breath, savoring the sensation of celestial energy washing over his body and spirit with each inhale. Training in such a sacred environment truly felt like an unparalleled advantage. Stepping into the garden in front of the villa, Yang Chun waved his hand, placing the spiritual tree and spring he had obtained from the secret realm into the space. With such a superior environment steeped in celestial energy, these treasures had the potential to evolve into a celestial tree and celestial spring in the future. Pushing open the door to his villa, Yang Chun was amazed by the luxurious scene before him. The 3-story, 800 square meter space exuded extraordinary quality in every detail. The floors, made of golden threaded spirit wood, shimmered faintly under the lights. The furniture, crafted from various types of spirit wood, was arranged harmoniously, and the latest smart appliances from the Research Institute added a modern touch. Recalling Jen Ming's casual remark, if you're not satisfied, you can have it rebuilt anytime, Yang Chun couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this sense of extravagance was simply because he hadn't fully integrated into this elite circle yet. After all, in the dormitory area, the courtyards and castles, made from celestial materials, were far more precious. Sometimes even a single floorboard could rival the value of this entire villa. Standing in the living room, Yang Chun shifted his focus to his own state. Gene Lock at Midstage Tier 3, 50 progress. Soul Lock also at Midstage Tier 3, 50. The recent Ascension platform experience had been highly rewarding, earning him a full 20,000 merit points, enough to support his next phase of intensive cultivation. Picking up his phone, Yang Chun snapped a photo of his student ID before opening the Skynet app to check the mountain of messages waiting for him. Zhang Ming's message was filled with admiration. I can't believe you actually got into the Blue Planet War Academy and even ascended the platform. I'm impressed. Su Xiaoyu sent 3 pictures along with a note. Congratulations on making the honor roll. You look even more handsome on the Ascension platform than before. By the way, I sent you a gift. Hope you can visit Huatua Star and hang out with me soon. His homeroom teacher, Wang Tuzi, sent a more formal message. General Yang, may I ask when you'll be available to visit the school? We'd like to host a speech event in your honor. Yang Chen replied with a smile. I'll contact you when I have time, Mr. Wang. The teacher's status immediately showed typing, but no further message came through. Zhang Tian sent 2 selfies, asking, do you still remember me? This brought Yang Chen back to a memorable moment in his second year of high school when he was tested at Body Refinement Tier 3. Zhang Tian had laughed so hard she nearly passed out. He replied, of course I remember. During the first semester of sophomore year, when I was tested at Tier 3, you laughed the loudest in the whole class. Even classmates from as far back as kindergarten were popping up in his friend list. After quickly skimming through the messages and marking them all as read, Yang Chen opened his chat with his uncle and sent a photo. Uncle, take a look at this. As the message was sent out, half a day passed without any response. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. The military's discipline was strict. Once his uncle got hold of his phone, there should be a reply. Meanwhile, several light years away from Nantion Gate, massive interstellar warships were advancing at an astonishing speed. The Steel Fleet, dense as a web, stretched thousands of miles. At the center of the fleet, on the deck of the Dongwang aerospace carrier, a young man in black, looking slightly fatigued, gazed into the distance toward Nantion Gate, silently calculating in his mind. Second brother, in about 2 more hours, we should reach Nantion Gate. By now, Crown Prince Li and the others are probably already waiting outside the gate. Hearing the young man in black speak, Yanga nodded slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a hearty voice suddenly rang out from behind. Ha ha, second master, shouted on. Can you guess how my daughter did in her martial arts exam? The voice was so loud it could be heard across the entire aerospace carrier. The young man in black, addressed as Xiao, gave a helpless smile and turned around. Seriously, Boss Mei, could your voice get any louder? Why don't you just use some kind of amplification spell and let the whole fleet hear you? Ha ha ha, I'm just too happy. A burly man with a broad grin walked over, his laughter booming. When we get back to Dujiang, I'm throwing a 3-day-long feast. None of us are leaving until we're all completely drunk. Second brother, it seems Boss Mei is overjoyed. Xiao chuckled as he spoke to Yanggu, then glanced at the people behind Mei Yi. Boss Mei, where did your daughter get into? Is it worth all this excitement? The others behind Mei Yi remained silent. Mei Er smirked and said, our boss wants to keep it a mystery, and here you are asking outright? Mei Yi, stop keeping us in suspense, Xiao said, shaking his head. Let me guess if it's making you this happy. It's got to be the Blue Star Military Academy. Yanggu chuckled softly. Xiao, what Boss Mei means is for you to guess which campus. Second master is always on point. Xiao sighed and shook his head. Mei Yi, look at you and your riddles. Mei Yi's grin grew even wider. You're not going to suggest my daughter got into the Bo Island campus, are you? Well. Xiao raised his eyebrows and clicked his tongue. Wait a minute, did she really? Turns out you guessed it right. It's indeed the Bo campus. Mei Yi's voice was so thunderous that even the celestial soldiers across the fleet couldn't help but glance over. Beaming with pride, Mei Yi said, she just messaged me earlier, saying she's planning to build a dormitory. I immediately transferred 50 million cosmic credits to her. She has to build it properly. As soon as Mei Yi finished speaking, the people around him froze for a moment. 50 million cosmic credits, it wasn't a small amount. Xiao winced as if in pain. 50 million cosmic credits? That's about 5 billion Blue Star credits. Just to build a dormitory? That's extravagant beyond belief. Education is the one thing you can't skimp on, and kids shouldn't have to suffer, Mei Yi said dismissively, waving his hand. He pulled out his phone and opened a photo sent by Meihua 16. But take a look at this, turns out that kid from the Liu family also made it onto the Ascension platform. Dujiang really is a place full of talent. Xiao took the phone from Mei Yi and couldn't help but laugh when he saw the photo. The Liu family is no joke. First, there was Liu Laoda, and now there's Liu Lauer. Every one of them is a genius. Mei turned around and began discussing something in hushed tones with a few brothers behind him. At that moment, Xiao Ocean's gaze suddenly froze, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. Second brother, look at this. Xiao flashed in front of Yang Gu in an instant, practically shoving the screen of his phone into Yang Ji's face. Yang Gu took a closer look, and his expression immediately shifted. Well, I'll be damned. This exclamation drew the attention of Mei and the others. Second brother, that's not fair. Why are you only praising that Liu kid? Mei joked. Praising my foot. Old Mei, take a good look at this. Who do you think that is in the middle? Xiao impatiently thrust the phone toward Mei. Mei focused on the screen, his brows furrowing slightly. The face was undeniably familiar, though it had been over a decade since they last met. The toddling child from his memory had grown up. He glanced at Yang Gu, hesitant to speak. Yang Gu's lips curled into a faint smile, the weariness on his face vanishing entirely. That's my good for nothing nephew. The scene shifted abruptly to the southern gate of heaven. The Dongwang Kangtian mothership hovered silently outside the gate. A red-clad youth had been waiting there for some time. In a flash, he appeared on the mothership's deck. Second brother, it's been a while. Prince Li, long time no see. The two exchanged smiles, while behind them stood tens of thousands of Heaven's Gate soldiers, fully armed and ready. The Golden Crow space pulse laser cannons were charged, and 36 million unmanned celestial drones formed the Zhou Tian stellar array, exuding an oppressive atmosphere of tension. All eyes were fixed on the mothership. Bring him out, Yang Gu said calmly. Xiao nodded and led the 6 saints of Meishan deep into the mothership. Prince Li's voice echoed telepathically in Yang Gu's mind. Second brother, you've really got this under control. Is everything set? Don't forget about that favor for your brother. Outwardly, he maintained a casual demeanor. Yang Gu merely smiled and nodded without saying a word. Moments later, a blinding golden light erupted from the depths of the mothership, its immense law-bound power drawing the attention of dozens of gazes from the heart of heaven. With the clinking of chains, Xiao and the 6 saints of Meishan reappeared on the deck. Between them stood a man in black robes, his entire body bound by chains of law. The chains tightly sealed his celestial apertures and soul, and every step he took was accompanied by the crisp sound of chains colliding. The Zhou Tian stellar array activated instantly, a crimson veil enveloping the sky. Tens of thousands of Heaven's Gate soldiers unleashed their power to the maximum, while the Golden Crow pulse laser cannons glowed with a dangerous golden red light, ready to fire at any moment. The man in black robes let out a lazy yawn and stretched. Hey, three-eyed one, and you over there, the one spewing fire. Not to be rude, but your heaven sure has a miserly way of hosting guests. Not even a drop of wine. What's the matter, monkey? Haven't had enough of the divine wine at the peach banquet? Yanga chuckled softly. With a wave of his right hand, a jug of celestial brew appeared out of thin air, which he handed to the man in the black robe. Here you go. The black-robed man took the jug, drank deeply without hesitation, and a trace of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Refreshing. Yanga looked at him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Now that you've had your fill, let's get moving. Huh? In such a rush to reincarnate. The black-robed man smirked disdainfully, tossing the empty jug aside. With his hands casually in his pockets, he spoke with an air of arrogance. Lead the way, then. The red-robed youth raised an eyebrow, a flash of hostility flickering in his eyes. Instantly, a powerful and violent aura swept across the area. The four robust men behind him tensed up immediately as a three-headed, six-armed manifestation materialized behind the youth. Scarlet flames enveloped his entire body in an instant. The manifestation uttered a low, guttural sound. They'll burn you to ashes. Rather than being intimidated, the black-robed man's face lit up with excitement, as if he were genuinely eager to feel the flame's heat. The red-robed youth snorted coldly before retracting the manifestation, causing the oppressive aura to vanish. The four men behind him sighed in relief, their gazes toward the youth filled with reverence. That Samadhi true fire was becoming increasingly formidable. Seeing this, Yanga stepped forward calmly and spoke in a neutral tone. All right, that's enough. The trial is still waiting over there. The red-robed youth snorted in response, saying nothing further. With a wave of his hand, he turned and started walking, motioning for the others to follow. Yanga glanced at the black-robed man with an indifferent expression. Let's go. At the Lingxiao data center, countless divine thoughts intertwined in the void. The trial this time will be presided over by the great judicial deity, with all immortals as witnesses. It will surely be impartial and fair. Old Dean, you can rest assured. What's there to worry about with our little institute? On the contrary, your reincarnation supercomputing platform, with its vast resources, should be under more scrutiny. What kind of talk is that? The ones who suffered the most this time are Doshui Biopharmaceuticals and the Shinong Herbal Base. As for our platform, we're barely worth mentioning. Isn't that right, Li Tianwang? You all carry on with your chatter. Why drag me into this? Is that one from Lingxiao Hall not coming? Something as significant as the Imperial Horse Directorate is just going to be brushed aside. Ahem, watch your words, everyone, they've arrived. As the final divine thought dissipated, a towering platform suddenly rose in front of the Lingxiao data center. Yang Gu, clad in silver armor and draped in a black cloak, sat atop the platform. Beside him stood the solemn and orderly enforcers of the heavens. In the void, indistinct figures turned their attention toward the black-robed man seated below the platform. The man, however, appeared utterly at ease, occasionally exchanging glances with certain figures in the void, causing many of them to retreat into obscurity. Sensing the waves of avoidance surrounding him, the black-robed man let out a cold chuckle and nonchalantly gazed into the distance at the screeching staircase. It was a colossal stairway that stretched skyward, awe-inspiring in its grandeur, with a total of 129,600 steps connecting all 33 heavens. Each step contained ancient laws of power, emanating faint glimmers of light, like the flowing traces of time. The staircase extended endlessly into the heavens, vanishing into the sea of clouds, resembling a massive dragon ascending toward the firmament. At the very end of the staircase lay its ultimate destination, the Lingxiao Hall. Standing atop the high platform, Yang Ji's gaze swept over the crowd below like a sharp blade. His voice rang out powerfully, commanding, "Silence." His piercing eyes locked onto the figure in a black robe beneath the platform. With a heavy tone, he spoke. "Great sage of the demon clan, do you know why you were invited here today?" The emphasis on the word invited was deliberate, drawing a disdainful smirk from the black-robed figure. This three-eyed sage of the demon clan sneered. "Spare me the small talk. I admit it." Countless eyes focused on the scene as Yang Gu continued methodically. "Since you admit it, let's settle this matter thoroughly today." At that moment, an elderly man in white robes ascended the high platform slowly, holding a heavy tome. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the black-robed figure. Clearing his throat, he began, "Ahem, great sage of the demon clan. Was it you who took the 10,000 crates of treasures from the Universal Research Institute?" "Yes." "The 3,600,000 databooks from the reincarnation supercomputer platform, did you tear those apart?" "Yes." "The 16 million celestial horses from the Imperial Horse Bureau, did you set them free?" "Yes." "The 10,000 acres of ripened peaches of immortality and the millennia-long reserves of the peach blossom land, did you eat them all?" "Yes." "And at the peach banquet, the tens of thousands of tons of heavenly nectar, was that all consumed by you?" With each question from the white-robed elder, the gods and immortals present were visibly shaken. Yet every time the black-robed figure responded with a curt yes, a subtle, amused glint seemed to flicker in the void. "Yes, yes, yes," the black-robed figure interrupted impatiently. Old man, can you just get to the point? Stop dragging it out. The elder shook his head and pressed on. From the Doushui Biopharmaceutical Corporation, 1,537,000 bottles of premium-grade elixirs, and 17,960,000,000 crates of lower-grade elixirs. Did you consume all of these? Yes, your great sage grandpa ate them all. Crunchy and delicious. The elder's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction of the Heavenly War Academy before he hastened his speech. From the Southern Heavenly Gate Legion, 1 million Xian new aerospace fighters, 16 million swarm drones, 300,000 stealth reconnaissance planes, and 100,000 Kunlun-class escort ships. Did you single-handedly destroy all of these? Yes, yes, yes. What kind of junk was that? They fell apart like paper. The elder took a deep breath, his face weary. True Lord, that concludes my questioning. Concludes? I don't think so. Yang Gu let out a cold laugh and slammed the gavel onto the platform. His voice thundered. Audacious demon monkey. When our Dujiang garrison went to capture you in the demon clan territory, we suffered 53,942 casualties, lost 37,200 large starships, and countless drones. As Yang Gu finished listing the staggering losses, the entire assembly finally grasped the immense strength of the Dujiang garrison, an army capable of defending all of Blue Star. The black-robed figure, however, remained indifferent, lounging with one leg crossed over the other. I admit it, but as for your losses, you should take that up with the Heavenly Court. I can't afford to compensate for any of it. Not the slightest bit. So, do what you will, kill me, torture me, whatever. Faced with such insolence, Yang Gu seemed unexpectedly pleased. He sat down and declared, since you have confessed, according to the laws of the Heavenly Court, you shall face execution by blade and axe, drowning and burning, 1,000 arrows through the heart, and devastation by wind and thunder. All right, bring it on. Whatever tricks you've got, throw them my way. If I so much as flinch, I wouldn't call myself the great sage. The monkey demon stood tall and proud, his piercing gaze sweeping across the hall. His voice echoed resolutely through the chamber. The gathered immortals and deities reacted with a mix of expressions. Some frowned, others shook their heads, and a few even smirked mockingly in silence. A white-robed elder let out a soft sigh, stepping forward with a flick of his sleeve. True Lord, this monkey demon is no ordinary being. Blessed by heaven's fortune and having consumed countless celestial pills and elixirs, his body has become indestructible, his soul unyielding. The usual punishments won't affect him. He gestured toward the monkey with a nod. For most immortals, a mere slash with a blade or strike with an axe would be enough to kill them many times over. It's not that the blade on the celestial execution platform isn't sharp enough, it's that his head is harder. Standing high above on the platform, Yang Gu remained silent, his expression calm and detached. He lightly stroked his chin, his gaze slowly scanning the assembly of immortals, as if waiting for someone to speak up. The silence stretched on for a long while. Finally, a well-dressed celestial official stepped forward from the crowd. He was the head of the Doushui Pharmaceutical Division. Bowing respectfully, he spoke in a firm tone. True Lord, our Doushui Pharmaceuticals has suffered the greatest loss in this matter. If this fiend isn't executed, it will be impossible to quell the anger in our hearts. A flash of cunning flickered in his eyes as he continued. Coincidentally, not long ago, our division obtained a remarkable formula from the Cultivation civilization. This monkey could serve as an ingredient. We can cast him into the Bagua furnace and refine him into a golden elixir, achieving two goals at once. His words caused an even greater stir among the immortals. Some nodded subtly, while others looked troubled. Yang Gu, however, remained silent, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his seat. Sensing the hesitation in the air, the pharmaceutical official quickly added, rest assured, everyone. After this incident, all of our division's elixirs have been securely sealed. There won't be any more losses. Having lived for thousands of years, he was well aware of the concerns lingering in the minds of the immortals and addressed them directly to ease their doubts. Finally, Yang Gu spoke, his voice calm and steady like still waters. If that's the case, then so be it. Does anyone have any objections? His gaze swept across the room. If anyone disagrees, feel free to speak now. The immortals exchanged glances, but none dared to utter a word. The hall remained silent, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Since there are no objections, I leave this matter to Doushui Pharmaceuticals. With those words, Yang Gu rose abruptly, his figure vanishing in an instant. His departure was so swift that even the gathered deities couldn't trace his movements. That was unbelievably fast, the pharmaceutical official muttered under his breath. He then glanced toward the crowd below, locking eyes with a black-robed figure. A barely perceptible exchange passed between them. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Yang Gu's figure reappeared suddenly. He nodded toward a red-clad youth waiting nearby. Xiaodian and the 6 saints of Meishan had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Yang Gu arrive, they immediately gathered around him. Second brother, how did it go? Xiaodian asked eagerly. All went well. Our losses will be covered by the Heavenly Court's public accounts. Yang Gu replied with a faint smile. At his words, a gleam of excitement lit up the eyes of those around him. That's fantastic. This time, our Dujiang defense forces will surely become even stronger, Xiaotian exclaimed, clenching his fist in triumph. The red-clad youth approached, a faint hint of regret in his voice. Second brother, the Southern Heavenly Gates time-space transport station is fully operational. You can depart at any time. Yang Gu patted the youth on the shoulder and said warmly, there wasn't a chance this time, but next time, we'll have a proper feast together. Turning to Xiaotian and the others, his tone grew resolute. This place is riddled with trouble. We must leave at once back to Dujiang, back home. Home, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with anticipation. This mission had kept them away far longer than any before it was time to return. As the time-space transport station activated, 18 spatial rings emitted a powerful wave of spatial energy. In a flash of light, Yang Gu and his companions vanished without a trace. The red-clad youth gazed toward the direction of the Celestial Palace, a slight smile playing at his lips. Turning to the 4 guards behind him, he said, let's go. This time, the Southern Heavenly Gates forces came out as the real winners. Inside the Bagua furnace, a figure in a black robe slowly revealed a face as exquisite as white jade, radiating a luminous brilliance, dazzling like the stars. The sacred body of heaven, born with unparalleled talent capable of mastering the forces of nature, its reputation was indeed well-deserved. Despite cultivating for only a little over a decade, they had reached such an extraordinary level, leaving all in awe. Outside the furnace, several researchers clad in lab coats stared in shock and confusion. Standing behind them, the head of Doshui Biopharmaceuticals remained expressionless. In a calm, detached tone, they began to speak. Humans are the spirit of all beings, the strongest among all creatures, for their root of intent is the most powerful, enabling them to comprehend the world and achieve unity with nature. Beasts, however, are the essence of all beings, born with innate understanding of the Tao and natural laws. Blessed from birth, their 6 senses are enlightened, and they wield the Tao and its principles with ease, a gift that inspires envy. How could ordinary mortals like us ever compare? As the director's words concluded, the researchers began murmuring among themselves. If they could refine the 6 senses within that being and extract its Tao and natural principles, wouldn't it be possible to achieve innate sanctity as well? Professor G's suggestion seemed highly plausible. This might be a feasible plan. Yet, within the confines of this furnace, it seemed unlikely they could succeed. While they deliberated, someone suddenly noticed something amiss. Turning around, they realized the director, who had been standing behind them, had vanished without a trace. Inside the furnace, an eerie stillness spread, like ink dissolving into clear water, swiftly encompassing the space. The black-robed figure inside let out a cold laugh. You lot think you can refine my 6 senses? What a joke! Before the words had fully escaped, the chains of laws binding them emitted crisp, snapping sounds. One by one, the chains began to break, shattering inch by inch. As the chains of laws disintegrated, an indescribably terrifying energy erupted from the furnace, akin to a slumbering beast suddenly awakening, surging with overwhelming force. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the air as the once impenetrable top of the furnace shattered instantly. Shards flew outward like meteors, scattering in all directions. At the same time, a violent surge of demonic energy shot skyward, engulfing everything as it soared to the heavens. This demonic energy transformed into a massive purple pillar of light, piercing through the sky with such immense power that the surrounding space trembled, clouds shifted, and thunder roared. At the center of the light pillar, the black-robed figure's silhouette began to blur, seemingly consumed by the demonic energy. Yet their laughter echoed from within the pillar, so powerful it seemed to tear the air apart. Despite their advanced cultivation, the researchers were flung like paper in the face of this energy, blood streaming from their orifices before they were instantly killed. Warning! Warning! Demonic presence detected, threat level critical. Warning! Warning! Alarms blared throughout the Doshui biopharmaceutical facility as soldiers clad in armor rapidly surrounded the area. Hundreds of troops swarmed in, but under the crushing pressure of the demonic energy, they were like ants trying to move a mountain, unable to get close. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the purple light pillar. This individual wore a phoenix-feathered purple-gold crown, a golden chainmail armor, and lotus-thread cloud-walking boots. In their hand, they held a shimmering golden staff. With a sweeping glance at the shattered Bagua furnace, a defiant smile played on their lips as they muttered, "Brother Nyo, this great sage never goes back on his word. The flaming mountain paradise I promised you, it's yours." The demonic energy surged even more fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. Alert! Alert! The demon clan is attacking. Danger level high. The alarm echoed from Doshui Biopharmaceuticals, spreading outward until it resonated throughout the entire Celestial Palace. Fire! With the commanding order of the silver-armored Celestial General, a swarm of unmanned drones gathered in the sky. Beams of laser shot down like rain toward the purple pillar of light, breaking through the air with deafening roars. Haha, is this supposed to tickle me? The demon monkey's voice was full of mockery. He chuckled nonchalantly, as if entirely unbothered. Before his words even faded, the lasers that had been striking toward the pillar suddenly rebounded, exploding like fireworks. One by one, the drones plummeted from the sky, engulfed in flames. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. Winds howled, clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Dark clouds blotted out the sky, and torrents of water poured down like cascading curtains. The deities of wind, rain, and thunder appeared swiftly, their divine powers intertwining, ready to face the demon monkey's challenge. If loyalty is to be spoken of, you gods from the investiture of the gods are truly the most reliable, huh? The demon monkey's wild laughter reverberated through the celestial palace, his disdain unmistakable. Yet, his adversary stood firm, unmoved by his taunts. Demon monkey, cease your arrogance. A massive golden tower, radiating light, tore through the sky with immense power. The laws of the universe rippled around its structure, encasing the purple pillar of light in a firm grip. Roar! Tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals swiftly formed a battle formation. A massive silver-white tiger leaped into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of sharpness as it let out a thunderous roar. Following this, two powerful voices of law echoed in unison, causing the purple pillar of light to flicker and dim by 3 shades. Zhenglun, Qinshi, even you two have come to join the fun? The demon monkey's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his tone calm and unhurried. Demon monkey, you have squandered the blessings of the heavens. Today, you shall be utterly destroyed. Oh, the demon monkey chuckled lightly. Now that's something to look forward to. As his words ended, an immense surge of energy suddenly erupted from within the purple pillar, shattering it violently. A colossal column of energy shot straight into the sky, as if piercing through the heavens themselves, radiating an unparalleled force. The golden tower was flung away with great force. In that moment, the expressions of all the celestial deities changed drastically. This power was overwhelming. Charge! Tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals roared in unison. The silver-white tiger roared once more, as the deities combined their powers. Wind, thunder, water, and fire merged into a unified force. Torrential water transformed into a dragon, fierce winds became claws, and thunder turned into scales. In an instant, the roars of the tiger and dragon filled the air as the combined power of the deities surged toward the purple pillar of light. Come on! The demon monkey's voice rang out, laced with cold mockery and provocation. The next second, the massive column of energy descended like a ferocious beast, slamming down with destructive force. The battle reached a fever pitch. Silver-white radiance intertwined with the flickering lightning of a giant dragon in the air, while the demon's energy surged toward the celestial palace like a flood. Explosions echoed relentlessly, and shockwaves spread in every direction. Boom, boom, boom! The battle nearly destroyed every palace in the celestial realm. As the battle concluded, the heavens and earth gradually returned to stillness. The dark clouds dispersed, the thunder subsided, and sunlight broke through the sky, bathing the world in a serene glow like a fresh morning after the rain. The battlefield, however, was left in ruins, with shattered weapons and debris scattered across the ground. You're not much after all. The demon monkey's voice resounded once more, dripping with unfiltered mockery. He stepped leisurely out of the dissipating purple light, effortlessly leaping forward and landing in front of the Lingxiao data center. With a deafening crash, a single swing of his golden staff reduced the high platform to rubble. The demon monkey's gaze swept across the stairway to heaven, in front of the Lingxiao hall. With a defiant grin, he declared, "We were born to be free. Who dares to stand above us?" As his words fell, he ascended the steps one by one, his golden staff swinging boldly. Before the Lingxiao data center, a line of bold words appeared, written with an air of unrestrained confidence. 1,000 years is too long. Seize the day. Old Emperor of Heaven, your great sage has arrived. Your Majesty, the demon monkey has crossed the heavenly stairway and is heading straight for the Lingxiao Palace. He's currently battling on the 22nd heaven, and the 28 constellations have already gone to intercept him. Report. Your Majesty, the 28 constellations have been completely defeated. Their physical forms destroyed, their true spirits have returned to the investiture of the gods, and are now being reincarnated in the infinite merit pool. The demon monkey has broken through to the 23rd heaven. Report. Your Majesty, Crown Prince Li has been defeated. The demon monkey has reached the 26th heaven. Report. Your Majesty, the celestial warriors from Blue Star War Academy have been defeated. The demon monkey has ascended to the 28th heaven. Report. Your Majesty, the celestial warriors from Magic City War Academy have been defeated. The demon monkey has reached the 29th heaven. Report. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Court War Academy remains silent. The demon monkey is now heading straight for the 30th heaven. Report. Your Majesty, the 4 Heavenly Gates army has set out to protect the palace, but the demon monkey has already broken through to the 31st heaven and is now approaching the Lingxiao Palace. We have no choice but to fight to the death. Below the palace, heavenly generals stepped forward one by one to deliver their reports, each voice filled with urgency and anxiety. At the top of the grand hall, a shadowy figure chuckled softly. To think that this heavenly court, with its countless immortals and gods of immense power, could be pushed back step by this demon monkey, allowing him to reach the very gates of the palace with such ease. It seemed the gods themselves had been waiting for this moment. Your Majesty, should we move to the jade pool? Asked an elderly man in white robes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His voice trembled with concern, clearly assuming that the Heavenly Court War Academy would soon act to capture the demon monkey. No need, the shadowy figure replied, shaking their head. A profound light flashed in their eyes. What is meant to come has already arrived. There's no need to wait any longer. Hearing this, the white-robed elder abruptly looked up, his expression full of shock. Your Majesty, you mean? If everyone wants to test my current strength, then let them see it clearly, the figure said, their tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The white-robed elder's eyes widened in alarm, his heart gripped by dread. He hurriedly spoke. Your Majesty, there's no need for this. Allow me to. You cannot. The voice interrupted coldly, cutting off the elder's words with a tone that brooked no argument. The heavenly court and the sacred hall are already at war, surrounded by enemies on all sides. My core forces have long been dispatched to the outer battlefields. Those people have calculated everything, and the weapon they've chosen is both swift and ruthless. The elder's expression grew increasingly complex. He fell silent, his thoughts swirling in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the Heavenly Court War Academy, an elderly man with a stern face, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, calmly poured tea for the 2 guests seated before him. Junior brothers, what brings you here today with such leisure to enjoy tea and a game of chess with me? He asked, his tone calm, yet carrying a subtle sense of detachment. Across from him sat a middle-aged man with a commanding presence and a handsome young man in a green robe. The tea in their cups had already overflowed, yet neither seemed to notice. An overflowing cup is a sign to send guests away. Does this mean senior brother does not welcome us? The middle-aged man asked, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. With a wave of his hand, the spilled tea vanished without a trace. If you know that, then why haven't you left? The elder replied coldly, his words as biting as a winter wind, instantly freezing the atmosphere. The young man in the green robe chuckled lightly and spoke in a warm tone. Senior brother, it's rare for us to gather like this. Let's not be so tense. Then I must first ask the 2 of you to lift the spatial isolation placed on the Heavenly Court War Academy. The elder said steadily, his words carrying an invisible weight of authority. It's been centuries since we, as fellow disciples, last met. Sharing tea and playing chess naturally calls for a quiet setting. The middle-aged man said in an even tone, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he fixed his eyes on the elderly man across from him. Indeed, senior brother, it is a rare meeting, the elder replied, his face stern and his gaze as cold as eternal ice. He swept his eyes over the middle-aged man and the young man in the green robe beside him, his voice deep and resonant. Are you 2 truly set on this path? After millennia of cultivation, have you still not grasped the essence of going with the flow? Fate cannot be defied, and the grand order cannot be reversed. This is the way of heaven. The young man in the green robe curved his lips into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with wisdom. Fate cannot be defied, but that doesn't mean it can't be contested. Ultimately, where fate lands, who can truly say? That Jiwu Wang, after all, does not represent destiny itself. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room abruptly grew tense. The air seemed to ripple and distort like water, bending the space around them. Senior brother, the Heavenly Council beyond the 33 heavens has remained unopened for thousands of years, the middle-aged man stated calmly, his tone imbued with profound meaning. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well. Tell me, is this heavenly court the heavenly court of the Blue Star civilization, or merely the Ji family's heavenly court? His words sliced through time like a sharp blade. In an instant, all color drained from the surroundings, leaving only the stark contrast of black and white, resembling an ancient Taiji diagram. Sigh. The young man exhaled softly, breaking the frozen silence. In a flash, 4 ominous swords radiating an overwhelming aura of malice appeared out of thin air. Their blades were wreathed in swirling black smoke and blinding blood-red light, as though they had been drawn directly from the depths of the underworld. As the swords emerged, a massive formation diagram unfurled, covering the entire black and white space. The runes on the diagram flickered with an eerie glow, resonating with the 4 swords and emanating a terrifying pressure that seemed to subdue all laws. Suddenly, an ancient, unadorned tower materialized in the void. From within, a profound yellow light poured out, forming a protective barrier around the elder. The Ji family's destiny still stands. You dare to provoke slaughter, but in the end, it will be nothing more than an illusion, flowers in a mirror, the moon reflected in water. It will all be in vain, the elder said coldly, his voice resolute. The middle-aged man, his expression steadfast, held a jade rui in his left hand and an ancient banner in his right. Rest assured, senior brother, unless absolutely necessary, we will not resort to such measures. Before the 32nd heaven, tens of thousands of armored warriors stood in formation, prepared for battle. A massive crimson-feathered firebird circled above the battlefield, its burning plumage staining the sky a bloody red as it let out piercing, resounding cries that shook the heavens. Old Heavenly Emperor, your hospitality here in the Heavenly Court is no match for the welcome I had back at Flower Fruit Mountain, the demon sage remarked as he ascended the heavenly stairs at a leisurely pace, the distant Lingxiao Palace atop the clouds coming into view. At the forefront of the battle formation, a commanding figure in silver armor stepped forward, radiating celestial light. It was clear he was a true immortal who had achieved enlightenment. Demon sage of the Yao clan, there's still time to turn back, he declared, his voice thunderous and imposing. Oh, and who might you be, little immortal? The demon sage raised an eyebrow in mock curiosity. I am the curtain-lifting general, close aide to his majesty, the silver-armored warrior replied, standing tall and proud. Oh, I was wondering who you were. Turns out you're just the head of security, the demon sage sneered, his tone dripping with ridicule, causing the silver-armored general's expression to darken. Monkey demon, you're courting death. In the next instant, dazzling celestial light erupted as the silver-armored general swung his arm with immense force. The demon-subduing staff in his hand descended like a mountain crushing down toward the demon sage. The demon sage remained unperturbed, a derisive smile playing on his lips. How much does that old heavenly emperor pay you each month? Why risk your life for it? With that, the demon sage swung the golden staff in his hand with a sudden force. A dazzling golden light shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. In midair, the light transformed into a roaring golden dragon, charging directly towards the descending exorcism staff. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the heavens, shaking the surroundings. At the point of collision between the two divine weapons, the space rippled violently like the surface of water, and a shockwave of energy spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, stirring up fierce winds. The silver-armored commander stood firm, his expression as hard as iron, unmoved. Amid the tempest, he swiftly raised his left hand, his slender fingers pointing lightly at the demon sage before him. From his fingertip burst a formidable force of divine law, an invisible net of heaven and earth that instantly enveloped his opponent. Immortal art, touch of gold. The demon sage's movements abruptly froze. Under the influence of this mysterious power of law, his body began to stiffen from the feet upwards. Muscles, bones, and blood rapidly transformed until he was entirely turned into a cold, lifeless golden statue, standing motionless with even the light in his eyes frozen. Seeing the commander achieve victory, tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals behind him let out a thunderous cheer that shook the clouds. Seizing the rare opportunity, they quickly adjusted their formation. The Scarlet Feather Firebird battle array emitted a clear cry, diving toward the golden statue of the demon sage. Scarlet divine flames surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly burning the golden man. Under the intense heat, the hardened golden stone began to soften, its surface melting as golden liquid slowly flowed down. A glimmer of joy flashed in the silver-armored commander's eyes. Just as he was about to reach out and collect the golden liquid, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from within it. Not bad, what an interesting sensation. The golden liquid began to flow on its own, moving as if it were alive, and reformed into a solid shape. The demon sage's figure reappeared, though his once jade-like smooth face retained the golden stone texture, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. This law of yours is quite tenacious, like a parasite that refuses to let go, the demon sage remarked as he stretched his limbs, producing the sound of metal grinding against metal. Not bad, Captain of the Guard, you even know the immortal art. Realizing even divine laws and immortal arts couldn't subdue the opponent, the silver-armored commander's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he said, Demon Monkey, you've already achieved the golden body of immortality. To reach the seventh realm of immortality meant an indestructible body and an eternal soul. At such a level, only the most powerful beings could hope to subdue him. The silver-armored commander felt a surge of frustration in his heart. If only the immortals from Blue Star War Academy and Magic City War Academy weren't so unreliable and unwilling to give their full effort, things wouldn't have come to this. Damn it, what is the Heavenly Court War Academy doing? He muttered under his breath, cursing. Well, it would be rude not to return the favor, Captain of the Guard. the demon sage said with a grin, revealing a set of gleaming golden teeth. Now let me show you a real divine power. Watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing wave of power erupted from within the demon sage, like a dormant volcano that had suddenly awakened, threatening to tear the heavens and earth apart. His previously modest stature of barely over a meter began to grow at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he had become a colossal figure, towering like a mountain that pierced the clouds. The golden stone texture on the demon sage's face gradually faded, replaced by an aura of supreme majesty and dominance. His gaze seemed to penetrate the 33 heavens, locking directly onto the Lingxiao Palace. The shadow cast by his immense form spread like a dark cloud, enveloping the tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals before him. The silver-armored commander was filled with shock and instinctively took a few steps back, his throat dry as he forced out the words, Fa, Tian Di. In the next moment, the demon sage's enormous right foot stomped down onto the ground. With an earth-shattering boom, an endless wave of energy surged outward like a raging tsunami, obliterating everything in its path and reducing it all to dust. Then, a voice as loud as a thunderclap and as resonant as a great bell erupted across the entirety of the heavenly palace. Old Emperor of Heaven, get out here now. Great sage of the demon clan, what brings you here? The voice, light as a breeze, echoed through the vast hall. On the high throne, a shadowy figure loomed, barely discernible, with eyes like thunder locked onto the colossal demon before them, towering like a mountain. Ha! Suddenly, laughter erupted like a thunderclap from the heavens, shaking the hall to its core. The gods within turned pale, hastily activating their divine auras for protection. The entire palace trembled violently, as if it were a lone boat adrift in a raging storm, on the verge of capsizing. And why else? The demon sage's voice boomed like a great bell, resonant and commanding. Naturally, I've come to witness the majesty of the ruler of the celestial court. His tone was steady but carried a hint of provocation. Then, with a sudden shift, he continued, but tell Miss Hold I address you as the celestial emperor, or Chairman G? The moment his words fell, the expressions of the gods in the hall changed dramatically. Many stared in shock, and some even fainted from the sheer weight of the revelation. The shadowy figure on the throne remained unperturbed, their tone detached, as if unaffected by the veiled insult. The celestial emperor is I. The chairman is also I. Call me as you wish, it makes no difference. The demon sage let out a cold laugh before speaking again. Very well. I have long heard that the civilization of Blue Star prides itself on its democracy, with the Celestial Council as its highest governing body. So tell me, Chairman G, is this true? At these words, the shadowy figure fell silent for a long time, their calm gaze piercing through the demon sage and landing on the indistinct figures standing behind him. And if it is? And if it isn't? The figure finally spoke, their tone still placid. The Celestial Council was originally Blue Star's highest decision-making institution, upholding the principles of following the will of the people and aligning with public opinion. It was led by the chairman and welcomed diverse perspectives, with all major decisions subject to a voting process. Yet now, it has become nothing more than a tool for the Ji family to wield as they please. You, Ji Wuwang, even went so far as to create the title of Celestial Emperor for yourself while holding the position of chairman. The figure paused, their tone growing heavier. Before Blue Star entered the era of technology, it had already abolished imperial rule. For you to arrogantly claim such a title, is this not a regression of civilization? Are you not undoing the hard-won progress of Blue Star's ancestors? The demon sage's words reverberated like a thunderstorm, pushing the tension in the hall to its peak. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed on the shadowy figure. Ji Wuwang, do you acknowledge your crimes? Ji Wuwang, do you acknowledge your crimes? Ji Wuwang, do you acknowledge your crimes? The three deafening shouts echoed across the 33 heavens, their power unparalleled. The demon sage's voice was like a resounding bell, leaving the heavenly palace in utter silence as the gods dared not utter a sound. The shadowy figure remained composed, shaking their head lightly. Yet there was a trace of melancholy in their eyes. It has been tens of thousands of years. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten the name Ji Wuwang myself. Unhurriedly, they rose from the throne, their form dissipating like mist, the surrounding laws retracting. In their place stood an ordinary-looking young man, so plain that he could have been mistaken for any mortal. Yet in the instant his true form was revealed, the demon sage's mighty, blood-moon-like eyes welled with tears of blood. The tears flowed like a breached dam, cascading endlessly. The blood tears fell, piercing through the heavens, and in an instant, they transformed into a torrential river of blood. The river surged down from the vast, boundless sky, forming an enormous blood-red lake below, so vast it seemed to swallow the entire world. At that moment, the demon sage's powerful voice resounded once more. In the era of agriculture, overthrowing emperors and landlords was merely to fill empty stomachs. But in the era of technology, Capital is ravenous, erecting hierarchies and draining the lifeblood of the lower classes. The billions of people on Blue Star are reduced to blood slaves or beasts of burden. The masses, living like walking corpses day after day, numb and indifferent. It was the G family that rose up, tore down capital, severed the head of the vampire, and let out the first roar of defiance that awakened the people. Together, they overthrew the night capital and rebuilt order. A young man stood high above, gazing down at the masses, an undeniable authority gleaming in his eyes. His voice was calm, yet thunderous, resonating with power. In the era of spiritual revival, when the forbidden zones awakened, order crumbled, foreign races invaded, and the flame of civilization flickered on the verge of extinction, it was the G family. It was I who stood up. I united the beings of Blue Star, suppressed the forbidden zones, and resisted the foreign invaders. His finger traced lightly through the air, as if sketching a grand and tumultuous history. I forged the function list, anointed the gods, conquered Blue Star, subdued the galaxy, expanded our territories, and carved out an entire Azure Star domain. I led civilization into the age of the stars, making it the ruler of the cosmos. The young man's gaze grew sharper, his voice carrying an irrefutable weight. I gave the people food. I provided them with laws for protection. I gave them hope, and I gave them a future. And now, you dare to rebel against me? On what grounds? Each of his words landed like a hammer on the hearts of everyone present. The masses are selfish, and this so-called Heavenly Court Council only hinders the progress of civilization. The people come after. I will lead, I will decide, and I will bear the burden of this entire civilization. I alone am enough. Though his tone was calm, his words seemed to carry an inherent rule, compelling all who heard them to believe, this is how it should be, this is right, this is inevitable. Ji Wuwang, you truly are obstinate and self-centered. What right do you have to decide the fate of all beings? A hoarse voice broke the silence. It was the Yao Saint, speaking with great difficulty. The young man's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. What right? My decisions are what's best for the beings of Blue Star. Ridiculous. The Yao Saint forced himself to retort, his voice trembling. Imposing your will on an entire civilization, this is a disaster, a man-made calamity. Before he could finish, the Yao Saint's throat suddenly ruptured, and blood gushed forth like a waterfall. But soon, certain rules began to coalesce, and the Yao Saint's grievously injured eyes and throat were instantly restored to their original state. The young man observed this with an indifferent expression, shaking his head lightly. Since the day the Heavenly Court was established, I haven't lifted a finger. 1,000 years have passed, and now all of you can no longer sit still, can you? Still exuding an air of calm detachment, the young man let out a soft laugh, shrugging helplessly. Since you all wish to see, then I shall show you. I will let the myriad races of the universe, the celestial saints of Blue Star civilization, and the gods on the list witness this moment. The Yao Saint found himself completely immobilized, as if the very fabric of this world forbade his movement. The young man slowly raised his right hand, extending a slender, jade-like index finger, and gently pointed forward. In an instant, the laws trembled, and the heavens and earth quaked. That single gesture carried the will of countless beings of Blue Star civilization, the dominion of 9.6 trillion light-years of territory, and the immeasurable fortune accumulated over 12.96 million eras. Who could possibly stand against it? At that moment, all eyes in the universe turned toward him. In the divine kingdom, the magic tower, the azure heavens, the holy temple, the sect of true self, the leaders of countless civilizations across the cosmos lifted their heads in unison. Every Blue Star cultivator who had reached the celestial realm felt a stirring in their hearts, raising their heads to the sky with expressions of shock. The function list trembled violently, and the gods inscribed upon it felt their divine power surge. Waves of turbulence swept across the boundless sea of merit. All forbidden zones fell silent, trembling in fear. At the headquarters of the Destiny sect, a white-bearded elder opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. At the Heavenly Court's War Academy, a cold and aloof elder looked at the two figures before him with a complex expression. Destiny still persists. Your efforts are doomed to fail. Damn it! Damn it! Sun Qitian trembled violently, cold sweat soaking through his clothes in an instant. Is the Heavenly Emperor trying to kill me to silence me? He watched helplessly as all 1.6 billion celestial horses fell into the hands of the Heavenly Emperor's expeditionary army, his heart pounding like a war drum. This was the first time he had faced the threat of death since attaining enlightenment. The feeling brought him back to the past, to the time when he risked his life 9 times over to reach the Tao, while seeking apprenticeship at the slanted moon 3 stars. Regardless of whether he had attained enlightenment, the reverence he felt when facing his master was unchanged. The Heavenly Emperor's presence seemed to embody the great Tao itself. Every move he made reflected the rules of the Tao. If the Tao decrees your death, how could you escape it? Master, save me. Sun Qian cried out desperately in his heart. The Heavenly Emperor's index finger loomed larger before his eyes, the essence of the Tao emanating all around. If that fingertip touched the center of his brow, Sun Qian would cease to exist in this world. Hold your hand, my lord. A voice as melodious as the heavens suddenly rang in Sun Qian's ears, immediately calming him. A soft, milky white glow appeared between the Heavenly Emperor's finger and Sun Qian, forming a barrier. Behind Sun Qian, a towering figure in a white robe slowly emerged, a Taoist with a flowing white beard. My disciple is in trouble. As his master, how could I stand by and do nothing? Wukong, I am here to help you. The white-beard Taoist said, his voice gentle yet firm. Master, you've come. Sun Qian was overcome with emotion, tears welling up as his voice choked. The white-beard Taoist spoke softly. It is fate, this calamity cannot be avoided. But fear not, I have my plans. His words gradually steadied Sun Qian's trembling heart. Oh, and who might this be? So, it's you, Representative Su. Ji Wuwang said with a calm expression, his eyes betraying no emotion. This demon monkey has committed heinous crimes. You cannot take him away. As he finished speaking, the milky white glow dimmed slightly, clearly faltering under the Heavenly Emperor's overwhelming pressure. I, Su Bodhi, am no longer a representative, the white-beard Taoist said, shaking his head lightly. His tone was respectful, yet unwavering. I humbly ask the Lord to spare my disciple's life. I will take him back and discipline him strictly. Ji Wuwang's expression remained unchanged, his voice devoid of emotion. No. My Heaven's Mandate faction is willing to donate all the funds for this expeditionary army to the Heavenly Court. I implore the Lord to show leniency. Su Bodhi continued to negotiate. Ji Wuwang fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly weighing his options. And we will also compensate for all the losses suffered by the Royal Horse Bureau, Su Bodhi added. Celestial horses were a rare and highly valuable resource among all races in the universe. The 1.6 billion celestial horses were an astronomical loss that Heaven's Mandate could never afford to pay. By mentioning this, Su Bodhi was clearly pointing out the Heavenly Emperor's true intentions. The principals of the Blue Star Military Academy and the Magic City Military Academy have already arrived at the Heavenly Court to offer their assistance, Su Bodhi continued. At this moment, they are enjoying tea and playing chess with Principal Li at the Heavenly Court Military Academy. Regarding this misunderstanding, both academies will ensure their students are thoroughly trained to prevent similar incidents in the future. Just then, a white-robed Taoist hurried into the hall, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, the sacred jade pool has found 10,000 crates of peaches of immortality that the demon monkey had hidden. They are willing to contribute them as rewards for the Heavenly Court's expeditionary army. Your Majesty, the Universal Research Institute has also located 5,000 crates of treasures hidden by the demon monkey and is willing to donate them. Your Majesty, the Divine Farmer's Herb Base. Your Majesty, the Reincarnation Supercomputing Platform. As the white-robed Taoist's continuous reports echoed through the hall, Ji Wuwang finally withdrew the finger hovering above Sun Qian's head. Under the laws of the Tao, the Heavenly Emperor's figure grew indistinct once more as he slowly returned to his throne. If this was all a misunderstanding, then take him back and discipline him properly. The Heavenly Emperor's voice resounded from the throne. Thank you, my lord. Su Bodhi smiled faintly, gently flicking his horsetail whisk. The grand formation dissolved, and in an instant, both he and Sun Qian vanished from the scene. After the others had left, the old man in the white robe lifted his gaze toward the celestial throne. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. Your Majesty, is this matter to be settled just like this? Shouldn't we still? No need, came the calm voice from the throne. Ji Wuwang sat firmly upon it, his gaze deep and inscrutable. As long as I hold the function list and occupy the 99 human sovereign position, no one within the Blue Star civilization can stir up any real trouble. For now, there are more pressing matters at hand. Internal strife must not deplete our civilization excessively. Your Majesty is merciful, the white-robed old man responded respectfully. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the elemental civilization's holy temple, billions of light years away. Sister, this Blue Star civilization is so boring. I thought there was going to be a fight. A young elf girl in a black crystalline dress pouted as she complained, staring at the reflection in the water pool before her. From the misty depths of the pool, a golden-haired elven girl slowly rose. Water droplets glided down her flawless figure as she swiftly donned a golden crystalline dress. Her gaze remained calm as she looked out of the temple. On the vast plains beneath the sacred mountain, countless members of the elemental races were gathered in worship. The enemy is besieged on all sides, and with the expeditionary forces about to clash with our temple, they naturally won't waste resources on internal disputes, the golden-haired girl explained. The girl in the black dress blinked. The Fire Spirit clan has been acting rather defiant lately. They only sent a few insignificant representatives for the pilgrimage. Should I order the temple's enforcers to execute their entire leadership? Her smile was innocent, but her words were chilling. The great battle is approaching. We must not act recklessly. The golden-haired girl rejected the suggestion. Let them serve as the vanguard. It will be a good opportunity to test the strength of the Heavenly Court's expeditionary forces. All right, the black-dressed girl agreed readily, but then her tone shifted. Oh, by the way, sister, the white priest on the 7th floor discovered an interesting young man from Blue Star. Hmm. The girl in black waved her jade-like hand, and the pool's surface revealed a scene of Yang Chun piercing through the priestess and ascending the immortal platform. The golden-haired girl's expression remained unchanged. Just an arrogant young man unaware of his limits. Every year, Blue Star Civilization produces a few so-called peerless prodigies like this. The interesting part is, the black-dressed girl continued, the white priest tried to divine his fate, but ended up bleeding from all 7 orifices, with her soul severely injured. She's still recovering in the infirmary. Hearing this, the golden-haired girl frowned. For the white priest, who was at the threshold of the 7th celestial step and highly skilled in divination, to suffer such a backlash from a mere 3rd-step cultivator was extraordinary. Her gaze instinctively focused on Yang Chen's figure within the water pool. In the dormitory of the BO campus, Yang Chen was intently focused on his computer screen, browsing through the extensive list of courses on the campus website. As a student at the Blue Star War Academy, in addition to the mandatory war-related courses, he was required to select 6 elective courses. The assessment methods for these courses were unique. Final grades were determined entirely by performance during the term, and there was significant flexibility. Attendance was optional, only results mattered. He quickly skimmed through the course selection rules. Among the 7 courses, each elective allowed for 1 retake. However, failing the retake or the war course would result in being demoted to another campus. The requirements at the other campuses were more lenient, requiring only 3 elective courses. While contemplating his choices, Yang Chun opened the Student Council communication platform. His first pick was the weapon crafting course. After all, he had personally crafted his soul weapon, and he indeed had a knack for this area. Next was the foreign languages course, as he had always been enthusiastic about learning various languages, believing it fostered communication between civilizations. After careful consideration, he finalized his 6 elective courses: weapon crafting, alchemy, foreign languages, formation arts, law principles, and the notoriously challenging command course, often referred to as a trap by others. Just as he was about to close the platform, the student council's group chat suddenly became lively. Meihua Shirlu was the first to share a regional planning map, announcing that her father had given her 50 million cosmic coins, which she intended to use to personally purchase celestial materials. The group immediately erupted in excitement. Lu Shu eagerly suggested building a 3D arcade. Wang Ding lamented not choosing to share a dorm with them, and Fang Outyan dropped a bombshell plan to ask his father for 500 million cosmic coins to buy all the land from his current area to Yang Chen's, intending to use celestial materials to construct a headquarters for the student council. Han Bing and others chimed in with mixed reactions, some questioning, others joking. Eventually, Fang Outyan and Meihua Shirlu reached an agreement. If Fang Outyan could truly secure 500 million cosmic coins, Meihua Shirlu would purchase a celestial beast to serve as a guard for the headquarters. Watching the lively discussion in the group chat, Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head. With such capable subordinates, there were indeed many things he didn't need to personally handle. This scene was perfectly reflected in a nearby pond, where, in the distance, a blonde-haired girl was intently observing Yang Chen's every move. She nodded slightly, seemingly intrigued by the educational system of Blue Star Civilization. Hee, sister, aren't we being a bit inappropriate, spying on that, what's his name again? The girl in the black dress tapped her head lightly, her brows furrowed in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Oh right, I remember now. It's that pure, innocent young man. Isn't this a little too much? The blonde girl waved her delicate hand, and the scene over the water pool vanished instantly. The surface returned to its calm, mirror-like state. I think you're just worried about your karma. But come on, watching someone this interesting all the way from BO Island, it's like stacking buffs to the max. The girl in the black dress pouted her pink lips in dissatisfaction, but then a glimmer of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Tilting her head toward the blonde girl, she asked, should we kill him? Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed the blonde girl's eyes. After a moment, she slowly shook her head. He resides on the ancestral star of the Blue Star Civilization, and he's on BO Island. On top of that, he's shrouded in the power of virtue and merit. I can't see through him clearly. If you want to kill him, you'd have to descend in your true form. The girl in the black dress stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Given her status, descending upon the Blue Star in her true form would undoubtedly invite other civilizations to take advantage of the situation. As for the blonde girl, stepping beyond the bounds of the elemental civilization in her true form would instantly draw the attention of every other civilization. Still, I'd really like to meet him in person. The blonde girl's voice rang out again. tinged with a hint of longing. Upon hearing this, the black-dressed girl scrunched up her face. Sister, it's already so hard to deal with the dead, and you want to deal with the living? Let it be, the blonde girl said lightly. When she had observed Chen earlier, she had felt an impulse to summon him to her directly. But just then, the heavenly Dao of the spiritual realm had appeared, issuing her a warning. Shaking her head slightly, she dismissed the thought. With a great war on the horizon and her unique position tied to the fate of her civilization, she couldn't afford any missteps. Far away, across billions of light years, Chen suddenly felt a chill run through him. Cold sweat drenched his body, as if some terrifying presence had locked its gaze on him from the void. In his sea of consciousness, a faintly glowing green lotus lamp trembled slightly. Encountered scrutiny from a Destiny Path expert. Consumed 10,000 merit points for protection. The sudden notification startled Chen. Destiny Path expert? How could someone of that level possibly take notice of him? At the same time, a young man in a green robe, who had just returned to Bio Island, froze. His expression darkened as he looked up at the sky, sensing something. With a cold snort, he drew a long sword emanating a green glow and sent it flying into the depths of Bio Palace. The sword merged with the protective array enveloping the island, instantly radiating a soft, clear light. These outsiders are truly insufferable. Today's already bad enough, the young man muttered, growing more annoyed. With a wave of his hand, a black banner flew out from the palace. The banner was eerie, covered with countless shifting silhouettes, and its 6 blood-red tails swayed gently in the air. The young man took a brush and wrote on the banner, "The one who spied on this place just now." In a flash, the young man appeared in front of Bio Palace and tossed the banner to a student. Shake it hard. Don't stop for a whole day." The student, dressed in a school uniform with a badge pinned to his chest and long ears atop his head clearly, an alien didn't dare hesitate. He immediately began shaking the banner with all his might. The scene quickly drew the attention of nearby students, who stopped to watch. It didn't take long for the long-eared student's face to turn pale. Each shake of the banner seemed to bring the sound of 1,000 wailing ghosts to his ears, draining his energy and spirit. After just 3 shakes, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the ground. The scene drew mixed reactions from the onlookers, but none stepped forward to help. The young man in the green robe let out a cold sneer, swiftly stowing away his banner before heading directly toward Bio Palace. His gaze was icy, and his mind filled with biting sarcasm. These foreign exchange students are truly restless, wandering around here all day. Do they think I'm blind? Today, they'll teach them a lesson, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As the young man stepped into Bio Palace, the atmosphere shifted. An invisible formation map silently descended from the sky. For sharp, menacing swords lay hidden at the cardinal points, quietly gathering power, as if awaiting a single signal to strike. At the top of the sacred temple, a once crystal-clear pool of water suddenly churned with an ominous black glow, as though tainted by a mysterious force. In an instant, the water turned pitch black. The inky darkness spread like spilled ink, devouring the pool's clarity. Soon after, a nauseating stench filled the air, spreading like a plague, unbearable and suffocating. Damn it! The girl in the black dress frowned, her expression darkening as she sensed the change. Just as she was about to act, the blonde girl beside her stopped her with a gentle motion. With a casual wave of her hand, the black glow in the pool dissipated, and the water returned to its original clarity. The blonde girl spoke calmly, "Enough. He's merely setting a trap. The one controlling the magic is just a puppet. There's no need to bother." The blonde girl turned her gaze to the other side, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Over there, members of the Longier tribe had already collapsed unconscious, and the tension in the air grew increasingly heavy. Meanwhile, on the Demon Star, 3 months had passed since Sun Qitian had been summoned by the Celestial Court. With the return of the Great Sage, the war between immortals and demons had come to an end. However, the situation was no longer the same. Beside the blessed land of Mount Huagua, a towering 5 elements mountain had suddenly appeared, standing tens of thousands of feet tall, like 5 massive fingers piercing the sky. The mountain exuded an extraordinary spiritual energy, rivaling that of Mount Huagua. Together, the 2 sites radiated such immense power that a trace of immortal aura had emerged at their peak, spreading a sacred atmosphere far and wide. The Demon Star was abuzz with activity as demons from all corners flocked to pay homage to the Demon Great Sage, freshly returned from the Celestial Court. Marshal Ma, Marshal Lu, General Bong, and General Ba stood in neat formation before Mount Huagua. 10,000 demons lined up in 2 rows, and each time a demon leader arrived, their tribute was loudly announced, the sound echoing with resounding force. Great Sage who pacifies heaven, Bold Demon King, presents a chest of banana leaves and 100 billion cosmic coins. Great Sage who subdues the seas, Jiao Demon King, presents 100 bottles of deep-sea elixirs and 10 chests of rare treasures. Great Sage who shakes the heavens, Peng Demon King, presents a pair of wind and thunder wings and 10 divine clouds of destiny. Great Sage who moves mountains, Lion Camel King, presents a sacred magnetic mountain. Great Sage who commands the winds, Monkey King, presents the immortal art, triple divine wind. Great Sage who drives away spirits, Yuan Demon King, presents a pair of mystic spirit bottles and a soul-binding banner. The 72 demon kings affiliated with Mount Huagua collectively offer 72 billion cosmic coins. Within Mount Huagua, the atmosphere was lively and festive. The demon army had gathered in full force, and inside the water curtain cave, the 7 great sages sat in a row. Before each of them were lavish offerings of immortal elixirs, divine peaches and nectar, mystic fruits and rare pills, and various exquisite delicacies. Countless demons bustled about, their songs and dances creating a jubilant scene filled with dazzling sights. Brother, you've really done me a great favor. A burly man with horns on his head laughed heartily, slapping Sun Qitian on the shoulder with a broad grin. His voice was deep, resonant, and full of warmth. This flaming mountain sanctuary has helped your nephew master the true Samadhi fire, which finally puts my old ox's mind at ease. Sitting at the banquet table, the bold demon king downed the celestial wine in one bold gulp, his hearty laughter filling the air. His face flushed with a rosy glow, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Even my wife, for once, actually let me into the house, he said, slapping the table with a loud thud. But honestly, it's all thanks to our 7th brother, who brought back so many treasures from the heavenly court. I say, 7th brother, why not rally the troops and establish our own demon court? The bold demon king's suggestion was met with cheers of agreement from the crowd. Sun Qitian smiled faintly, waving his hand modestly. It's nothing much, really. I just happen to have a few more friends than usual, and they've been kind enough to show their support. It's not worth mentioning. Oh, listen to that, the dragon demon king teased, raising his cup. Our 7th brothers even learned how to talk like an official now. The rock demon king chimed in, his voice full of enthusiasm. The world of heroes isn't just about fighting and bloodshed, it's about connections and strategy. 7th brother is truly a demon who knows how to achieve great things. This is exactly how the demon race should rise again. He then went on to proudly recount how he had used one of 7th brother's clever provocation strategies to discreetly deal with rivals within his faction. Watch your words, the bold demon king quickly cautioned. Relax, Sun Qitian said with a casual air. I've already set up 18 layers of barriers around us. No one outside can hear a thing. The monkey king quipped with a grin. Look at our bull brother here, cozying up to some rich lady from the 10,000 years group. And suddenly he's all cautious. His remark sent the whole room into laughter. Ah, get out of here. The bold demon king's face turned red as he hurried to change the subject. 7th brother, I heard you took over 1 billion celestial horses from the heavenly court. Where are they? Haven't seen a single one. Sun Qitian gestured mysteriously toward the sky, hinting that it was best not to speak further on the matter. The group caught on quickly and then asked him about the repercussions of his recent uproar in the heavenly court. Well, isn't this the punishment? Sun Qitian pointed to the 5 elements mountain sanctuary outside. 500 days of reflection. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 500 years? 1 orbit of the mortal stars is worth 10 of our demon stars. Do the math, and it's just 500 days. His explanation had everyone laughing uproariously. The brothers all took turns reminding him to be cautious of potential retaliation from the heavenly court. But Sun Qitian, brimming with confidence, raised his cup and left them in suspense. When they see me, oh, they'll definitely punish me harshly. But you know, it's just 3 cups of wine as punishment. The hall erupted in thunderous laughter. Dujian City, Hall of Justice. At this moment, Yang Gu and several others had been back in Dujian for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, the entire city had been in an uproar. Citizens flooded to Plum Blossom Manor in droves, eagerly participating in the grand banquet hosted by Mei Yi. The 3-day feast had essentially turned into a citywide carnival. Mei Yi's lavish hospitality dazzled everyone, and the lively banquet seemed like an endless celebration. The streets echoed with laughter and joy, and almost everyone gathered at the manor to experience this unprecedented festivity. It had been a long time since Dujian had witnessed such a spectacle. Under the deepening night, atop Forget Worry's peak in the manor, Yang Gu and the others sat in the moonlit pavilion, gazing into the distance. Before them lay the city of Dujian, still bustling with activity at 3 in the morning. The city lights sparkled brilliantly, each one seemingly narrating the prosperity of this vibrant city. Yet, behind this prosperity, there were those silently bearing heavy burdens. Yang Gu took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to Xiao and the 6 saints of Meishan beside him, his expression grave. He raised his cup solemnly and said, I, Yang Gu, toast to you all on behalf of the 6.8 million citizens of Dujian. Mei Yi and the others lifted their cups in response, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in their eyes, as though they were transported back to the day they had sworn their bond of brotherhood here. Xiao said little. He simply raised his cup and drained it in one go. Second brother, I'm drinking this dry. His voice was low and firm, as if paying tribute to the years gone by. Good. Cheers. Yang and the others followed suit, raising their cups high. The atmosphere grew even more spirited. As they exchanged drinks, they cast aside their worldly worries, reliving a moment when they could freely enjoy life. None of them used their celestial powers to dissolve the effects of the alcohol. After a few cups of the heavenly brew, a drunken haze began to cloud Xiaoyan's eyes. He gazed thoughtfully at the sea of city lights before him and murmured, "The ancestral star, known as the star that never sleeps, has the demon vanquishers, the heavens chosen, and us." But across the vast celestial blue starfield, with its countless life-bearing planets and billions of souls, who will protect them? His voice was tinged with inescapable sorrow. The air froze instantly, and the cups seemed suspended midair. Mei Yi's expression shifted slightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, but he ultimately remained silent. Taking a sip of his wine, he spoke slowly. The peace and prosperity of the ancestral star can never represent the entire celestial blue starfield. Given our current circumstances, being able to safeguard the splendor before us is already a remarkable feat. His voice was heavy, as if admonishing himself and the others not to dwell too deeply on these insurmountable issues. Xiaoyan chuckled softly, swirling his cup gently. So be it. Getting drunk isn't so bad. Life offers few chances for a true escape, even if only for a fleeting moment. He downed the rest of his drink in one gulp and poured himself another, drinking alone. Our power is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. We can protect a small patch of land, but we cannot shield the countless lives of this world. Yang remained silent, saying nothing. Xiaoyan continued to stare into the distance, his voice low as he went on. 2 years ago, the Tianhui star suffered a rebellion. Within 2 days, 1.7 million lives were lost. And what was the explanation? Slightly heavy taxation. What kind of oppressive taxes drive people to their deaths? He slammed the table in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. And then there's the Tianhe star system. Over 100 planets were ravaged by demonic chaos last year, with nearly 1 billion casualties. What was the response from the Celestial Court when this was reported? The official's reaction was, even if all those planets' inhabitants perish, so be it. At worst, we'll relocate survivors. As long as we're safe, that's all that matters. If we lose, and civilization is annihilated, what then? Is war truly initiated by the common people? What crime have they committed to bear the brunt of such devastation? Xiaoyan poured himself another drink, taking a sip before continuing in a hoarse voice. Tianhui Star's rebellion, Tianhe Star's demonic invasion, and now the drought and locust plague on Hantong Star this year, starvation everywhere. The official reports claim 370 deaths. But in reality, he let out a bitter laugh, his voice growing raspier. The deaths were so numerous that no one dared to report the truth. No one cares. What can the common people do? When even the most basic necessities of life are stripped away, are they meant to bear the crushing weight of fate in silence? His words hung in the air, leaving Yang and the others in a heavy silence. The wine in their cups rippled gently, as though time itself had frozen in that moment. The wine jug was empty. Xiaoyan grabbed a new jug of strong liquor and drained it in one gulp. His bloodshot eyes burned with grief and fury as he rasped. 3 days. In just 3 days, over 7 million commoners starved to death, more than the entire population of Dujiang. Xiaoyan's voice grew quieter, as if lost in painful memories. At first, I couldn't understand. The so-called pig feed in the eyes of those celestial officials, the plain and simple mortal grains, could have saved millions of lives. Why were they so unwilling to share? He clenched the wine jug tightly, his knuckles turning white. Then I finally understood. This world needs evil to highlight good, demons to contrast with gods. Suffering is necessary to generate willing devotion. Those gods on their pedestals are cultivating their divine power through the suffering of the people. Bang! The wine jug smashed to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Xiaoyan's voice rose in anger as he demanded, if they need the devotion of all beings, why don't they go to the Tianhe galaxy to slay demons and uphold justice? Why must the innocent bear such unbearable suffering? A heavy silence enveloped the group. Yang quietly patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder, signaling the others to continue without him as he stepped outside the pavilion. The night wind brushed his face as his gaze swept over the city of Dujiang, where 6.8 million residents live their lives. Mei Yi approached Yang, holding a wine jug. In a low voice, she said, "Second Master, the clash between the Celestial Expeditionary Army and the Holy Temple seems imminent." Yang took the wine cup she offered, drained it, and sighed with resignation. Jiwu Wang's relentless warmongering disregards the lives of the people. After this war, how many families will be torn apart again? Second Master, please be cautious with your words, Mei Yi said, her face clouded with worry. Yang waved her off, cutting to the point. How severe are the losses for the law enforcement hall this year? Mei Yi reported in a hushed tone, Law enforcement offices, 12, for 61 destroyed. Law enforcement guards, over 12.37 million dead or wounded. Blade enforcers, 123 fallen in battle. The ground beneath Yang Ji's feet cracked slightly as his voice turned icy. It seems they want to leave me, the god of justice, as nothing more than a figurehead. Second Master, their forces are overwhelming. With just the law enforcement hall, it's indeed difficult to contend with them. Say no more, Yanggu interrupted firmly. I'll reach out to my former comrades at the Modu War Academy. If necessary, we can coordinate with the military for enforcement. Mei Yi's body stiffened, realizing that the second master was preparing for a major purge. She hesitated before bringing up another matter. Second Master, you haven't contacted your nephew yet. What he has achieved wasn't easy. Perhaps it's time to reconsider. Yanggu nodded faintly. For now, do not reveal my identity. I have my own plans. After Mei Yi left, Yanggu stood alone on the platform, gazing into the night. His thoughts drifted back 18 years. The words of his dying younger sister, as she entrusted Yang Chun to him, echoed in his mind. Second brother, if possible, I hope he can live a peaceful life on Blue Star. Yanggu took out his phone. There was only one contact on his Skynet friends list, Yang Chun. As soon as the screen lit up, a string of messages from Yang Chun popped up, the most eye-catching being a picture of a Blue Star Military Academy student ID. Looking at the student ID, a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Yang Ji's mouth. Good kid. The accomplishments of the Yang family could have allowed you to live a life of indulgence and comfort, but the blood of the Yang family will never permit mediocrity, let alone cowardice. He quickly typed a message. You really surprised me, kid. You're just like I was at your age. At that moment, on Bo Island, the sun was shining brightly, and Yang Chun was in a forging class. On the podium, the instructor was demonstrating the random striking technique, with the rhythmic sounds of hammering echoing throughout the classroom. Feeling his phone vibrate, Yang Chun discreetly checked it and saw a reply from his uncle, whom he hadn't heard from in a long time. Uncle, you finally replied. I almost thought you'd gone off to be a spy or some thingy of you've been silent for so long. Not a spy, but I've carried out plenty of enforcement missions, Yanggu replied. I've been transferred to the enforcement hall, under the jurisdiction of the judicial deity. I was just on another planet for law enforcement recently. It's been busy. Enforcement hall? Judicial deity? Yang Chun stroked his chin, deep in thought. Ever since reaching the third stage of the immortal Dao, he'd found his uncle increasingly enigmatic. For example, the protective measures his uncle had placed on his eyes, such methods were beyond even a fourth stage immortal Dao practitioner. He channeled his internal merit power, attempting to discern his uncle's true identity. The emerald lotus lamp in his sea of consciousness immediately issued a warning. To ensure safety during this observation, the merit cost will exceed 3,000. Proceed. The number sent a chill through Yang Chun. After all, he had spent 2,000 merit points just to acquire the protective mechanism that warned of potential danger. Such a high cost clearly indicated his uncle's extraordinary status. Could uncle be a high-ranking member of the enforcement hall? Yang Chun speculated. No wonder he keeps his identity hidden. Being in the enforcement hall must create a lot of enemies. Having figured this out, he chose not to press further and simply replied, the enforcement hall is dangerous. Uncle, take care of yourself. I'm doing fine here at the BO campus, so no need to worry about me. Yanggu raised an eyebrow at the subtly suggestive reply. Did the kid suspect something? But seeing how sharp his nephew was, a sense of pride welled up in his heart. Such meticulous thinking made him an excellent candidate for becoming an enforcer. With that thought, he decided to type directly. Would you be interested in joining the enforcement hall? It would be beneficial for your legal studies. Beneficial for legal studies. Yang Chun let out a low exclamation, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His uncle's message was like a pillow delivered to a weary soul, perfectly timed. The past couple of days of jurisprudence classes had been pure torture for Yang Chun. Among the 10 freshmen at BO campus, only he and Fong Outyin had chosen to take the class. To make matters worse, Fong Outyin had been absent one day, leaving Yang Chun as the lucky one, who became the sole target of the teacher's questions. In the remote class, the plaintiff and defendant were painstakingly dissecting every word and phrase. Watching the scene unfold on the screen, Yang Chen's frustration flared. He even imagined the possibility of punishing everyone involved, including the lawyers, with 50 lashes each until they begged for mercy. Such inappropriate thoughts naturally earned him a stern warning from the jurisprudence teacher, who even threatened to forbid him from claiming to be their student. Uncle, you're a lifesaver. Yang Chun typed excitedly on his keyboard. Will joining the enforcement hall really help me with jurisprudence class? This reaction made Yanggu furrow his brow slightly. Logically, the focus should have been the invitation to join the enforcement hall, with the jurisprudence class benefit being secondary. Still, he responded in detail. I can apply for you to qualify as an enforcement blade and receive an enforcement badge. This would allow you to establish your own court within the scope of Blue Planet civilization, execute punishments first, and report later, acting on behalf of celestial justice. However, The enforcement process must strictly adhere to the Celestial Court's laws, with the badge recording everything. Each successful enforcement can be counted as coursework and submitted to your jurisprudence teacher for grading at the end of the term. That's amazing. Yang Chun punched the air in excitement. His uncle's authority as a high-ranking member of the enforcement hall was indeed impressive. Now, he no longer had to worry about his jurisprudence grade sheet, could learn everything through practice. Uncle, thank you so much. Please apply for me now. I'm ready to join the enforcement hall. Yang Chen's enthusiastic agreement gave Yang Gu pause. Normally, joining the enforcement hall required a prestigious academic background, passing the law exam, and undergoing rigorous screening to become a trainee enforcer, followed by 3 years of exceptional performance to earn a permanent position. Becoming an enforcement blade was even more selective, reserved for the elite under his direct supervision. Would opening this back door for his nephew cause trouble? After a moment of thought, Yang Gu decided that Yang Chen's background from Bo Island might not meet the standard for an enforcement blade, but it wouldn't be an issue for now. Still, to be cautious, he asked, "Dear nephew, have you read the Celestial Court's laws? Do you know the contents?" "Uncle, of course, I've read them." Yang Gu nodded, reasoning that with the strictness of the Blue Planet Military Academy's jurisprudence teacher, Yang Chun must have studied the Celestial Court's laws thoroughly to pass. "All right, I'll apply for you now. The enforcement badge will be sent to your school, make sure to sign for it." "Got it." In truth, despite his photographic memory, Yang Chun had never bothered to fully read the massive 10th Assemblyum Celestial Court's laws. The only thing he remembered was the first rule: the interests of the people of the Blue Planet shall always come first. To him, that was more than enough. In the crafting classroom, the teacher, Chi Yu, dressed in a tank top and shorts, was swinging a heavy hammer. Pointing at Yang Chun, who was engrossed in his phone, he shouted angrily, "Hey, you over there. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Are you done yet? If you're here to learn, then focus. If not, just leave." Reluctantly, Yang Chun put his phone away. The large classroom had only 3 students: him, Han Bing, and Wang Ding. At the moment, the other 2 were intently watching the sword embryo on the podium, which emitted a faint heat, while Yang Chun was fixated on his phone, occasionally making exaggerated gestures. Enough is enough. Chi Yu fumed inwardly. Considering his esteemed status in the crafting world, where people would circle Blue Planet 3 times just to apprentice under him, he felt deeply disrespected by this young troublemaker. Suppressing his anger, he pointed at the sword embryo and asked, "Kid, do you see anything special about it?" Yang Chen stood up reluctantly, gave the sword embryo a casual glance, and shrugged. "Nope. Obsessed with distractions, losing your edge." Chi Yu sighed, shaking his head. Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "All right, kid. A phone is a type of tool, and any tool can be crafted. Hey, race your final assignment. By the end of the term, turn your phone into an glass weapon." "Are you kidding me, teacher?" Yang Chun raised his Apple Grandmaster 99 poor phone. "This thing would be smashed to bits with one hammer strike." "Who said crafting only involves hammers?" Chi Yu retorted. From his pocket, he pulled out a crystal-clear, luminous object resembling an intricate doll-like phone. Han Bing and Wang Ding burst into laughter. "Isn't that just a doll? Could it be a puppet automaton? Ha ha ha." But Yang Chen stared at the peculiar phone with a thoughtful expression. "Clueless brats," Chi Yu sneered. He spoke to the phone in his hand. "Iron Eater, hack into these 3 kids' phones for me. Magic God Series, Model 10127. Iron Eater at your service," a warm, hearty male voice responded. In an instant, the phones of Yang Chun, Han Bing, and Wang Ding went black, only to light up again moments later. On their screens appeared an adorable iron-eating beast holding 3 incense sticks in its furry paws. Its mouth curled into a smug, almost human-like smirk. "Teacher, isn't this a bit much? Is this some kind of hacking trick?" Wang Ding exclaimed in shock. Ever since the spiritual energy revival and the establishment of the Heavenly Network, hacking had become obsolete. Hackers were either recruited or tracked down and dealt with through physical elimination. Hacking? What nonsense. Chi Yu scoffed disdainfully. Refining tools? Such child's play. It's merely the most trivial function of Iron Eater. Chi Yu smirked with interest as he observed the clear, yet naive expressions of the group. With a casual flick of his fingers, he tossed the phone glimmering like a crystal doll into the air. "Iron Eater, show these kids what you're made of." As soon as the words left his mouth, the phone suspended in midair erupted with countless flashing lines of code. Blue light intertwined and rapidly coalesced into a massive Iron Eater beast. Roar! A deep growl reverberated through the air. Han Bing and Wang Ding instantly tensed up, bending their knees slightly and raising their hands like claws, ready for battle. An intelligent life form. How is that possible? Yang Chun exclaimed in disbelief, his face turning pale as an incredulous light flashed in his eyes. He never imagined he would witness an intelligent life form in this lifetime. In his previous life, such creations required highly advanced technological development. Back then, some advanced intelligent life forms were practically regarded as gods, a direct manifestation of the theory of man-made deities, even possessing the power to alter the course of fate. In this lifetime, however, after the end of the technological era and the advent of the spiritual energy revival age, technological progress had stagnated. Compared to the technological heights of his past life, the current state of development was worlds apart. Yang Chun turned his gaze toward the tool refining instructor before him, his heart filled with awe. In this technologically backward environment, the instructor had managed to break through scientific limitations with tool refinement alone, creating an intelligent life form that only existed in his previous life. It was utterly mind-blowing. Qiyu noticed Yang Chen's stunned expression and nodded in satisfaction. Catching sight of the dumbfounded looks on Wang Ding and Han Bing's faces, he shook his head in disdain. At this moment, his impression of Yang Chun improved significantly. This kid had an eye for quality. Ha, kid, since you recognize greatness when you see it, I won't push you to refine the phone into an grade tool this time. An grade will do. Qiyu laughed heartily, thinking to himself how rare it was to find someone who appreciated his work. Even if Yang Chun turned the phone into an grade brick, he might just let it slide. But Yang Chun no longer cared about any of that. His eyes were fixed on the Iron Eater before him, filled with fervent curiosity, as if he were admiring a priceless treasure. The intensity of his gaze made the Iron Eater seem displeased. It smacked its lips, then turned around, presenting its fluffy rear to Yang Chun in protest. Unbothered, Yang Chun continued his careful observation, his eyes still locked on the Iron Eater's back. A spark of eager curiosity gleamed in his gaze. This scene filled Qi Yu with a sense of pride. As a craftsman, having someone value his creation so highly made him increasingly fond of Yang Chun. Those old fogies at the academy don't even have half the appreciation this kid has. They had the nerve to call my work frivolous tricks, unworthy of recognition. Utter nonsense. He chuckled inwardly, feeling smug. Teacher, I'm your student. Could you give me that phone? Wang Ding, noticing Yang Chen's reaction, rolled his eyes and shamelessly asked Qiyu. Hey you, not even if you were livestock. Such gall. Qiyu shot Wang Ding a glare, thinking this kid's shamelessness rivaled the hardness of his refining hammer. Teacher, are you willing to sell the phone? Yang Chun asked hesitantly, though he didn't hold much hope. He knew his current merit points were far from sufficient to comprehend the structure of such a groundbreaking creation. Even if he could understand it, he lacked the capability to replicate it. Huh, kid, do I look like someone who needs money? Qiyu chuckled softly, seeing the regret in Yang Chen's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Since you're so sincere, if you can craft something that satisfies me, I might consider giving you one, said Qiyu, his words making Yang Chen's eyes light up. What kind of craftsmanship would impress you, master? Yang Chen asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qiyu grinned with a confident smile. That's hard to say. Even many of the divine artifacts and celestial weapons in the heavenly court were crafted by me. Even if you forged something like that, it might not catch my eye. Master, not even celestial artifacts. Isn't that a bit too demanding? Wang Ding muttered, glancing at the panda-like iron-eating beast squatting on the ground. With a smirk, he added, can this thing even compare to a celestial artifact? Roar. The iron-eating beast let out a low growl, glaring angrily. You know nothing. Qiyu snapped, his expression darkening. The art of crafting lies in innovation, in continuous exploration and progress. What matters is creating something unique and eye-catching. Got it. Then if I learn electric welding, will that impress you, master? Get lost. Are you itching for a beating? As the two argued, Yang Chun scratched the back of his head before pulling out a blood-red spear from behind him. A dense, blood-colored aura surged forth, filling the room with an ominous red glow that caught Kai's attention. Master, what do you think of this spear? Yang Chun asked with a smirk, his face appearing somewhat sinister under the blood-red light. A soul-forged weapon. A flicker of surprise flashed in Kai's eyes. You've got guts, kid. As far as soul weapons go, this is average to me. But your soul actually contains an undying attribute. How did you manage that? Nothing special, just relentless forging. Yang Chun replied calmly as he withdrew the spear. So, master, does the undying attribute meet your standards? Kai's gaze softened with a hint of pity. For someone at the third stage of the celestial path to forge their soul with an undying attribute, do you even realize how many heavenly treasures that must have cost? Kid, whose disciple are you, to be this extravagant? At that moment, Qiyu could only assume Yang Chun had a powerful background. He didn't even consider the possibility of sheer determination. After all, even King Ji Wu, at the third stage of the celestial path, would have died countless times if he had attempted to forge his soul without the protection of rare treasures. Who I belong to doesn't matter. What matters is whether you'll keep your word, master, Yang Chun said, his eyes fixed intently on the iron-eating beast. Though it was still in its infancy and had limited capabilities, its value in his previous life would have been enough to purchase an artificial planet. More importantly, an intelligent life form like this could evolve through code upgrades, carrier upgrades, and energy enhancements. As long as he accumulated enough merit points, his eyes could safely identify the optimal upgrade path for this creature, ensuring it would evolve into its mature form. Sensing Yang Chen's burning gaze, Chiyu nodded slightly. Kid, this little thing is weak. It's fine as a novelty pet, but don't expect it to be useful in battle. That said, I'm not one to go back on my word. How about I compensate you with a celestial artifact instead? As he spoke, Kai's eyes remained locked on Yang Chen. Teacher, I want this one. Fine horses are common, but a good judge of them is rare. This little guy, I think, has immense potential. Not even 100 celestial artifacts can compare to it. Yang Chen declared with a serious expression, his tone firm and unwavering. At that moment, Chiyu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His heart swelled with joy and pride, and he almost wanted to immediately take Yang Chen as his apprentice and teach him everything he knew. Meanwhile, Han Bing and Wang Ding, standing nearby, were completely dumbfounded. They glanced at Yang Chen, then at the adorable iron-eating beast on the ground that was rolling over playfully, as if begging for attention. This little creature, comparable to celestial artifacts? Was Yang Chen out of his mind? Chi let out a deep breath, smiled, and nodded. All right, kid. It's rare to see someone with such sincerity. I'll give this little fellow to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron-eating beast suddenly emitted a mechanical voice, clear and emotionless. Ownership transfer in progress. Target being updated. Yang Chen. Scanning facial features, scanning pupils, scanning soul. Yang Chen felt a surge of electricity sweep through his mind, and in the next second, a flood of green, digital codes poured into his body. In that moment, he trembled, as if he had been transported back to his past life. If he had possessed this vision in his previous life, one capable of precisely identifying the optimal evolutionary paths for intelligent life combined with the resources he had accumulated back then, he could have undoubtedly nurtured intelligent beings to their complete form, creating his own deities. At that point, he wouldn't have needed to manage anything personally. He could have simply founded a company, become its president, and perhaps even ascended to the level of a god shepherd. However, Yang Chen turned to Chiyu, his heart ablaze with excitement. Teacher, this intelligent, this phone, can you still make more of them? Chiyu shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. No, I can't. This little thing was crafted in collaboration with a friend of mine from the Civilization Academy. Only he knew how to create a few of the critical components. Unfortunately, he was assassinated by aliens not long ago, before he could share the method. Yang Chen nodded slightly, though inwardly he speculated. No wonder. A groundbreaking creation like this must bear the mark of the Civilization Academy. Only the most brilliant scientists and artifact forgers could collaborate to break such barriers. Those key component designs have likely fallen into alien hands. But it doesn't matter. Once I accumulate enough merit points, I'm sure I can access the blueprints. As for forging it, that will take time. As the ownership transfer of the iron-eating beast was completed, Yang Chen looked down at the transparent crystal figure in his hand, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again, new owner detected. Would you like to reset the life form's appearance? Chiyu waved his hand dismissively. The iron-eating beast's appearance was based on my spirit pet. Customize it however you like. Yang Chen nodded, and a figure from his past life instantly surfaced in his mind. He spoke softly. Reset the life form's appearance. In an instant, the crystal figure in his hand dissolved into a stream of flowing digital code, rapidly shifting before slowly coalescing into the form of a long-haired girl in a silver leather outfit. She stood like a freshly bloomed silver flower. Her voice was crisp and melodious, as enchanting as the song of an oriole. Demon God Series, Model 10127. Silly girl at your service. At that moment, the fiery anticipation in Yang Chen's eyes finally found its answer. The complex emotions surging within him quietly transformed into a firmer resolve. His journey had only just begun. Silly girl. Wang Ding looked at the silly girl before him, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Clicking his tongue in amazement, he remarked, Yang Gu, this phone is incredible. Yang Chen smiled faintly. The life form in front of them was merely the most basic form of an intelligent life. Currently, it was still in its juvenile stage, with limited functionalities. Besides the basic life form appearance, this intelligent life also possessed common features such as communication, hacking, medical assistance, and solar charging. Yang Chen's thoughts stirred, and he sighed softly. The intelligent life he had once owned in its mature stage had far more complex capabilities than this one. Upon evolving into the mature stage, not only would its existing functions be enhanced, but it could also develop new abilities based on the code, carrier, and energy it utilized. From his past life's experience, Yang Chen knew that intelligent life at that stage could possess extraordinary abilities such as lie detection, flight, invisibility, transformation, X-ray vision, confinement, and function transfer. Among them, The most pivotal ability was function transfer, a capability that allowed all its functions to be transferred to its host through digital code. This ability gave mature intelligent life the potential to surpass all limits. Even so, Chen was well aware that the upgrade code from his previous life was far from perfect. In this lifetime, he would have greater capabilities and, with his unique insight, could identify and utilize the perfect code, ensuring the intelligent life evolved with a 100 success rate while making its functionalities even stronger and more comprehensive. Only through perfect foundational development could the groundwork be laid for evolving into a complete form of intelligent life. Intelligent life in its complete form could almost be considered divine. In his previous life, those who mastered complete form intelligent life were known as God Shepherds. They belonged to the elite class of the Federation, wielding unparalleled power. Chen's understanding of such figures was limited. After all, in his past life, he was merely an ordinary corporate manager with almost no opportunity to interact with these high-ranking individuals. As for this lifetime, in the era following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the true powerhouses inspired awe within him. He still couldn't fathom the extent of their strength. Chen, why does this little guy look somewhat familiar to you? Qiyu furrowed his brows slightly. Before Chen could respond, he continued. The way you're so skilled at operating if you encountered similar devices before? Chen responded with a smile. Teacher, I'm part of the new generation. We adapt to new things quickly. How could I not know how to handle these? Qiyu nodded. This generation indeed shows some remarkable abilities, I agree. However, I also recall you mentioning that this little one has significant room for improvement. If that's the case, could you explain it to me in more detail? Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at this silly girl in his hand. With a slight gesture, the virtual silly girl quickly switched to phone mode. Streams of green digital code flashed across the screen, and the image transformed back into a transparent crystal doll. Chen placed the crystal doll in his left hand while holding an Apple Master 99 Poor phone in his right. Casually, he asked, Teacher, what do you think is the biggest difference between these two phones? Qiyu paused for a moment, clearly intrigued by Chen's question. Chen continued, Obviously, in terms of functionality, intelligence, and capability, there's no substantial difference. Is Silly Girl more functional or powerful than the Apple Master? Clearly not. The core difference between these two phones lies in one word: life. Once you give something life, it gains thought, and thought brings infinite possibilities. Look, this isn't just a machine. It's a being capable of evolving and continually surpassing itself. The vessel is his body, the code is his soul, and the energy is his power. His potential surpasses everyone's imagination. As long as the most compatible code, more vessels, and stronger energy are found, he can become a god. And this god can be created according to people's needs. For instance, if this land suffers from drought, you can create a god to summon rain and wind. Or if the ecosystem of this planet becomes unbalanced, you can create a god to intervene and restore it. Taking it a step further, if you wish to have your own world, you must first create a god with the ability to create worlds, allowing your god to forge creation and become the heavenly law of this planet. The operation of this world, the fate of all living beings, can all be dictated by your god, arranging every path according to your will. This is the so-called destiny. Chen's tone grew increasingly fervent, like a religious zealot. His eyes burned with a chilling passion, reminiscent of an old friend from the Civilization Academy years ago. That same extreme obsession, that to know the truth by morning and die content by evening, kind of fervor, stirred memories in Qiyu. The Chen standing before him seemed to merge with the image of that friend from long ago. Qiyu, do you know? 300 years. 300 years. I've finally completed this experiment. It will change our era, change the entire age. Chen's eyes shone with a light as if he were embracing an impending cataclysm. Am I mad? These prototypes are still not sturdy enough. They can't even reach the level of a class battle soldier. Lu Shu and Wang Ding exchanged glances, while Qiyu's face was filled with complex emotions. No, it's different, Qiyu. You must help me build it, you must. Chen's tone became even more urgent. Old Lu, look. It's born. The moment it was created, it already had a spirit. Do you understand? It's astonishingly intelligent. Incredible. Intelligent life has been born. I've finally succeeded. This is just a phone, isn't it, Old Lu? What are you even trying to do? Qiyu was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend. No, Qiyu, it's not just a vessel spirit. It's a person, a living being. It's a real, living person. Do you understand? A real, living person. Chen laughed almost maniacally. This invention is comparable to the greatest breakthroughs of any technological era. We've made history. We've ushered in a new era. Qiyu's gaze grew more conflicted, unsure of how to dissuade him. He sighed softly. Old Lu, you're too excited. 300 years of effort have drained your composure. Take a rest, eat some spirit-restoring pills, and recover. I don't need rest. I need to go to the Cosmic Research Institute. I need to present this invention to the director. I will restore the glory of the technological age. Those martial artists who rose during the era of spiritual energy revival will all be swept into the trash heap of history. Ha ha! Yang Chen seemed to have lost himself, laughing madly, his voice echoing in the air. You could only sigh again. All right, sweep them into the trash heap. Just calm down first. I can't calm down. You don't understand yet. There's a long road ahead in the future, but it doesn't matter. I've already grasped the spark. Sooner or later, this spark will ignite the entire era, setting this age ablaze. The maddening voices continued to echo in his ears, and Yu's expression subtly shifted. Even when he looked at Yang Chen, there was a flicker of emotion in his gaze. Teacher? Teacher. Yang Chen noticed his absent-mindedness and gently tapped Yu's shoulder, asking curiously, what are you thinking about? Yu snapped back to reality, rubbed his eyes, and chuckled awkwardly. Oh, nothing. It's just that you remind me of someone I used to know. Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Though his curiosity was piqued, he refrained from prying further. Judging by Yu's expression, mentioning this person didn't seem to bring him much joy. Ahem. Yu cleared his throat, quickly composing himself to mask the awkwardness. Back to business, kid. I've noticed you've got some talent in artifact forging. It's not exceptional, but your eye for detail isn't bad. So what do you think? Would you consider becoming my apprentice? Apprentice? Yang Chen was startled for a moment, but a thought flashed through his mind. This was a golden opportunity. At the launching military academy, being taken under the wing of a teacher like Yu was a dream many aspired to but few achieved. Even Han Bing and Wang Ding couldn't hide their envious expressions. Yang Chen understood that this chance was no trivial matter. Yes, master. Yang Chen had already been considering building connections here, and as soon as he began to speak, he felt ready to commit. Whoa, no need to be so formal. Why so many ceremonial gestures? Yu waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he glanced at Yang Chen. You don't seem like you're genuinely eager to become my apprentice with all that talk and no action. Just then, the familiar system notification from Tian Wang sounded. Ding. Tian Wang friend request successfully added. He'll just add you as a Tian Wang friend. Forget about all the formalities, Yu said casually while operating the interface. Our group is pretty straightforward, just a bunch of craftsmen sharing a passion for the craft. He'll add you to the apprentice group later. You can exchange ideas and discuss techniques with everyone when you're free. Got it. Thank you for your generosity, master. Yang Chen nodded gratefully, feeling deeply appreciative of this valuable connection. After class, Yang Chen left the classroom and immediately summoned an IntelliShip to head to the law hall for his next lecture. However, a crisp notification interrupted him. A cosmic delivery has arrived at the Bo courier station. Would you like to collect it now? Yang Chen paused for a moment before recalling that Su Xiaoyu had mentioned sending him a package to celebrate his arrival on Bo Island. Without hesitation, he adjusted the ship's destination. Change course to Bo courier station. The lecture could wait, but leaving that package unopened for even a second longer felt unbearable. The ship quickly arrived at the Bo courier station. As before, the package was a heavy, black iron box meticulously crafted from black steel. After receiving the delivery, Yang Chen opened Tian Wang, uploaded the package details to Su Xiaoyu, and included a brief thank you note. He also didn't forget to reciprocate by sending Su Xiaoyu some rare medicinal herb, something he could finally provide thanks to the Secret Realm's herb fields. She's probably still in class, Yang Chen muttered to himself, guessing that Su Xiaoyu wouldn't reply right away. He hurried back to his dormitory, lugging the heavy box into the living room. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly entered the unlock code. 666666. With a soft click, the box opened slowly. Inside was a jet black, rectangular stone adorned with intricate golden patterns. The lines intertwined, emitting a faint glow. Attached to the bottom was a manual. Stubborn stone of the underworld. A bloodline treasure that strengthens tendons, refines bones, and enhances vitality. It aids in unlocking genetic potential and supports a secondary bloodline awakening. Usage instructions. Cut open the chest at the heart, place the stone inside, and use heart blood to cleanse it. Produced by Doushui Biopharmaceuticals. Yang Chen's gaze lingered on the stone, his eyes sparkling with determination. He knew this wasn't just any ordinary item, it was a priceless resource that could significantly impact his cultivation and future progression. Placing it directly into the chest. This remedy is quite hardcore. Yang Chen focused his thoughts, recalling the last time he spent 10,000 merit points for a second awakening of his talent. Although the cost was immense, it didn't hinder his chance to unlock the 4th tier gene lock. At this moment, with 8,000 merit points remaining, he had sufficient resources. It was time to take the plunge and aim for the 4th tier. He opened the Destiny Marketplace and decisively purchased a Cunion pill. Without hesitation, he steadied his breath, controlled the muscles and blood flow around his chest, and swiftly made an incision in his flesh. With precision, he implanted the cold, icy, stubborn stone into his chest. A chilling sensation spread instantly, colliding and merging with the heat of his blood. The aroma of the pill began to diffuse from within his body, rich and intense. His consciousness sank into his mindscape as his current state unfolded. Cultivation, Gene Lock Tier 3, Midstage, 50. Soul Lock, Tier 3, Midstage, 50. Merit Points, 8,000. Chen lowered his head and chuckled. Finally, I get to feel like a high roller. Let's dump all 8,000 merit points into the Gene Lock. Merit points injected. The surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the mindscape displayed a notification. Current environment detected as sanctuary. You have aligned with the land aspect of the wealth, companionship, law, and land principles, making you a true winner in life. Received buff. Cultivation comprehension speed 90. Chance of sudden inspiration 60. Cultivation speed 10,000. The mindscape trembled again. Detected Cunyan pill and bloodline treasure stubborn stone. You are simultaneously aligned with the wealth aspect of the wealth, companionship, law, and land principles, surpassing most cultivators. Received additional benefits. Cultivation speed 10,000. Success rate of breaking through the 4th tier Gene Lock 60. Bloodline awakening efficiency 20. Seeing this, a glint of determination flashed in Chen's eyes. A 60 success rate? Truly worthy of combining a treasure with a sanctuary. This breakthrough, I shouldn't die, right? To be sure, he glanced at his lifespan display. Lifespan, 5,385. Well then, I've got plenty of life left. What's there to fear? Let's go. Cultivation in progress. His cultivation surged rapidly, burning like a raging inferno. Cultivation advanced to Gene Lock Tier 4, Early Stage, 20. Bloodline talent awakened once again. System feedback appeared. Your bloodline talent has not yet been fully unlocked. This awakening will further enhance the Dao Vision talent. Typically, S-level talents reach their limit during the first awakening, with the second awakening often resulting in an entirely new talent. For talents below S-level, they are automatically upgraded by 1 rank upon unlocking the 4th tier Gene Lock, with a small chance for B, C, D, or A-level talents to awaken new abilities, though these are usually of lower grade. Only exceptionally strong S-level talents require a second or even third awakening to fully unleash their potential. Among all examples, the most renowned is Lie Xiao's Samadhi True Fire, a manifestation of innate Samadhi awakened to its peak, far surpassing the power of the acquired Samadhi True Fire, divine ability. Chen's Dao Vision belonged to the conceptual level talents, far more complex than ordinary S-level abilities. He had long anticipated that even with a second awakening, its full potential might not be realized. Now, with the third awakening complete, whether its abilities were fully unlocked remained uncertain. Information refreshed again. Cultivation, Gene Lock Tier 4, Early Stage, 20. Talent, Dual Dao Vision. Grade, Conceptual Level. Awakening Status, Third Awakening Complete. Talent Evaluation. You can perceive everything while possessing unparalleled insight into Dao and logic, seeing with extraordinary clarity and understanding. The final line resonated deeply in his heart. At the moment of awakening, he truly felt could see everything more clearly. The training session concluded, and a system prompt appeared. 1 point of merit consumed, service fee deducted, 1,999 points. Current merit value, 6,000 points. Service fee. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the words before him. Clearly, the system was finding ways to drain his merits now that he had an abundant reserve. Shaking his head helplessly, he muttered, Fine, fine. Considering you've lost your wick of reason, I won't argue with you. For such a dependable subordinate, he had no choice but to indulge it. After all, if it decided to quit, he would be the one to suffer the most. Raising his head towards the void, Chen began to activate the clairvoyant eyes of Dao, a power he had gained after his third awakening. As he channeled the energy, the silvery white glow in his eyes gradually receded, and his pitch-black pupils started to undergo a peculiar transformation. A mysterious and immense force surged around his eyes, intertwining black and silver hues until they coexisted in a mesmerizing dual-colored gaze. In that moment, Chen felt as though he had touched upon the profound truths of Dao and logic, entering a wondrous state of enlightenment akin to comprehending the Dao in the dragon field. The system displayed the rapid progression of his mastery over the embryonic celestial technique, carefree soar, 20, 30, 40, 50. When his eyes began to ache with a dull soreness, Chen instinctively blinked. The silver glow vanished, and he exited the state of enlightenment. Though the entire process lasted only a few seconds, it felt as if he had traversed an eternity. The system displayed Celestial Technique Embryo Carefree Soar, Mastery 100. Once the technique is fully mastered, you can spend 10,000 merit points to nurture a celestial technique seed, which can later be expedited by consuming more merit points. Already perfected, Yang Chun was astonished to realize that with just 10,000 more merit points, he could acquire a celestial technique seed and eventually develop a genuine celestial technique. The knowledge he had crammed in the Bayou Library over the past few days had taught him that a celestial technique was the embodiment of the power of law's unique form of art. While ordinary celestial beings could wield the power of laws with 1 unit of effort yielding 1 unit of effect, celestial techniques could amplify that same effort to produce 5 or even tenfold the impact. However, given his current cultivation level, even if he obtained a complete celestial technique, using it forcibly would result in backlash from the power of laws. For now, it could only serve as a life-saving measure. To fully unleash it without suffering backlash, he would need to reach the 6th tier of the Soul Lock realm and forge his celestial soul. That goal was still far beyond his reach. For now, his priority was to break through the 4th tier of the Soul Lock realm. Yang Chun purchased a Kuan Yuan pill from the marketplace and cautiously chose to inject just 1 merit point into the Soul Lock. Yet, in the next moment, the system prompt left him dumbfounded. Training session initiated. 1 merit point consumed. Service fee deducted. 1,999 points. Current merit value, for 1,000 points. Isn't this blatant robbery? As the cultivation progressed, when his mastery of the 3rd tier Soul Lock reached 100, the system prompted, no breakthrough elixir detected. Would you like to consume merit points to advance? Yang Chun gazed at the lotus lamp in his sea of consciousness, silently marveling at its transformation. After consuming a significant amount of merit points, the lamp seemed to have gradually developed a sense of sentience. Initially, it was merely a simple tool, assisting him in brief dialogues with his inner self. However, as the accumulation of merit points grew, its capabilities became increasingly powerful. Squinting slightly, Yang Chen pondered. Given his lifespan of over 5,000 years, relying solely on his resilience to endure and accumulate seemed like the most cost-effective strategy. Even if he were to die 100 times, it would merely deduct 1,000 years of life. But now, with the Lotus Lamp capable of communicating with him and the expanding uses of merit points, he couldn't help but wonder if he continued to expend merit points, perhaps the lamp would grow even smarter, unlocking greater potential and more formidable functions. Though it might appear like a loss on the surface, in the long run, it would be a significant gain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen quickly made up his mind. Making money is for spending. Only by using merit points could he break through his limits. The more he spent, the stronger his motivation to earn more. With that, a bold idea took root in his heart. Go all in. He poured a massive amount of merit points into the Yuanshan lock. Though there are no heavenly treasures or miraculous elixirs, with merit on your side and fortune favoring you, you are like the child of destiny. The Lotus Lamp's voice rang out with joy, as if a parent had just agreed to buy their child a coveted toy. This time, you are no longer clinging to death but advancing toward the path of immortality. As the merit points surged in, the Yuanshan lock quickly unlocked at the 4th level. Yang Chun felt as though he was driving a high-powered intelligent racing car, closing his eyes, spreading his arms, and accelerating recklessly. Driven by the merit points, his cultivation began to skyrocket, and everything before him seemed to blur with speed. In an instant, the 4th stage of the Yuanshan lock was broken through. His cultivation progressed rapidly, and Yang Chen's Yuanshan reached the mid-4th stage, achieving 50 completion. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, releasing a stream of white energy. The breath resembled a lively white dragon, coiling and dispersing in the air. The next moment, Yang Chen's eyes snapped open, radiating a dazzling brilliance. His formidable spiritual power swept outward like a storm, while the fiery vitality within him surged violently, roaring like a boiling cauldron. Standing up, Yang Chen's entire body emitted crisp cracking sounds as his bones shifted. His muscles resonated like great dragons, releasing a powerful hum. Every inch of his body brimmed with strength, prompting him to chuckle softly, a hint of pride in his heart. Now this feels a bit like having cheat codes. With a light laugh, he stretched lazily and glanced at the day's schedule. Up next was a command class, a course infamous for its difficulty. Intrigued, he was eager to discover just how challenging it could be. Stepping out of his room, Yang Chen summoned an intelligent flying ship and headed straight for the command tower located at the center of Bio Island. The command tower resembled a colossal iron structure, towering into the clouds with an imposing grandeur. Standing at its base, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel awed by its overwhelming presence. Before long, Yang Chen arrived at the command tower. The lobby inside was eerily silent, vast, and desolate. Apart from the neatly arranged service robots, there was hardly a soul in sight. It was evident that this place had been deserted for quite some time. For decades, almost no one had chosen this course. Eventually, even the classrooms were removed, and the lessons were directly relocated to the command tower. Is anyone here? Chen called out in the empty hall. His voice echoed in the vast space, but no one responded. The eerie atmosphere sent a slight chill down his spine. Just then, a voice filled with irritation came from below. Kid, what are you shouting for? Can't you see me? Before Yang could react, the ground ahead suddenly shattered with a loud crash, as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing a gaping hole. A short man leaped out of the opening with the agility of a monkey. Earth-burrowing technique. Chen looked at the man in surprise, silently wondering, this person, a teacher? Teacher? Hardly. The name's Sunbing. I'm more of an assistant instructor, the man replied, dusting himself off as he sized up Chen with a hint of mockery in his tone. You look quite sharp. So why on earth would you choose to enroll in our command class? After a brief pause, Chen smiled faintly. Because I enjoy a challenge. Not bad. Sunbing nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. I've seen students like you before. Our command class instructors are kind enough to give everyone a trial session. If you can't handle it, you can quit, and it won't affect your academic record this time. Huh? That's surprisingly generous, Chen remarked, somewhat astonished. After all, academic performance was crucial for final grades. Follow me, Sunbing said as he led Chen deeper into the hall. Our main instructor, Professor Bai, has been temporarily assigned to an off-world battlefield, so I'll be handling your trial session today. If you make it through, who knows? We might even end up as fellow brothers-in-arms someday. Thank you for the guidance, Instructor Sunday. Just doing my duty, no need for thanks. The two continued their conversation as they walked, eventually arriving at a command room. At Sunbing's gesture, Chen stepped forward and grasped the cold door handle. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing the room inside. What greeted him was an expanse of pure white walls, white floors, and a white ceiling. The room was completely empty, devoid of furniture or even a single window. The stark whiteness filled every corner, creating an almost oppressive sense of purity. Chen noticed that as soon as Sunbing entered the room, his demeanor shifted. He became serious, exuding a faint but palpable air of lethal authority. Do you have your student ID and school badge with you? Sunbing asked, his tone grave. Yes, Chen replied, retrieving the items from his storage space and handing them over. Sunbing carefully pinned the badge onto Chen's chest, then stepped back and gave a precise military salute. Bang! The command room door slammed shut behind them. The student ID, in Sunbing's hand, floated into the air, hovering in the center of the room. Junior, since this is your first time commanding, I'll be here to observe and accompany you. However, I won't provide any assistance. If you feel overwhelmed, you can stop at any time and ask me to take over. But be warned, if I take over, your performance in this session will count toward your final grade. As soon as he finished speaking, the room was flooded with dazzling white light. A mechanical voice echoed from all directions. Identity confirmed. Chen, student of the BO campus, now granted level 1 command authority. The battlefield shifted unpredictably. The scenery before his eyes began to change, gradually revealing vivid colors. Sunbing's voice rang clearly in Chen's ears. Junior, you are now a level 1 commander and have the authority to lead a small-scale corps of 10,000 troops. Next, you will randomly take command of a battlefield. The immersive rule here will grant you a limited God-say view. The lives of everyone here will rest in your hands. What? Chen's face turned pale as beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Senior, since you know this is my first time commanding, shouldn't we start with a simulated exercise? At the very least, I should practice with drones or war machines first. Chen had imagined himself commanding troops one day, but he had never expected to be thrown straight into leading an entire corps real, living people. No wonder everyone he had questioned earlier kept their lips sealed. It was clearly a gag order from the academy. If word got out, no one would dare take the command course again. Instinctively adjusting his glasses, Chen steeled himself, focusing all his energy on the battlefield that was about to unfold. The outer world battlefield, somewhere in the mountainous regions of the Black Rock Star. A massive wave of elemental fire beings surged forward like a raging red tide, charging furiously toward the military stronghold ahead. The ground was strewn with countless corpses, their faces unrecognizable, once vibrant flesh now shriveled under intense heat, emitting a nauseating burnt odor. Some bodies had even been reduced to ashes, leaving only scattered, charred remains, a sight too horrific to bear. The air was filled with the deafening blend of roars and battle cries. The entire battlefield seemed engulfed in flames, with scorched black terrain as far as the eye could see. This once peaceful and serene land had been transformed into a blood-soaked, merciless hellscape. Hold the line, brothers. Don't retreat any further. If they break through, we're all dead, a military officer shouted hoarsely. Damn it. Where did they find these cowardly recruits? Get out of my way, an old soldier yelled angrily at a trembling rookie nearby. Help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, a young soldier cried, curling into a ball, his entire body shaking. You fool. Are you insane? The disciplinary robots are right behind us. If you desert, your family will be implicated, a comrade scolded him, yanking him back. In the command post, a burly man with a soot-blackened face and tattered uniform glared at the drone footage, cursing furiously, damn it. The elemental civilization sent the Fire Spirit clan to lead the charge. Where's our reinforcements? The second court just sent where they need us to hold out for another 5 hours, the communications officer reported. God damn it. The burly man growled through clenched teeth. Transmit my orders. Before he could finish, a sudden directive echoed across the combat devices of everyone in the Second Corps' affiliated 12,678th Army. Priority command. Effective immediately, command authority is transferred to Level 1 Commander, Yang Chen. What the hell? Who's Yang Chen? Command transfer? Are you kidding me? Does this mean the previous orders are invalid now? Are they trying to get us all killed? The soldiers erupted in uproar. The former commander, the burly man with the darkened face, kicked over the table in front of him, his eyes blazing with fury. This is a death sentence. Are they out of their minds? Meanwhile, in front of Yang Chen, the battlefield unfolded as vividly as an AR movie. In the top right corner of his interface, detailed data was displayed. 12,678th Army, core strength, 10,000 troops. Total core personnel, 37,800. Current survivors, 10,289. Time in combat, 1 hour. Remaining supplies, logistics support. Enemy target, Fire Spirit Clan, right-wing unit, outermost battalion. Current objective, hold for 5 hours. Sun Bing's voice rang in Yang Chen's ears. Junior, it seems your luck isn't great, being assigned to a makeshift ragtag squad. Well, good luck to you. On the battlefield information screen, the number of survivors in the top right corner was dropping at an alarming rate. Each decrease represented the loss of a life. Yang Chen frowned deeply. Facing such a direct confrontation with death was a tremendous test for anyone. At this rate, forget about holding out for 5 hours. It seemed unlikely they could even last one. Amid the chaos of fire and the unrelenting cries of battle, Yang Chen focused intently on the current combat orders. A faint silver glow flickered in his eyes as he activated his special ability to scan the enemy's deployment. Information surged into his mind. The Fire Spirit Clan's right-wing reinforcements are advancing rapidly and are expected to arrive in 30 minutes. The reinforcements consist of Fire Unit 749, including 2,000 fire spirits and 3,000 demonic creatures. Their commander is a level 2 general of the Fire Spirit Clan, known for being ruthless, cunning, and bloodthirsty. Yang Chen quickly assessed the situation. A level 2 commander could lead an army of 100,000, while their side was merely the 12,678th unit under the Second Corps. The enemy's plan was clear. They intended to encircle the Second Corps. The situation was already dire, and now they had to contend with reinforcements. Holding their ground was no longer a viable option, but if they could delay the enemy's advance, their tactical objective would still be achieved. Once the reinforcements arrived, none of them would stand a chance of survival. A decisive order was issued through the battle command system. Drones and overseer robots moved to the front. All personnel are to retreat tactically and head toward the Quicksand River zone. The previously chaotic battlefield fell silent for a moment. Then, the seasoned soldiers sprang into action. The overseer robots at the rear moved to take the front lines, and all drones began executing suicide missions to block the enemy. Though some harbored doubts, no one dared to defy the order. The battle system recorded everything, and the consequences of disobedience were far worse than dying in combat. Even if Yang Chen had ordered them to charge out of the fortress for a direct confrontation with the Fire Spirit Clan, they would have no choice but to comply. Damn it. Is this new commander out of his mind? Retreating from the fortress, does he want to end up in a military tribunal? A burly man with a dark complexion exclaimed. He was already suited up in combat gear, gripping a laser blade and a nano rifle, ready to fight to the death on the front lines. Sir, haven't you figured it out yet? One of his subordinates pulled him aside and whispered. He's obviously a top student from one of the military academies. This is just a live combat exercise for him. Only 3 academies produce talent like this, and no one would dare send their students to a military tribunal. Let's move. If we delay any longer, we might not even preserve our honor after death. Damn it. These inexperienced brats are treating my life as their stepping stone for experience. Damn those bastards. The booming voice of the burly man with a dark complexion erupted in anger, his curses spilling out with ferocious intensity, as though he was venting every ounce of his pent-up fury. Yet, despite his explosive rage, he kept his voice low, wary of being overheard by those around him. His words, however, reached Yang Chen's ears with startling clarity. Through the immersive perception rule, Yang Chen felt as though he were right there on the battlefield, experiencing every moment firsthand. He could hear the dying screams, the agonized cries, and the desperate wails of despair. Each sound bore witness to the brutal clash of life and death, painting a world drenched in the stench of blood. At the same time, the intricate details of the battlefield were revealed to him through the God's eye perspective, allowing him to see every skirmish, every injury, and every life lost with vivid precision. To remain unshaken in the face of calamity, that is the mark of a true commander. The cold, detached voice of Sun Bing shattered the silence, as though it came from another realm. His tone carried no trace of emotion, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. After a brief pause, his voice deepened. Junior, do not think of us as merciless. If you realize after this battle that you're not cut out for this, it's better to step away early, rather than risk the lives of others in the future. Yang Chen did not respond. His eyes glinted with a silvery light, his expression unreadable. This was a battle of life and death, and only a composed mind could offer a chance of survival. His heart was as calm as still water, unshaken by any emotions. Everything around him seemed to grow distant until he became acutely aware that the combat overseer robots had taken over the front line. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and the enemy's desperate resistance was now a foregone defeat. Yet, even as the opposing forces seemed on the verge of collapse, the Fire Spirit clan soldiers intensified their offensive, showing no signs of relenting. Good. Even the combat overseer robots have joined the fray. Looks like the heretic clan can't hold out much longer, Yang Chen remarked with a faint, cold smirk, his eyes gleaming with sharp insight. Understood, Commander. One of his subordinates promptly acknowledged, his expression grave as he turned to relay the orders. Wait a moment. A female Fire Spirit clan member interjected as she rose to her feet. Her brows furrowed deeply, her gaze fixed intently on the war sandbox before her. A flicker of unease flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Brother, based on our initial calculations, the enemy shouldn't have been forced to deploy combat overseer robots this quickly. I suspect there might be a trap. It would be wiser to let Unit 749 proceed as planned. Otherwise, if we delay the main force's march, we won't be able to form an effective encirclement against the 2nd Legion. The Fire Spirit clan commander scoffed dismissively, his face full of disdain as he replied, Sister, you're underestimating our warriors and overestimating these heretic clan scum. With the enemy suffering such heavy losses, their sudden collapse is only natural. If this were the cultivator civilization of the human race, they'd have fallen apart long ago. This is different, brother, the female Fire Spirit clan member countered, shaking her head. Her tone grew heavier as she explained. The Blue Planet humans are called the heretic clan for a reason. They possess a sinister product of their civilization technology. Their combat logs record every soldier's actions in battle. No one dares desert or disobey orders. Even if they all perish, they will never choose to flee. Before her words had fully settled, a hurried voice rang out from outside the command tent. Report. Commander, latest intel: enemy forces have fully abandoned the fortress and are retreating towards the Quicksand River area. What? The female Fire Spirit clan member gasped softly, her disbelief evident. Ha! I told you, sister, you're overestimating these heretics. The Fire Spirit clan commander burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with scorn. Rising swiftly, he issued his command. Relay my orders. Leave 1,000 warriors to secure the fortress and ensure the passage of the main force. The rest of the troops will follow me in pursuit. We must annihilate the enemy completely. The battlefield was drenched in blood as the soldiers of the Fire Spirit clan surged toward the fortress like a relentless tide. Their overwhelming assault signaled that the impregnable stronghold would fall within 5 minutes. Behind the fortress, chaos reigned. Yang Chen's orders were swiftly relayed through the combat devices, and the soldiers of the Blue Star civilization were hurriedly carrying various supplies, retreating urgently toward the Quicksand River. Move. Faster. A burly man with a dark complexion bellowed, his voice cutting through the commotion. Take everything you can. Destroy anything you can't. Leave nothing for these. Before he could finish, everyone's combat devices flashed simultaneously. Yang Chen's new command appeared on the screens. Travel light. Retain only essential combat gear. Destroy all other supplies on site. Advance toward the Quicksand River at full speed. The dark-faced man froze for a moment before slapping his thigh in realization. Follow the orders. Travel light and fast, blow the rest to pieces. Explosions erupted one after another. By the time the Fire Spirit clan breached the fortress, all that awaited them was a desolate wasteland of ruins. A towering Fire Spirit commander strode into the fortress, accompanied by a female warrior of the same clan. Sister, take 1,000 warriors and hold this position. Wait for the main force, he instructed, turning to the other soldiers. I'll lead the rest of the brothers to hunt down those heretics. Do they think hiding in the Quicksand River and relying on water overcoming fire will give them an advantage? Naive. Even without flames, we are still the strongest fighters. Brother, be careful, the female warrior said, her brows furrowed with an inexplicable sense of unease. Don't worry. I'll take that commander's head and let my kid use it as a ball. The commander laughed heartily before leading over 4,000 Fire Spirit warriors out of the fortress, blazing toward the retreating Blue Star troops. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the Quicksand River, nearly 10,000 Blue Star soldiers were marching at a brisk pace through the forest. Suddenly, 3 orders appeared on their combat devices in succession. Split into 3 groups. The deputy commander will lead 2,000 to the upper reaches of the Quicksand River. The second deputy commander will lead another 2,000. The remaining forces will follow me back to the fortress. With the pre-plant nano-explosive mines, we will annihilate the 1,000 fire spirit troops left behind. Fight to the death. What? Only 1,000 enemies guarding the fortress? The dark-faced man was taken aback, wondering if Yang Chun had planted a spy within the fire spirit clan. But now was not the time for speculation. With a wave of his hand, he led over 5,000 soldiers in a quiet turn, preparing to launch a surprise counterattack on the fortress. From his remote vantage point, Yang Chun observed the scene and nodded silently. With the combat devices in place, orders were absolute. Though this unit's combat strength was average, their discipline was remarkable. This command system was a double-edged sword, invincible in the hands of a brilliant commander, but disastrous under the control of incompetence. The Fireling tribe, despite lacking modern technology, possesses unique creations of civilization that are equally formidable. They not only have equipment like elemental cannons, teleportation arrays, and elemental spacecraft, but they can also instantly transform their bodies into pure elements, allowing them to escape unscathed under heavy firepower. They are even capable of converting their flames into energy. Their only weakness lies in the natural opposition of fire and water. Though they won't drown, water significantly suppresses their fiery powers. Yang Chun exploited this weakness, making the Fireling forces believe he planned to retreat safely by leveraging the waters of the Quicksand River. As time ticked by, the Fireling commander soon led over 4,000 warriors to the forest 10 kilometers from the river. Observing the wreckage of destroyed war vehicles scattered across the area, he became even more convinced that the enemy was preparing to cross the river in a desperate escape. Men, burn this forest to the ground. Make sure there are no ambushes hiding here. Though arrogant, the flamboyant commander still possessed basic military discipline. In an instant, more than 4,000 Fireling warriors unleashed their power, with searing flames sweeping across the forest like a tidal wave. Countless panicked wild animals fled in all directions, and the once lush and vibrant forest was reduced to scorched earth in moments. After confirming there were no ambushes in the forest, the towering Fireling commander burst into laughter. Charge, men. Even if we have to cross the Quicksand River, I'll swim over and take the enemy commander's head myself. The 4,000-strong Fireling force surged forward like a blazing inferno, rushing toward the river. Meanwhile, within the fortress, a female Fireling was meticulously studying the war map. The main army would take another 3 hours to arrive, and to ensure an effective encirclement of the 2nd Expeditionary Corps, she needed to guarantee an unobstructed path. She was acutely aware of the ever-changing nature of battle and how missing the optimal opportunity could lead to catastrophic consequences. A decisive victory had to be built on the foundation of countless smaller victories. Just as she prepared to inspect the sentry posts, a deafening explosion erupted within the fortress. A series of continuous blasts followed, with shockwaves rippling through the entire stronghold. Many Fireling soldiers, caught off guard and unable to activate their elemental transformation in time, were obliterated in the terrifying explosions. It was a surprise counterattack by the 12,678th Corps. Damn it, they dared to come back. The female Fireling seethed with rage. Their weapons lack any elemental aura, rendering our spirit detectors useless. Even after a personal inspection, I fell for their trick. Bastards, only capable of cowardly sneak attacks. Warriors, annihilate these demons. The fortress was instantly engulfed in an intense, oppressive heat. Apart from those heavily injured in the initial blast of nanomines, the remaining Fireling warriors quickly assumed their elemental forms, rendering conventional thermal weapons ineffective. Hold the line, brothers. These damned Firelings can't maintain their elemental forms for long. Deploy the ice shields. Amid the chaos, countless Blue Star soldiers surged forward, skillfully activating their ice shields and entering the fortress by unlocking its gates. Unlike the Firelings, who could only scale the fortress walls, the Blue Star troops fought as if they were reclaiming their home turf. The oppressive heat surged through the fortress like a monstrous beast, distorting the air with its scorching intensity. The ice barrier began to show signs of melting, and if not for the seasoned experience of the charging soldiers, they might have already been driven back by the unbearable heatwave. At this moment, though every soldier gritted their teeth with determination, the exposed skin of many bore varying degrees of burns. The battle between pain and endurance continued relentlessly. The black-faced man's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his nano-laser cannon and swiftly aimed at a fire spirit warrior who had just completed elementalization. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the fire spirit warrior's heart was instantly obliterated by the laser cannon. Yet, its tenacious vitality prevented it from dying immediately. Blood gushed forth as the warrior let out a guttural roar, spewing a colossal dragon of flames from its mouth. The fiery dragon instantly melted the ice barrier ahead, and within the melting ice, several soldiers were consumed by the raging flames, reduced to ashes in mere moments. The roaring inferno devoured everything in its path, while blood, like the blossoming flowers of life, spilled violently across the blistering battlefield. Fire and blood intermingled as the battleground turned into a merciless feast. Shouts of rage, the clashing of swords, and the agonized groans of the wounded echoed without end. The fire spirit race was naturally belligerent and formidable in combat. Even after losing over 100 warriors to a surprise nanobomb strike, the remaining 800 fire spirit fighters showed no fear, fighting to the death with unwavering resolve. A female fire spirit warrior wielded a 10-meter-long elemental blade like a harvester of lives, each strike claiming multiple enemies. Blood sprayed through the air, and the battlefield reeked of death's overpowering presence. Witnessing this scene, the black-faced man was consumed by rage, his eyes burning red as his blood surged. His fourth-tier genetic lock activated in an explosive burst. Gripping his Agrade heavy sword tightly, he charged at the female fire spirit warrior without hesitation, roaring, "Fire demon, this heavy sword of mine will split your skull." Though the female fire spirit warrior couldn't understand his words, the hostility in his tone was unmistakable. She met his challenge without fear, hurling a fierce curse in her own language and launching a relentless assault with her elemental blade, each strike aimed directly at the black-faced man. Meanwhile, the fire spirit commander had led over 4,000 warriors to the region of the flowing sand river. From a distance, the river's surging, boundless surface stretched endlessly, its murky yellow waters resembling a wild, untamed dragon. The river churned violently in its bed, exuding a cold, misty aura that permeated the air, making it damp and heavy. The ground near the riverbank, softened by the water's erosion, made every step feel laboriously sluggish. The fire spirit commander, a towering and imposing figure, surveyed the surroundings with a furrowed brow. Although the flowing sand river's currents were fierce, his instincts told him that the evil clan couldn't have crossed the river so swiftly. How could this be, he muttered to himself, a vague unease stirring in his heart. Just as he was about to order a retreat, the deputy commander approached, asking with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong, Commander? Did you hear something?" The commander focused intently for a moment before a wave of dread washed over him. He spoke urgently. "There's no time, move quickly." His eyes narrowed as he sharply motioned for the troops to turn back and began sprinting toward their original path. Though the deputy commander was confused, the gravity of the commander's expression left no room for hesitation, and he followed closely behind. Yet, at that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a stampede of 1,000 horses. Everyone instinctively turned to look, their faces etched with shock. The murky waters of the Yellow River now surged forward like an enraged dragon, its momentum overwhelming, as though it sought to devour the heavens and earth. The wind carried with it a deluge of water vapor, like a harbinger of the apocalypse, rushing toward them with unstoppable force. "Holy crap!" the deputy commander exclaimed in terror, momentarily frozen in place. "The bastards have breached the riverbank. Run!" The deputy commander's furious roar tore through the air. Over 4,000 Fire Clan warriors turned pale at the sound, their disciplined formation collapsing into chaos like scattered sand. Before they could react, a massive torrent surged downstream, the waters of the Yellow River carrying mud and silt, roaring with a deafening fury as it obliterated everything in its path. The Fire Clan commander stood frozen, his face ashen. It was only now that he realized their enemy hadn't been retreating in panic. They had set a meticulous trap upstream long ago. The enemy forces must have arrived there in advance, secretly digging channels and breaking the riverbank, waiting for the Fire Clan to pursue them before delivering this fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming flood swallowed the 4,000 Fire Clan soldiers. Upstream, at the breached riverbank, more than 2,000 mud-covered soldiers stood silently, watching the apocalyptic scene unfold. They swallowed hard, still processing what they had just accomplished under Yang Chen's command. Together, they had worked in unison to break the riverbank with perfect timing. Yang Chen, the commanding officer, had demonstrated remarkable insight from the very beginning of the battle, skillfully manipulating the Fire Clan forces at every turn. Damn it! Dozens of Fire Clan soldiers and their commander, soaked and trembling, collapsed onto the ground. They had barely escaped death, their eyes filled with exhaustion and despair. Some were still retching up Yellow River water mixed with mud. As the Fire Clan commander prepared to end his own life, an arrow whistled through the air and struck his shoulder. Instantly, it transformed into a nanotech chain, binding him tightly. A confident figure approached from the distance, shouting orders. "Quick! Secure these Fire Clan soldiers with spirit-sealing nails and bind them with nanotech chains. The commander says they still have their uses." Yang Chen observed the scene from afar, calculating his next move. The subsequent plans he had prepared were no longer necessary. The flood alone had crushed the enemy forces. He knew full well that this victory was only possible because of the enemy commander's arrogance. It was a triumph of perfect timing, terrain, and strategy. Without delay, he ordered his troops to withdraw. The 2,000 soldiers who had been lying in wait along the sandy river's path to ambush any survivors were now methodically retreating, marching swiftly toward their next target. Within the fortress, after the fierce battle, the scorched earth was stained red with blood, mingling with blackened ashes. The 1,000 fire-elemental enemy troops left to guard the fortress had been completely annihilated. The battlefield reeked of blood and smoke, with severed limbs and debris scattered everywhere, a stark reminder of the cost of victory. In the makeshift medical zone, the wounded lay on stretchers while medics bustled about, bandaging wounds and stitching lacerations. Meanwhile, over 3,000 soldiers remained active, stationed throughout the fortress. They worked methodically, setting traps, manning lookout points, and repairing the damaged cannons that had defended the stronghold. On their faces was an undeniable fervor brought about by the triumph. "That was exhilarating," exclaimed a burly man with a dark complexion, grinning to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. He sat in a corner of the medical zone, receiving treatment. His right arm had been cleanly severed during a fierce fight with a female fire elemental warrior. The wound was raw and bloody, and a medic was carefully stitching it up. His skin was severely burned, making his already dark face appear almost charred, but his eyes glimmered with an intense excitement. To defeat 1,000 fire elementals at the cost of fewer than 2,000 casualties was an almost unimaginable feat for their army. The burly man calculated in his mind this unit was not particularly strong in direct combat. While they could manage defense adequately, their typical casualty ratio in battles was 6-1, sometimes even 7-1. Such low losses this time were thanks not only to the surprise of the first wave of explosive traps, but also to the fortress's meticulously designed defensive structures. The fire elementals, lacking even the most basic education, were helpless against objects undetectable by their spirit scanners. Had they been capable of neutralizing these defensive installations immediately, the battle would have been far bloodier. There was just one thing the burly man couldn't figure out: how had Yang Chen known with such precision that only 1,000 enemy soldiers had been left to guard the fortress? If the intelligence had been wrong, their entire force might have been wiped out. As he pondered this, a notification sound echoed simultaneously across all the soldiers' combat devices. A new order from Yang Chen had been issued to everyone within the fortress. In the Lie Xian River region, over 4,000 enemy troops have been eliminated, and their commanding officer has been captured. All personnel within the fortress are to complete trap placement inside and outside the stronghold, then evacuate immediately. Proceed at full speed to the forest 100 kilometers away and prepare an ambush at the coordinates provided southeast direction. What the? Over 4,000 enemies taken out, and their commander captured. The burly man slapped his thigh in astonishment and sprang to his feet, startling the medic who had been tending to him. "Sir, your arm," the medic exclaimed. The nearly finished stitches on the man's severed arm had torn open from the sudden movement, and blood began to flow again. "Arm? What arm? Didn't you hear the commander's order? Everyone's to evacuate." The man slapped his face with his uninjured hand to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Looking around, he saw that the soldiers in the fortress were just as energized. Their faces were flushed with excitement, some even cheering aloud. "But your arm," the medic stammered, glancing at the bleeding wound. "Ha ha ha, it's just an arm. I'll stitch it up on the way." The man laughed heartily, his booming voice echoing through the fortress. He then shouted to the surrounding troops. "Everyone, pick up the pace. Finish setting the traps and evacuate the fortress. Move to the coordinates in the combat devices full speed." "Yes, sir." The unified response resounded throughout the fortress, morale soaring. The soldiers worked with even greater urgency, swiftly completing their final preparations. 2 hours later, 100 kilometers from the fortress, the horizon was ablaze with fiery red hues stretching endlessly. An uncountable army of fire elementals surged forward like a tidal wave, advancing toward the fortress. At the forefront of the army were various elemental creatures formed entirely of fire. They came in all shapes and sizes: colossal one-eyed giants that shook the earth with every step, nimble, explosive birds that flitted in swarms through the air, and terrifying three-headed hellhounds, their fangs dripping with molten fire. All of these creatures were engulfed in raging flames, radiating intense heat that scorched everything in their path, leaving nothing but charred wasteland behind. My goodness, the commander had us set up an ambush here. Was he planning to deliver us as snacks for their monsters? A long-distance delivery, light on meat but heavy on sentiment. In the distant mountain forest, atop a peak, a burly man with a dark face had already regrouped with another 2,000 soldiers. Standing at a high vantage point, his gaze pierced through the dense canopy, staring in shock at the battlefield far away. "This formation, it's the work of the 2nd Legion. Commander, you've overstepped your bounds," he muttered under his breath, his brows furrowed deeply. Beside him, the deputy commander was equally stunned, his mouth agape and eyes wide as saucers. Maybe the commander knows we can't hold the fortress and doesn't want us to die in vain. Perhaps he used the ambush as an excuse to save our lives. The dark-faced man instinctively shook his head, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the weapon at his waist. As a commander himself, he understood the unwavering principle of orders are absolute. Since the Second Legion had ordered them to hold the fortress for 5 hours, they would exhaust every means to ensure it was achieved. Now that they had abandoned the fortress, he was more inclined to believe this was a tactical maneuver of a different kind. Sure enough, the next moment, the combat device on his wrist lit up, displaying a clear command. Delay the enemy's advance to fulfill the Second Legion's order of holding the line for 5 hours. Once the Fire Spirit Tribe's right-wing forces enter the ambush zone, all units are to scatter and launch an all-out assault. Damn it, to hell with fear. The dark-faced man rose abruptly, gripping his nano cannon, his eyes blazing with battle spirit. If you're not afraid to die, follow me. Raise the cannons and blast them to hell. Strike fear across the land and charge. Let's give it everything we've got. The deputy commander also understood that this mission would likely end in their deaths, but if they could take down over 4,000 Fire Spirit soldiers before falling, it would be worth it. Following Yang Chen's orders, the 5,000 soldiers at the site immediately dispersed, each seeking their ideal ambush positions. Behind trees, among rocks, within bushes, every soldier found a spot best suited for their tactics. Meanwhile, 2 hours earlier, the 2,000 soldiers digging along the riverbank in the Quicksand River region had already split into 2 groups, 1,000 laying deadly traps along the route, while the other 1,000 scattered and infiltrated the area from the other side, setting an ambush for the Fire Spirit Tribe's right-wing forces. When the overwhelming Fire Spirit right-wing army entered the ambush zone set by the dark-faced man and his troops, an ear-shattering explosion erupted from all directions. Boom, 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 boom. It was unclear who fired the first shot, but it no longer mattered. The pre-plant nano mines began detonating in succession, their powerful blasts igniting fire and scattering debris with every explosion. Yang Chen's command appeared on everyone's combat devices at the perfect moment. Advance when the enemy retreats. Retreat when the enemy advances. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Who? Where is this army from? Damn it. Didn't Huayao claim the fortress was already captured? Could he have betrayed us and joined the enemy? The unprepared right-wing forces descended into chaos, assaulted from every direction and unable to determine where to counterattack. Soldiers panicked, fleeing in disarray, with some even firing on their own comrades. In the skies above, drones carrying captured prisoners began broadcasting messages. The Fire Spirit Tribe's frontline forces have been defeated. We are the First Legion. You are completely surrounded. Surrender now, and you will be treated well as prisoners of war. Surrender now, and you will be treated well as prisoners of war. Surrender now, and you will be treated well as prisoners of war. The second-tier commander of the Fire Spirit 749th Battalion, Huaya, wore a dark expression as he watched his panicked subordinates. His anger boiled over. Damn it! Who dares disrupt my army's morale? Shoot down those iron birds in the sky, he roared, spittle flying. Commander, look up there, is that Commander Huayao? A trembling soldier pointed skyward. Could we really be surrounded? Huaya felt a chill run through him. Following his subordinate's gesture, he saw Huaya bound and disheveled, looking utterly defeated but still recognizable, tied to one of the drones. The sight sent a wave of panic through him as cold sweat began to bead on his palms. The fortress ahead was defended by no more than a few tens of thousands of ragtag soldiers. They were adequate for holding the city, but the idea that they could capture Huayao was something Huaya found utterly unbelievable. His brows furrowed deeply as suspicion churned in his mind. Could it really be the First Army coming to their aid? But wasn't the First Army of the Xie clan supposed to be locked in battle with the Shui Ling clan at this moment? As the thought crossed his mind, Huaya slammed his fist onto the shield beside him and cursed angrily. Damn it! I knew those water folk couldn't be trusted. Meanwhile, in the command tent on the right flank, the third-level commander, Huahu, wore a grim expression. His hands moved swiftly over the flame totem before him, forming intricate seals as he employed the clan's secret techniques to communicate with the main command center. Several deputy commanders stood nearby, their faces dark with unease and worry flickering in their eyes. Enough! What's with the panic? Huahu raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group. Even if we're surrounded by the First Army, are you suggesting we surrender? We are warriors of the Hua Ling clan. We fear neither battle nor sacrifice. His calm, yet powerful words seemed to carry a strange magic, causing many present to lower their heads in shame. The panic that had gripped their hearts gradually subsided. In just a moment, Huahu completed his communication, and the flame totem before him dissipated. Rising abruptly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. We were blinded by fear. The enemy isn't the First Army. It's likely just a bluff. Prepare to counterattack immediately. At the same time, Yang Chen stood on a distant hill, observing how the Huo clan's forces swiftly reorganized from their initial chaos to launch a counteroffensive. He nodded slightly. The taunts were just a ploy to disrupt their morale and buy time, he muttered, his gaze sweeping across his small contingent of troops. With just this handful of people, even if the enemy surrendered, I wouldn't dare take them in. As orders were rapidly issued from the command tent, the Huo clan's forces quickly regained their composure. By now, some had begun to notice something was off. The enemy's initial assault had been ferocious, but subsequent attacks seemed much weaker, more bark than bite. Damn it. They almost had me fooled, Huo cursed, leaping onto his blazing two-headed wolf. The saddle creaked against the shifting flames as he mounted. Raising his battle axe high, he shouted to his troops behind him, "Brothers, follow me into battle." In an instant, dozens of mobile combat units broke off from the main army. Mounted on blazing two-headed wolves, fire lizards, and other fire elemental creatures, the soldiers charged in all directions, kicking up golden clouds of dust that shimmered under the sunlight. "Brothers, time to skedaddle as planned." A burly man with a dark face roared with laughter. Before the enemy could fully react, his small team of a dozen men was already sprinting toward the depths of the forest. Branches snapped in their wake, leaving behind a concealed trail. The thrill of Hitandran tactics brought a wide grin to his face, one he couldn't quite suppress. Thousands of soldiers split into numerous small squads, each numbering anywhere from a dozen to several dozen. Though they seemed to be acting independently, they were all under Yang Chen's unified command, retreating toward the forest in an organized, pre-planned manner. Amid the dappled shadows of the trees, the soldiers moved swiftly and efficiently, their actions precise and coordinated. "Foolish girl, use the data I provided to send each squad their optimal retreat route," Yang Chen ordered into his communicator. In this moment, the immense computational power of the AI made commanding hundreds of squads feel effortless. "Understood," a crisp electronic voice responded. As commands were relayed, the hundreds of squads dispersed and retreated. Though it appeared chaotic, their movements were meticulously ordered, leaving Huo feeling as though his punches were landing on air. Furious, his eyes bulged and his chest heaved. He ordered his troops to set the forest ablaze. "I don't believe this. If I can't burn you to death, they'll smoke you out." Similar scenes played out across the battlefield. Raging fires began to consume the forest, with flames hungrily devouring every inch of combustible material. Thick smoke billowed upward as countless animals fled and terror birds took to the skies, while beasts bolted on the ground. Watching the chaos, Yang Chen shook his head. These Huo clan folks really do burn everything in their path. They could use a good dousing from the waters of the flowing sand river. A nanoshield enveloped Yang Chen's face, forming a transparent blue energy barrier that protected him from the smoke's harmful effects. Under his command, the hundreds of squads began their rapid march to the next rendezvous point, crossing charred earth and disappearing over the distant ridges. In the command tent of the Fire Spirit clan's army, Huo listened intently to a series of reports from his subordinates, his expression growing increasingly grave. The enemy forces were as slippery as eels, retreating immediately after each skirmish, clearly trying to buy time. Their strategy of traveling light granted them exceptional mobility, and coupled with their advantage of the terrain, they consistently maintained the upper hand. As Huo was deep in thought, a flame-imbued elemental messenger pigeon flew into the tent. With a wave of his hand, the pigeon transformed into a burst of fire, merging into his palm, a unique method of communication used by the Fire Spirit clan. The message revealed that enemy reinforcements would reach the forward stronghold within half an hour. "What?" Huo leapt to his feet, his face darkening. At this moment, the main forces of the Fire Spirit clan were locked in fierce combat with the enemy's Second Legion. If enemy reinforcements managed to secure the stronghold's advantageous position, their encirclement plan would completely fall apart. What puzzled him even more was the intelligence that the stronghold had originally been defended by only an auxiliary unit, which the Fire Yao troops should have easily defeated. Just earlier, a secret communication from the clan had reported that the stronghold had been captured, yet it had somehow been retaken by the enemy in the blink of an eye. The rapidity of these developments was baffling. Time was of the essence, and orders were absolute. Huo quickly formulated a plan. They had to reclaim the stronghold before the reinforcements arrived. Stripping the enemy of their terrain advantage would ensure that the incoming reinforcements would stand no chance against their forces, giving the encirclement plan a fighting chance. "Take down the mobile command tent. Mount up, everyone. Abandon all non-essential supplies," Huo commanded without hesitation. "Forget about those scattered enemy troops. Head for the forward stronghold at full speed." The elemental giants carefully dismantled the command tent, and Huo's orders were relayed across the ranks with lightning speed. However, the march that followed was grueling for the Fire Spirit clan. Precision nanomines continuously bombarded the elemental creatures, causing them to grow agitated and difficult to control, leaving their handlers scrambling to manage them. These war machines, originally designed for siege warfare, had become a burden during the march. To make matters worse, hundreds of enemy squads appeared sporadically, launching hitandron attacks that tested everyone's patience. Hoya, one of the commanders, chased after them in fury, only to fall into a trap set by Yang Chun, suffering heavy losses. His subordinates pleaded with him. Commander, the enemy scatters and regroups. Pursuing them is futile. We're falling behind the main force. Gritting his teeth, Hoya glanced around, the weight of his disobedience to orders gnawing at him. The harassment from the enemy squads continued relentlessly. Striking from all directions and retreating just as swiftly, they severely slowed the progress of the Fire Spirit clan's army. As time slipped away, the 1,000 soldiers who had set the traps successfully regrouped with reinforcements at the stronghold. Yang Chun issued final orders to all combat units. The 5-hour delay mission is complete. Follow the retreat routes and regroup at the stronghold with the reinforcements. Wishing you all a triumphant return. We shall fight side by side again one day. With that, the operation concluded. Command was handed back to the original commander, and the performance in this battle was deemed exemplary, leading the Blue Planet's human race to victory against the alien forces, receiving humanity's blessing, and earning a reward of 10,000 merit points. As these words surfaced in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, the emerald green lotus within him began to tremble subtly. The rewards for this battle far surpassed those of the martial exam secret realm, and the alien casualties were staggering. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Sun Bing stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Strategizing from afar and securing victory with precision. You have the makings of a great commander, Junior. The pure white command room gradually came into focus. Yang Chun rubbed his tired eyes and humbly replied. It was just luck, and I was fortunate the opponent gave me an opening. Despite the fatigue from overusing his eyes, the sight of the 10,000 merit points made him feel ready for another fight. Composed and steady, an exceptional quality at your age. Sun Bing was increasingly impressed. Your performance this time has truly opened my eyes. Our command department finally has a promising newcomer. He enthusiastically suggested. If you're interested, join our group chat. It's a great space for exchanging ideas and discussions. For Yang Chun, this invitation was a golden opportunity. Being a level 1 commander capable of leading tens of thousands of troops was already an accomplishment, but the veterans in the group, commanding armies of hundreds of thousands, offered an invaluable chance to learn. After adding Sun Bing as a contact on Tianwang, Yang Chun joined the group chat. Though smaller than the artifact forging group, it still had over a dozen members. Sun Bing immediately uploaded Yang Chen's command footage, commenting, "A new generation surpasses the old. Welcome to the review." The group quickly became lively. "Welcome, newcomer. Quartzubing. Sun Bing, seems like this newcomer really impressed you. First time I've seen you upload a rookie's command footage. Wang Jian, let me check it out. Quartzubing. Not bad, quite interesting. Han Xian." Sun Bing chuckled and explained, "Junior, everyone in this group is from our command department, some having graduated years ago. Besides Professor Bai, feel free to address everyone else as senior. It's a peer-to-peer interaction." After the pleasantries, Yang Chen exited the command building and hailed a spaceship to return to his dormitory. Just then his AI assistant, Silly Girl, reminded him, "You have a message from Su Xiaoyu. Would you like to check it?" "Check it." A transparent screen displayed Su Xiaoyu's message. "Yang Chun, when you messaged me earlier, I was busy refining pills. Just finished now. I hope the package I sent helps you. By the way, the Celestial Demon War has ended, so if you have time during the winter break, you're welcome to visit Demon Star." Oh, leaning back in his spaceship seat, Yang Chun mused to himself. As expected, Su Xiaoyu, seemingly naive and adorable, is actually incredibly perceptive. She's already realized I've uncovered her demon lineage. Silly Girl, reply for me. Let her know I've received her message and will definitely visit if I have the time. Make it warm, polite, and courteous. With an intelligent AI as his personal assistant, even typing was no longer a concern. The next morning, Yang Chun put on his platinum-toned military academy uniform, affixed the school emblem, adjusted his attire briefly, and stepped out the door. At the entrance, he hailed an autonomous flying ship and headed straight for the nearest BO Express station. The law enforcement badge, sent by his uncle, had finally arrived. As a crucial tool to ensure he wouldn't fail his jurisprudence class, Yang Chun took it very seriously. 5 minutes later, he successfully retrieved the law enforcement badge. The badge was weighty, entirely silver white, radiating a brilliance akin to moonlight on snow. One side was meticulously engraved with 2 bold characters, Justice. The other side bore a vivid depiction of a vertical pupil, its jet black iris exuding an unsettling aura, as if capable of perceiving the truth of all things. During law enforcement, the badge must be worn to record the entire process, and it was evident that the side with the vertical pupil was the critical component. "Teacher, it'll show you what it means to gain true knowledge through practice. Your outdated teaching methods are already obsolete," Yang Chun murmured, shaking his head. In his view, jurisprudence, wasn't about listening to verbose lectures or playing word games. It was about implementing fairness and justice through real actions. Just then, a voice chimed in from his smart assistant. Message from Lu Bai received. Would you like to view it? Yang Chen paused, slightly exasperated, hoping it wasn't yet another discussion about the virtues of sages. View, he replied. Brother Yang, hello? Sorry to bother you, but I heard you've been appointed as a blade of the law enforcement hall. Lu Bei's familiar tone came through. Yeah, I didn't expect the news to spread so fast, even reaching you, Yang Chen responded. Apologies, it wasn't intentional. The law enforcement hall publishes internal announcements, and since I'm also a blade, I saw it. Lu Bei's revelation surprised Yang Chen. He had assumed the blades of the law enforcement hall were all like his stern jurisprudence professor, always wearing a cold expression. All right, so did you message me today to congratulate me? Yang Chen asked. As he sent the message, the typing indicator appeared under Lu Bei's avatar. Moments later, a new message arrived. A red packet of 1 million yuan. Sorry, I didn't see that coming. Congratulations on becoming a blade. I don't have much money, so this is about 90 of my current balance. Consider it a gift. Lu Bei's generosity caught Yang Chen off guard. The Lu family's motto of raising sons with frugality was evidently applied without exception. No need for the red packet. I appreciate the thought. If you've got something to say, just get to the point. We're not strangers, Yang Chen replied directly. Brother Yang, straightforward as always. All right, he'll cut to the chase. I originally had a law enforcement assignment, but I've recently felt inspired while reading and plan to go into seclusion to break through my cultivation. I was hoping you could take on this task for me, Lu Bai said, catching Yang Chen off guard. He thought to himself, well, looks like I've got work to do. Is it on the government's dime? I'm not exactly flush with cash, Yang Chen asked. Yes, once I transfer the task to you, the mission funds will also be sent your way. If I finish my breakthrough quickly, I'll personally buy a ticket to meet you. Lu Bei's response only piqued Yang Chen's curiosity further. A ticket? The mission isn't on Blue Star? Yang Chen asked in surprise. No, it's on Handong Star, Lu Bai replied, sparking a sense of anticipation in Yang Chen. It seemed a new adventure was about to begin. Yang Chen was not familiar with the name Handongxing. However, he had long yearned to explore the world beyond launching and see what it truly looked like. This time, with the added bonus of a work-funded trip, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. What a fantastic opportunity. All right, leave it to me. No problem. Lu Bai's reply came through quickly. Thank you, Brother Yang. Once I finish my seclusion training, I'll find you and bring my favorite book of sages as a gift of gratitude. Lu Bai's response momentarily froze the excited expression on Yang Chen's face. Well, I really appreciate that. Yang Chen replied swiftly. Shortly after, Lu Bai sent over the mission details via the Skynet system. Mission details. Travel to Han Dongxing to investigate the drought situation. Mission duration. 1 month. Mission budget. 3 million launching coins. Yang Chen immediately began to calculate in his head. Silly girl. How much does a ticket to Han Dongxing cost? Received. Silly girl is searching. Ticket prices for space travel to Han Dongxing. Economy class. 1 million launching coins. First class. 5 million launching coins. Business class. 10 million launching coins. After some thought, Yang Chen decided to spend most of the funds on a ticket, leaving himself with 1 million launching coins, a decent amount. Glancing at his schedule, he noticed he only had a jurisprudence class today, which he had no intention of attending. After all, he would soon be enforcing the law himself, so he figured this trip could count as a practical lesson. He summoned an autonomous flying vehicle and headed back to his dormitory. Having recently gained 10,000 merit points, Yang Chen decided to use the time before his departure to Han Dongxing to enhance his cultivation. He still had some way to go to reach the 4th tier of the immortal path, and he needed to seize this opportunity to break through. The flying vehicle quickly arrived at his dormitory. He entered his cultivation room and used destiny points to purchase several quinine pills and Kuan Yuan pills to replenish his cultivation supplies. Though money was hard to come by, he considered it an investment to ensure he didn't fall behind in his cultivation progress. Currently, Yang Chen's cultivation level had reached the early stage of the 4th tier of the gene lock, with progress at around 20. His soul lock was at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, with 50 progress. He had accumulated 10,000 merit points. His plan was to strive for a breakthrough to the 5th tier. After all, once he reached the 5th tier, his cultivation process would no longer be subject to external monitoring. Being on Bayou Island, he now had access to far richer resources and information than before. Many secrets of cultivation, once inaccessible, could now be found on the campus network. In the context of the cultivation civilization, tiers 15 were referred to as the heavenly foundation stage, marking the initial process of forming the Dao fruit golden core. In the launching civilization, this stage was called the mortal path, with the 5th tier being the pinnacle of mortals. Breaking through to the 6th tier signified crossing the boundary of mortals and immortals. To break through the 6th tier of the soul lock, one needed to activate 365 divine apertures within the sea of consciousness, forging the immortal soul. However, the difficulty of activating these divine apertures was immense. Even the slightest mistake could lead to loss of consciousness at best or death at worst. The 365 breakthroughs required represented 365 brushes with death, a lethal trial faced by every cultivator. Launching's cultivation system emphasized a path of sharp edges, proving the Dao through slaughter. Breaking through the sixth tier of the soul lock often relied on combat, resource plundering, and acquiring rare natural treasures to ensure survival during the breakthrough. While the Celestial Court could provide assistance for a few qualified cultivators to break through to the sixth tier, the cost was that their cultivation would be permanently capped at that level, preventing further progress. Despite this limitation, many were still willing to accept the trade-off. After all, only a select few had the opportunity to break through the sixth tier under the identity of a researcher and continue pursuing higher realms of cultivation. The path to unlocking the sixth tier genetic lock was equally arduous. Breaking through the 365 immortal apertures in the body and forging the immortal body was the true key to becoming a true immortal. Only by shaping the immortal soul and fully achieving the immortal body could one step through the gates of the immortal realm. Chen knew that his journey to earn merit points was far from over. The 10,000 merit points he currently had were just enough to break through from the fourth tier to the fifth tier soul lock. Without hesitation, he poured all his merit points into the process, consumed the Kuan Yuan pill, and began his breakthrough cultivation. Merit points fully injected. Cultivation begins. The system prompted. Current environment is a sacred land, the way of place in the four essentials of cultivation. You are truly a winner in life. Following this, a beneficial buff was activated, and the atmosphere grew intense in an instant. Detecting Kuan Yuan pill, the system's voice came intermittently. Cultivation level, soul lock, fourth tier, 100 complete. Then, another prompt followed. No breakthrough elixir detected. Would you like to consume merit points to proceed with the breakthrough? Chen did not respond. He knew that his current merit points were limited to just 10,000. To play it safe, he decided to adopt the most direct and cost-effective method, foregoing the use of merit points and opting for a life-risking breakthrough instead. Commencing brute force breakthrough, a trace of resolve flashed in Chen's eyes. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to a primordial era, where ancient humans, lacking even the most basic cultivation systems, fought for survival. But now, he had no such worries. Everything could be entrusted to his own willpower. His mental energy surged forward like a wild bull, crashing against the shackles of his soul. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted in his mind, as if his head had imploded. The violent shock between his soul and body nearly tore him apart. His lifespan rapidly diminished, leaving him with just 5,365 years. To hear the way in the morning and die in the evening, what is there to fear in this ordeal? Chen's gaze was resolute, as though he had transcended life and death. Before his eyes, the system text flickered rapidly, and his willpower significantly strengthened in that moment. The undying attribute within his soul grew stronger, and he clawed his way back from the brink of death. Again and again, Chen danced with death and rebirth. Each deathly impact made him more resilient, and the undying power within his soul became increasingly formidable. With every shattering blow, he struggled to rise like a wild beast. Finally, after enduring death 17 times and sacrificing 340 years of his lifespan, the fifth-tier soul lock's divine aperture was broken through, achieving perfection. A new notification emerged in Chen's mind. Cultivation level, soul lock, fifth tier, divine aperture 0365. He couldn't help but glance at his remaining lifespan. 5,045 years. How amusing. Without hesitation, Chen grabbed the Kuan Yin pill, consumed it, and once again poured all his remaining merit points into the genetic lock. At this moment, he embarked on a new round of cultivation. Cultivation begins. After completing this round of cultivation, with the fourth-tier genetic lock once again reaching 100 perfection, the system detected no breakthrough elixir. Chen did not hesitate, and once more chose to risk his life for the breakthrough. Amid the frenzied process, his body began to expand rapidly, swelling to a height of over 10 meters in an instant. His muscles bulged, veins snaking across his body like writhing serpents. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted, akin to a volcano erupting within him. The immense column of blood energy soared skyward, tearing through the roof in an instant. A blood-red spear rose from behind him, like a slumbering dragon awakening, exuding an overwhelming spiritual power. His mental energy surged like a torrential flood, endlessly gushing forth from the spear. The surrounding air was torn apart, emitting sharp, piercing howls. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the surrounding neighbors. Lu Shu was the first to rush out of the villa gates, her eyes locking directly onto the distant pillar of blood energy, her shock written all over her face. In contrast, the nearby construction team, Workers seemed entirely unfazed by the sight. Yang Chen's rapid progress was nothing short of astonishing. Wang Jia also stepped out of the villa, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise as he looked at the pillar of blood energy. It seemed Yang Chen had struck a fortune in the secret realm, instantly transforming into a wealthy powerhouse. In the cultivation practices of Blue Star civilization, decisiveness in battle and abundant resources were key. Without sufficient resources, even the most gifted individuals couldn't break through no matter how hard they tried. Yang Chen was undoubtedly an anomaly, with an extraordinary digestive system for absorbing resources. Even he had to admit that his foundation far surpassed ordinary people, and it wasn't the result of a flimsy accumulation. With a synergy of talent and wealth, his configuration seemed capable of breaking conventions. Wang Zha's gaze flickered, and a wave of envy rose in his heart. Boss, you're too ruthless. How long has it been? And you've already broken through to the 5th celestial stage. Lu Shu moved swiftly, her figure almost vanishing in a blur, and in an instant, she arrived in front of Yang Chen's villa. Looking up at his towering figure, she subconsciously swallowed hard. What could ordinary human effort possibly amount to? Yang Chen's entire body radiated concentrated blood energy, his aura surging like a storm. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the air. As the blood energy compressed further, his massive frame, towering over 10 meters, rapidly shrank back to his original height of 1.82 meters. With a light step, the spiritual wooden floor beneath him shattered instantly. The blood-red spear behind him disappeared, and his essence, energy, and spirit were entirely retracted. Surveying his surroundings, Yang Chen felt confident that in his current state, he could easily take down the ferocious bull from the divine war. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the stillness, echoing in all directions. Both Yang Chen and Lu Shu flinched. Yang Chen, you freak. Meihua Shirlu and Su Nua had just finished their classes, and, sensing the unusual activity nearby, quickly directed their Idriven spaceship to rush over. They arrived just in time to witness Yang Chen undergoing his transformation. Meihua Shirlu's face turned bright red, and she immediately covered her eyes. Su Nua, on the other hand, calmly observed the scene, a lollipop dangling from her lips, intrigued. Realizing what had happened, Yang Chen reacted in a flash. A streak of white light darted back into the house, leaving behind a pile of shredded clothing on the ground where he had been standing. It's just a body. Meihua, is this really necessary? Lu Shu scratched her head, unable to hold back her comment. Shouldn't the focus right now be on how ridiculously strong the boss's foundation is? A height of over 10 meters, practically inhuman. Su Nua replied calmly. What do you know? I'm a girl. She gestured to the unbothered Su Nua beside her. Learn from her. Stop overreacting. It's just a man, after all. 5 minutes later, having changed into a new uniform, Yang Chen temporarily moved into Lu Shu's place. His villa was now in ruins and would have to be demolished and rebuilt. Meanwhile, the construction team was busy building a dormitory area for the group. In addition to the student council headquarters, Meihua Shirlu was constructing a castle behind the headquarters as a shared dormitory for the 5 of them, naming it Magic Immortal Castle. All the facilities inside the castle were made from celestial materials, and once completed, the group would move in together. As for the construction of the student council headquarters, Fang Outyin provided strong financial support, contributing 5 billion cosmic credits, and even funding the construction of Chuntian Fortress. Within the fortress, the largest room was reserved specifically for Yang Chen as his personal training chamber. In the living room of Willow Villa, a heated discussion about the protective treasure garment was taking place. Have to say, Fang Outyin is really growing up. He's now one of the key members of the student council, Meihua 16 remarked with a teasing glance at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you're the president of our student council, yet you don't even have a protective treasure garment. Faced with Meihua 16's blunt statement, Yang Chen cleared his throat. It was true after breaking through to the 5th tier, having a protective treasure garment became a necessity. Otherwise, the frequent shredding of clothes during intense battles was rather undignified. He recalled the rumors circulating about the world-shaking battle between immortals and demons, which supposedly started because a great demon sage coveted the Rui divine weapons and celestial battle armor set of the Huanyu Research Institute. Su Nua, while unwrapping a lollipop and popping it into her mouth, explained, as 4 treasure garments. You can find them in the Tion Ming Mall, though they come with a hefty price tag. They're divided into 3 grades, mortal, spirit, and celestial. Aside from the basic size adjustment attribute, the higher the quality, the more additional attributes can be added. Exactly, Willow chimed in. Even the ordinary mortal-grade treasure garments in Tion Ming Mall cost 200,000 Tion Ming points. It's daylight robbery. He cast an envious glance at the extraordinary Cheongsam Meihua 16 was wearing, which was impervious to fire and water, keeping her warm in winter and cool in summer. At that moment, Meihua 16 suddenly spoke up. Ahem, about the treasure garment, well, I happen to have one. My dad sent it to me, so I might as well give it to you as a congratulatory gift for breaking through to the 5th tier, Yang Chen. Her words left Su Nua and Wang Jia visibly surprised. Willow exaggeratedly widened his eyes, his jaw almost dropping. What the hell? Meihua 16, are you secretly in love with my boss or something? Giving such an expensive gift? Meihua 16 rolled her eyes at him. Shut up. My dad said that since I work under Chairman Yang, I should build a good relationship with my leader. She said this nonchalantly, but inwardly, she was pondering why her father held Yang Chen in such high regard, not only sending the treasure garment from afar, but also instructing her to present it in her name. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. This is far too valuable. It's only right, Meihua 16 replied with a sweet smile. In the Meihua family, we don't believe in the saying it's the thought that counts. The deeper the bond, the more valuable the gift must be. That's what my dad taught me. As a leading figure of the younger generation in the Meihua family, she had a vague sense that Yang Chen's identity was anything but ordinary. At the mention of Meihua 16's father, the other three fell into a tacit silence. Yang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Since you put it that way, then thank you. When you break through to the 5th tier, I promise to return the favor with an equally grand gift. Seeing that her father's instructions had been fulfilled, Meihua 16's smile grew even brighter. She retrieved a set of black and gold combat attire from her storage space, a black inner layer, leather wrist guards, a black outer tunic with narrow sleeves adorned with dark patterns and gold trim, a black waist sash paired with a black and gold belt, and elegant cloud-patterned battle boots, forming a complete set of protective treasure garment. Chairman Yang, this protective treasure garment is called Black Dragon Iron Slash. The name Black Dragon Iron Slash is quite impressive, Lu Shu muttered softly. Su Nua and Wang Jia's gazes were immediately drawn to the robe emanating a faint celestial glow. Their eyes flashed with amazement as they carefully examined this extraordinary item. This semi-immortal grade robe boasted 6 attributes: size adaptability, dust resistance, dragon scale armor, seasonal temperature regulation, energy regeneration, and immunity to water and fire. Plum Blossom 16 smiled and added, of course, when we say water and fire, it doesn't include something like Samadhi True Fire. Yang Chen took the robe and was surprised to find it as light as air. When he put on the black and gold outfit, his whole demeanor transformed. The outfit fit him perfectly, every line tailored to precision. Moving in it was silent and effortless, as if it were a second skin. Boss, you look way too cool in that. Lu Shu gawked in amazement. The outfit was indeed striking. Its black and gold color scheme exuded a calm and dignified aura, while the modern design of the collar and belt was perfectly on trend, aligning with the tastes of the younger generation. Yang Chen was equally pleased with the gear. The surrounding celestial energy was naturally drawn to the robe, continuously flowing into his body like an inexhaustible energy source. As the celestial light shimmered, he felt refreshed and at peace, while the robe remained immaculate, untouched by even a speck of dust. At that moment, a notification from the Student Council Exchange platform suddenly popped up in front of the group. Wang Ding, everyone, hurry to the BO duel arena. Fang Outyin is about to clash with some outsiders. I can't stop him. Zhang Jing, outsiders. How are there outsiders on BO Island? Shen Zhixing. Must be the exchange students from other races. I'm in the middle of war tactics class. Drop me the coordinates, and I'll skip class right away. Han Bing. Just got out of class, heading there now. The BO duel arena was already crowded with over 100 people, mostly students and teaching assistants, along with a few retired professors who conjured chairs in midair to enjoy the spectacle. In the center of the arena, Fang Outyin stood proudly, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed on the dozen or so individuals from other races across from him. Beside him, Wang Ding stood with a helpless expression, accompanied by 4 other young men and women of similar age. What on earth is it babbling about? Someone translate for me, Fang Outyin said. Wang Ding shrugged and explained. It said this is a dispute from their sophomore year, and as a freshman, you shouldn't meddle and get yourself killed. Among the 4 upperclassmen, a girl with her hair in a bun stepped forward. She first gave Fang Outyin a grateful look, then turned to the angelic girl from the opposing group. Junior, this is our matter with them. Even without the team leader, the 4 of us are enough. Speak the language of Blue Star if you want to be understood here, the young girl said with a sharp tone, her words making the leading angelic girl's expression turn cold. However, the latter still responded in the Blue Star language. Since we agreed on a 5v5 duel last time, we shall honor it. Fang Outyin, however, scoffed disdainfully. A 5v5? With just you bunch of pitiful weaklings? I, Fang Outyin, am more than enough on my own. His arrogant declaration immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Wang Ding, standing nearby, instinctively took 2 steps back, thinking to himself, this guy's confidence is off the charts. Are you courting death, freshman? The angelic girl glared icily at Fang Outyin, her tone frosty and her golden eyes ablaze. Even her 4 companions were stunned by Fang Outyin's audacity. The girl with the bun hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Fong Outyin remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as he stared at the otherworldly beings in front of him. He spoke calmly. You are the ones I've chosen potential recruits for the student council. Naturally, I will stand up for you. Ever since being influenced by Yang Chen's philosophy of conquering others with virtue, Fong Outyin had become an unwavering supporter of Yang, bringing him up in almost every conversation. Freshman, this is Bo Island, not the outside world, a square-faced senior said with a helpless tone. You can't just challenge others above your level here. It's impossible. Fong Outyan's expression remained indifferent as he replied. Oh, is that so? The reason you're here on Bo Island is because your abilities limit you to this place. As for me and Chairman Yang, we are here because there's no school on Blue Star stronger than Bo Island. Got it. Fong Outyan's arrogant words piqued the interest of many onlookers, especially the retired teachers watching from above. One of them chuckled. What a bold young man. I like him, haha. Another remarked. Interesting. But I wonder, who exactly is this Chairman Yang he keeps mentioning? Fong Outyan paid no mind to the gazes around him or the anger of the otherworldly beings before him. Instead, he focused on the 4 individuals nearby and said resolutely, Today, I will deal with them. Then you can join my student council. The bun-haired girl wanted to dissuade him, but her 3 teammates, out of sheer stubbornness, had already agreed. Left with no choice, she sighed. Freshman, the dueling arena prohibits fatal strikes. Your medical fees Fong Outyan interrupted her. Don't worry. I have no intention of taking their lives. In his mind, he was already strategizing, recruiting second-year students into the student council and using this opportunity to boost its reputation would pave the way for him to legitimately enter the council's leadership. The angelic girl stepped forward, her 2 pairs of snow-white wings unfolding instantly. Golden flames surged around her, exuding a sacred and scorching aura. Bird girl, you won't be enough on your own. Bring the other 4 as well. I alone am sufficient, Fong Outyan said. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the otherworldly beings left the dueling arena. Go, Outyan, someone cheered as the duel officially began. Now, only Fong Outyan and the angelic girl remained in the arena. Fong Outyan spoke calmly, quoting Yang Chen's words, Give it your all, for there won't be another chance later. Only when you've pushed yourself to the absolute limit will you barely be qualified to truly see me, like an ephemeral mayfly gazing at the vast heavens. Fong Outyan, cultivation level, 4th stage of immortal Dao, talent, second awakening. S-class black and white domain. Creates a domain with a 100-meter radius centered on the user. Within the domain, all attributes of opposing targets are reduced by 95, while the user's attributes are increased by 95. Duration, 10 minutes. Recharge count, 22. Recharge time per use, 12 hours. At the back of the crowd, Yang Chun, who had just arrived, observed as a flash of silver-white light flickered in his eyes. Fong Outyan's 4th stage of immortal Dao, combined with the second awakening of his black and white domain, had significantly enhanced both its power and range, especially the addition of recharge count compared to the past. Being able to use the domain skill for 3 minutes within 24 hours was already a qualitative leap. Now, the reduced recharge time meant he could engage in combat more frequently. Yang Chen's gaze shifted to the angelic girl hovering in the sky. Name, Angel Yin, cultivation level, 5th stage of divinity, race, celestial winged divine clan, status, noble of the divine kingdom, ancestors' blessing. Holy golden flame. This was Yang Chen's first encounter with a powerhouse from the divine civilization. According to the campus database, the 6 dominant civilizations of the universe, ranked by combat prowess, were as follows: Blue Star Civilization, Abyssal Civilization, Divine Civilization, Cultivation Civilization, Elemental Civilization, and Eerie Civilization. Of course, this ranking was theoretical, as actual combat strength depended on the specific circumstances of the confrontation. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from above. Freshman, I swear I'll crush your head. Angel Yan's aura surged explosively. As a noble of the Divine Kingdom and a prodigy of the Imperial Academy, this was the first time she had encountered someone so disrespectful. The golden flames on her 2 pairs of pristine white wings burned fiercely, gradually condensing into a golden holy sword that emanated a divine and scorching aura, growing ever more powerful. Die! Angel Yan raised the holy sword high and slashed fiercely toward Fong Outyan. Interesting, Fong Outyan remarked with a slight smirk. Before his words had faded, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from his body, shaking the heavens. A massive black dragon's phantom materialized, its jaws snapping down on the golden holy sword. But in an instant, the sword transformed into an endless surge of golden flames that swept over the black dragon's phantom, causing it to writhe and distort within the fiery onslaught. Angel Yin closed the distance abruptly, another golden holy sword forming in her hand. Her speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The sword's tip aimed directly at Fong Outyan's throat, bringing the battle to a decisive moment in the blink of an eye. But just as the blade was about to pierce Fong Outyan's throat, black and white energy erupted violently. The golden holy sword halted abruptly, mere inches from Fang Outyan's throat, unable to advance any further. Angel Yin let out a muffled groan, feeling an overwhelming suppressive force washing over her like a tidal wave. Her entire body felt bound, as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. The golden flames in her hands flickered unsteadily, as though they might extinguish at any moment. At this moment, the world around them was reduced to only black and white. You've lost, Fang Outyan declared calmly, as if stating an indisputable fact. In this domain, he was the absolute ruler. I haven't lost, Angel Yin gritted her teeth, forcing out the words with great difficulty. Though the holy sword in her hand had lost its brilliance, she continued to persevere. The golden light flickered briefly, extinguished, then reignited, wavering unsteadily. Fang Outyan sneered coldly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. The futile struggles of the weak held no meaning. Before he finished speaking, the black and white dragon phantoms reappeared, combining their strength to strike at Angel Yan's pristine wings from behind. Blood sprayed into the air, staining the white feathers crimson in an instant. Yang Chen watched from the side, his eyelids twitching, his expression conflicted. Since when had Fang Outyan become so considerate of beauty? At this moment, Angel Yin let out a pained groan, finally unable to hold on any longer. Enough. She's lost. Dispel the domain now. An enraged voice echoed from behind the group of foreigners, and a dark figure shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance at an alarming speed. Yin Chang instantly felt the oppressive force intensify. She struggled to stand firm, stubbornly refusing to collapse. Yin, are you all right? The dark figure halted beside her, his violet eyes glinting in the sunlight with a strong sense of concern. Yin Chang turned her gaze away coldly, her eyes filled with anger, her tone icy. Ziming, what are you doing here? Who do you think you are to make decisions for me? Get lost. Before she even finished speaking, she turned and walked away, her steps resolute and swift, as if she harbored deep disdain for the violet-eyed young man. Ziming's eyes flickered, a faint smile of regret appearing on his face. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, what a wasted opportunity." Then, turning to Fang Outyan, his tone became laced with mockery. "Why didn't you injure her a bit more earlier? Do you have any idea how you've cost me such an exceptional plaything? And who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" Fang Outyan sneered, the corner of his lips curling upward. His gaze, unflinching and filled with scorn, bore into Ziming. Ziming raised an eyebrow, his tone calm and unhurried. "Who, me? I'm not a thing. My name is Ziming." His violet, gem-like eyes sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. "You cost me a valuable plaything, so you owe me compensation." He shifted his stance, his gaze locking onto Fang Outyan, his eyes emitting a chilling, undeniable authority. "Would you like to be my servant? How about I be your father instead?" Fang Outyan chuckled indifferently, his tone dripping with derision. Is this foreigner out of his mind? Ziming chuckled lightly, his tone unwavering. "Then how about we settle this with a fight? The loser becomes the winner's servant. What do you say?" As the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the duel arena grew tense. The two stood off against each other, as if already locked in a silent battle. Fang Aoshan's expression darkened, and his black and white domain surged forth, its overwhelming energy pressing down on Ziming. Though arrogant, Fang Outyan was fully aware that Ziming was no ordinary opponent, was a formidable adversary. A powerful wave of oppressive energy swept through the arena, accompanied by the apparitions of two massive black and white dragons emerging from the domain. Fang Outyan sat upon a throne, exuding an aura that gripped the soul. With a casual wave of his hand, 6 colossal dragons materialized and lunged ferociously at Ziming, showcasing his formidable combat prowess. "Impressive, but if you were truly fighting for your life, you could summon even more," Ziming remarked with a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a relaxed confidence. However, the scene before him left Fang Outyan in shock. He watched as the dragons seemed to pass right through Ziming's body, leaving him completely unharmed. It was as though Ziming had transcended the very laws of their world. "Are you a Tier 6 power wielder?" Fang Aoshan's heart sank, his mind racing with questions. Ziming's near-invincible display was beyond belief. "So, have you reconsidered becoming my servant?" Ziming's voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable force. "I'm more interested in being your father." Fang Outyan let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain tugging at his lips. "If I can't hurt you, then let's see how long you can keep this up. Worst case, I'll admit defeat in 10 minutes. Losing isn't exactly a first for me." Ziming's expression remained calm, the violet gleam in his eyes growing brighter. He seemed to be savoring the duel, unmoved by Fang Aoshan's anger and provocations. "Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson," Ziming murmured, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Fang Outyan felt a searing pain in his chest, as though an invisible force was tearing at his very soul. The agony spread rapidly, forcing a guttural cry of torment from his lips. Ziming watched Fang Outyan indifferently, his tone still gentle. Now, are you ready to be my servant? He'll be your father. Fang Outyin gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently as his blood surged within. He could no longer afford to sit idly by. A fierce survival instinct surged within him, had to fight with everything he had, or it would all be over. Just as Fang Outyin was preparing to go all out, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared, breaking the tense standoff. A light-hearted voice rang out Yang Chen's. Fang Outyin, what are you two doing here, staring each other down? Falling in love. The battlefield's tension shattered in an instant. Fang Aoshan's eyes burned with helpless rage, while Ziming merely smiled faintly, as if the intense confrontation moments ago had been nothing more than a trivial game. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.